This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 874. Saints are immortal. This matter is also recorded in the history of the Empire. Of course, Grid is not the first living saint in the history of the Empire. In other words, there are quite a lot of saints in the history of the Empire. However, most of the saints are posthumously canonized. They are generally the Pope of the state religion, the high-ranking cardinal, or very well-known and outstanding high-ranking officials of the Empire. Such people often have a hidden condition, that is, they have to have a very good relationship with the state religion. There is no need to say more about this kind of thing. It is nothing more than a posthumous honor, mainly for reputation, which is not uncommon. And the living saint, as the name suggests, is a living saint. It is very difficult to be canonized as a saint by the state religion before death. Generally speaking, the state religion will not do such things that will share its religious authority with others to a great extent. Even if it is to canonize one of its own people, even the Pope, there will often be many obstacles. And how can the state religion do this? That is often when there is a person with extremely firm faith and has made achievements that no one can ignore. If the state religion does not canonize this saint, it will not only not affect the authority of the person, but may even damage its own authority. From this point of view, the standard is actually quite idealistic. What does it mean to have an extremely firm faith? What does it mean to have achievements that cannot be ignored? Aren't they all for people to say, the state religion will naturally not canonize if it can? Or, in other words, if they encounter a situation that is particularly in their own interests, they will try their best to confer the title, and even if they are not qualified, they will force it up. Such situations all exist. However, there is only one situation that the state religion has to do. The one with great achievements, who is resurrected from the dead. Similar situations have only occurred to a handful of combat nuns in the past 10,000 years. Their life experiences are different, and they often die in a desperate battle, and then resurrect and return to lead the human army to win the war. Resurrection from the dead. This thing itself is a huge symbol. Who can be resurrected from the dead? It must be after a glorious death in battle, passing under the golden throne, and getting the emperor's permission, and having unfinished business, can return to the world. As for black witchcraft, demonic conspiracy, resurrected zombies, come on, look at the scene of their resurrection, and then look at the emperor's holy fire they wielded. Who dares to say anything about witchcraft? It is clearly the pure blessing of the emperor. Of course, the state church and the Inquisition are always wary of such supernatural situations, and they usually don't want to canonize a saint. So they will actually examine in the most rigorous way whether the so-called resurrection is a conspiracy. This may not be enough. There is also the part of merit. But these resurrected combat nuns often really return to the world with a huge sense of mission. They not only win the war they are resurrected in front of, but for a long time in the future, they will always appear on some key battlefields, make key moves, and lead mankind to victory. Some victories were even won at the cost of their own sacrifice. However, they would often stage the drama of resurrection again. In short, these key victories, plus the scene of resurrection from the dead, made them deserve the title of saint. Strictly speaking, is Grid a living saint? No. Saints must be conferred by the state religion. But that is not the key. The core of living saints lies in their strength, their beliefs, and their achievements. From this perspective, Grid is still not a living saint. She has not proved that she has these qualities of a living saint. But why did she recognize her as a living saint at the first time? The halo behind her head, and the white angel wings behind her are the classic images of a living saint. Every living saint in the past looked like this. Her sisters recognized her at the first time because they looked alike and fought in a similar way. And now, her resurrection has made up for what she lacks. In this way, she made a grand comeback, which undoubtedly proved her faith. Only those who are recognized by the emperor and have unfinished missions can come back. Opening her eyes, Grid's sharp eyes were fixed on the broken bones below. White wings flew in the air, and the long halberd raised a raging golden flame and thunder. The green wave force field suddenly appeared, isolating the golden flame and thunder. Broken bones roared angrily, and the battle axe was raised up, and he had a solid fight with the resurrected saint. But he had to pay a price. 3 God-chosen champions, more than 20 living regiment champions, and a large number of psychic clusters, all the time, in various ways, using bullets, psychic spells, and blades to cut him. But he could no longer deal with these attacks as sensitively and effectively as before, or exchange his injuries for the death of humans. It was because of the female angel in front of him. The resurrected Grid's fighting style was even more reckless and fierce than before her death. With the power of resurrection, her strength and momentum were further strengthened. But the injured broken bones were not as strong as at the beginning. He could not kill Grit as quickly as at the beginning. Even if he could, he would have to doubt whether the sister who could be resurrected once could be resurrected a second time. And he could not turn around and kill the other 3 God-chosen champions at all costs, because if Grit was given an opportunity similar to the one Ewing encountered before, then Grit would definitely attack without hesitation. Even if he exchanged his life for his serious injury, it was completely worth it. After all, it was possible that Grit would return again. During the confrontation, Broken Bones had the first thought in his mind whether he might lose. And this thought, like a curse, spread in his heart after it appeared. For a green skin like him who is so waff, such an unwaff idea is more deadly than any poison. His momentum was suppressed, and then his body became weak. He began to fall into disadvantage, and he began to play conservatively, but the more he did so, the more wounds on his body appeared than before, and the faster they appeared, and the slower the healing speed was. He was going to lose. Roar! Gu Hang's ears were hurt by the roar of the 2 greenskin gods. He knew that the 2 were very angry. Just like he could observe the battle on the ground, of course, the second brother of Mao Mao could also. They could also tell that Broken Bones might lose. Will they be willing to fail? No. A powerful greenskin force seemed to tear open the subspace and pass it to Broken Bones. The greenskin gods tried to increase the stakes for their favored ones. They were actually very dissatisfied with Broken Bones' hesitation at the moment. That was too unkind and shouldn't happen to their favored one. But they had no choice now. This war was too crucial, and they didn't want to lose. If they lost, the greenskins couldn't be annihilated, but it would take many years to train another king who was famous throughout the universe, and could unite the orcs. But, how can I let you succeed? You didn't let me go before, and now you want to cheat? Dream on. From the kingdom of Storm God, a giant thunder bear emerged, so conspicuous in the invisible and uncertain waves of the subspace. The power that was about to fall into the real universe was swallowed by the giant bear. Chapter 875. The anger of the second brother Gao Mao made the entire subspace turn over. Gao Gu roared and rushed towards the thunder bear. It showed that it had only a huge green head, but it was already bigger than the thunder bear. With this collision, the giant bear suddenly collapsed. Gao Gu became proud, and Mao Gu once again invested a force to try to influence the lower world. But in the blink of an eye, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the subspace and shattered this force. There is no doubt that it was Gu Hang again. Children fight, parents can't be left behind. Gu Hang in the kingdom of God said softly. His condition was not too good. If he just defended the kingdom of God, he could completely withstand the siege of the second brother Gao Mao. But taking the initiative to fight in the outside world is another matter. After leaving the kingdom of Storm God, Gu Hang's power became a rootless source. For those powerful evil gods, Gu Hang, who stayed in his own storm kingdom, was really like a turtle and a hedgehog, and it was difficult to attack him. But if he went out and tried to project his power to the outside world, he could only bully the big demons, or win the god-honored big demons. But if he met the existence of the first under the gods, Gu Hang would have a hard time. Not to mention meeting the second brother Gao Mao at the same time. Just like before, Gu Hang was a little floating, thinking that the second brother didn't move him after fighting for a long time, and seeing that the two of them wanted to foul, he invested a lot of strength and took on the appearance of a giant bear. Just to stop the second brother Gao Mao from fouling, he didn't need to use so much force. Just a flash of lightning like the second time would be enough. Didn't he still think that he could fight and show some fangs? In the end, he was smashed to pieces. This had an impact on Gu Hang. Together with the injuries caused by the siege of the kingdom of God for a long time, his left nostril began to bleed, and a crack appeared on his forehead. When he tried to intercept the power thrown by his second brother the second time, he was much more honest, just a flash of lightning. Quick, practical, and effective. However, the price still had to be paid. The two orc gods did not let go of Gu Hang's outstretched claws and chopped them off. The damage was not as serious as when the giant bear was destroyed, but it was not light. The injuries from these two hits were more serious than the beating he received before. If this was a fishing enforcement, Gu Hang would have been caught. Gu Hang could not bear it for long if he was called out again, and cut off again and again. Originally, he said that he could hold out for many years in this siege, but it might be reduced to just a few days, or even today. But so what? I can still hold out for a day, but what about your broken bones? Can you still hold out for a minute? It seems that it is not going to work anymore. He took a moment to take a look, and Broken Bones' entire back armor was completely damaged and abandoned by him. If he didn't throw it away, it would just be a burden. Not only did it not protect him, but it was too heavy and too big, which affected his movements from behind. His left leg was a little lame, and his movements were no longer as agile as at the beginning. His battle axe was still powerful, but the most terrifying space folding technique before, the terrifying attack of the axe hitting the face as soon as he raised his hand, was no longer so impeccable. At least, the champions could barely see the trajectory of the battle axe in the air. Although it was not easy to dodge, it was already a huge improvement. Moreover, it is a particularly iconic symbol. The most desperate battle is the one without any hope. But now, Broken Bones' health bar is not just bright, it is already red, and a more significant performance is that a swordsmanship champion, with the cooperation of his companion's firepower and psychic energy, suddenly rushed forward and risked a sword towards Broken Bones' forehead. He hit it. Broken Bones' left eyebrow was cracked and blood flowed. His skin is very tough, his bones are very hard, and there is a waft force field between the skin, flesh and bones, providing supernatural protection. So, this sword seems to make Broken Bone bleed all over his head, but in fact, it is only a flesh wound, and it does not even affect the battle. The swordsmanship champion did not have the ability to open his skull with a sword. It is not surprising to be able to fight for life and get this little wound. In the previous battle, it was not that no one had tried to do this, and this approach would be a loss unless it caused a serious injury that affected Broken Bone's combat effectiveness. The current injury to the brow bone was a seemingly successful exchange that was actually a loss. However, the most surprising thing was that Broken Bone's counterattack was blocked by the swordsmanship champion. The champion failed to succeed in a fatal blow, or at least damage one of the opponent's eyes, and when he saw the battle axe whistling towards him, he already knew that his fate was over. He just performed the reaction that had been honed over the years, and had been integrated into his instincts. Parry, use force to deflect in another direction, use force to transfer, deflect the opponent's attack. It actually worked. This was impossible before. He had seen fighting brothers who were better at swordsmanship than him, and tried to do this, but they were crushed in a comprehensive competition of skills and strength and were beheaded on the spot. He thought he would have the same fate. But he didn't expect that he survived, and he really blocked the battle axe, although his arm was a little numb under the huge force, and although Broken Bones reacted and kicked him to the ground, the muzzle of the gun was pointed at his face, and he was going to shoot him, but he survived after all. When he was about to be shot, the mages saved his life. A spiritual power deflected Broken Bones' muzzle, and another force dragged the swordsmanship champion of his side out of Broken Bones' threat range. Several champions, led by Ewing and Martins, launched a siege, leaving Broken Bones no time to care about anything else. Broken Bones was really dying. And the more this happened, the more furious the two green-skinned gods in the subspace became. Gu Heng thought this was impotent rage. Anyway, he endured the injury and intercepted the power of the universe again and again. The more anxious the second brother was, the more stable Gu Heng felt. Until Gu Heng heard the two of them let out a sad and earth-shattering roar at the same time. He could feel the great grief and anger of the two gods, and in contrast, Gu Heng was ecstatic. Did it work? He took the time to look at the real universe, and was shocked again. He saw that the head of the Broken Bone had been chopped off, and was rolling beside him. A champion was holding a hot melt jet and sprayed directly in the face, determined to kill it. But the headless Broken Bone body was still swinging the battle axe and bursting wildly. Xing Tian? His first reaction was that when he intercepted the power of the second brother Gomeo, did he miss something? But soon, from the sadness of the second brother Gomeo, Gu Heng felt that it should not be the case. Broken Bone's current state is more like his body contains extremely powerful vitality. Even if he suffered fatal injuries and his head was cut off, his body still follows the inertia of muscles and bones and continues to fight. A champion of the war group was caught off guard and killed. But others can also detect the abnormality of Broken Bone's current state. They all moved away, and Broken Bone's body didn't know where to chase. After losing his head, his perception ability was almost zero. His body could only swing the battle axe in vain, and the powerful vitality was constantly lost, and the speed of loss was getting faster and faster with the continuous various artillery fire and long-range attacks of bullets from humans in the distance. And the more clear evidence is that the power of the second brother Mao is declining rapidly. In essence, they did not come to Gu Heng's kingdom of Storm God. In other words, in the subspace, the so-called close and blocking the door is a concept, and it is closely related to the real universe. Bonebreaker is the source of the power of the two gods. Once Bonebreaker dies, and the anchor point is lost, their power will naturally decrease sharply. Although there are still a large number of green-skinned orcs in Inkachi and the entire Amgilia starfield, they are not as important as Bonebreaker when added together. This also solved Gu Hang's dilemma. Originally, he thought that even if the war in the real universe was won, there were still two green-skinned gods squatting at his door, and he didn't know how to deal with them. But now it seems that with the death of Broken Bone, the threat posed by the two gods has also decreased sharply. However, Brother Gomeo is now furious because of the death of Pet. They blame everything on Gu Hang and think that Gu Hang is the murderer, which is not wrong. Of course, their anger must be released. Gu Hang is naturally the one who bears the responsibility. But what does it matter? Come on. When Broken Bone was alive, you couldn't do anything to me, let alone after Broken Bone died. Gu Hang waited patiently, and even when the two of them kept mobilizing their forces to squeeze the Kingdom of God, he could take the opportunity to heal his wounds. The pressure from the other party is nothing. As for these two pieces of dogskin plasters, how to get rid of them later? It's actually very simple. Now that Broken Bones is dead, they are not to be feared. Gu Hang can slowly guard it. Similarly, with Broken Bones' death, Ankachi and even the entire orc army of the Amgilia starfield will inevitably fall into collapse. The human army will spend months, or even years, constantly clearing out the greenskins' manpower in Amgilia. As the number of greenskins is rapidly reduced, the power that Brother Gomeo can deploy here will be further weakened on the basis of the current weak strength. Gu Hang is still healing and recovering his strength. When he is almost recovered and Brother Gomeo is further weakened, he can try to take the initiative to attack and drive away those two annoying things. How long it would take depends on how fast the Alliance slaughtered the collapsed greenskins in the real universe, and also on Gu Hang's own recovery speed. How to speed up the recovery? Gu Hang had a very bad idea. After observing the real universe, the headless body of Broken Bone, which was covered with scars and wounds, had stopped moving. A psychic message was sent to all S-level psychics in Grit. Under the leadership of the Living Saint, surrounded by 6 S-level psychics, and under the luxurious psychic array formed by dozens of A-level psychics, the head and body of the Orc King were placed together. Although there is no complete victory yet, after Broken Bone died, the greenskin troops are disintegrating, but after all, their elite level is very high. Even if they suddenly feel that King Broken Bone has died, they are in great fear and have no fighting spirit, but after all, the number and individual strength are here, and they will not really surrender. It will still take some effort to kill. However, a complete victory is only a matter of time. There is nothing wrong with holding the victory ceremony a little earlier. Under the auspices of the Living Saint, the body and head of the Bonebreaker King were used as the most important spoils of the war and the symbol of victory. A somewhat simple but grand ceremony was held on the battlefield where the flames of war had not yet completely subsided. Even Brother Mao could see that they were even angrier. The pressure on the Storm Kingdom was a little higher. Gu Hang just smiled. You will be even angrier later, don't be impatient. The two of them didn't have to wait for long. After only 10 minutes, the simple ceremony ended, and the Bonebreaker corpse surrounded by many psychics disappeared in a golden light. According to the propaganda that Grid made in the real universe, the shattered corpse was a gift to the Emperor, and had been taken away by the Emperor. In fact, the head and body were lying in the kingdom of Storm God. The taste of green skins was different from that of the top Zerg units and the Great Demons. The most delicious ones were the Great Demons. There were no miscellaneous things. After washing away those extreme emotions and the marks of the evil gods, they were tempered in the thunder and restored to the most basic subspace essence. That was a very good food. The Zerg was different. They also had to be blasted to pieces. Then, the sole power of countless biomass that the Zerg units had stitched together by some unknown means was transformed into pure subspace essence before they could be eaten. The taste of green skins was even more powerful. It tasted spicy, pure aggression, pure war frenzy, and a non-biological feeling. However, no matter how it tasted, it could be eaten after slowly disassembling and digesting it. This will be the most powerful individual that Gu Hang has ever devoured. After decomposing and digesting it, the improvement of the essence of the Kingdom of Storm God will be very huge. What makes people feel more comfortable is that all this is done in front of the two green-skinned gods. Doesn't the power of bone crushing come from the two of them? They are more angry and more irritable. But it doesn't prevent Gu Hang from enjoying the meal slowly. When he was halfway through the meal, an accident happened. A touch of purple light appeared, a soft laugh, and a beautiful scimitar suddenly appeared from the subspace and stabbed into the back of the head of the second brother, who was already weak but still furious. Chapter 876. Hearing the charming laughter and seeing the two purple gorgeous scimitars, Gu Heng didn't care about eating. He immediately became alert. This symbol is too obvious. Why did the existence representing lust suddenly attack? In theory, the second brother of Gomeo and this one are players of the same level. But the nature is quite different. The second brother of Gomeo is a pure racial god, and the attributes of the conceptual part are so weak that they are almost non-existent. This means that they will hardly fall, unless they have the ability to destroy the green-skinned race in the real universe. If the cancer of the universe is so easy to deal with, it will not be called this name. Even if Gu Heng won a crucial victory this time and dealt a heavy blow to the green-skinned race, it is actually still a long way from destroying the green-skins. It is nothing more than lying dormant quietly for a period of time in the next few decades, or even hundreds of years. When enough time has passed, according to the racial characteristics of the greenskins, they will come back sooner or later. Under this concept, what is the point of destroying the second brother Gomeo, except that it can help himself? But is there any friendship between him and Slaanesh? Not at all. Gu Heng doesn't want to have any. Gu Heng doesn't want to get involved with any of the four great gods in the warp. After the scimitar pierced and destroyed the two greenskin gods, the gentle laughter did not disappear, but continued to echo in Gu Heng's ears. Gu Heng has been fully alert, and even prepared for another fight. However, a moment later, a golden flame rose up beside him. The gentle laughter turned into screams, followed by vicious curses. But the two exquisite scimitars, at least, disappeared. It seems that there is no need to say who helped. Gu Heng, who calmed down, probably guessed the meaning of Slaanesh's action. This person must have been watching for a long time. There is really no point in eliminating the second brother of Gomeo. They are an existence that will not be destroyed. But just like Gu Heng caught the broken corpse, and put it in his own kingdom to digest slowly, there would be great benefits. The image of the second brother of Gomeo in order to block Gu Heng's door also contains some of their essential power. Taking these two away, for Slaanesh, he may have a way to get benefits. In fact, this was originally Gu Heng's plan. He waited for himself to recover, and then waited for Amjilia to clear the remaining greenskins to a certain extent, and weaken the second brother. If they still dared to block the door, he would kill them, and see if he could make more money. As a result, it was robbed by Slaanesh. Gu Heng expressed deep regret for this. However, he soon saw new fun. In the boundless subspace, Gu Heng saw a wave of scarlet waves from a distance. Slaanesh's vicious curses resounded throughout the space. In contrast, the blood-red waves were higher and higher. Obviously, there was a certain existence that was not happy to let Slaanesh get this benefit so easily. It is said that the relationship between the tyrant and the Prince of Lust is extremely bad, and it can even be said that they are mortal enemies. The situation between the two of them is more serious than anything else. Moreover, Gu Heng also heard a spy's laughter faintly. A certain powerful person who led the changes seemed to be plotting something again. The event that triggered the large-scale confrontation between Slaanesh and the tyrant was inevitably manipulated by the Lord of Change. The relationship between the four gods is quite complicated. They are by no means a monolithic entity. On the contrary, the opposition between them may be more serious than anything else. There is an absolute opposition between Korn, who kills, is tyrannical, and represents honor and competitiveness, and Slaanesh, who represents lust, depravity, and perfection and enjoyment. There is also a similar irreconcilable opposition between the Eternal Father and Sinch, who represents the ever-changing. The melee between the four gods is the real daily life of countless demons in the subspace. The great game between them is the never-ending one. Even if there is a consensus occasionally, it is absolutely fragile and full of the interests and thoughts of each party. If the four gods of the subspace could truly stand on the same side, that would be the end of the others, and even the entire real universe. Fortunately, that is impossible forever. But then again, if the four of them reach some fragile, fleeting consensus for a short period of time, the harm caused in that short period of time will be immeasurable. For example, the scarlet scar that tore the human empire apart at the moment, Gu Heng suspected that it was the appearance of the four gods' unanimous thoughts on something. It's really scary. Let them fight each other, and make the great game more intense. The less time they have to care about the things in the real universe, the better. 3 years later, the forward ceremony was held on Ankachi 8 in the Amjilia star field. After 3 years of focused cleansing, this world, once led by the Orc King himself, has been thoroughly purified. The greenskin ecosystem has been almost completely uprooted. For this kind of world that was once completely occupied by greenskins, the Alliance has a complete set of operation plans. In addition to military operations, additional construction operations are also indispensable. Agricultural areas have been opened up on Ankachi. A small number of immigrants have a large amount of land and produce food in a large-scale production method. At the same time, multiple planetary transformation spires placed on the planet emit energy and continue to repair the planet's climate. Former battlefields have been marked and monuments have been built. The war memorial was erected on the former world of the Broken Bone Throne. This year is also the first big harvest on Ankachi 8. To be honest, although this amount of food production is considered to be a medium-level output in the agricultural world, compared with the large amount of resources invested by the Alliance in Ankachi 7, even if the military costs of continuous cleaning of the green skins are deducted, the cost of investment is not comparable to the simple agricultural output. Even if there is a good harvest, it may take decades of continuous good harvest to earn back the invested construction capital. But the Alliance still made a huge investment. The main reason is that in addition to economic benefits, Ankachi 8 also has great political symbolic significance. Here, the Alliance won a crucial victory. And through this, it ruled the entire forward universe. And now, this forward ceremony is to confirm this point. Almost all the people who can stand on the stage in the entire forward universe have come. No matter whether they were leaders, governors, heads of state, generals, marshals, sages, bishops, mercenary leaders, whitewashed pirates, or the heads of the imperial caravans. They were all together, waiting for someone to come. Gu Heng's attendance at this grand ceremony was the biggest reason for their arrival. Chapter 877. In the forward ceremony, the majority of participants came from all over the forward universe, but not all of them. The other half came from the Alliance. Many officials from all over the Alliance came to Ankakiba. They are also the local dignitaries from all over the forward universe, and they are the ones to befriend. Although Gu Heng is the leader of everyone, he is far away after all. He has a relationship with everyone, but it is actually difficult to explain the relationship to anyone. However, these officials from the Alliance are different. They are the real power factions, who are going to be arranged to serve as officials in various places in the forward universe. It is hard to say what the local dignitaries think of these people from the Alliance. In short, they are not particularly welcome. After all, who would want to share power with a person from the Alliance around him, or even on his head when he was alive and well, and was a local emperor? However, no matter what he thought, the forward universe had actually fallen completely into the control of the Alliance with the end of the Algeria War. There were only 8 star regions in the entire universe. Needless to say, Algeria was taken directly by the Alliance through a brutal war. There were actually not many living people in the entire star region. The 5-star region surrounding Algeria suffered from the invasion of greenskins and Zergs. Without the Alliance to solve the problem, they would all perish. This is already 6-star regions. There are 2 more. Although the threat of Algeria is not direct to them, they can also pay attention to it, and know the seriousness of the Algeria War. The victory of the Alliance made them feel relieved, and at the same time, it thoroughly established the legitimacy of the Alliance among them. Legitimacy is a bit vague, but it is very real at this moment. The Alliance is Gu Heng, the highest official in the dark side of the Empire. The Alliance is the only human force in the dark side of the Empire that has declared to the entire universe that it will save all the lost worlds of the Empire and launch a dark expedition. These alone are actually enough. For many worlds struggling in the darkness, the Alliance's dark expedition is almost their only hope. And what is more convincing is the victory of the war. The Alliance has been fighting hard, starting from the Spider-Web universe and the Eastern universe, and has fought one world after another. It has been fighting for decades, and has conquered 5 or 6 universes. This duration, scale, and results are probably not inferior to the most magnificent external expedition of the human empire that took place in the past 1 or 200 years, that is, the Sun expedition led by the Sun Lord, and even more significant. After all, many people in history still criticize that the Sun expedition is a waste of troops, a desire for quick success, and a waste of the Empire's foundation, in order to gain the face of expanding territory. The places conquered are places where continuous investment and blood loss are required. But the Dark Expedition launched by Gu Heng and the Alliance is truly to recover the human homeland, and save countless subjects of the human empire from darkness. This meaning is different. Not to mention, specifically in the forward universe, they were undoubtedly liberated from a huge bomb that would surely blow them to pieces after the explosion. With all these things accumulated together, who can still compete? Who can still say no to the Alliance? No. The dignitaries from all over the world came eagerly. Even if they learned from the rumors in the past few years that the Alliance would directly rule all places and establish new universes, star regions, and even planetary governments. They had to accept it. They had to accept it from the perspective of legitimacy, and even more so from the perspective of respecting the military strength of the Alliance. What they had to do was to accept all this, and see if they could work hard to gain their own interests within the framework established by the Alliance. These Alliance officials, who were about to take office, were the key communication objects. Their primary goal was to find a way to keep their own power as much as possible in the next major change. But soon they discovered that the Alliance was not a force that only ate and did not spit, and only plundered and did not build. The Alliance was not the same as the central government of the Empire. As long as they safely regarded themselves as part of the Alliance, they would be able to find their own place under the big framework of the Alliance. The Alliance not only sent officials to manage and tax them, but also brought development opportunities to the Alliance family. After the Great Cataclysm, the chaotic and unsmooth interstellar navigation and communication became smooth again after the construction of the Thunder Torch Towers. They were surprised to find that if they followed the Alliance's plan, their future market would not only be their own homeland, but also tens of thousands of Alliance worlds to the east and north of the star map. At the same time, their own development also gained great benefits from this more extensive trade activities and closer economic and political connections. The first to be happy were the caravans of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Although they had to accept the general management of the Alliance, their market scope had undoubtedly expanded a lot. Secondly, the power of the Mechanicus. There were already quite a few forging worlds under the control of the Alliance, and they were all coordinated by the Alliance's Mechanicus Management Association. Under the framework of this management association, they were certainly not as important as one of the two-headed eagles in the Empire. The entire Alliance only had Gu Heng as the head. However, the closer technical exchanges, as well as the Mingyang sect, Alfonso sect, and the Alliance Central Research Institute, which were the core of the Mechanical Management Association, had many black boxes, and the standard technologies developed on this basis, which were extremely coveted. This open, no longer cautious hostility, and competitive technical exchanges between each forging world as in the past, can benefit everyone. In addition to technology, the religious side of the Mechanicus is also gradually changing. They still believe in the God of all machines, and believe that the God Emperor of the human empire and the God of all machines are two aspects of one existence. But if the new state religion of the Alliance begins to gradually promote Gu Heng as a saint, or even above the saint, as the God Emperor's messenger on Earth, they also begin to have some prototypes of their belief in Gu Heng. They believe that Gu Heng, who can take out many black boxes and help all members of the Mechanicus to study the technology of the Golden Age in the past, is also an incarnation of the God of all machines in a sense. In addition to these two parties, the Army and Navy of various places have already accepted the command of the Alliance Expeditionary Force Command under the baptism of war. Now what remains is to be formally reorganized in a more logical way. The governments of various places have also worked hard to supply resources and arrange production to the war front under the coordination of the headquarters. Now, they can also smoothly transform to the new government model of the Alliance. Government officials from all walks of life can stay in their original positions, or be transferred to other planets and star regions to work. Many discerning people can see that this is a means of decentralization and adding sand to various places. But this is a real promotion and wealth. Who can resist it? Not to mention, the Alliance has also painted a big pie. Just like many Alliance officials who came here, from the Mager universe, from the Guangjin universe, and the Adon universe, people who went to the Tianjin universe can also go to other places to serve as officials, or even enter the central government of the Alliance. This gives many local bureaucratic families the opportunity to step onto a higher level. Chapter 878. On the eve of the grand ceremony, when everyone was toasting, Gu Heng was listening to the reports of two people. The first one was Tech Hainat. This person was from the Eastern Universe. He was originally just a planetary governor, but when the Alliance's power expanded to the Eastern Universe, this governor actively approached the Alliance and used the Alliance's resources to make his planet colorful. In the subsequent political changes, he also stood firmly on the team. He has a firm position and is quite popular. In addition, his ability is really good, and he has always been on the rise. In terms of contribution, his most outstanding performance was in the Mager universe, where he served as a deputy. His main job was the safe zone policy. To put it bluntly, the world that implemented the safe zone policy was a bit abandoned. The planet takes care of itself. The Alliance only sends special envoys to contact and guide, and a small amount of material supply. The natives on the planet need to be self-reliant and raise the safety level of their own planet to above the standard line before they can establish a government recognized by the Alliance. Only at this stage will the real Alliance army come to solve the remaining problems and start to invest a lot to rebuild the entire world. After that, the conditions were good. But before that, to be honest, what the Alliance gave was relatively limited and more relied on the world itself to be self-reliant and save itself. This is a policy that was forced to be implemented in the case of insufficient resources. If the Alliance government has other options, of course, it does not want to do this. The Alliance is a typical centralized regime that wants to be a big government. While gaining power, it will also shoulder corresponding responsibilities, and in this process, it will get greater returns and create greater value. Therefore, if possible, the Alliance does not want any world to implement the safe zone policy. But there is no way. Although the Alliance is large, the scale of the dark side expedition is equally large. Once you embark on this expedition, you can't go back. And these worlds designated as safe zones were originally worlds that could not be saved in military assessment. According to the military, once an extermination order is issued, the trouble will be eliminated forever. Taking the risk of setting a safe zone policy, many worlds cannot save themselves, or the self-rescue time is very long, and there is also the risk of chaos or alien spillover. However, the Alliance government still formulated the safe zone policy at the risk, hoping that these worlds that were originally hopeless can save themselves. In this process, the Alliance said that it did not help much, but in fact it still helped. Tech Hainan is doing this in the Mager universe. He took a budget from the Alliance government and specifically managed these safe zone worlds. At the same time, a part of the local army that was built and reorganized locally and was originally provided to the Dark Side expedition was intercepted and assigned to him for the implementation of the safe zone policy. He really did it well. On the one hand, he could strive for more resources from above. He always succeeded, not because he had a big face, but because he got the resources, whether it was money, materials, or troops. In short, he could really achieve results. He would make a more detailed judgment on the specific situation of each world that implemented the safe zone policy, and would give special instructions to the Alliance commissioners who entered the safe zone, and make plans according to local conditions to help them establish a temporary government in advance. They always tried to mobilize the safe parts and safe personnel on the planet first, carry out local economic construction, retain more population, and protect the living force. The military aspect is a secondary consideration. He will set effective, achievable, and specific performance indicators for these interim governments, and guide them on how to achieve them, and further provide resources to help them achieve them. Under the implementation of Tech Hainan, the situation of the safe zone policy in the Mager universe is much better than expected. In the original estimate, among all the safe zone worlds, only 20% of the worlds can get out of the safe zone policy and become normal worlds under the management of the Alliance in 10 years. But at the same time, 30% of the worlds will eventually fall below the line set by the safe zone policy. That means the military of the Alliance will come and destroy this world. The remaining 50% of the worlds will continue to sink under the safe zone policy. But in fact, during the 10 years of Tech Hainan's rule, the worlds that finally got rid of the safe zone policy reached 40%, which doubled the expected situation, and the proportion of destruction also fell to 20%. This is a very outstanding result. If he continues to work in the Mager universe according to the plan, he may be promoted to the position of vice chairman, and take on more economic and political construction work while managing the safe zone policy. His future is bright. But Gu Heng decided to give him a better and bigger opportunity. Next, Tech Hainan will directly serve as the chairman of the universe in the Forward universe, leading the political and economic work of the Forward universe. He has been here for 2 years. During these 2 years, he has been ordered to conduct research, establish his own ruling team, and establish connections with various local dignitaries in the universe. Now, Gu Heng is listening to his report. Talk about his previous work results, but more importantly, talk about what he will do next. Overall, Gu Heng is quite satisfied. Mainly, Gu Heng is satisfied with this person. In the Mager universe, he is committed to saving those worlds that were originally difficult to save, so that these worlds can get back on track, and some of them have even begun to generate positive benefits and transfuse blood to the Alliance. Gu Heng believes that he is a person with feelings, in line with the overall policy and spirit of the Alliance, and his ability has been proven. Of course, if all of this is transformed into the hero interface of the system, it may be more intuitive. He is an SSR level LV8 character, and his abilities are basically all in the aspects of governance and economic construction. Gu Heng carefully explains some of his own views. Compared with the Mager universe, the situation in the advanced universe is very different. There are more difficult aspects. For example, the war disasters here are even worse due to the spillover of the Algerian War. For example, the way the Alliance recovers the forward universe mainly relies on the victory of a key war, and the huge reputation allows all parties to quickly change their flags, without experiencing the military cleanup of the regimes of various planets. The local dignitaries are stronger than those worlds in the Mager universe that have been generally suppressed militarily. These dignitaries are temporarily convinced, but in the long run, when the Alliance system is implemented locally, I am afraid that there will be more deep resistance. But there are also good aspects. The great reputation and legitimacy that the Alliance gained in the Algeria War will be the sharpest knife in Tekkenot's hand next. Sometimes, he has to deal with a local dignitary without having to use force, like in the Mager universe. It is very likely that he will have to tie his hands and come to the door just by pulling the banner of the Alliance and talking. Immediately, Gu Heng also put forward his own requirements. What he hopes to see is that the forward universe can be integrated into the Alliance system as soon as possible, start to operate, and keep up with economic construction, so that it can start to supply blood for the expedition as quickly as possible. At the same time, the Algeria starfield, which everyone thinks is a blank and humans are almost extinct, is actually a huge treasure to be excavated in Gu Heng's view. It is a blank sheet of paper here, but the natural resources are still there. Just like when the Alliance was founded, the several star regions and dozens of worlds that were once occupied by the Iron Tooth Empire for a long time have now become important granaries. The hundreds of blank sheets of paper in Algeria that people can freely paint on are actually a considerable fortune. All of them are invested and developed by the Alliance. The scale may be too large, but when necessary, these things can be taken out as bait to arouse the interest of local people and make those local dignitaries willing to work for the Alliance. Tech Hainat listened attentively and recorded. After the report and exchange, he promised Gu Heng that he would give a satisfactory answer in the next 10 years. In addition to Tech Hainat, the other person Gu Heng wanted to listen to the report was Yin Fangxiu. This forward ceremony was also held for him. Next, the march to the Tianwang universe is just around the corner. The Dark Side expedition is about to enter the next stage. After entering the Tianwang universe, Gu Heng hopes that Yin Fangxiu will focus on one thing in addition to the regular expedition plan to recover one world after another. Find a channel through the Scarlet Scar. According to Gu Heng's calculations, there are several areas of subspace turbulence on the entire Scarlet Scar that are relatively calm. In these places, there may be channels that allow normal fleets to pass through stably or unstably. If a stable channel can be found, that would be the best. Gu Heng is not completely unconcerned about Holy Terra. To be honest, after all, the other side is the more essential area of the entire human empire. This is true in terms of population and productivity. No matter what the relationship between the two sides will be in the future, it is very important to at least find such a channel and control it in one's own hands. You can go to the other side when you advance, or you can defend the channel to isolate the two sides when you retreat. Yin Fangxiu understands his mission and assures Gu Heng that he will do his best to achieve his goal. Overall, the time they spent together was not long. The friendship between the two of them was that of old revolutionaries, and Gu Heng was very confident in Yin Fangxiu in many matters. Calculating the time, the ceremony below had reached its climax, and it was time for Gu Heng to appear. After tidying up his clothes, he got on the car and headed for the main venue. Fellow countrymen, comrades in arms, defenders of human civilization. The world under our feet was once a scorched earth polluted by aliens, but now it is a pure land that millions of soldiers have exchanged for their lives and beliefs. 3 years ago, when the roars of the two aliens resounded through the starry sea and the human world and the entire star field was destroyed, it was countless soldiers who built a defense line with their steel bodies, and it was the workers, farmers, and mechanical priests who supported the front line with their sweat and wisdom. Many of them have been buried forever in this land. Let us pay the highest respect to all the heroes who have sacrificed their lives for the future of mankind. Salute. This victory belongs not only to the Alliance army, but also to every world that is held on in the darkness. Fellow countrymen of the forward realm, you have fought against the greenskins' frenzy in isolation and protected the fire of your homeland under the fangs of the Zerg. You have proved that humans will never bow to despair. The survival of mankind depends on the blessing of the God Emperor, as well as our own unity and resistance. The forward realm has officially become a part of the human alliance. This is not conquest, but liberation, not the annexation of power, but the sharing of responsibilities. The light of the Thunder Torch Tower connects all star regions, and the technology of the Mechanicus will be open to every world. Those local governors, caravan leaders, and legion commanders who were once trapped on the lonely star, the fleet will sail to the prosperous market in the east, your engineers will participate in all the great constructions, and your descendants will become the next generation of generals and governors in the Alliance's academy. Yes, I will not deny it, and I want to emphasize to you, the management of the Alliance does mean change. But the pain of change will eventually be soothed by common prosperity. We don't need separatist warlords and divided ideas. What we need is a unified market, efficient administration, and shared security. Those who are worried about the loss of power, please look at the industrial clusters in the Mager universe and the free trade port in the Audon Star Zone. Under the banner of the Alliance, local interests have never disappeared, but have been sublimated into the interests of all mankind. Welfare. The Alliance will guarantee everyone who contributes to the Alliance, to humanity, and to the Emperor. No matter what kind of contribution you make, whether it is planting a grain, tightening a screw, or managing a planet. No matter what it is, it will be remembered. However, the Dark Side expedition is far from over. The remnants of the greenskins are still in the Starry Sea, the shadow of the Zerg has never been far away, and all kinds of aliens are great enemies in this era of catastrophe, not to mention that the whispers from chaos are still corroding people's hearts. Our great cause is still continuing. The main force of the expedition has completed its preparations under the leadership of Marshal Yin Fengxiu. After the celebration, they will set out again, heading west and south. Army, enter the Tianhuang universe, and reclaim this central world. And the reorganized core of the Forward universe will also be reorganized within the next 6 months and join forces with the main force of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. The scars of the Great Rift tore the Empire apart, but let us see the truth. Only by abandoning sectarianism and closely linking the fate of every planet, every army, and every person, can mankind continue the flame in this dark galaxy. Starting from Algeria, the cheers of this grand ceremony will turn into the horn of the expedition. Wherever the Thunder Torch Tower shines, it is human territory, and wherever the Alliance flag points, it must be the direction of light. Forward universe forward. For the Alliance. For mankind. Chapter 879. Is this a dream? Gu Jing realized this very quickly. The bizarre colors and the ever-changing scenes around him, from the bustling streets to the barren wilderness, from the forest to the desert. This is definitely not a scene that can be seen in the normal world. But this is not just a dream. If it was just a simple lucid dream, how could he be so close to the subspace? It can even be said that he is already in the subspace. To be honest, this scene only made him a little nervous, but not too intense. The main reason is that he has encountered similar things quite a lot since he was a child. Thanks to his good father, there are many subspace beings who are interested in him since the moment he was born, and they want to get close to him in various ways. The ways of getting close are different. Of course, all this is not something that Gu Jing, who was a child, can contend with alone. But his father protected him very well. Those evil spirits would only dare to probe a little, but if they dared to extend their claws a little closer, they would be mercilessly smashed by thunder. And until a cinch demon, who was the most courageous and thought his methods were the most powerful, 1,000 Changes Demon Lord, was caught by Gu Heng himself, cleaned of all the subspace essence, and stuffed into his son as an external intelligent assistant, the mini-peeping finally stopped slowly. Especially after Gu Jing himself became an adult, he showed his excellent psychic talent and became more and more handy with the application of his own intelligent assistant. He could handle ordinary peeping by himself. Therefore, he had not seen such a method for a long time. Suddenly, he felt a little nostalgic. After appreciating the ever-changing scenery in front of him, he felt that he could not continue to play with the other party. Psychic energy began to surge, and a chirping being with wings on its back, a bird's head, and a human body, holding a staff, was materialized. As the power surged, Gu Jing searched the spiritual space where he was, looking for the existence behind the scenes that pulled him in. After a moment, Gu Jing hummed softly, feeling a little interesting. Unlike the subspace opponents he had encountered before, the people who attacked him this time seemed to have some special skills, hiding very deeply, and it was really difficult to find them for a while. However, as long as it exists, there must be traces. He has already touched the traces. It doesn't matter if you can't find it along the traces, as long as you can hit it along the traces. He stretched out his hand in the air, and the birdman behind him also made synchronized movements. A translucent blue thread was caught from midair and fell into the hands of both of them at the same time, extending towards the illusory sky and disappearing into the horizon. But as long as they caught it, it would be fine. A bolt of lightning appeared from the hands of Gu Jing and the Birdman at the same time, extending far away along the thread. After another moment, the entire space began to tremble. Obviously, the one who was electrocuted was not comfortable. Gu Jing smiled and prepared to do something more severe. Please wait. A cold female voice echoed in the space. Gu Jing ignored her. You told me to wait? Then the electric shock. Another round of electric shock. The owner who constructed this space finally couldn't bear it anymore. In the air in front of Gu Jing, a graceful figure of a human figure was quickly outlined. She was panting slightly, and she staggered a little when she appeared and almost lost her balance. Gu Jing noticed her pointed ears. Eldar? But she shouldn't be the dark elves. Her skin was not gray or purple-black, but around pink, and her long light golden hair was a bit dazzling. Her dress was also completely different from that of the dark elves. Although it was full of alien style, it didn't look disgusting. But she was still an alien race that should be eliminated. Moreover, who can confirm that this alien image is not a scam created by some treacherous subspace existence? Although Gu Jing did not detect any smell of fraud in her, nor the smell of common subspace demons. However, he also knew something about the subspace, and did not dare to believe it easily. Seeing that the other party seemed to be about to say something, the safest way was to prevent the other party from saying it. The power of thunder continued to extend to the other party along the silk thread in his hand. As if she was wearing an electric collar, the female Eldar who appeared was numbed by the electric shock. Please wait a moment. Don't. She continued to speak with difficulty. But Gu Jing did not give her a chance. He had already felt that the entire space had become unstable under his constant electric shock. With a little more effort, he could get out of this strange dreamland very close to the subspace where he was inexplicably dragged in. There was something, so he would explore it after he left. Anyway, no matter what the other party came with, it was not polite to suddenly pull him in. However, Gu Jing did not achieve his goal completely. At the moment when the entire virtual space was turbulent to the point of collapse, a missile came from the horizon. The wings of the changeable demon lord suddenly spread out, protecting Gu Jing inside. After the explosion, the wings spread out, and Gu Jing saw that in the explosion just now, the Eldar lady had been blown away, half lying on the ground and struggling to get up. Not far away, a person wearing a red robe and a gear-shaped sun symbol represented his identity from Mars. Gu Jing's knowledge was very profound, and he recognized that the details of this Mechanicus costume showed the identity of its owner, who should be a great sage of the Martian sect. Then he looked at his face, the many mechanical parts extending from his red robe, and the long staff in his hand composed of countless gear structures. These things were combined with many scenes he had learned in his memory. Isn't this the great sage Call of the Martian Mechanic Church? The great sage Call seemed to have had some friendship with his father, and had provided some help to the Alliance. Please wait, Mr. Gu Jing. Allow us to communicate for a few more minutes. Gu Jing slightly withdrew his strength, and planned to listen. At the same time, the light on the staff in the hand of the changeable demon lord behind him kept flashing. Gu Jing had made all the preparations. He was doing three things at once. First, he was calculating in more detail whether these people in front of him were real, or a new conspiracy of some subspace existence. Second, he was further controlling this space that was about to collapse due to his psychic electric shock, so as to reverse the situation. Thirdly, you should be prepared to listen to what these two people have to say. Chapter 880. The Eldar race has long been in decline, but despite this, Princess Aurelian has never suffered such grievances in her long life. She is not a flower in a greenhouse. Even though she is called a princess, she only enjoys more training resources, but in contrast, she has a greater and heavier responsibility. The current situation of the Eldar race cannot support a princess who is truly pampered. She has never failed what she has undertaken. After she embarked on the path of the spirit which, her performance has always been excellent. She also went through fire and water without hesitation when the Ark Kingdom needed her, and in the fierce battle, she sacrificed her blood for the survival of the tribe. In her opinion, for her tribe, she is willing to do anything. Even if it is a dangerous mission, she will not hesitate to do it even if it is a life-threatening situation. So, under the order of the Queen and the inspiration of the Great Prophet, she accepted a difficult task that was responsible for the survival of the entire race, and followed the goddess pioneer Lady Medner to participate in the Battle of Cadia. The limited power of the Eldar was not enough to reverse the outcome of the Battle of Cadia. The Chaos Army eventually destroyed the world, and created a terrifying Scarlet Scar. But they also played a role. They successfully persuaded the great sage Kal and his group to rescue them from the disaster of the broken star and bring them into the webway. This is the name of the passage opened up by the Eldar in the gap between reality and the subspace, which is currently only available to the Eldar. In essence, the webway technology used by the Eldar is the same as the technology used by the Dark Eldar to travel through the real universe through the city of the Gap of Comoros. It's nothing more than the Ark Eldar. That is, the Eldar who have not fallen. They just don't have a great city like Comoros. According to the original plan, after Mebniel, Aurelian and others picked up the great sage Kal and many survivors of the Battle of Cartier, they should go to the Super C star in the Infinite Star region. On the mother star of the Infinite Warrior, a son of God is sleeping. Robert has been sleeping for 10,000 years. According to the prophecy, he will wake up after sleeping for 10,000 years. Now, it's time for him to wake up. The Eldar brought a gift. After the hands of the great sage Kal, the armor called Destiny will be able to save Robert's life and wake him up from his endless sleep. But the premise is that they have to reach the Super C star safely. However, the warp demon will not let them go so easily. After they escaped into the webway, the demons that followed them never stopped chasing them. After a month of fighting and running, they finally got rid of the pursuit, but they were also lost in the webway. Although they had the guidance of the goddess Pioneer Mivner, and the navigation of the most outstanding spirit which Princess Aurelian and their team, they still couldn't find a way out. After another month of wandering around without a clue, they had to admit that they were lost in the webway. In this case, they had only one way. Through the connection of prophecy and fate, try to contact a person who has the closest relationship with the fate of the Eldar race. And that person is Gu Jing. Aurelian planned to summon Gu Jing into the dream, and then toss him around a bit. At the critical moment, she would appear as a savior and a guide to win his favor and establish a good relationship. Then, she would use Gu Jing as the coordinate in the real universe to lead them out of the network. However, this strategy was shattered at the very beginning. Princess Lin Wu, who thought she was quite capable, suffered such a big loss for the first time in her life. When the image of the big demon appeared behind Gu Jing, she already felt bad. When Gu Jing raised his hand and grabbed the silk thread connecting her to this illusory space, she wanted to speak out to stop him. However, when she was still thinking about how to speak and how to start, she was electrocuted. After that, she didn't even have the chance to speak, and she was electrocuted all the time. This is why she felt aggrieved. It's not like she had never suffered losses and failed before, but the person in front of her was the noble spirit which Princess. You didn't even give her a chance to say a word. What was even more aggrieved was that, after being forcibly connected to the dream by the great sage Kal and saved, she wanted to say something to save her face, but was stopped by Ms. Mebner. Although the pioneer of the goddess did not show up, she stopped her words in his mind. We cannot destroy the future of the race because of impulse and arrogance. That's what Mebner said. She also said that the reason why the great empire of the spirit race was destroyed, and why it fell to the current situation after the destruction must be arrogance. Aurelian didn't agree, but what else could she do? She could only shut up. But that didn't stop her from staring at Gu Jing with resentful eyes, trying to make him feel unhappy. Gu Jing ignored the Eldar princess next to him, who was almost electrocuted by him. After listening to the story of the great sage Kal, he interrupted him in surprise. You mean, after the Battle of Kadia, you escaped from the demons for a month, and then got lost for a month, a total of 2 months? Yes. Kal's mechanical voice was a little confused, as if wondering why he asked this question. As far as I know, the Battle of Kadia was 63 years ago. Gu Jing's voice was very light, but it sounded like a loud bell in their ears. 63 years? Kal was silent for a moment, as if he was digesting the news. After a long while, he finally spoke. I didn't expect it. The speed of time in the webway and the subspace is indeed different from the real universe, but I didn't expect it to be so different. In our perception, only about 2 months have passed. While speaking, he took out a timer from his red robe and showed it to Gu Jing. The time written on it is indeed EP874. In the new history textbooks compiled by the Alliance, this year is written in great detail and marked very clearly. This is the first year when the Battle of Cartier ended, the fortress world was destroyed, the Scarlet Scar appeared, and the era of the Great Cataclysm began. Well, we shouldn't pursue that history. Another light voice sounded, and in the illusion in front of him, a lady wearing a simple white robe, floating barefoot, wearing a golden blue olive crown, and emitting a faint light all over her body was outlined. I am Maeve Neal, the pioneer of the Windsor Goddess. We really need your help now, Mr. Gu Jing. Chapter 881. How can I help you? Gu Jing asked a question. We need you to guide us to the destination we have already set. Tell me more about it. Gu Jing looked like he was listening attentively. Mebniel explained it in detail. They had already set the destination for this trip in the webway earlier, so there should be no problem. However, the explosion of Cartier and the appearance of the Scarlet Scar had a huge impact. Before we got lost, our navigation was stable. In fact, it is still working now. However, we did not expect that the connection between the subspace and the real universe would change so drastically. In your words, it is the so-called Scarlet Scar. The drastic change caused our navigation, which originally relied on the connection between the subspace and reality, to be completely disordered. It sounded reasonable. Gu Jing could understand the changes. If the Eldar traveling in the webway were compared to ships sailing in the dark sea at night. So, the navigation they use is based on many lighthouses that pierce the darkness, and the unchanging stars in the sky, as a mark to confirm their current position and the direction of the target. Under normal circumstances, this is no problem. Whether it is a lighthouse or a star, it is usually unchanging, or even if there is a change, it is within the predictable range, changing periodically and regularly. But a catastrophe completely overturned everything. All the stars are in chaos, and the lighthouses have all shifted. As a result, the navigation in my hand still guides the direction in the original way. Isn't it certain that I can't get out? However, Gu Jing still had a core question. Then how did you find me? And why must I be the one to lead you out? He looked at Call while asking. Gu Jing never gave up the calculation. The intelligent assistant behind him kept checking the surrounding environment and the people in front of him. He was afraid that these guys might be some kind of subspace entity to deceive him. It was possible that those cinch demons would come up with some strange and weird methods. But he was still confident in his ability. After investigating for so long, he basically ruled out the possibility that these people were disguised by some subspace entity. Although he still maintained a strong vigilance, he was indeed curious about what was going on with this rather strange group of people. And among them, compared with the two suspicious aliens, Call, who had a friendship with his father, was the one who was more trustworthy. But Call shook his head slightly at this time. His eyes looked at the two ladies next to him. You have to ask them both. I asked the same question as you, but I didn't get a definite answer. Princess Aurelian said, we said that because Gu Jing is related to the fate of your clan, you can find him through the prophecy. Call added to Aurelian's words, but just this sentence is not enough to convince Mr. Gu Jing. You have to make the reason clearer. You don't believe us? Aurelian asked, don't forget who rescued you. If it weren't for us, you would have died in Cartier long ago. Call remained calm. Indeed, you are right. This is why I am willing to control the situation and allow Estella, Miristine, Chanting, Rosamond and others to continue to maintain our cooperation. However, this does not mean that I completely trust you, nor does it mean that I will believe every word you say. Aurelian sarcastically said, you are unwilling to fully trust your savior? At least you have never saved Mr. Gu Jing's life, and the target you are trying to gain trust for now is not me. After saying this coldly, Call shut up. His meaning was very clear. He would not guarantee any words from the spirits. He had appeared before and saved Princess Aurelian simply for the ongoing cooperation between the two parties. The spirits did not lie to him, but at least they concealed something. Next, whether Gu Jing agreed to the spirits' request was up to Gu Jing himself. Even if the decision was a yes or no, it might make him continue to be lost in the webway. So what exactly is your so-called fate connection? Gu Jing's psychic tentacles wandered around Mavener, and fine runes appeared in his golden eyes. It's better not to use prophecy or other excuses to evade me. But it is a prophecy. Our tribe once ruled the Star Sea, and it was also the most outstanding psychic race in the history of the entire universe. When he said this, Mavener's expression was a little proud, but he immediately retracted it and turned into sadness. But in a disaster that was much more terrible than the current Scarlet Scar, our tribe was destroyed overnight. The remaining tribesmen split into many branches. Over the long years, in each tribe, whether it was the prophets on each ark, or the druids in the wilderness, or the witches and old women among our fallen tribesmen, all received a prophecy in various ways. The most rational son of the youngest evil god will return to the world in the end era to determine the final fate of the elves. There are different interpretations of this prophecy, roughly 3 categories. The first one is that the youngest evil god is Slaanesh. Born on the corpses of our tribe, she is indeed the youngest evil god today, and the source of our tribe's suffering. If she is interpreted as the youngest evil god, then we should look for her most rational offspring. But it is obvious. Of course, You don't believe this interpretation, Gu Jing said, otherwise you wouldn't have come to me. Yes. Although many of my people have been trying to find the most rational one among the descendants of Slaanesh, they have never found a suitable target. The second interpretation refers to your emperor. You call him the God Emperor all day long. Although he is different from the four most unspeakable ones in the warp, he can be considered to be valid just in terms of power. And if he is interpreted as the youngest god, then this goal is very clear. Robert, who has been sleeping on the Super Sea Star for 10,000 years, is the most rational one among the many descendants of your God Emperor. Most of the interpretations of the prophecy are on him. Gu Jing didn't know if this was true or not. He had read a lot of the history of the Empire, or the myths of the Empire. The legendary son of God Robert, the ancestor of the Infinite War Corps, was indeed such a person. However, that still had nothing to do with him. He was waiting for the Eldar Pioneer to tell their third interpretation. The third interpretation is you, Mr. Gu Jing. But I'm not a descendant of God, he retorted. Indeed, you're not one yet. Mebniel's words were quite meaningful. Hee hee. Gu Jing sneered. Do you want me to believe that my father will become a god in the future? This is what Mebniel meant. It's still hard for me to believe you. Mebniel tapped the void with her bare feet, and the olive branch crown made of unknown metal suddenly burst into a star-like halo. The space they were in was originally a forcibly constructed illusion. The light and shadows changed, as if the water was rippling, and the place where they were suddenly turned into a clean delivery room. Gu Jing had never seen this scene, but it didn't prevent him from seeing his mother, Ms. Yilixia, lying on the delivery bed. This should be the scene of his birth. We observed the ripples of fate when you were born. This is the truth that the Ark Council exchanged for the Eternal Prism. The interpretation of the prophecy for you and your father gradually appeared at that time. So the dirty things that my father mentioned also include you, the Eldar? Gu Jing suddenly laughed. So you have been spying for decades? There was anger in his smile. Even the 1,000 changes demon lord behind him suddenly spread his wings, and every feather on them was changing color. I'm sorry, but this is related to the final fate of our clan. I don't care about your fate. I just want to know what you are going to do. Call, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Here, I can add one thing. The mechanical voice was full of rationality. I once had an agreement with Robert. You? With Robert? The son of God? He has been sleeping for 10,000 years. Yes. You have lived that long? Yes. On some levels, this is not a secret. Okay, please continue. Gu Jing still has basic respect for Call. The great son of God has foreseen his own death. He asked me to try to revive him after his death. Now, I have built the armor of destiny that can save the son of God. Resurrect. The son of God? Yes. But what does it have to do with him? Gu Jing was referring to the Eldar? This armor can only be truly activated with their power. What about me? What role will I play in your script? Mebniel said, we can never be sure which interpretation of the prophecy is correct. Even the most outrageous Slaanesh theory cannot be completely ruled out. In this case, we must take multiple approaches. This action has nothing to do with you. It is to revive Robert. In addition to the prophecy, we also need a sufficiently wise and powerful existence to lead your empire, and find an ally for our people. But we are now accidentally stranded in a lost situation, and because of one aspect of the prophecy, we can only find you in the real universe. We need your power to serve as a new beacon in the display universe, so that we can calibrate our navigation. As long as we succeed, we can reach Robert's sleeping place instantly through the webway. So, even if it is for your empire, please help us. After hearing this, Gu Jing pondered for a long time. The amount of information is too much. Whether it is Call's claim that he has a lifespan of 10,000 years, and that he can resurrect the Son of God, or the prophecy said by the alien that his father will become a god in the future. These are all beyond imagination. But to some extent, he tends to believe it. Even the most outrageous point, that is, Gu Hang's deification, may not be really so absurd. He knows the magnificent power his father possesses. Even if he says that his father is now a god, it doesn't seem to be too exaggerated. After digesting it carefully, he finally said, I'm sorry, I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to communicate with my father. Gu Jing is no longer a young man. Now he is 80 years old, although he still looks like a young man, but in the long study and the practice of alliance government affairs, he has long been a mature man. It is also because of this that he can't be strong alone and make any key decisions rashly. He is mature enough, so he is clear enough to realize that this kind of thing can't be done without telling his father. No! Aurelian burst into emerald flames around her body, Once Gu Heng intervenes, his power will be too obvious, which will destroy the stability of the network. The subspace demon army chasing us will arrive at the first time, and it may even attract the attention of Slaanesh. You have no say in this. Gu Jing sneered and tore the lightning thread apart, and the entire dream space began to collapse. He had never really believed in those people who pulled him into the dream, so he never gave up the idea of turning the tables. Now, the one who is in charge of this dream is no longer the spirit witch princess who constructed the dream. Maeve Neal's shadow flickered. Please wait. We can open some memory cores in exchange for your trust. The promise of the Eldar is less trustworthy than the excrement of the horror. There is no room for negotiation. Even if you continue to wander in the webway for 60 years, you can't stop me from contacting my father. Aurelian was so angry that her pointed ears turned red, but Maeve Neal locked her throat with psychic power. The pioneer wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth. Let go, let Mr. Gu Jing go. We need allies, and we really need to be more honest. Gu Jing's psychic power finally began to weave the spark rune. When the silver-white flame illuminated the entire space, Mivini suddenly groaned and knelt on the ground, and Aurelian fainted directly. Father agreed. Gu Jing said so when the rune extinguished. His eyes were fixed on the picture revealed after the dream collapsed. This was a barren land with a limited width. He could see the ends of both sides, but looking forward and backward, it was endless. He saw the living saint with white wings on his back, the space marines of the Black Crusaders wearing black and white armor, the space marines with runes all over the silver-gray armor, which looked quite special, the stormtroopers of the Inquisition, the Skitarii, and the Eldar troops. They were not just a small team, but a mixed army. And in this desolate land, a crack opened up. Just now, when Gu Jing contacted his father, the drastic impact caused had already appeared. In the crack, a large number of subspace demons swarmed in. Chapter 882. The swarming demons almost filled up the seemingly wide webway in an instant. Prepare for battle. Maintain formation. Many human warriors shouted and formed a battle formation. Gu Jing quickly identified the composition of this mixed force. Space Marines, Skitarii, Battle Sisters, Inquisition troops, all included. This basically includes the most outstanding people in the human empire. Especially among the Space Marines, the largest main force comes from the Black Crusaders. The Alliance had dealt with this regiment in the Iron Armor War. According to the records of the Alliance, this regiment must be taken seriously. They can almost be regarded as the largest single regiment in the entire human empire. The Iron Armored Regiment, which was destined to be hostile to the Empire, had been reborn to the point of being unbridled for hundreds of years. At the end of the war, according to post-war statistics, the total strength of the Iron Armored Regiment at its peak before the war may have reached more than 7,000 or 8,000. However, the number of legitimate Black Crusaders is probably not less than this. And if you think that these Black Crusaders are only in numbers, you are wrong. Although due to the huge scale, it is destined that it is impossible for each of them to reach a very high level. However, this does not damage the strong combat power of the real elites in the Black Crusaders. The most famous is the Black Cross Champion Swordsman. Each of them is pursuing the path that the great champion Siegis, who was born in the Golden Knights and founded the regiment, once walked. They respect the sword, try to reduce dependence on external objects, and pursue the way of the sword with all their strength, thus possessing a strong combat power. At the moment, the number of Black Crusaders here must exceed 1,000, probably about 1,003 or 4. Dozens of champion swordsmen, as the eyes of the entire front, are pillars. At the same time, Gu Jing can also observe that there are two people worth mentioning among the leaders of the Black Crusaders. The first is Marshal Shirui, who once fought side by side with the Alliance. He is the Marshal of the 4th Fleet of the Black Crusaders. He served as the Deputy Commander of the Northern Line during the Iron Armor War. After the Marshal of the 2nd Fleet had an accident, he took over the command, and then further merged the 2nd Fleet and the 4th Fleet, which suffered heavy casualties, to form a new 2nd Fleet, with him as the Marshal. In general, after the Iron Armor War, his status in the entire Black Crusaders has been able to steadily rank among the top 3. But he is not the Commander-in-Chief of the current Black Crusaders, but still plays the role of a deputy. And the only person who can make him willing to serve as a deputy is one person. The current Supreme Marshal of the Black Crusaders, Rosamund. At the same time, he is also known as the first swordsman of the Empire. There are not many people who are not convinced. Among them, quite a few deliberately came to challenge and were defeated. According to Gu Jing's father's classification, Rosamund not only reached the level of God's chosen champion, but it can even be said that he is the top in this level, and it is even possible that he has surpassed this category. Under the holy sword of this black marshal, no matter what kind of demon, it is like tofu, and is chopped into pieces in various ways. During the Iron Armor War, Shirui should have reached the peak of the regiment champion, and half a foot has stepped into the level of God's chosen champion. After 100 years, he now seems to have reached the level of God's chosen champion. Together, with the champions of the Black Crusaders, they are the backbone of the entire army lost in the Web Way, and the most important force. But this does not mean that other people are not important. Most of the Space Marines are Black Crusaders. In addition to them, there are about 500 Space Marines from other chapters. Their paint jobs are varied. It is estimated that they are Space Marines that are convenient to pick up when the Eldar rescue people. The organization is scattered, and the sources are complicated. Now it seems that they are fully under the unified command of the Black Crusaders. But among these more than 500 people, there are about 150 warriors with relatively uniform paint jobs. They wear silver-gray armor, but the extra decorations on their bodies are exaggerated. Space Marines do like to decorate their armor with all kinds of things. The traditional pattern of the regiment, the Imperial Eagle symbol, the skull symbolizing the purity of mankind, the ribbons and marks that show the purity of faith, some prayers of faith. These things seem to be of no help to the combat effectiveness of the Space Marines, but in fact they are not. Even if they are really useless and are just for appearance decoration, they are actually very important. Really sophisticated armor, a bunch of bits and pieces hanging on the body, looks like the equipment of the Honor Guard uniform, but it is practical armor. Don't always think that armor is purely for use, and is a simple combat tool. Not really. Art and practicality can be combined into one. A piece of gold inlaid relief on the power armor, and a skull eagle on the right seem to be all visual effects. They will not make them safer, but rather like a burden. But in fact, when such Space Marines arrive on the battlefield, the morale-boosting effect they bring is amazing. This effect is largely due to the artistic appearance. A group of handsome armored men can stabilize the morale of the entire army. Their silent and determined fighting can make friendly forces that would otherwise collapse voluntarily stay and obey orders, and grit their teeth to continue to hold on. At the same time, the uniform and gorgeous armor will also bring a huge morale bonus to the Space Marines themselves, which is more effective than any flags and languages. In the collective, this kind of courage and cohesion can enable them to challenge goals that were originally impossible to challenge, which is a qualitative change in the improvement of the army's combat effectiveness. What's more, in this era, those decorations that symbolize human will, consensus, and pure faith in the Emperor are not just appearances. As long as they come from the right source, they can really help the Space Marines resist damage, even strengthen their strength, and even make their luck better. But despite this, it is still too rare to see this group of silver-gray painted Space Marines covered with various carved metal prayers. Gu Jing had worked in the Space Marine Management Committee of the Dark Side of the Empire, and had learned a lot about Space Marines, and identifying the war band was one of them. However, among all the information, there was never any appearance of this war band. But he soon remembered a war band with a very high level of confidentiality, and very little information could be collected on the dark side of the Empire. Even in the Management Committee, it was not sure whether it really existed, the Grey Knights. According to the information of questionable credibility, this war band was not a subgroup of a certain founding war band. They were very similar to the structure of the Silver Watch war band. They were the most elite warriors secretly selected from various war bands, plus the gene seeds specially approved by the High Lords Council, and the new blood cultivated from their own secret training base, forming such a war band. They only carry out tasks related to the demons in the warp, and the confidentiality level of each task is very high. It is said that after the mission is completed, they will kill every living thing related to their mission, whether it is the enemy or their own people. They are experts in dealing with demons. Their special armor full of prayers is all aimed at psychic energy and demons, which will greatly curb the extraordinary power of the enemy. Whether you want to hurt them with witchcraft, or try to protect yourself, or change the environment, you will be restrained by these prayers, the special talents mastered by the Grey Knights, and the skills trained in a special way. At this moment, Gu Jing has seen this mysterious war group, which he was not even sure whether it really existed before. They really live up to their reputation. In Gu Jing's opinion, although the 3 core members have not reached the level of Rossmond, at least one of them has reached the level of God's chosen champion. Holding the scepter, the power of psychic energy combined with the special skills of the Grey Knight swept through one demon after another. He probably had the strength of an alpha-level psychic, which was similar to Gu Jing himself. If he didn't count the Wanbian Demon Lord plugin he brought. But even if Gu Jing's plug-in was counted, it was actually not easy to fight. The opponent was not only a controllable alpha-level psychic, but also a combination of top-level warriors and anti-psychic units. The other two did not have the status of top-level psychics, but they were still the top warriors, with special means of anti-psychic and anti-demon, one holding a long-handled broadsword and the other holding a two-handed warhammer. When fighting other types of enemies, they can only be regarded as relatively powerful group champions. But when fighting demons, these two can go up a level and reach the level of God's choice. None of the remaining Grey Knights were weaker than the NCOs, and a large proportion of them reached the level of the company champion. With the anti-psychic and anti-demon equipment, skills, and talents, overall, their efficiency in killing demons was even higher than that of the Black Crusaders, which were 10 times their number. If the Black Crusaders were the backbone of this army, then these 100 Grey Knights were the sharpest knives. They were always able to identify the most threatening demons among the swarming demons, and find ways to get rid of them. This greatly relieved the pressure on the human side. In addition to the Space Marines, there were the Crusaders of Kul, the Inquisition led by a female Inquisitor named Mirastine, who Gu Jing had already known in the previous introduction, and more than 2,000 battle sisters, forming a total of about 10,000 troops. They were undoubtedly the ace elites on other battlefields. But here, they were mainly helping the Space Marines, and trying to maintain the front line. However, the three leaders among them must also be mentioned. At this moment, Kul himself was firing at full power. In the combat state of the Great Sage, the strange mechanical body was fully unfolded to a height of more than 10 meters, and all kinds of long-range firepower were fiercely bombarding the enemy. Especially the Yongyan Ion Ray. Even with the resistance of demons to conventional firepower, they would be annihilated if they were touched. At the same time, behind Kul, there was a huge mechanical device. Kul had at least 5 mechanical arms, operating them frantically. One by one, the mechanical servants were adding materials to the machine, and this machine produced fighter soldiers with combat effectiveness that could not be underestimated at a very fast speed. They fearlessly rushed towards the demons, fought hard, and when they were defeated, they decisively exploded themselves, dragging groups of demons to death. Anyway, they were just temporary creations, so they didn't feel sorry for them. And the leader of the Battle Sisters, Estella, was a living saint. Under the white wings, there were holy maidens who accompanied her in the battle. With each swoop after Estella flew up, a holy flame would be left on the path she rushed through, burning groups of demons to death. The units of the Eldar were the fewest, and they were not in a military formation. However, they seemed to be everywhere, interspersed in various places on the battlefield, killing demons one by one. Maeve Neal was the most conspicuous one. She claimed to be the messenger of the Windsor goddess, holding a sharp blade, and her combat performance was actually on par with Marshal Rosemond. Even the most inconspicuous Inquisitor Mirastine was a powerful warrior. The judgment bullets fired from her pistol were also deadly. At the same time, she is also an outstanding commander. The stormtroopers of the Inquisition are filling all over the battle line, showing an unyielding will. The entire team is really luxurious in terms of high-end combat power. In terms of troop quality, it is also extremely outstanding. They are slaughtering demons that far exceed their own number every moment. However, under such brilliant results, no one showed a happy look. The reason is that no matter how strong they are, they will get tired, and there will always be people who die under siege. However, the demons that appear now are endless. No matter how high their slaughter efficiency is, the number of demons in front of them has never decreased. The pressure they bear has not decreased at all. Gu Jing. You must think of a way. Where is Gu Hang? The attention he attracted is the source of the demon's arrival. Princess Aurelian's voice sounded. He can't just ignore it. Gu Jing ignored the princess. In that moment of communication with Gu Hang, he already knew that his father could not take action directly. Otherwise, the real trouble will come. But he is here. He has to think of something. The Eldar are fine, but at least we can't let this elite army be lost in the webway. The figure of the Lord of Change appeared behind Gu Jing, more solid than ever, and every feather on his open wings was flashing in a myriad of ways. Ms. Maviner, Grand Master Chanting, I need your help. Chapter 883. Medniel and Grey Knight's Grand Master Chanting, although they didn't know what Gu Jing was going to do, they were helpless in the current situation. The reason they could stabilize the front now was purely because time was short. If they dragged on, when they were too tired and the troops' ammunition and casualties reached a critical point, they would probably collapse in the blink of an eye. Since Gu Jing now showed that he had a way, then just believe him. Gu Jing's psychic power outlined countless witchcraft runes in the void, and the wings of the changeable demon lord suddenly expanded to 100 meters. Medniel and Grey Knight's Grand Master Chanting injected psychic power into the core of the magic circle at the same time, and the silver-white flames rushed along the rune veins. Under Gu Jing's guidance, and the analysis of the changeable demon lord, the powerful force of the three powerful psychics fully combined played a very good effect. There were a total of 44 subspace rifts that could be seen on the field, and at this moment, they were all blocked. Gu Jing's move was aimed directly at the root of the current problem. Chanting and Medniel were a little stunned. Who doesn't know that blocking the subspace rift is the root solution to the current problem, but it is too difficult to do it. The opener of the subspace rift should be outside the webway. I don't know how many big demons were attracted, tore open the barrier of the webway, and commanded the endless demon army to enter. The webway is located in the gap between the subspace and the curtain of the real universe, and secrecy is its greatest feature. But once the secrecy is broken and the specific location is caught, there will be nothing that can help them. After all, under such a large and intense attention, even the solid curtain of reality will be torn, not to mention the webway barrier in the gap, which is much weaker than the curtain of reality. How to seal the cracks without solving the big demons outside the webway, but Gu Jing obviously didn't do that. No matter how powerful he is, combined with the power of the Grey Knight's Grand Master and the Eldar God, it is impossible to instantly repel an unknown number of big demons, but anyway, there are many big demons. Then, the method Gu Jing took should be to find the mechanism of these cracks in a targeted manner, strengthen the power of the webway barrier in a targeted manner, and seal all the cracks. It is not to fight against the big demons tearing the barrier outside, but to use the power of the webway barrier itself to fight against the power of the big demons. This scene is amazing. Gu Jing's precise grasp of the subspace and quick calculation, as well as his superb skills in mobilizing power, are amazing. It seems that the Vientiane demon lord behind Gu Jing, who purified, enslaved and controlled them in a way they could never imagine, also played a big role. Anyway, if it were them, they would never be able to do this. He is indeed the blood descendant of the future god. Don't be too happy too soon, you can't stop them for long. Gu Jing reminded them. Speed up the elimination of all the demons in the webway now, and reduce the interference. Medniel, start your navigation now, I will help you. We must get out of here before the webway barrier is breached again. Gu Jing didn't say what would happen if he failed. Anyway, he would be fine, just run away if things got bad. But fortunately, everyone else knew the seriousness of the matter. Everyone was fighting desperately. Rosamund's holy sword split the torrent of flesh and steel, and Marshal Shirei led the Black Crusaders to launch a strong attack. The Grey Knight's psychic shackles temporarily imprisoned the three most violent demons, and Estella's holy flame formed a flowing fire wall at the gap in the defense line. Mirastine took over the command of the nuns and the Skitarians at the same time, no longer conservative as before, but doing her best to attack at the cost of casualties, in pursuit of quickly destroying the demon's living power. The mechanical arms of the Great Sage Call ejected 16 sets of mechanical arms, and they were quickly operated on his portable casting machine. A moment later, the drone carrying the servo skull quickly flew out and flew towards each blocked rift. There were flying demons trying to intercept, but Call's long-range firepower escorted his drones, and shot down the fear demons from midair. Finally, these drones released in saturation mode, equipped with disc-shaped mechanical devices, were embedded in the nodes of the psychic matrix used by Gu Jing to block the rift, and released regular golden flames to burn the demons who tried to approach and break the blockade barrier from the side of the webway. At the same time, these devices were also exerting their power to extend the duration of the blockade. It was very important to buy time, giving the coalition forces of humans and the Eldar more opportunities to eliminate the demons. As the number of demons dropped sharply in a short period of time, the subspace interference had been reduced to an acceptable level. At this moment, Gu Jing's psychic power, under the guidance of Mavener, has been connected to the navigation beacon. Aurelian shouted, "No! Still can't locate. We need the coordinates of the real universe. Gu Jing needs to return to reality." This is obviously impossible. As soon as Gu Jing left, the blockade was broken, and the demons poured in again, and everything was in vain. But if he didn't go back, he couldn't provide the effect of positioning in the real universe. This is a dead loop. At this time, Aurelian was once again worried about what happened before. Why did Gu Jing insist on contacting his father? He honestly agreed, left a beacon, and then quietly returned to the real universe, set the beacon, and became a lighthouse, and then they could safely re-establish navigation without alarming the demons in the subspace, let alone letting the situation develop to the current situation. Gu Jing was too lazy to pay attention to this idea. He smiled and said, "Why worry about not having coordinates in the real universe? I am the Alliance, and if I am here, the entire Alliance is here." His words were a bit boastful, and his father's words were more or less true. However, when his father promised, his words could be considered to be somewhat true. In an instant, countless coordinates exploded in everyone's consciousness. The last moment, the Eldar's navigation was still in chaos, but in the next moment, countless lights appeared in the darkness. Why worry about not having coordinates? In the dark side of the Empire, the tens of thousands of worlds that have already belonged to the Alliance have each become a lighthouse that can be used by the Eldar navigation to correct their position. And their real destination, the Super Starfish, was also clearly revealed. This is a miracle, but this is not the time to be amazed. Princess Aurelian put all her strength into a shocking scream. The psychic power pushed the arc orrery into the ground, and the web structure groaned under the heavy load. The silver-white spiritual light thread extended rapidly, constantly connecting every human and Eldar unit together. But at this moment, a seal of the subspace rift, which was originally in a relatively stable condition, suddenly began to shake violently. The voice of a demon lord came clearly from outside the seal. The lewd sound was so clear and attractive in this fierce battlefield. A moment later, this big demon squeezed in from the seal. The 12-meter-tall Slaanesh big demon looked roughly human-shaped. The sharp horns on his head were like argali, and his light pink skin had a strange glimmer. The left chest is a strong and beautiful chest muscle, the right chest is a full and round breast. The abdominal muscles are beautiful and perfect, the legs are slender, and each pair of arms holds a gorgeous magic blade. But this is what a few determined people see. For most people, the appearance of this great demon is the most beautiful appearance in their hearts. This directly affects the combat strength of a considerable part of the human troops. Under the natural spell of group charm, even those with weak wills suddenly turned against their sides and pointed their guns at their companions. In the chaos, an Eldar shouted in fear, "Shuki! It's Shuki!" This is naturally the name of the great demon. Shuki may not be the most famous of the Slaanesh demons, but he must be the one with the most Eldar blood on his hands. For a long time, the Eldar have always been the favorite race of Slaanesh. In order to please Slaanesh, Shuki has always been obsessed with chasing the Eldar, seducing, hunting, and sacrificing countless Eldar souls. Every time it appears, it is the deepest nightmare of the Eldar. And there is no doubt that this great demon, whose existence time is longer than the history of the human empire, is one of the most powerful under Slaanesh, and is an absolute god-exalted great demon. Its characteristic of hunting the Eldar makes it have an extraordinary interest in hunting the so-called gods' messengers, and a large number of Eldar elites. With its own powerful strength, it was able to squeeze into the seal in the flesh at the critical moment. This does not mean that the seal has been broken. After it came in, the seal closed again. Even if the strength of the seal was greatly reduced due to its forced entry, it still exists at least now. However, even if it is the only one that comes in, the impact is amazing. The positioning that was almost successful suddenly became blurred, and the silver-white silk thread that was about to cover all the personnel began to fade in the blink of an eye. The interference brought by a god-exalted great demon is stronger than that of a demon army. Expel it. Without Gu Jing saying anything, the most elite commanders and warriors among humans had already made the decision. The Grey Knight's Grand Master quickly called for the Grey Knight's anti-psychic means to take effect, eliminating the group charm effect brought by the great demon. The Black Crusaders had already begun to give the great demon the warmest welcome with roaring grenade launchers. However, ordinary weapon attacks were like taking a bath for the great demon, and were not very threatening. In an instant, the great demon that had entered the human line broke through the Black Crusaders' shield wall, aiming directly at the Eldar hiding in the crowd. Especially Maeve Neal, who was its biggest target. In silence, Roseman made his move. This sword saint, in silence, was actually the one closest to the demon. He charged silently, coming at a very fast speed, and swung out the long-awaited holy sword. Only then did the demon realize his existence. It could feel the thread brought to it by the sword saint. It held 4 gorgeous weapons given by Slaanesh, and fought with exquisite skills. It seemed to be dancing, with swift and elegant blades, and there was a melody between the swings. However, the demon's charm failed to break the sword saint's will, and the gorgeous sword dance failed to repel the sword saint. For a while, the two of them were actually in a stalemate, although it seemed that the further the fight went, Roseman would soon be at a disadvantage. But he was not fighting alone. The most mobile helper arrived first. The living saint descended from the sky with a raging holy flame. The golden sword in her hand was burning with fire, and it worked well with the black sword saint. And the final decision was made by Gu Jing and Mavnir. They no longer focused on navigation and positioning. With the interference of the Great Demon, navigation could not be formed, and it must be cleared first. The Wanbian Demon Lord behind Gu Jing waved his staff, and the majestic psychic power went away. After showing the delicate operation before, he was also able to show pure psychic violence. And Mavnir took out some ancient methods. As she silently recited, several scars appeared on the Great Demon's body. Those were the most important injuries left in the battle between Shakshi and the Eldar over the long years. Attack there, it's its weakness. This information was passed to the minds of everyone who participated in the battle. At the same time, she also tried her best to activate the psychic magic, and directly bound it when Gu Jing had just blasted it a little dizzy. It is difficult to bind a great demon for too long. However, a moment is enough. Under the Swordmaster, the few wounds from history that were revealed were all grasped by him. And the few swords that hit caused terrible damage. Xiao Keki screamed shrilly, and its momentum immediately withered. Gu Jing added more strength, and the psychic power roared and completely blasted it to pieces. Xiao Keki died. But this is not a complete death. Its subspace essence has not been captured. After being killed, it will eventually return from the subspace. However, this time is at least calculated in hundreds of years. At least it can't make trouble now. The interference to the Eldar navigation was quickly quelled and resumed. The silver thread began to spread again, and the location of the super starfish was revealed again. Before the seal was about to be broken, they finally completed all the preparations. Inquisitor Mirastine ordered the troops to detonate all the holy blood grenades to delay the demon's advance. Then, the silver starlight engulfed everyone. Chaotic light and shadows kept flashing in front of their eyes, and everyone felt their bodies rolling constantly. This kind of physical sensation of force crossing must not be considered good. However, when everything was over and everyone fell to the ground on a piece of frozen soil, they fell down to earth again, which was really hard to help but cry. Finally escaped. What was even more surprising was that when they looked up, they could see the giant sculpture of Robert, the Son of God. The mother group of the Infinite Warriors, the place where the Son of God was sleeping, the Super Starfish, had arrived. Chapter 884. Gu Jing stood up, his eyes swept across the statue of the Son of God, and he stepped on the white snow under his feet and took a long breath. Although he had acted confidently throughout the whole process, in fact, how could he not be nervous at all? But fortunately, so far, all the results are still pretty good. From the Black Crusaders to the Grey Knights, or the relatively ordinary troops such as the Inquisition and the Crusaders, there are definitely casualties, but overall, it is completely within the acceptable range. Turning his eyes to Mavnir and the Great Sage Call, Gu Jing said, "I have fulfilled the request you made to me. Now, most people have safely arrived at the Super Starfish. Now, it's time for you to fulfill the reasons you used to convince me before." What he said, of course, was to resurrect Robert, the Son of God. "Of course, this is our goal," Mavnir said. "We are now near the North Pole of the Superstar. The next step should be to find the base of the Infinite Warriors, get in touch with them, and gain their trust." When he said this, Gu Jing raised his head and looked into the distance. No need to look, they are coming. When his son and his party successfully arrived at the Superstar, Gu Hang, whose consciousness was in the kingdom of Storm God, smiled and raised his head. "Look, I already understand the rules of the game. I followed the rules completely this time, and I won. Behave, you should retreat." A scream echoed outside Gu Hang's kingdom of God. The Dark Prince was very unhappy and unwilling. But so what, this time, he did lose. What a pity. The prey was very valuable, especially the small but elite Eldar team, and the leaders Mevner and Aurelian, which were all what she wanted very much. But losing is losing. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only end this game first. But it didn't matter. They still had a long time that was almost eternal, so they could play slowly and well, and didn't care about winning or losing this game at all. After Slaanish's screams gradually faded away, Gu Hang heard Korn's furious roar again. He was more likely to hear such sounds now than before. It was probably the beginning of another game between Slaanish and Korn, the biggest rivals and enemies. After confirming that those guys were far away, Gu Hang sighed helplessly. In the subspace, the confrontation between evil gods was called the Great Game. What a bullshit. Gu Hang didn't want to play these so-called games at all, and didn't think these games were so great. But he had to play. He had a feeling that the stronger he got, the less free he was. The gods had treated everything as chess pieces, and a game for a long time, but he had to join in. But he soon figured it all out. Why was he free in the past? It was because he was too weak, and he was too far away from the truth of the real universe, so he could seem to be free to do this and that. And more importantly, he had to admit that someone was carrying the burden for him to move forward. When he first became a god, why was there no trouble in the subspace? Why was he always taking advantage of the power of the kingdom of God in the subspace to tear open the cracks in the real universe, and invest the power of the kingdom of God in the real universe to suppress others, and there were no other powerful enemies in the subspace to deal with him? He originally thought that everything was natural, and that this was how the world was. The Emperor? Perhaps the Emperor gave him some help, but he mainly relied on himself. However, after reaching his current position, he knew that relying on himself was nonsense. In the game of these 5 levels, if there was no one to protect him in the subspace and carry the burden forward, he would probably have been hit hard and died, when there was a strong interference with the real universe. When he was still weak, not to mention those powerful people in the subspace, even a great demon like Shakshi would be enough to destroy him. How could he bring out a sword master like Rosamund? How could he have the help of the Eldar god envoy who had countless confrontations with Shakshi, exchanged the lives of countless people for confrontation experience, and left eternal scars? To put it bluntly, it was all thanks to the Emperor's protection. In the early stage, he had Gu Hang's Kingdom of Storms under his wings, making it difficult for other malicious warp powers to find him, giving Gu Hang and his alliance precious time to develop. Now, he has reached his current position. Even among the powers in the warp, he is not an opponent in a head-on struggle with the same conditions. However, he has at least reached this level, and it is not a big problem to protect himself in his own kingdom. At this time, don't count on the Emperor's protection. It's not that the Emperor doesn't want to, but it's impossible. The greatest significance of the protection provided by the Emperor is to hide Gu Hang. But now, with the size of Gu Hang and the alliance, it is impossible for him to hide. Other powerful people have regarded him as a rival who has entered the house, and have even begun to invite him to play games. On the contrary, now is the time for him to provide shelter for others. Take his son for example. In the battle in the webway, everyone, the Eldar unit, played a very important role. And the biggest hero was naturally Gu Jing. Gu Hang, on the other hand, did not play any obvious role in the matter itself, and even played some negative roles. The exchange between Gu Jing and Gu Hang made the situation in the webway suddenly complicated and difficult. This is alright. But what about at a higher level? That's a joke. If there was no Gu Hang, there would be more than one Shakshi who squeezed into the webway barrier. Slaanesh didn't know how much he coveted that Eldar envoy. That was his core interest. If there was no Gu Hang watching, Slaanesh would have no opponent in this game, and he would be the only player. Then could he still be so honest? He would definitely make an effort to interfere, and lead the game to the ending he wanted. This is the meaning of Gu Hang's existence. Even though he couldn't help Gu Jing, and even seemed to have side effects, he gave Gu Jing, the Eldar, and the Space Marines a relatively fair chance to fight the demons, instead of being trapped in a doomed ending under the intervention of Slaanesh. Now, the children have arrived at the place where the Son of God sleeps in Super Starfish. That is on the other side of the Scarlet Scar. Gu Hang's power is not easy to cross the Scarlet Scar to affect that side, because Gu Hang is now, to a large extent, a racial god. Not the racial god of all mankind, but the racial god of the Alliance. Now, the influence of the Alliance on the other side is very small. Only before the Great Rift appeared, when Gu Hang's achievements in the East spread to the West, he attracted a group of fans, especially on Holy Terra, which allowed him to exert a little influence on the other side. But the influence is too small. The key is that there is also this Scarlet Scar in the middle as a barrier, which makes it difficult for Gu Hang to know and understand some information on Holy Terra. Not to mention the Super Starfish, who has almost no influence. Gu Hang really can't control the things over there. He can only rely on his son's own performance. However, he is still quite optimistic and confident overall. On the one hand, he still trusts Gu Jing's ability. On the other hand, he can't control the other side of the dark side of the Empire, but he is not the real human god. That side is the home court of the Emperor, so he doesn't have to worry too much. He should continue to worry about the dark side of the Empire. The Dark Side expedition has been going on for more than 60 years, and it has been more than 30 years since the Algerian War. The victory of the Algerian War basically announced that the Greenskins, a great enemy that humans will face during the Dark Side expedition of the Empire, have withdrawn from the game. The death of King Bonebreaker means that the Greenskins in the real universe have suddenly lost their most powerful leader. After the Greenskins' second brother Gomeo was secretly plotted by the four gods and suffered a great loss, he had to temporarily hibernate and reduce his intervention in the real universe. This has caused the Greenskins' power in the real universe, at least in the dark side of the Empire, to fall into a huge trough. It is still very difficult to eradicate this race. However, after surgery and chemotherapy, the cancer has been greatly reduced and the situation has improved a lot. Perhaps, in the future, the Greenskins will eventually develop again and set off a green craze again, bringing huge challenges. But at least not now. After reducing a major alien enemy, the overall process of the Dark Side expedition has been much easier. At the same time, the victory of the Algeria campaign also brought a great benefit. The Void Zerg was annihilated by a very important tentacle fleet, and they were not able to replenish it for a while. The entire forward universe has been completely recovered in the few years after the end of the Algeria War, and the digestion process is relatively fast. Now it has become one of the solid territories of the Alliance. The degree of stability is definitely not as good as the Spider Universe and the Eastern Universe, which have been controlled by the Alliance for hundreds of years, but at least it is not worse than the situation in the Mager Universe. The person in charge of the forward universe, Tech Hynot, has done a good job. After the war in the Advanced Universe was largely over, the Western Expeditionary Force entered the Tianlong Universe. The Tianlong Universe was no longer considered part of the Eastern Territory. According to the division before the Great Cataclysm, it was part of the Central Territory of the Empire. However, after the appearance of the Scarlet Scar, the Great Rift across the Empire also cut a small part of the Central Territory to the dark side of the Empire. After almost 30 years of expedition, the Tianlong Universe was basically recovered. Gu Heng also gave Yin Fangxiu a task, asking him to search and check if there was a stable channel that could pass through the Scarlet Scar and connect to the other side of the Empire. Unfortunately, Yin Fangxiu did not find it in the Tianlong Universe. However, although this mission was not completed, the overall Dark Expedition was still going smoothly. In fact, the situation in the Tianlong Universe is generally worse than that in the Mager Universe, the Forward Universe after removing the Ohm and Lia Star domain. Because the Tianlong Universe is quite close to the Scarlet Scar, the influence of chaos is much more serious than other places. And here, after entering the house, Gu Heng had to play many games with the four gods. To be honest, there are wins and losses, and the losses are more. Every loss does not mean that the war in the real universe will be lost. After all, the real universe is still material, and the influence of the subspace is great, but it is not completely decisive. However, when Gu Heng loses, it always brings huge losses to the Alliance forces in the real universe. This makes Gu Heng very angry and helpless. But no matter what, the overall trend is still good. Although the battle in Tianlong Universe was tough, at least up to now, Tianlong Universe has been largely recovered. Compared with the Western Expeditionary Force, which had a lot to do with Gu Heng's participation in the great game between the gods, the Alliance's journey in the south was smoother. The initial combat targets of the Southern Expeditionary Force were the two universes of Adan and Guangjin. At the end of the Algeria War, these two universes had been beaten to pieces. Now, the Southern Expeditionary Force has spread the war to Dingyuan and Ningxiu, and the battle is nearing its end. At present, the Alliance already has 8 universes, including Spider Web, East, Mager, Qianjin, Guangjin, Adan, Dingyuan, Ningxiu. You can also count the 1/4 of the Devouring Star universe in the northern border of the Empire. In total, there are more than 43,000 worlds, and the estimated total population is about 100 trillion. Moreover, many of the policies adopted by the Alliance are completely thankless in the traditional politics of the Empire. But the Alliance did just that, steadily repairing those worlds devastated by war step by step, striving to make them recover quickly. After decades of persistence, these long-term investments are gradually generating returns, giving back to the Alliance and the entire expedition. Chapter 885. Due to the Alliance's long-term investment in various places, the Alliance was under some pressure in the early stage, and the speed of the war expansion was not as fast as expected. People now often like to compare the Dark Expedition with the Sun Expedition that started almost 200 years ago. The difference between the two is actually quite large. In terms of scale, the two are similar. Although the Dark Expedition was launched from only 2 universes, it has quickly swept to 8 universes, and in the long run, it will be further expanded to the entire East and South. Although the main battlefield scope of the Sun Expedition is only in the Solaria universe, it is not like the Dark Expedition has expanded to the scope of 8 universes. However, the difference is that the scope of the Solaria universe is quite large, with a total of about 10,000 worlds, which is equivalent to 3 or 4 times the scope of the Forward universe. Moreover, Although the battlefield scope of the Sun expedition is relatively small, it involves a much wider range, and the entire Empire is providing support for that war. Judging from the results, the Sun expedition took 60 years to conquer 10,000 worlds, while the Dark expedition took 60 years to expand the Alliance's territory to more than 40,000 worlds. It seems that there is a gap of several times, but in fact it is not. The Dark expedition conquered the Empire's territory, which is much easier to fight. Especially as the Alliance's Dark expedition is in full swing, the military pressure is less. After all, those Empire worlds are not the Alliance's enemies. They often welcome the Alliance's arrival. The Alliance's real enemy is just the threat suffered by those worlds. The Battle of Algeria is a typical example. After 2 or 3 years of fighting, the war was over, and the 3,000 worlds in the advancing universe surrendered instantly, and the rule was quite stable. Other places, although not as large as the Algeria War, the pattern is very similar. If the biggest threat to a planet is eliminated, the planet will basically return. These planet-level threats are most likely some rebels, cults, and the like. Eliminating a star-level threat can often bring about the return of multiple star-level regions, and dozens of worlds. Eliminating a threat in a star field will quickly bring hundreds of worlds in this star field to surrender. That is generally an interstellar rebel, a cult force, or an alien threat, or an invasion of a chaos demon army. From this perspective, it is reasonable that the Dark Side expedition is progressing fast. After all, when the Solar expedition was fighting, there was no such convenience. The Solar expedition fought outside the Empire's territory, and every world, every star region, and every star field had to be gnawed with effort. If we say that the two wars can be compared in terms of scale, the impacts on the Empire and the human race are completely different. So far, the Solar expedition has been concluded to be a continuous disaster for the Empire. Not only in the 60 years of the expedition, the Empire has continued to spend a lot to support the expedition. After the expedition, it seems that a huge universe, like Solaria with more than 10,000 worlds has been expanded. But these 10,000 worlds have hardly brought much benefit to the Empire. Instead, riots have continued, which is a continuous bleeding point and burden for the Empire. Gu Hang's Dark expedition is truly recovering the lost land of mankind. Moreover, the policy of heavy governance that the Alliance has long adhered to will quickly restore normal production in those worlds. From the overall point of view, the Dark expedition is a positive return. And it is a huge return. The difference between the two is obvious. It is precisely because of the large return of the Dark expedition that the entire expedition not only did not make the Alliance physically and mentally exhausted due to the long time, but instead continued to add fuel to the expedition and became more and more turbulent. In fact, the current Dark expedition headquarters is already discussing that since the Southern Expeditionary Force is fighting so smoothly, it is better to add an Eastern Expeditionary Force and let it go south along the Guangjin universe to attack the Lingyuan universe and the Turga universe. The final target is the edge of the southeast corner of the Empire's territory, the Carlolia universe. The southern line continues to go south along the Ningshou and Dingyuan universes, which have been conquered, to attack Maoyang and Xiang universe. At this point, the largest of the 5 territories of the Empire, the East Territory, will all fall under the control of the Alliance. In terms of the number of worlds, this is almost a quarter of the Empire. The effect of the accelerated expansion is evident here. Without further squeezing the Alliance's homeland, and without raising the level of the mobilization order, the investment in infrastructure and industry in the newly expanded areas is enough to support the further expansion of the expedition. It will not even have a big impact on the Alliance's investment in the newly occupied areas. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang approved the order to create a new expeditionary force in a new direction. The Dark Side expedition, which was already very fast, was once again accelerated. In the next phase of planning, within a period of 15 years, the entire eastern part of the Empire should be completely recovered. At the same time, the central territory of the Empire, after the Tianwang universe, the Western Front Expeditionary Force has now entered the Ando universe. In the past, the Ando universe was already considered the core of the Empire's territory. Going west from the Ando universe is the Sun universe, where the heart of the Empire, Holy Terra, is located. There is also a place close to the Scarlet Scar. The Western Front Expeditionary Force can basically be regarded as fighting close to the Scarlet Scar. The intensity and strength of the war are all higher than other places, and the subsequent situation is estimated to continue like this. But we cannot ignore the achievements of the Western Front just because it is difficult to bite, and the bite is slow. Just like we cannot conclude that the Northern Front has no achievements just because it has been on the defensive, and has not expanded its territory in the Dark Side expedition, but has continued to lose troops and generals. On the contrary, the North Line Legion established a solid defense line at the edge of the Alliance's hinterland, preventing the troops that rushed out of the Scarlet Scar from directly entering the Alliance's most important core territory. This is their greatest achievement. The most generals were trained from the North Line. After reviewing the overall situation of the Dark Side expedition, Gu Heng turned his attention to the overall development of the Alliance. At present, the most important engine of the Alliance is still the earliest Alliance territory, which is centered on the Dragon Eagle Star region and expanded to the Eastern Universe and Spider Web Universe. Especially the Dragon Eagle Star region, which maintains a high-speed economic development. Since the Dragon Eagle Star region was unified by the Alliance, it has never been interrupted until now. Even if the growth rate has slowed down in recent years, it is because the size is too large and has reached a certain limit. But even so, the recent economic growth rate can reach about 3% per year. And if we look at the period from unification to now, the average economic growth rate is about 6%. The overall economic scale of the Dragon Eagle Star region has been considered an upper-middle-level star region economy in the East since 110 years ago, and it has expanded almost 600 times since then. The population has also increased by nearly 10 times from less than 1 trillion at the time of unification to 10 trillion. From an economic point of view, the Dragon Eagle Star region alone is more than 50 times that of a smaller universe such as the Forward Universe. This is the result of the Forward Universe receiving a lot of investment and vigorously developing for 20 to 30 years after it was incorporated into the Alliance. If it is calculated compared with when the Forward Universe was just incorporated into the Alliance, this number can be nearly 100 times. Even if we only talk about population, after the Algerian War, the population of the Forward Universe was emptied, and the population size after the war was only about 5 trillion, less than half of the Dragon Eagle Universe. It is precisely because of the Dragon Eagle Universe as the central engine that the development of the Spider Web and the Eastern Universe has been driven, and further connected to all the newly occupied areas of the Alliance, investment can be exported and returns can be obtained, so that the overall economic model of the Alliance can be established, allowing the Dark Side expedition to move forward stably and healthily. For the Alliance, the importance of the Dragon Eagle Universe is equivalent to the importance of the Sun Universe to the entire human empire. Perhaps, there is no single world in the Alliance that can reach the level of the mother planet Holy Terra. Whether in terms of population or economic scale, the situation of Holy Terra is rare in the entire universe, and can never be replicated. But to be honest, Gu Heng has no intention of replicating a Holy Terra in the Alliance. In his opinion, it is too unhealthy for a single world to be like that. On the one hand, in terms of security, once Holy Terra falls, the consequences are almost unacceptable for the human empire. Politically unacceptable, economically unacceptable. On the other hand, Holy Terra is so developed, but when it comes to the Terra people, how much of the huge economic dividends have they enjoyed? Enjoyed, but not much. There is no need to say much about the high housing prices and high living costs. It is precisely because Holy Terra is crowded with too many people that there are not enough resources. The ecological environment of the entire planet is almost destroyed and relies entirely on technology and manpower to support it. The wealthy and powerful class is naturally not worried, but for the vast civilian class, the living conditions on Holy Terra are not good at all. Although the Alliance also has the core of the core, such as the Tianma Star region where the Alliance started, such as the Wrath of the Owl and the Winged Star, or the Yunluo Star where the capital of the Star region is located, and the other core of the Forging World Jinni Star, but in general, the economic development of the Dragon Eagle Star region is relatively balanced. The population pressure is evenly distributed, so it will not be as great as that of Holy Terra, nor will it be like Holy Terra, where all the eggs are placed in one cage. Gu Heng is quite satisfied with this economic model. He is consciously not to let the Alliance have an absolute central world, whether in terms of economy or politics. In addition, even if he looks at the scale of the entire star region, he thinks that the scale of the Dragon Eagle Star region is already large enough and concentrated enough. Of course, he will not intentionally reduce the development of the star region. Develop as you should. However, under his instructions, the Alliance government is intentionally strengthening industrial transfer to other places. Chapter 886. The strong economy of the Alliance is the foundation of everything. And what is the foundation of the Alliance's economy? It is the Alliance's efficient administrative efficiency. This is inspired by the Hero interface, which brings high-quality talents, political commissar training, and Jomsi Academy training, which brings high loyalty and integrity. Without the improvement of administrative efficiency, the Alliance's highly planned economic system cannot be maintained under such a large scale. Gu Heng knows this better than anyone else. His investment in this aspect has always been consistent. With the Alliance's expansion to such an extent and the constant war outside, the number of grace points Gu Heng gets every month is a very large number. It is normal to earn tens of millions a month, and there are additional tens of millions or hundreds of millions of income depending on the war situation. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, an average of 300 to 500 million grace points each year have been considered ordinary years. Other places can no longer consume such a large number, but Gu Heng can't let so many grace points lie on the books and eat dust. The biggest application scenario is on people. Military training and administrative staff training are 2 major areas, which are calculated in billions every year. Another major part is where Gu Heng adds more money to the economy. Building exchange. The presence of the building interface is not as strong as other system functions, but its long-term value is no worse than others. The college building is working hard to provide talents to the Alliance, and in a sense, it is no worse than the enlightenment function of the hero interface. After all, the enlightenment function is mainly used to cultivate not elites, but the upper echelons of the Alliance. No matter how many grace points Gu Heng has, the number of talents that can be enlightened and upgraded in a year is ultimately limited. Millions or tens of millions of people may seem like a lot, but when thrown into the current tens of thousands of worlds in the Alliance and managing a population of 1 trillion, it is still not enough. The education system of the Alliance is the cradle that truly cultivates a large number of elite talents, and even more common ordinary talents. The concept of the college building function that Gu Heng specifically redeemed is the so-called famous school concept in the education system of the Alliance. In fact, even famous schools are not enough. The more popular ones are ordinary colleges and even junior and senior high schools. But no matter what, exchanging a college building and building a famous school means about 50,000 graduates a year. Although they are not as outstanding as the enlightened talents, if they are calculated according to enlightenment, these 50,000 people will cost Gu Heng 500,000 grace points. And exchanging a school is nothing more than a few hundred or a few thousand grace points. Not to mention, only after receiving a relatively good education can there be a higher probability of enlightened talents. If everyone starts out as an illiterate, no matter how great their potential is, it will probably be difficult for the system to recognize it. Various social sciences, science and engineering, medicine, military academies, zhongxi academies, etc., have been established throughout the Alliance in order to cultivate high-quality talents and add fuel to the Alliance's economy and expeditions. Another major project of building exchange is factory construction. This thing is more crude. When you exchange one, you actually add a buff of increased production capacity to an existing factory. The rapid economic development of the Alliance is also related to this item. Hero enlightenment, building exchange, and training in the soldier card system are the 3 major consumptions of grace points, which are bottomless pits. Under the current size of the Alliance, these 3 directions can consume as many grace points as possible. As long as Gu Heng is willing to invest, there will be output. However, in addition to this, Gu Heng still invested a large number of grace points in the technology interface. If we talk about the functions with a particularly strong presence in the system, then the technology interface must be the top priority. Otherwise, how can we say that technology is the primary productive force, talent, system, policy? These are of course the engines of economic development. But the role of technology should never be underestimated. The leapfrog development of the Alliance is inseparable from the bonus given by the black boxes exchanged from the technology interface. However, at the current level of the Alliance, the help that ordinary technology can provide is no longer that great. Unfortunately, the good things in the technology pool are limited, and the pool will be drained. The tens of millions have been drained. If you want a high probability of getting good stuff, you can only try to get the 100 million. But the cost of a lottery of hundreds of millions of grace points. Even Gu Heng, who is now quite well off, still trembles a little when facing this price. He must weigh the cost. 100 million grace points, whether used to inspire talents, exchange for buildings, or even to supplement soldiers and train, are a considerable amount. As long as you spend it, you can bring a visible improvement to the Alliance. Is it for luck? Gu Heng's answer is yes. You have to take the chance. On the one hand, he wants to try his luck. On the other hand, even if he doesn't draw the technology that can bring him a leap forward, it can't be said to be useless. Even if he draws a certain type of cruiser, or a lower-level ship technology, the finished black box and the mother machine black box together mean that every few years, a new production line can be expanded. This set of production lines is the core industry of a planet or even a star region, which can drive a large amount of economic development. Shipbuilding industry has this kind of magic. Even if it is not ship technology, but ordinary military industry, ordinary civilian industry, it is the same. Even if the lottery of 100 million yuan does not produce top-notch goods, it is not bad at all. Over the years, Gu Heng has gradually taken out 2 billion gift points for technology lottery and has produced a lot of good things. For example, the Void Dragon class battlecruiser is a bit like the Holy Grail class. It sacrifices a certain amount of speed and armor, but in exchange for a stronger Void shield and a Void cannon specifically targeting the Void shield, it is still worth a lot. For example, the Victory class battleship is an ancient ship, a technology that the Empire has lost. After its restoration, its combat capability is basically better than the Retribution class. Of course, the cost is also more expensive than the Retribution class. The Ambition class cruiser is the only cruiser in the human empire that is open to civilian individuals or groups for purchase. As a super yacht for the rich, it is not only extremely luxurious, but also retains the firepower and defense configuration that a cruiser should have. The macro cannons aimed at competitors are the most intuitive display of power and wealth. The Navy is a little bit disappointed with this thing if it is put into the main force. However, since it has been withdrawn, it is also good to expand 2 production lines, produce some, and provide them to the Alliance's caravan shipping as a powerful escort ship. Moreover, its original function does not need to be abandoned. Local dignitaries, who are difficult to deal with, can buy these ships that are too expensive to match the cost and let the Alliance reap the benefits. There are also some other types of night mechas, titans, tanks, chariots, civilian technologies. In short, they are more or less useful. Since he has already drawn 20 times, Gu Heng is not so unlucky that he can't get any good stuff. He still got it. That is, Primaris Space Marine Technology. Chapter 887. Primaris Space Marine Technology. Gu Heng frowned and studied it, and soon felt a little shocked. It is indeed a good product. To put it simply, the so-called Primaris is an evolutionary modification technology for the most common space marine gene seeds. The modified gene seeds will transform into Primaris seeds. This is not a kind of enhancement, but a change. The recruits implanted with the Primaris gene seeds will not only become taller, stronger, and more agile, but also grow 3 new superhuman organs in the space marines' bodies. These 3 superhuman organs are steel tendon, anthem pituitary, and cause furnace. The first 2 will directly bring physical enhancement to the space marines. Steel tendon is just as its name suggests. This part of the organ is like steel, which greatly enhances the physical strength of the space marines. Anthem pituitary secretes special hormones, which can enable the space marines to better and more sensitively control their bodies, and at the same time resist psychic energy and the erosion of the subspace. The last one, the cause furnace, is a life-saving artifact. It is located in the chest of the space marine, near the heart, and is usually dormant. Only when the space marine is seriously injured will it be activated, pulsating rapidly to replace the heart's function, and quickly secreting a large amount of hormones. These hormones can play at least 2 roles. First, it allows the seriously injured and dying space marine to immediately recover to their peak state as if they had received a cardiotonic or a resurrection shot, and continue to fight for a while. Secondly, it allows the severely injured body and internal organs to be repaired immediately. After the effect of chicken blood fades, at least a life can be saved. This means that after having the furnace of call, unless the space marines have their heads chopped off or their entire body shattered, which is a fatal injury in an instant, other normal injuries will be turned into non-fatal injuries under the effect of the furnace of call, thereby greatly enhancing the sustainable combat effectiveness and survival rate of the space marines. With these 3 superhuman organs, the Primaris Space Marines have an absolute advantage over the original version, which may be a bit too much. After all, the Primaris Space Marines may not necessarily crush the original version, especially when they encounter masters in the original version. But under the same conditions, the winning rate of 28 to 80 is probably not a problem. From a utilitarian point of view, there is no reason for Gu Heng not to promote the full primarization of Space Marines. The increased cost is not high. When the gene seeds of the Primaris version are implanted, the success rate will not change much from the old version. The only trouble is that to transform the mature Space Marines into Primaris, they must undergo transformation surgery. The risk of transformation surgery is still quite high. It is necessary to take out the gene seeds from the Space Marines, quickly complete the Primaris transformation surgery, and then put them back. This process itself is prone to accidents. The gene seeds are the core and most fatal things of the Space Marines. Taking them out is very dangerous, even in the operating room. But after all, this danger is controllable. What is even more uncontrollable is that after the transformed gene seeds are reimplanted, the Primaris seeds will begin to undergo substantial body transformation according to the genetic information loaded in them, so as to help the old version of the Space Marines grow new versions of superhuman organs in their bodies, and comprehensively strengthen their bodies and wills. This process is much more dangerous than the surgical process. The gene seed transforms the body of a mature Space Marine. I am afraid that many people cannot withstand such a transformation and will die in the process. According to the technical data extracted by Gu Heng, the mortality rate may reach more than 50%. This is a number that Gu Heng cannot accept. Let all the Space Marines of the current alliance undergo surgery uniformly, and then bear more than half of the casualties, just for the sake of evolution. If Gu Heng makes such a decision, it would be too exaggerated. Unless a very small number of people do this, and the medical department has evaluated that the probability of success is relatively high, or even Gu Heng has time to provide care next to them, otherwise large-scale transformation surgery will definitely not work. Even if all new gene seeds are transformed into the Primaris version, it is theoretically feasible, but Gu Heng still has doubts. In that case, there is no worry about the success rate and additional casualties, but the matter of the Primaris Space Marines itself is enough to cause an uproar. How did Space Marines come about? No matter what the truth is, the propaganda for thousands of years has been saying that Space Marines are super soldiers created by the Emperor using the genes of his offspring. They are called the Emperor's Angels of Death. This matter has very strong political and religious implications. What is Gu Heng's identity? No matter how powerful his authority is, he suddenly announced that there is a new technology that can change the genes of angels. Can Space Marines agree to this? Can the state religion agree to this? The first question is whether this technology is some kind of chaos corruption. Furthermore, if things go wrong, Gu Heng, who came up with this technology, might be suspected. This will shake the rule. Can Gu Heng's authority alone promote the Primaris Space Marines? Gu Heng is a little unsure. However, he has always been a bit bold. It is a bit difficult to directly launch the Primaris Space Marines. However, there are some chapter quotas that can be used to create a brand new chapter, the kind that is completely controlled by him. Maybe you can give it a try. When using it, you have to hide it a little bit and raise the confidentiality level. Even, it can be handled like the Grey Knights chapter, top secret operations, not cooperating with friendly forces. If it is really necessary, you can even kill them. After recovering a series of new space domains such as Guangjin, Yaden, Tianwang, and Qianjin, Gu Heng's current total number of chapter quotas has exceeded 100. It is also feasible to take out 3 or 5 purely newly created regiments and secretly turn them into Primaris. He plans to do so. At the same time, Gu Heng also paid attention to a point. Among the 3 new organs of the Primaris Space Marines, one is named Call's Furnace in the technical data. Who is this Call? He knows a Call. The great sage of Mars, who claimed to have lived for 10,000 years and had an agreement with Robert, the son of God. This Primaris technology actually originated from Call. Great sage, I didn't expect you to be exposed in this way, did you? If you want the Primaris to be released openly, I guess this great sage is still in existence that cannot be avoided. Thinking of this, Gu Heng couldn't help but pay attention to the situation on the Super Starfish. What is the current situation? Chapter 888. Gu Heng saw that the expedition team that arrived at the Superstar had already made contact with the Infinite War Corps. The current situation looks good, and Gu Jing and his group were treated with courtesy at the Superstar. This is actually not simple. If only the Great Sage, the Black Crusaders, the Inquisitor, the Living Saint, and Gu Jing and his group arrived at the Superstar and were treated with courtesy, that would be natural. They are all well-known people with grand reputations in the human empire, and the forces they represent are also very powerful. They have no conflicts with the Infinite War Corps, and even have experience in cooperation. Even among them, the youngest Gu Jing, although he has not had any particularly great reputation, his father's reputation is resounding throughout the Star Sea, and in the Iron Armor War, Gu Heng had some gratitude to the Infinite War Corps. They also had a company participating in the war at that time, and when the North Lion Legion collapsed, they were trapped on the surface of a planet and were rescued by the Alliance. These are all relationships. In this dark era of catastrophe, when it has become difficult for all places to communicate with the outside world, it is only natural to give such a group of friends a good reception. Even if this group of friends asks to meet and pay respect to the Son of God, it is not impossible to discuss. Although generally speaking, the Infinite Chapter rarely allows people other than Space Marines of the Infinite Chapter bloodline to see the remains of the Son of God, only in some special and important ceremonies, under the strict protection of the Infinite Chapter, will a very small number of outsiders be allowed to meet once. But if it is such a group of friends, it is not impossible to discuss. If they don't bring a group of aliens, it will be easier to discuss. In fact, Maeve Neal, Aurelian and others who came with them to the Super Starfish still brought a lot of trouble. Having an affair with an alien is a serious crime. When seeing an alien, not picking up a grenade gun to shoot, but walking side by side, this matter was reported to the Anti-Foreign Order, which would be unacceptable. If there were no living saints, great sages, and great judges present, the Infinite War Corps might have taken action as soon as they met. At the same time, it is also necessary to mention that among the many alien races that the Empire has encountered, the Eldar are the relatively friendly side of the Empire. The so-called friendly is of course not really friendly. Under the general policy of the Empire, any alien should be eliminated without any problem. However, if we really have to prioritize, the white-skinned Eldar are relatively low. In the history of the Empire, although there have been some wars and conflicts between the two sides, compared with other alien races, the number is pitifully small. There are even many recorded secret histories, in which the Eldar army has helped the human army many times for unknown purposes. The number of times they have helped humans, and even the number of times they have clashed with humans, is 50 to 50. In addition, the Eldar are communicable, relatively civilized, not involved in bloody things, have achievements in art, and are close to humans in aesthetics. Even if we talk about the most superficial appearance, the Eldar are almost the most similar to humans among all non-human races. Except for the pair of pointed ears, they can even be considered handsome men and beautiful women in human aesthetics. Of course, the difference in the internal structure of the body is still huge. But if we talk about the body structure, the difference between Space Marines and ordinary humans is also very huge. So aren't they still considered humans? The special nature of the Eldar, and the special nature of the visiting guests, under the double endorsement, let the Infinite Warband put aside some doubts, and reluctantly listen to the words of the great sage Call, lost in the warp for 60 years, survivors of the Battle of Cartier. These Eldar once helped the Empire, and pinched their noses to treat them as a group of guests. But if that's all, they are willing to treat this group of Eldar as guests, which is already the limit. In any case, the Infinite Warriors will never allow the alien race to meet their father. Unless, this group of aliens said that they have a way to save the Son of God. If the aliens said it alone, they would definitely not believe it. But with the endorsement of the Great Sage, the Living Saint, and the Grand Inquisitor, it would be different. This group of people are willing to give a guarantee to the aliens, which is enough to make the Infinite Warriors doubtful. Making deals with aliens, accepting help from aliens, using alien technology. These are not considered loyal things. Under normal circumstances, the Infinite Warriors would definitely not do this. However, breaking these rules, and seeking the resurrection of the Son of God is another matter. It is true that the Space Marines were created by the Emperor, during the Great Crusade, when the Empire was established. They were built based on the Emperor himself, which is also true. But it is a bit one-sided. The Emperor is too great. It is very difficult to inherit the Emperor's genetic template, even if it is infinitely degraded. Therefore, the Emperor first created 18 heirs, who truly inherited part of his genetic template, and were called Sons of God. Then, the Emperor used the templates of these 18 Sons of God to create 18 Space Marine legions. The Space Marines of these 18 legions also regarded the source of their genetic templates as their father. Father is a broad term, a concept, but in fact, it is also biological. After the transformation of the gene seed, the genes of the Space Marines are very different from the mortal fathers, who actually gave birth to them. From a biological point of view, it is not wrong that the Son of God is their father. The genetic father of the Infinite Legion is naturally Robert, the Son of God. 10,000 years ago, Robert, the Son of God, was seriously injured and dying in a battle by a powerful demon prince. In order to save his life, the Son of God was placed in a stasis field. In the stasis field, time is stilled, and the Son of God is completely frozen at the moment before his death. As long as the stasis field stops working, or the Son of God is taken out, death will come. The current era is an era in which the Emperor ascends, and the Sons of God all retreat. As the only one among all the Sons of God with a clear whereabouts, Robert is quite special. During the period when Robert was just trapped in the stasis field, both the Empire and humans were not used to the situation without the Emperor and the Son of God. For a long time, all parties were crazy and tried every means to revive the Son of God. But there is no way. All the treatment methods are only theoretically possible and cannot be guaranteed. However, how can the unreliable methods be used? Once the Son of God comes out of the stasis field, he will die in a moment. It has been dragged on and on until now. The craze for saving the Son of God has long passed, and the Empire has long been accustomed to the era of mortal rule. Put another Son of God on the heads of the High Lords. Will the High Lords agree it is best to go on like this? But it is not for the Infinite Warriors. If they can resurrect the Father of Genes, it will definitely make all the Infinite Warriors and countless blue sons and grandsons ecstatic. Even if this is alien technology, as long as it can really resurrect the Son of God, it is not unacceptable. Besides, it's not completely alien technology, right? The set of things called Armor of Destiny that the Great Sage took out was checked by the technical sergeant and the think tank director of the regiment. It was very exquisite and looked like it could bring the Son of God back to life. However, this matter was too important, and the Infinite Warriors did not dare to make a decision easily. They repeatedly argued the possibility of this matter. If there is no surety, then the Infinite Warriors would rather continue like this. At least the biological father can still sit in the stasis field, and everyone can come to worship and pay homage during festivals. If the resurrection fails, no blue bloodline heir can bear the grief of the death of the Gene Father in front of him. That scene, just thinking about it will make you heartbroken. Argumentation is of course necessary, and Call is also persuading everyone to be patient. But despite this, the Eldars became visibly anxious. Medial met with others many times, claiming that she felt the threat was getting closer and closer. The Chaos enemies would not sit back and watch the Son of God resurrect easily, and their threat was getting closer and closer. It was better to hurry up and get things done before the threat came. Unexpectedly, the chief think tank curator of the Infinite Core, Evanterio, actually supported the opinion. He claimed that he saw the scene when he was making psychic prophecies. He believed in his prophecy and believed that the technology of the Eldar and the Great Sage could eventually successfully revive their Gene Father. However, the leader of the Infinite Core, Nero Claudius, was still hesitant and rejected the request. It's not that he didn't trust his think tank curator, but the matter was still too serious. He was even considering whether to contact and call on more Infinite Core. He needed to seek more advice. In essence, he was still too worried about gains and losses. Want to revive his father, but more afraid of losing him. Gu Heng, who saw the situation on the superstar from the Storm Kingdom with his son as a bridge and eyes, couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the Eldar or the think tank director, the threats they mentioned were not false, but real. Gu Heng could already see that a powerful demon army was on the way to invade the superstar. They came from the real universe, starting from the Scarlet Scar. The demon fleet skipped all places along the way, and with the help of the subspace waves of the Cataclysm, skipped all places and headed straight for the superstar. They came from the subspace, and a huge demon army accompanied them in the subspace. This force, even if it came to invade the Alliance, would make Gu Heng feel difficult. It was almost comparable to the largest demon invasion that the Great Wall defense line built by the Northern Army had faced in the 100 years since the Dark Side expedition began. But you have to know that the northern line of the Alliance is supported by the core territory of the entire hinterland of the Alliance. As long as the battle is deadlocked, strong troops will immediately go north from the Alliance to support it. Even if they don't send troops to the western, southern, and eastern lines, they must first hold the northern defense line. There are 4 full-strength war groups stationed, and another 10 war groups each have a company, rotating on the northern line. There are 5,000 interstellar warriors alone. Not to mention other types of troops. Although the northern line does not directly expand territory, it is a line of defense outside the spider web universe. Once it is broken, it will rush straight into the core hinterland of the Alliance economy. Gu Heng is not willing to bear this loss at all. The northern defense was lost, and the spider web universe was baptized by war. The losses brought were even more unbearable than the annihilation of a front. Compared with the Alliance's northern front, the Infinite Warband is indeed famous, a founding warband with a history of 10,000 years, with countless elites. Super Starfish is also their home that they have managed for 10,000 years, with strict defenses. And unlike many warbands, the Infinite Warband is very keen on managing their own planets, the entire Infinite Starfield and even the universe. The Infinite Warband seems to have inherited this part of the gene from their Gene Father, who was very good at governing internal affairs in the Imperial mythology. Their home is likely to be the most prosperous and peaceful star field in the Empire before the catastrophe, except for the solar star field. The huge political appeal they have can call for support from the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Field at any time. Whether it is the defense forces of each world, the Star Army, or the various subgroups in the 500 worlds, they will respond to the call of the mother group and come to defend their common home and common father. But despite having many advantages, facing such an impact, Gu Heng still has to sweat for the Infinite Warriors. However, there is not much he can do. It is difficult to invest his power there, and it is even more impossible for the Alliance army to support the Infinite Warriors across the Scarlet Scar. He can only send a message to his son, and give him a clear message about the coming of the demon army. After Gu Jing got the news, he immediately understood what his father meant. He had not made a clear statement before, and immediately joined the camp of Kal, the Eldar, and the Tyriot, persuaded the Nero war captain, and shared the intelligence of the demon army, hoping to pay attention to it. However, he still failed to persuade Nero. But it was somewhat effective. Nero became alert, and called for reinforcements in advance. He gathered a lot of troops, and arrived at the Superstar to guard against the demon army. 2 weeks later, the demon army arrived and the Superstar was plunged into war. The scale of the war expanded rapidly. The offensive of the demon army included dozens of worlds outside the Superstar, aiming to destroy the war potential of the Infinite War group and block the support from all over the Infinite Star region. The core of the war was still in the Superstar. The fierce battle made the Infinite Warriors fall into a bitter battle. And against this background, Kal and Mathiel planned a daring action. They wanted to sneak into the God's Air Hall, where Robert's body was placed during the chaos, and activate the resurrection device. Chapter 889. Gu Heng sometimes felt that his son had a reckless impulse. He didn't know who he learned it from. In Gu Heng's opinion, he didn't need to participate in this matter. He could just watch them act coldly, and at most not stop them, but provide some convenience. There was no need to follow them. After all, this matter was very hateful. If he was rescued, then he would be the great benefactor of the Infinite Core. If he was not rescued, he would instantly become an enemy. And it was a blood feud. It was not necessary. What's more, the greater probability was that he would be discovered in the middle instead of being rescued. In this way, the hatred was formed before the rescue stage. After all, sneaking in without permission, and doing something that was no different from assassinating their father to the Space Marines, was unacceptable even in the name of rescue. But a general may not obey military orders when he is away from home, and a son may not necessarily obey his father when he is away from home. In short, Gu Jing chose to travel with the Eldar and the great sages. The subsequent developments were similar to what Gu Heng had expected at the beginning. The Infinite War Corps' main task now is of course to deal with the invasion of the Chaos Demon Army. They are engaged in cruel and arduous offensive and defensive battles with the enemy in the orbit of the Superstar, in the space station, and at various key points on the surface of the planet. But even so, they did not relax their supervision and guarding of the God's Air Hall. Even with Gu Jing, the spiritual power of the Eldar God Envoy and the Princess, the sneaking in was eventually discovered. Fortunately, they still maintained the most basic restraint. When they were discovered by the Infinite Warriors, the Eldar who participated in the battle wanted to kill them immediately, and then continue the action. But the Eldar were stopped by Gu Jing and the Great Sage. The first wave of firing by the Infinite Warriors' guards was intercepted by the Great Sage, and Gu Jing was responsible for blocking the Eldar. The Living Sage persuaded the Space Marines to stop firing first. After making their attitudes clear, the two sides temporarily stopped firing without casualties. Although the atmosphere between them was still tense, they did not continue to fight. Gu Jing and his group were considered to be surrendered. Although they did not hand over their weapons, they basically followed the requirements of the Infinite Warriors' guards, and behaved obediently and honestly. Soon, the angry Infinite War Captain Nero Claudius, and the Chief Think Tank Director Terrio all arrived. They even came from the front battlefield in a hurry. This will obviously have a significant impact on the frontline battle, and many soldiers will even suffer casualties that they didn't need to pay. But the matter of the father of genes is definitely more important. Nero angrily scolded Gu Jing, the Great Sage, and his party. The words were quite painful. The general meaning was, I treated you as guests, and you actually wanted to harm our father. The crime is unforgivable. You are all traitors, bewitched by the aliens. Wait for the trial. Even Nero wanted to execute the Eldar aliens on the spot. At least, he was stopped by the Great Sage and a group of people. Of course, the one who played a more important role was Terrio. This old man, who had also served in the Infinite Legion for hundreds of years, could almost be regarded as the most prestigious one in the Legion. But even so, he could not change the mind of the Legion leader. He even arrested the Black Crusaders and Inquisitors, who did not participate in the action, and prepared to take care of them together. Their weapons were also confiscated at this time and put in a pile. However, at this time, something strange happened. Several sturdy demon landing capsules smashed the ceiling fiercely. In an instant, hundreds of Chaos Space Marines suddenly appeared on the field. The battle started immediately. Logically speaking, the human side present must have a great advantage in numbers. In terms of high-end combat power, there are not only a group of masters who persisted in the process of being lost in the webway, but also 2 of the Infinite Warriors, which are also the top combat power of mankind. However, the guests who are about to be imprisoned are not allowed to participate in the war. They could only watch from the side. However, they were not too worried at first. Some people even exchanged glances with each other. The enemies that jumped down now seemed aggressive, and looked like they were going to airdrop in, and completely kill the Son of God. But in fact, there were only 100 Chaos Space Marines, and the Infinite Warriors were fully capable of destroying them. It was even possible that their private actions caused some mistakes in the Infinite Warriors' defenses, which allowed these traitors to come in. But looking at the current situation, these Chaos enemies actually dared to land directly on the Temple of the Air of God, which was really seeking death. It just so happens that Nero, the commander of the warband, who was full of anger, could vent his anger on these guys. He led his guards to slaughter these Chaos Space Marines. The efficiency of the slaughter was still very fast, especially when no more enemies fell from the sky, which meant that the orbital defense of the Infinite Warriors was still stable, and the worst situation had not occurred. In his anger, Nero also maintained a certain calmness. First, pick the wizards among the enemies to kill. Just like there are think tanks and human war bands, there are also war band wizards among Chaos traitors. Moreover, in terms of threat, because Chaos wizards truly and completely embraced and accepted the subspace, unlike human psychers, who had to balance the relationship between control and confrontation with psychers, their threat was much greater than that of ordinary psyker enemies. Perhaps there was not much difference in strength, but Chaos wizards often had more terrifying, more treacherous, more creepy, and even unpredictable spells. Killing them first would definitely be the best option. However, Nero still encountered trouble when killing the wizards among the Chaos enemies. These wizards would actually self-destruct. He was sharp enough to dodge, and some other warriors, with the help of Terrio, avoided fatal injuries. However, one of his personal guards, his battle brother, was still involved in the Chaos wizard's self-destruction. What was even more terrifying was that after they self-destructed, the rampant subspace evil magic not only did not weaken with the end of the self-destruction, but became stronger and expanded. One after another, subspace cracks appeared at the locations where the Chaos wizard self-destructed, and countless demons poured out of them. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 890. At this point, how could we not tell the plans of these Chaos enemies? The demons are not stupid. They don't expect that 100 Space Marines, who have luckily broken through the orbital defense system and landed on the ground, can complete the assassination of the Son of God. Those Chaos wizards should be selected people with special physiques. They are using the subspace rifts that burst out after their death, so that a large number of demons can descend directly. Terrio and other members of the think tank of the Infinite Warband tried to close the subspace rifts. If it is an ordinary, normal rift, they can do it. But this one won't work now. Behind the subspace rifts, there must be very powerful Chaos wizards, or single demons, who are forcibly holding up these rifts and preventing them from closing. One demon after another, or Chaos Space Marines, came out from them, howling and screaming to attack the surrounding humans. Defend the temple. Nero, the commander of the regiment, shouted and fought on the front line, but in fact, he was already quite anxious. The Infinite Warriors were facing a lot of war pressure at the moment. The main forces were basically on track, and there were several Chaos Demon Army landing points. The guards here in the temple were indeed not very sufficient. Although the temple was very important, it was located in the core area of the capital of the Super Starfish Fortress after all, and it was a very safe place. You can't get here unless you break through the outer fortress. Gu Jing, Call, Mafiel and others were able to get so close because of their status as guests. And the reason they were caught was also mainly because of their status as guests. Mafiel actually wanted to take action, but was stopped. Otherwise, if they really wanted to take action, the Eldar God Envoy, the Great Sage, and the Psychic Masters like Gu Jing, all together, would be enough to quickly eliminate the temple guards of the Infinite Warriors. The lack of guarding force made it very difficult to fight against the demon army that suddenly appeared in front of them. Nero had immediately issued a transfer order to draw more troops from all over to support the temple and defend the Father of Genes together. In addition, he also brought the Infinite Warrior guards and his own guards to block the rifts. It would be best if they could destroy one enemy that came out of the rift. But this idea was basically shattered when a soul grinder emerged from the rift. This is a powerful demon engine with a huge body. It is very difficult to destroy it quickly. And the soul grinder, which was not destroyed for a while, had hell flames constantly coming out of its huge blasphemous body. Regardless of how much damage it caused, at least it made it difficult for the space marines to get close, and sheltered a large number of demons, which continued to pour out from the rift under it. Although it was eventually smashed by the iron fists of Nero's regiment commander, the number of demons that emerged from the subspace rifts at this time was already very large. Nero himself was almost trapped in the tide of demons and chaos warriors, and could not get out. It was Mevniel's psychic power that helped him break through many demons around him, and let him break out of the siege. In this environment, facing the strong pressure of the demons, the infinite warriors had to take the prisoners and retreat step by step, all the way to the center and the most important God's Air Hall. Here, looking back, you can even see the majestic figure of Robert, the Son of God, in the stasis field in the central hall. At this point, the number of demons swarming out of the completely uncontrollable subspace rifts is even greater. But here, even orbital firepower cannot be used arbitrarily to support the attack. This is the Holy Land of the Infinite Legion. It is the resting place of the Son of God and the Father of Genes. The murals and reliefs on the walls and ceilings are all praising the great achievements of the Son of God during the establishment of the Empire and the civil war of the Empire. How can heavy firepower be used to destroy it at will? Damaging the building is fine, but injuring the Father of Genes and even destroying the stasis field is a crime that cannot be avoided. Under such circumstances, when the prisoners strongly demanded to return their weapons and participate in the battle, Nero had to agree even if he was unwilling. In fact, not allowing the prisoners to participate in the war is purely a cover-up. Unarmed Black Crusaders, Inquisitors, living saints and the like are not good for participating in the war, but people like Gu Jing and the Eldar, who have the power of psychic energy, don't need weapons. They are also handcuffed with black stone bracelets, which theoretically suppress psychics, which is equivalent to disarming psychic power. But in fact, this thing is not very useful for some A-level psychics. Some of them are particularly effective and can suppress S-level psychics, but they are definitely useless for alpha-level psychics. Otherwise, if alpha-level psychics can be controlled with a bracelet, why would they cause a huge disaster that affects the entire planet as soon as they appear? For psychics of this level, if you want to control and contain them, you need a complete black stone prison. During the transportation of them, at least these anti-psychic materials must be used to build special prison vehicles for transportation. Even ordinary uncontrollable alpha-level psychics are like this, let alone controllable ones. Gu Jing is a controllable one. Mevner is not using psychic power in the strict sense, but she can be regarded as one. The psychic suppression effect brought by the black stone bracelets in their hands is actually the same as not having it, and they can break through at will. Not breaking through before is just to give the infinite warriors a little face. In times of emergency, use it when necessary, such as saving Nero. In fact, Mevner may not have planned to watch Nero die. After all, it has always been this infinite war leader who opposed them to save the Son of God. If he died, would it be? That's definitely not the case. It was Gu Jing who asked her to help. Nero can't die. If he died, the successor would not easily agree to let the alien save the Father of Genes. It was not difficult for Terrio to see that they could save him, but did not, which might push the think tank director, who was originally on his side, to the opposite side. Moreover, the value of the Son of God is certainly higher than that of a chapter master, but at Nero's level, he must be considered a top expert among the gods' chosen champions, and he cannot be sacrificed at will. Even if we take a step back, the probability of killing Nero is very low. It is difficult to kill a master of the gods' chosen champion level without the appearance of demons and chaos traders of the same level, and it will take a long time. Even if Mevniel did not help, Terrio would not sit idly by and watch the chapter master die, and would definitely save him after he had time. It would be better to take that opportunity to get closer to him. As it turns out, it is still somewhat useful. The dozen or so infinite warriors, who had not participated in the battle and were guarding them, as well as the group of elite auxiliary soldiers, could of course observe that Mevniel and Gu Jing were releasing psychic energy. But since they were fighting the demons together and saved the war captain, they would naturally not repay kindness with enmity, but would turn a blind eye. As the battle became more intense, the infinite warriors' defense line was compressed further and further back. Although the external reinforcements arrived, they were blocked from entering. Under the stimulation of various anxieties, facing the prisoners' repeated requests, Nero finally agreed to their rearm. After unlocking the suppression of the Blackstone anti-psychic bracelet, the mages among the Eldar could launch attacks. Especially Gu Jing and Maeve Neal, who could be regarded as alpha-level psychic masters, when they no longer hesitated, no longer concealed, and opened fire at full power, the destructive power they could cause was very terrifying. The same is true for the Great Sage Call. When his red robes are spread out, revealing his huge and strange mechanical body, and he enters a full-scale combat state, he is a mobile firepower platform and a wartime factory. All kinds of long-range firepower bombard the demons, especially the terrifying sun rays. Although the firing rate is slow, every time it comes down, a powerful demon is facing the end. The liberated Black Crusaders, Inquisitors, and Battle Sisters are also powerful supplements to the combat forces. The strongest ones are the living Saint Estella, the Black Crusaders' Rossman Sword Master, and the Grey Knight's Grand Master Chanting. This is a full 3 God-chosen champion level combat power. Marshal Shirui and the other 2 Grey Knights Grand Masters are all top level in the level of the chapter champions, and even the weaker God-chosen champions are fine. They are the ones who can survive the terrible Battle of Cartier, the ones who can be hunted by demons in the webway for 2 months without major losses, and the ones who can fight against top godlord demons like Shakshi at the last moment of escape. This lineup is probably even better than the level of the Alliance besieging the Orc King Broken Bones in the Battle of Angeria. With their participation, the battle situation immediately stabilized. At one point, they even wanted to organize a counterattack to see if they could join up with the reinforcements coming from outside, and then seal those subspace rifts again. However, they did not succeed. The number of demons and Chaos Space Marines pouring in was really too many. They are now probably more than enough to protect themselves, but it is a bit difficult to fight out. When several Chaos Champions, 2 bloodthirsty demons, and 2 unclean ones appeared on the battlefield, the situation became even more different. Soon, a Chaos Champion was killed and a demon was expelled. However, there was a price to pay for doing this. More Space Marines died, a Grey Knight Grand Master, and Marshal Shirui were both seriously injured. Nero, who had originally been under less pressure because of the participation of the guests, became worried again. He had no solution to the current problem for the time being. What should he do? After thinking about it, it seems that he can only endure the current situation and then continue to mobilize external troops to come to rescue the Temple of the Heir of God. But there is also a problem. Super Starfish is now under great pressure everywhere, and the reinforcements from the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Domain outside the planet are intercepted outside, and have been unable to break through. With the demons expanding the subspace rift with all their strength and constantly squeezing in, can they really gather enough troops to completely annihilate all the demons here? After a calm assessment, it seems a bit difficult. So, do they really have to use large caliber weapons such as macro cannons, light spears, and missiles to bomb here? The efficiency is enough. After a few rounds of coverage bombing, and then the elite troops rush to clear it, there is really a high probability that the subspace rift can be physically blocked again. Even if it cannot be closed, as long as firepower is constantly poured into the rift, it is best to kill as many as possible. Even if the blockade operation fails, it is nothing more than retreating, and then the ship guns will bomb again, and then prepare for the next wave of attack. However, the only problem is that the Son of God may be bombed by mistake. It is too close, and it is a high-powered weapon, and the explosion range is quite large. Even if there is a 1 in 10 chance of damaging the stasis field, he is unwilling to bear it. If it is really impossible, he must consider whether he can take the stasis field and the Son of God to break through first, leave here, and then bomb. Without the Son of God, the Temple of the Heir of God is also very valuable, but to put it bluntly, it is just an expensive religious building that can be compromised for war. With this thought, Nero looked at the location of the Son of God, considering how to move with the stasis field. Then, he saw Memniel and the Great Sage Call approaching the Son of God. Nero understood what they were going to do in an instant, and became furious. But at this moment, he was a little far away, and because he was the first in the battle, he was surrounded by enemies, so it was difficult to rush over for a while. He could only roar, "What are you going to do? Stop! Hateful alien wizards, if you dare to move, I swear to crush your heads, even if I have to chase you across the entire universe." Nero's bullet gun still had the mucus of plague flies, but he saw the skirt of the Eldar envoy had swept across the control console under the brilliant relief. Memniel turned a deaf ear to the threat of the battle leader. The spirit bone runes on her fingertips burst out with emerald light, as if accumulating something. A huge device was connected to the mechanical tentacles of Kull. It was slowly opened, revealing the true body inside. The whole set of Destiny armor was revealed in front of everyone. Terrio, stop them! Nero gave orders to the think tank director while raising his hand. The cannon mounted under the power fist aimed at the alien wizard and was about to fire. The shell had just been fired when it was accurately hit by a lightning bolt and exploded in the air, knocking down several unlucky demons. This was Gu Jing's move. He persuaded, "They have already started, and we can't stop. Believe them once. Now, we need a son of God to save us, and the entire empire needs it too." Nero turned a deaf ear to the persuasion. He furiously tore apart a bloodletting vampire who rushed to his front, and continued to give orders to the think tank director, asking him to use psychic power to stop their actions to murder the father of genes. But Terrio refused and began to persuade the warband leader. The mechanical voice of the great sage was mixed with the binary hymn of Mars. The life support protocol has been activated. Chapter 891. The life support protocol has been activated. Many people heard Call's voice, which sounded like a reminder. The suit of destiny, which was ready and activated, was lifted up by the mechanical arm and brought to the front of the stasis field, ready to be put on the Son of God at any time. At this critical moment, even Chaos seemed to know that success or failure depended on this move. They were like crazy, investing more powerful forces to end this battle, and completely strangle the Emperor's descendants. Several powerful Chaos champions roared and descended on the battlefield. Estella stopped one of them, and the Holy Fire Great Sword collided with its power claws, bursting out dazzling flames. The Holy Flames took advantage of this fight, sweeping as if to wrap up the Chaos champion, but the opponent was not much behind, and the dark demonic energy was fighting against each other, so that the wings behind the living saint were burned by the corrupt energy. The Grey Knight's Grand Master Changdon's halberd of the Goddess of Vengeance pierced through the chest of another Chaos champion, but the other party smiled grimly. "The Prince of Pleasure greets you." The body blessed by Slaanesh suddenly exploded, and the shadows of 6 secret keeper demons emerged from the pink poisonous mist, and their snake tails entangled the Grey Knight's Grand Master. Of course, these were not the real 6 demons, but just projections, but the demons were also doing their best, and these shadows had at least 60% to 70% of their original strength. The Grand Master was entangled and immediately fell into danger. Nero was also besieged by 2 Chaos champions, and with the bloodthirsty demon that was entangled with him, even the Infinite Chapter leader, the top God-chosen champion, could not free his hands for a while. More demons appeared, and this new batch of demons was targeting the Son of God in the stasis field. They only needed to destroy the stasis field to achieve their goal. Medner was going to do the same. Although the goals of both parties seemed to be the same, in fact, Medner would never let the demon succeed. The one who killed the Son of God must be her, and it must be the goddess sword in her hand. Only the goddess who controls life and death can remove the destined death from the Son of God, and then the armor of destiny can take effect and truly resurrect the Son of God. At this moment, the armor of destiny has been successfully activated, and all the elements are in place. After using psychic power to blast away several flying demons that tried to approach, Medner stretched out the goddess sword and swung it down in Nero's desperate eyes, and the power supply line of the stasis field was cut off. He could only watch the stasis field suddenly make a clear sound like glass breaking, and the torrent of time that had been stagnant for thousands of years suddenly poured out. A leisurely sigh came from the mouth of the Son of God, spanning through eternity. The Son of God, whose death had been still for 10,000 years, began to flow again. He was about to die of his wounds and his irreparable fate in the next moment. But death came one step ahead of the fate. The goddess's sword, which had just cut off the stasis field, came to Robert's chest in the blink of an eye and pierced his heart. No! Nero couldn't believe his eyes. In his thousands of years of life, in his hundreds of years as a warband leader, he never thought that one day he would witness the death of the father of genes in front of him. He would rather die earlier so that he wouldn't have to see the scene. He couldn't bear to watch any more, so he turned his head and released his anger completely. He even ignored defense and fought desperately with the enemy in front of him. Even if he died here on the spot, it didn't matter. The reckless battle made him pay the price. He suddenly burst out, killed a Chaos champion, exiled a big demon, and was knocked to the ground. But behind him, which he couldn't see, everything was not over yet. The modular armor of destiny, under the operation of the mechanical arm, quickly approached and was placed on the majestic body of the Son of God in the blink of an eye. After another moment, Robert's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Accompanying the Son of God, the Emperor's sword, which had been sleeping in the stasis field for 10,000 years, automatically flew into his empty palm. This weapon, which went out with the Emperor 10,000 years ago, and was the Emperor's sword, had illuminated the entire battlefield before it was unsheathed. The Son of God, who stood up from his slumber, calmed the entire battlefield. No matter the enemy or the friend, they all stopped when they saw Robert's majestic figure. Even Gu Jing was the same. The Son of God, a mythical being, appeared alive in front of everyone. The puppet of the false emperor. A Nurgle demon squeezed out its swollen body, and 7 overlapping voices shook the rubble of the dome of the hall, the gift of the loving Father Will. Its corrupt words came to an abrupt end. The Son of God held the Emperor's sword and came to the demon in the blink of an eye. Just a fierce slash cut open its corrupt core, and liquid golden light was gushing out from the scars of the great unclean one. This is the power of the Son of God. Among the many descendants of the Emperor, Robert has never been known for his military power. In mythology, his widely spread image is that of a typical civil servant, a wise politician, and a man who governs the 500 worlds of the Ultramarine in an orderly manner, making it the richest place in the Empire second only to the Solar Marine. At the same time, under his management, the Infinite Legion was also the largest in terms of number of people in the original Legion era. The number of Infinite Warriors alone is almost as many as the number of 4 or 5 medium-sized legions combined. In contrast, his military power is rarely boasted in mythology and history. He is not the kind of warrior commander who rushes to the front line of the battlefield with a sharp blade in hand. Even if he personally participates in the war, he often sits in the center, takes charge of the overall situation, and obtains the final victory through outstanding strategies, tactics, and the art of command. However, no matter how much of a civil servant he is, no matter how unskilled in fighting, it is only a horizontal comparison among many sons of God. He is still the descendant of the Emperor, the Son of God, and one of the perfect individuals created by the Emperor using a certain aspect of himself as a template. With just one sword, a great demon was killed. What terrified the demons even more was that the great unclean one that was killed was really dead. Demons are immortal. They came to the real universe as projections, not essences. Being killed is nothing more than the destruction of projections. Of course, there will be an impact on their original bodies, and it will take time for them to return to the subspace. The more powerful the demon, the more so. But the demons killed by the Emperor's sword in Robert's hand had their subspace essence destroyed. That means complete death. A better way to understand it is that the demons originally came to the real universe to fight as if they were playing games. Death is nothing more than the death of a game character. Although it is painful, you have to start over. However, the power of the Emperor's sword can kill the game players behind along the network cable. That is a completely different concept. After realizing this, the demons present suddenly panicked. When facing real death, the demons will also collapse in morale. It even collapses faster than usual. The few big demons who were still fighting screamed and tried to get out of the battle and escape. When they saw that the Son of God was coming to kill them, they would rather disintegrate themselves and give up the body that was finally put into the real universe, and they would never dare to face Robert's Emperor's sword flowing with golden liquid. Those Chaos Space Marines were much stronger. However, so what? When the Son of God joined the battlefield, the situation changed dramatically. No matter you are a Khorne Berserker, a Chaos Champion, or an evil wizard, none of them can last until the second sword in Robert's hands. And their attacks did not threaten Robert in any way. Even those evil spells of the warp would dissipate directly in front of the Son of God, and could not have any effect on him at all. These Chaos Space Marines are still struggling to death, and fighting to the death. Even under the pressure of the Son of God, they are almost desperate, but they do not surrender and continue to fight. From this, we can see that this Chaos Space Marines who attacked are indeed the elite among the traitors. They are determined to win this action. However, due to the gap in power, everything is irreversible. Robert, who has awakened, announced that their action to prevent the resurrection of the Son of God has failed. There are no new enemies in those subspace rifts. The Chaos Space Marines, who are still fighting, have actually been abandoned. Although this battle has not yet ended, it is obvious that the result is already determined. For Robert, the more important thing for him to do next is to figure out what situation he is facing now, how he has come through the past 10,000 years, and what situation the Empire is facing now. At the same time, he has to solve the most direct threat in front of him. Although the battle in the Temple of the Heir of God was won, the siege of the Super Starfish has not been lifted. The entire war that affected the entire Infinite Star domain has not yet ended. This is the first challenge that the Son of God will face after his resurrection. In Gu Hang's opinion, Robert is destined to pass this challenge. Through his son's vision, Gu Hang also watched the whole process of Robert's resurrection from a close distance in the VIP position. Moreover, he also understood how this whole process happened. It is still related to the nature of the subspace. The resurrection of the living saints is because they are endowed with the nature of the subspace by God, whether it is the Emperor or Gu Heng. And when they die in the real universe, it is like the death of a demon. If the nature of the subspace is not destroyed, there is no real death, which allows them to come back again. The Son of God is different, and the situation is much more complicated. The physical injury alone may not be a big blow to the Son of God, but in Gu Heng's opinion, what is worse is the so-called destined death entangled with the Son of God. This is an evil spell intended to destroy Robert's subspace essence. If it is not removed, then the fate armor made by the great sage Kull, no matter how sophisticated the technology to maintain body functions is, it cannot save the life of the Son of God. And the one who really works is the Eldar God. Their goddess flashed in Gu Heng's vision. It seems to be a very special existence. It seems to be a racial god, but the state is very special. To say that she is strong, she dare not show her face, and the power that is vaguely revealed is just like that. To say that she is weak, but the authority she holds is very strange. Through the goddess's sword, the reincarnation of life and death can really be realized, which makes Gu Heng a little amazed. The curse of destiny that Gu Heng could not solve by all means was not solved in the end. It was nothing more than the death of the Son of God that made the curse come true, so it subsided. But through the power of the goddess Windsor, life and death were transformed again, allowing Robert to come back to life, and the fatal injury on his body was healed by the armor of destiny, and finally the whole resurrection process was completed. The resurrection of the Son of God is already a reality. Gu Heng has no doubt that he will eventually win the Infinite Star War. Although the enemy is very powerful, Gu Heng can realize through a brief observation of Robert that these so-called sons of God do have powerful power and wisdom. This can be seen from the powerful subspace nature they possess. Even among Robert's characteristics, the relatively weak force can suppress the most powerful real universe individual that Gu Heng has ever dealt with. The Bone Crusher King. It is inevitable that he will win the Infinite Star War. What Gu Heng cares more about is the next action of the Son of God. What will he do after winning back his Infinite Star Field? What kind of changes will the Son of God, who has awakened from the founding period of the human empire 10,000 years ago, bring to the empire and to mankind? What impact will it have on the alliance? These things are what Gu Heng really waits to see. Chapter 892. For a period of time afterwards, Gu Heng always paid attention to the war situation in the Infinite Star domain. Gu Jing, that kid, had a very special adventure this time by accident and participated in the great event of the empire. He couldn't come back for a while, so he joined the Son of God Robert and intervened in a war that had little to do with him. The development of the entire war was not much different from Gu Heng's initial estimate. Under the command art of the Son of God, the Infinite War Group gradually turned the situation around even though it was at a disadvantage. He was like an extremely calm and precise command machine, always able to put troops and firepower where they were most needed and where they could be used to the greatest effect. At the same time, he was always able to predict and judge the enemy's movements and intentions accurately and make preparations in advance. He was able to calculate all the resources that could be mobilized at hand, whether it was troops, arms, or supplies, and formulate the most complete combat plan. After he started to intervene in the battle, although the total amount of resources did not change, the battlefields no longer had to worry about the shortage of soldiers and generals, and there was no shortage of firepower and ammunition. And the top masters, including himself, were also important bargaining chips for him to command. Whenever they were thrown into the battlefield alone or in groups, they would always bring corresponding changes to the battle situation. In this way, when the outside of the Super Starfish was blocked and the support from the Infinite Starfield was difficult to arrive, they relied on the resources and strength of the planet itself to fight back. Furthermore, they also contacted the outside of the star field. How terrifying is the appeal of the Son of God, the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Field, which could be considered as one, or boiling after hearing that the Son of God had revived, and this news is still spreading to farther places at an extremely fast speed. In fact, to some extent, this news does not need to be spread. After Robert's resurrection, the entire universe, all the space warriors of the Infinite Warriors with Robert's blood, seemed to have received some kind of mysterious revelation. The blood was moving them with some kind of supernatural power, making them feel unbearable. Perhaps, they have not been able to associate this special feeling with the fact that their genetic father has come back to life. However, as long as Robert appears in front of them, they will understand it instantly. What does this mean? As long as Robert raises his arm, the Infinite Warriors, who are the largest number in the entire Empire and all mankind, and almost account for 1/3 of the number of active war groups at present, will instantly become his most loyal supporters. This is not only true for the infinite star domain, but also for many infinite warriors and all bloodlines. This also includes the infinite warriors' gene seeds that Gu Heng exchanged from the system and created the war bands. This is true for the infinite warriors, and other war bands, although not Robert's bloodline, can also call him uncle or uncle. Space Marines can easily recall the glorious era, when everyone united under the banner of the sons of God and fought side by side, and thus it is very easy for them to turn to, or even accept the leadership of a son of God. Even if the son of God is not his genetic father, it does not diminish his greatness. The Space Marines will have a great liking for him, and he will naturally be able to unite all the loyal Space Marines in the Empire. And what will happen after having such a level of support? What kind of changes will his resurrection bring to the political arena of the Empire? Of course, it will be a good change. Gu Heng is very worried about the current situation of the Empire. On the dark side, with himself and the Alliance, the Dark Expedition is in full swing. Although the situation is bad in other places except the areas controlled by the Alliance, there is hope after all. At present, the Dark Expedition is going smoothly as a whole, and it is moving forward steadily. If it continues in this trend, sooner or later the entire dark side of the Empire will be taken back. No matter how many difficulties there will be in the future, whether there will be more difficult battles than the Battle of Algeria, before the Dark Expedition is frustrated and the Alliance can no longer hold on, at least everything is developing in a good track. However, on the side of Holy Terra, there is not even such a trend of improvement. Gu Heng could get very little news about Holy Terra, but there was almost no good news. In the past few decades, there have been many riots in the Solar Star region, including invasions from outside, internal rebellions, cults, and alien threats. But in the face of these, Terra, as the center of the Empire, reacted quite slowly. Although one problem after another was eventually suppressed, two new problems often emerged when one problem was solved. It would be fine if they were too slow, but they were not resolute or decisive at all, or they simply did not have the ability to solve the root of the problem. This has led to endless problems such as rebellion, alien invasion, cults, and chaos erosion. Gu Heng even believes that Holy Terra, with a population of trillions, is now a hotbed for chaos. Under the leadership of Holy Terra, they may have opened up the communication and navigation between the surrounding solar star field and even the solar universe. However, as the area controlled by the Terra government becomes larger, they not only fail to gain stronger power, but also have more burdens. This is completely different from the Dark Expedition. The Dark Expedition becomes larger and larger. Each place that is conquered can be developed a little bit, not only not a burden, but generally can become supplies. A few places with worse situations will not affect the overall situation. In this case, it is natural that the more you fight, the more intense it will be. And if Holy Terra re-expands the scale of the Empire, it may be able to rely on the huge wealth accumulation of Terra to support it at the beginning. But if most of the newly conquered worlds are burdens, even Holy Terra cannot bear this burden. What's more frightening is that the central government of the Empire is still implementing the original policies according to the huge inertia. The ruling style of the Starfield Head, Star District Head, and Planetary Governor is still continuing. Although the Alliance also uses this set of rules, it is actually just the same in name, and the inside is completely different. Governments at all levels have very clear work goals and assessments, and must obey the direct arrangements of the central government of the Alliance. Officials are appointed by the central government and have a term of office. If they do a good job, they will be promoted, and if they don't do a good job, they will be dismissed. And what about the Empire? The planetary governors are still the local emperors, and the central government of the Empire still only collects taxes, regardless of specific governance and development. Only when the problems on the planet are so big that the planet itself can no longer be solved, and the Empire asks for help, the support of the Empire may come after layers of administrative approval and long preparations. Maybe if you are lucky, some problems can be solved, but the world that has experienced a disaster is seriously injured. How can it continue to provide the same resources as before to the central government of the Empire? In Gu Heng's opinion, in this era of catastrophe that affects the entire Empire, the central government of the Empire can no longer cling to the old and outdated system of the past. Perhaps, in the past, that system could barely work. When the central government of the Empire does not need to directly manage so many regions, although it is slow and inefficient, it can at least stably rule a vast territory. But in this major crisis that has not been seen in 10,000 years, it is definitely not okay to do so. Gu Heng led the Alliance in a 100-year expedition and almost defeated one-third of the dark side of the Empire. On the other hand, Holy Terra has not even dealt with the problems at its doorstep. Gu Heng expressed great disappointment. Those vagrants on Holy Terra are really no good. Prime Minister Chibodu is all trash. When they fight, they are more fierce than each other, but who can be regarded as a character in essence? At this critical moment, they have neither the courage nor the ability to lead the empire to carry out a necessary reform and pull the empire out of the quagmire. Gu Heng could not care about the things on the other side of the Scarlet Scar. He and his alliance still had to focus their main energy on the expedition to the dark side of the empire. But he couldn't just watch the other side of the empire rot away. He needed a character who could turn everything around in Holy Terra. Robert, the Son of God, was such a character. Except for him, I'm afraid no one else could do it. He was the strongest person among the sons of God in terms of internal affairs. The empire did not necessarily need a strong warrior or commander. In fact, even at the current point, the human empire did not lack absolute power. However, there must be a lack of someone who can integrate the power of the empire and make it work. Robert has this ability. And his identity, as the Son of God, gives him this prestige. Chibodu and other High Lords on Holy Terra are not good at doing many things. They have no courage and ability to lead the empire to reform, but it is extremely difficult to ask them to hand over the power in their hands honestly. They themselves are the resistance to reform. And if you want to change all this quickly in a bloodless way, you can only borrow Robert's identity as the Son of God. Only he can have enough prestige to change everything. But the premise is that he has to arrive at Holy Terra safely. In fact, Gu Heng is a little worried about this. Although the scale of the war facing the Infinite Star Domain is not small, Gu Heng believes that Robert is about to win. But next, how is he going to Holy Terra? From the Infinite Star Domain to Holy Terra, the distance in between is not short. Robert is going to launch a campaign like the Dark Side Expedition? Step by step, starting from the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Domain and heading towards Holy Terra, fight for another 100 years and reach Holy Terra, then the opportunity will be lost. It is difficult for Gu Heng to directly interfere with Robert's decision, but even in that case, as long as Robert takes action, he can start from the Infinite Star Domain. At least there will be hope on the other side of the Empire. Compared to Gu Heng's attention to the Infinite Star Domain, at present, a war of the Alliance itself, which is also quite important, is underway. Further west of the Tianwang universe, the Western Expeditionary Force led by Yin Fangshu has entered the Great Whirlpool universe. And here, they discovered a world called Vigilant Star. The most special thing about it is that there is a stable star tunnel behind it, which can go through the Scarlet Scar to the other side. This is a corridor, and Vigilant Star is located on the dark side of the Empire. From Vigilant Star, heading northwest of the star map, the next world is Chiao 4, followed by Chiao 3 and Chiao 2, then Yiling 3 and Yiling 2, and finally Valley Star. A total of 7 star systems form such a corridor. Crossing the corridor means crossing the Scarlet Scar. What is even more rare is that these 7 worlds are still under human control. The side of Valley Star belongs to the Godria universe, the Mersifat Star region. And in this star region, there is a famous war group. The Saints War Group. This is one of the 9 original war groups that still exist in the Empire. It is a direct war group that was reformed from the former Saint Legion. The bloodline of the Saints is also the second largest in the entire Empire, second only to the Infinite Warriors. After the Great Cataclysm, the situation in the Mersifat Star Field was stabilized, and the Saints played an indispensable role in it. After stabilizing the situation in the Star Field, they also discovered the existence of the corridor. The leader of the Saints, the living saint canonized by the State Church, the commander of the Perk Raymond Weiss, keenly realized the importance of the corridor. He called on many saint subgroups, persuaded the State Church, and borrowed their appeal to form a huge army together to maintain the stability of the Mersifat Star Field, and stretched out their arms to maintain this corridor. This whole process is quite hard. They have been fighting here for more than 30 years. The world in the 7 corridors is stable, but it is only relative to the fact that other places in the Scarlet Scar are completely inaccessible. Both sides are scarred, and the 7 worlds caught in the middle are under great pressure. Chaos enemies keep coming from everywhere, and attacking everywhere crazily. The Saints and the most determined crusades of the state religion are here. Each of the 7 worlds has at least 3 records of being lost, but they will be recaptured in a few years. Raymond Weiss, who was canonized as a living saint as a space warrior, is tenacious. But after 30 years of baptism of war, even he began to feel a little confused. Why do reports to Holy Terra always fall into the sea? Occasionally, the reply letter does not bring any good news. Can't the High Lord see how important this corridor connecting the 2 sides of the Empire is? The support has not arrived yet, and the expected expeditionary force has disappeared. In the fierce war, The soldiers who continued to sacrifice also forced him to ask himself whether the Saints' persistence here is meaningful. Chapter 893. Another orbital defense platform of Vigilant Star melted into molten iron in the evil flames of the subspace. Raymond Weiss stared at the orbital defense line through the porthole, which was collapsing in the chaos frenzy. What else could he say? Only a long sigh. Get ready, we are going to break through. He gave the order. The reactions of all parties were different. Some people couldn't believe it, and some people asked, are we going to give up Vigilant Star? This is not an easy decision to accept. From a macro perspective, the persistence of Vigilant Star has been decades. From the current perspective, the invasion frenzy launched by Chaos lasted for 7 months. Although the battle was very difficult, to be honest, the strength of the enemy was only at a medium level compared to the many crises that Vigilant Star had encountered in the past. So many dangers have passed, and what is there to be afraid of since this one is not serious? The reason why the defenders of Vigilant Star chose to ask for help is mainly because their war resources are stretched to the limit, and the troops are getting less and less in the 7 months of fighting. However, they firmly believe that as long as the supply is normalized, they will have no problem repelling this chaos invasion of low intensity. Everything is developing as expected by the defenders. The reinforcements did come, and they were the main force of the battle group led by the Saints chapter leader Raymond Weiss, who led the people to defend the corridor area and was called the Lord of the Rift. In this case, what is the problem for them to win the war? So, when Raymond Weiss issued the order to break out, which was almost equivalent to giving up Vigilant Star, they seemed so unacceptable. But in fact, more people agree with Raymond Weiss's order. Because they really can't fight anymore. This time, it's because the invading enemy is not much stronger than before. With the support of Raymond Weiss, they may win, but what about the next time? With the power of a single star field of Mersifat, it is already the limit to resist for 30 years. Indeed, the enemy has not become stronger, but the weakening of our side is an irreversible trend. Lack of soldiers and supplies will become the norm in the future. The days when supplies could be delivered as long as there was a demand, and the lack of soldiers could be made up quickly are gone forever. But the situation on the Alert Star is getting worse and worse. Not only do the Chaos troops from the Scarlet Scar have to resist wave after wave, but also inside the planet, this world with more than 2 billion people is also suffering from many endogenous disasters. This place is too close to the Scarlet Scar, and all kinds of chaos corrosion are emerging in an endless stream. This not only led to many cult and rebel problems, but also large-scale supernatural plagues that always spread. The Nurgle plague that turns people into zombies and spreads further, and the Corn plague that makes people lose their minds and become crazy and bloodthirsty, both of which are terrible. And the sects that indulge in lust and conspiracy are probably also influenced by the other 2 war powers. These problems are quite serious, actually involving half of the defense forces, and seriously damaging the economic production capacity of the Vigilant Star itself. In addition to the Chaos threat, there is also the alien threat. The Vigilant Star has tried to eradicate the greenskins for 30 years, but they can never be eradicated. There are parasitic infection groups that have killed the so-called number 1 infector and the Patriarch many times, but they always come back to life. The population of 2 billion before the war has only 600 million left after 30 years. Economic production was severely damaged, so that even the needs of the army could not be met. Instead, food had to be allocated from the outside world to maintain the planet's livelihood. The Alert Star was undoubtedly a huge burden. In fact, it was not just the Alert Star, but the 7 worlds of the entire corridor were all the same. However, the pressure on the Alert Star was the greatest. Not only was the problem here the most serious, but it was also the farthest from the Saints' base camp, Mersifat. Before the Cataclysm, the distance of 7 interstellar tunnel shuttles was not a big deal. It would take more than half a month or a month to get there. After the Cataclysm, many risks suddenly increased, but for the Saints regiment that could quickly unite an entire star field, it was still within an acceptable range, and the problem was not big. But the key point is that this is the corridor, crossing the Scarlet Scar, and the difficulty of navigation is 10 times higher than usual. The difficulty of transporting reinforcements from Mersifat to the Alert Star can be imagined. They had tried to recover some human worlds on the dark side of the Empire, on the side of the Vigilant Star, and provide support to the Vigilant Star from this side. However, that was still equivalent to crossing the corridor and conducting an expedition. The difficulty was no less. After opening up several worlds, they found it difficult to maintain them, and eventually lost them. The whole operation not only did not reduce the pressure and bring benefits, but also lost more. As the Mersifat star field was squeezed more and more, it became more and more difficult to bear, and even some non-chaotic effects had appeared. After the rebellion caused purely by excessive squeezing, Raymond Weiss had to make such a difficult decision. He personally led the main force to the alert star. His goal was not just to provide support and rescue, but also to personally lead people to recover as much as possible from the alert star from the various investments of the past 30 years. The army and important military supplies must be taken away. Some production factories, and some people who have been screened for minor problems should be taken away as much as possible. Of course, only a small part can be taken away in the end. Most of the population will eventually be abandoned along with the abandoned alert star. But what can be done? All the opposing voices were suppressed by Raymond Weiss with his prestige, and the tacit understanding of more people after they breathed a sigh of relief. The breakout operation began to be prepared. There are still 15 days left. In these 15 days, the ships that should be loaded. This is the final deadline for evacuation. At that time, the entire army will abandon all existing defense lines, and the fleet will break out. And just when the preparations for the breakout were on the 8th day, the human astropath observed a lot of movement at the star tunnel jump point of the alert star. Raymond Weiss thought it was another new Chaos fleet. When the astropathic signal was converted into visual signals, and formed a holographic image showing the entire fleet, Raymond Weiss's hands trembled a little. Those silver and blue painted ships looked well maintained and brand new. The human eagle emblem on the bow made everyone present cheer for it. It was the first time in 30 years that they saw a new warship that was not the kind of bloody and broken copper and iron warships of the Chaos Demons. In addition to the Sky Eagle emblem that symbolizes the human empire, they could also observe another emblem clenched in both hands. This emblem is a little unfamiliar to them. After all, they have never dealt with it before. However, after a little recollection, they can recognize what it is. It is the Alliance. The communication signal quickly passed through the waves of the subspace, not very stable, with electronic noise, but it sounded quite reassuring. This is the 4th Vanguard Fleet of the Alliance Western Front Expeditionary Force. I am the fleet leader, Admiral Yemel, on behalf of Marshal Yin Fangshu and Lord Gao, the savior of the dark side of the Empire, Gu Heng, to pay tribute to all the defenders. We are rushing to the battlefield and are expected to launch an attack on the Chaos Fleet around the orbit in 16 hours. Please provide support according to the situation. After thinking for 15 minutes, Raymond Weiss made a decision. He replied to the astropathic signal, stated his identity, and promised to cooperate in launching the attack. In the following war, the Saints witnessed the strength of the Alliance fleet. The Chaos Fleet that besieged the Vigilant Star was not a weak force in their eyes. They can hold on and repel the enemy, but it comes at a great cost. However, under the attack of the Alliance fleet, they quickly collapsed. The Alliance's naval tactics seem very mature. Obviously, this is a fleet that has experienced many battles, and those mature experiences are accumulated from wars. And judging from their appearance, they are quite familiar with how to fight against the Chaos Fleet. This navy is definitely not a rookie. But from the appearance, it is not obvious at all. Their ships are too new. I'm afraid that they have undergone quite adequate maintenance and upkeep before joining the war. Not to mention after the Cataclysm. Even before the Cataclysm, many Imperial navies could hardly have such perfect ship maintenance conditions. In fact, it is not an exaggeration for him to say that these are all new ships. The reason why the Alliance fleet can show such a strong combat effectiveness is not only because of the high quality and rich experience of the crew, but also because their ships are really strong. Equipment is good if it is well maintained. Not to mention, those battleships and aircraft carriers are ready to go, with more than 200 cruisers, destroyers, and other complete fleet configurations. That is a solid force. With superior quantity and superior quality, the Chaos Fleet is completely unable to resist. Raymond Weiss looked at this brand new fleet, and couldn't help but show envy in his eyes. Now, if the fleet that the entire Saints can mobilize is assembled, it is probably only this scale. Except for the Saints' glorious queen, who has been passed down for 10,000 years. However, according to Admiral Yemel, they were just a detachment of the Alliance's Western Expeditionary Force. There were probably many such detachments, and there was also a main fleet that was definitely much larger, so that the so-called Western Expeditionary Force could be formed. And the Alliance had 4 expeditionary fronts of this size, divided into east, west, south, and north. How could one not envy this? What was even more enviable, and even a little terrifying, was the background behind this force. Raymond Weiss couldn't help but compare it to Holy Terra. After 30 years of seeking help, apart from some repetitive nonsense, there was no support at all. In addition, from the little information he inferred, The current situation of Holy Terra was probably a mess, and it seemed that it was unable to take care of itself. Compare it with the Alliance. The Dark Expedition has fought all the way from the Spider Web space and the Eastern space, which can be regarded as the most frontier areas of the Empire, to here. The difference is obvious. The naval battle is over, and the human side has won an undoubted victory. The Chaos Fleet has suffered a devastating blow, and only a few ships have escaped. On the orbital defense platform, the two sides met in victory. Raymond Weiss met Admiral Yemmel. It was a bit unexpected that this was a very young mortal general. And beside him were the commanders of 2 regiments. After a brief communication, he learned that these were 2 fully staffed regiments, established in the 4th Dark Army founding. One of the regiments, called the Light Satin, was also a Saints sub-regiment. Zhao Farong, the commander of the Light Satin, shook hands with him with great admiration, and looked just like the people of the Saints subgroups when they saw the mother group. However, Raymond Weiss felt something strange. What is the Dark Side Army? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it the 4th time? The Light Satin group? Why didn't I know that we Saints have such a subgroup? Gu Hang is a High Lord, but does he have the right to establish a new Space Marine group? Although the establishment of a new group, even if it uses the seeds of the Saints, has nothing to do with the mother group in theory, it is a decision made by Holy Terra and Mars, and at most it is to inform the startup group. Let's just regard this as a special measure for a special period. But where did the Alliance get the gene seeds of the Saints, even enough to establish a full-strength group? And can it be replenished at any time and quickly? Too exaggerated. But no matter how many questions he had in his heart, he had to admit that the Savior had come. Giving up the Vigilant Star was not his original intention. He was also very painful in his heart when making this decision. Now, there is no need to suffer. The Advanced Fleet not only has a strong naval force, but also has 2 full-strength regiments, a strong Marine Corps, and a large number of Alliance armies. With their participation, the threats on the ground of the Vigilant Star will be quickly pacified. Everything seems like a dream. Raymond Weiss waited for the support of Holy Terra for 30 years, but nothing came of it. When he was about to give up in despair, the Alliance came. Chapter 894. After the initial contact, the Expeditionary Force and the Saints reached a temporary agreement to establish a joint command. Although the political and economic aspects were not involved in the temporary agreement. But the substantive military alliance between them has been established. In this temporary agreement, the Alliance still respects the Saints. After all, it is a startup group. In the joint command, the cooperation between the two sides is not particularly close, and it can be regarded as a joint command in general. In terms of actual combat on the ground, the two sides fight side by side, and generally establish joint combat in one direction. Whoever is the leader of a battle can be someone from both sides. At the beginning, the main role in the ground battle was still the Saints, and the mortal troops they formed. The Holy War Army. After all, they were fighting at home, familiar with the situation of the Alert Star and the enemy. After the Alliance troops landed, it was reasonable for them to listen to them and learn humbly for a while. But soon, the leader of the battle became the Alliance. The reason is simple: they are rich. And in many cases, being rich means being able to fight. Raymond Weiss has heard many reports of frontline battles. He actually has no doubts about the fact that the Alliance army is rich. Just look at the new and beautiful appearance of their warships, and you will know. However, according to his inertia in the human empire for so many years, he still lacks a practical concept of the extent of this so-called wealth. Until one day, there was something that made him feel it truly. He was on his way to the front line to reinforce a somewhat difficult battle. He saw an Alliance company retreating from the front line. This company looked like the most ordinary Alliance army, with a full set of combat uniforms, lightweight ceramic steel vests and helmets. There was no feedback power armor, and there were only a few exoskeletons. There were more than 10 heavy bomb machine guns and 2 individual plasma beam cannons, which were used for position layout and fixed firepower. 5 hot melt guns, plus individual anti-armor rockets, high explosive grenade launchers, and platoon mortars loaded on military trucks. Anyway, it was loaded on a truck. Raymond Weiss was not envious at all. What's wrong? The elite infantry battalion in our Crusade army can also have this configuration. You said this is the Alliance's line-filling cannon fodder company. The Alliance army does not have this organizational name. Don't lie to me. He could only comfort himself in this way to find psychological balance. What comforted him even more was that when he passed by, he heard several ordinary soldiers of this company complaining about the food problem. They were cursing that the logistics troops were a bunch of people worse than pigs and dogs. They worked hard in the front line, but they were forced to eat these pig food. They had been eating this for half a month, and there was no improvement at all. Raymond Weiss was not a dark person. He would not feel happy if the soldiers of the Alliance were not living a comfortable life. But there must be a little balance, otherwise the mainstay of the 7-star corridor for 30 years, the mortal army crusade that he was proud to build with his own hands, would not seem too lame, but he soon lost his joy, and even his face changed a little. He saw the Alliance cannon fodder, and what exactly was the pig food they were cursing about? It was a standard single soldier supply pack, which contained a self-heating food pack, high-calorie carbohydrate foods such as noodles/rice/white bread, with sauces, meat, and dried vegetables, which could be heated and eaten in 1 minute after opening. A snack, usually sandwich biscuits and small pieces of cake. 2 canned meats, which looked like some kind of animal meat and aquatic meat. In addition, there were some snacks, cheese sticks, candies, jellies, energy bars, chocolate bars, which were more random. Quick supplements, compound energy/vitamins/proteins, 1 stick for a meal. Soldiers were too lazy to eat this stuff, unless they really didn't have time to use the supply pack during the war, and then they took out 1 stick to deal with a bite. In addition, there were drink packs, which were generally granules, tea powder, beverage powder, milk powder, instant coffee powder. There were all kinds of them, which could be drunk immediately after mixing with water. What did Raymond Weiss say? He recalled that he had never eaten so well since the war began. Space Marines are strong and consume a lot of energy. They must consume much more calories than ordinary soldiers. However, in terms of taste and variety, there is no such richness. It is probably a kind of compound energy bar, eat a few more, or even just a synthetic starch block after heating. Of course, it is not that he can't afford it. He is a leader. If he must satisfy his appetite, what can't he satisfy? The food a person eats will not go bankrupt, even for a big eater like a Space Marine. However, he didn't care much about the desire for food and was determined to show his attitude and share the joys and sorrows with the lower-level soldiers. This kind of role model has a certain effect. When ordinary crusade soldiers couldn't even eat enough synthetic starch, they thought that their leader, the Emperor's angel of death, the noble living saint, ate the same food as them. Maybe their morale would be a little better. It is true. However, this effect is still very different from the Alliance's real way of making every soldier eat well. In contrast, Raymond Weiss can clearly realize that what he did was just a show when there was no other way. Can you fight if you eat well? As an experienced commander, Raymond Weiss's answer is undoubtedly, yes, eating well means you can fight. No matter how much the equipment has evolved, the soldier's tactical actions still need sufficient physical strength and a strong physique to support them. Just feeding the soldiers may help them maintain their physical strength, but it is a bit difficult to maintain their physical strength. They must eat well. And eating well will also bring high morale bonus. The soldiers of the Alliance complained about the pig food, but it did not prevent them from fighting bravely. But if they were fed with real pig food, it would be another matter. And the most terrifying thing is the meaning behind the phenomenon of being able to feed the soldiers well. The productivity of the Alliance, the logistical support of the Alliance army. These are the keys to victory. Food supply is of course a very important part of logistics supply. Soldiers need weapons and equipment to fight, but they also need to be full to fight. However, after ensuring the basic food supply, the importance of food quality has rapidly declined. After all, compared to the quality of food, there are more important things that need to be transported in military operations. And the Alliance's rationing of military supplies must be no problem at all. They even have enough surplus to ensure the taste of the soldiers' food, and even cultivate the soldiers' taste. Even the taste problem can be guaranteed, let alone other things. After fighting on the front line and solving the key breakthrough target, Raymond Weiss, who returned to the base camp, did not forget the previous things. He took a special look to see what the Alliance's food was like. That was the division headquarters of the Alliance, where the soldiers ate, which could be regarded as a field restaurant. There was more than one, and more than one style. One dining car after another, serving as a kitchen. In Raymond Weiss's view, the cooks in the logistics were no different from the chefs in high-end restaurants. They skillfully served pot after pot of freshly made dishes to the table, one by one. At this moment, if it weren't for the wilderness around, or if the people eating were not wearing military uniforms, Raymond Weiss really thought he was in a food street. Okay, give up. But at the same time, another thought began to grow from this soil. Now, he already knows very well what the Alliance has done in the past 100 years after the catastrophe. The expeditionary force gave him a full scientific popularization. He is not very skeptical. This thing can't lie. Looking at the morale of the Alliance soldiers is a side proof that the Alliance has mastered more than 10 dark side universes of the Empire, and almost occupied 1/3 to 1/2 of the dark side area, which proves how successful the dark side expedition is. In terms of legitimacy is a stunner. The greatest legitimacy is achieved by achieving such feats. Raymond Weiss has had enough of Holy Terra. When the Vigilant Star campaign just started, Gu Heng had already paid attention to this place. A passage to the other side of the Empire has a strategic value that is self-evident. And the presence of the Saints here is even better. There is no doubt that the 7-star corridor is completely in the hands of humans, rather than being occupied by chaos, which saves the Alliance Expeditionary Force a lot of trouble. If not, when all the 7 stars are occupied, they are almost sandwiched in the Scarlet Scar because they are too close to it. If chaos occupies this place, within 10 years, all 7 worlds will be semi-warp. At that time, if we want to fight, it will be tantamount to an expedition to the warp, and demons will emerge in an endless stream directly from the land of the world. The entire Western Front Expeditionary Force may have to use the same strength as the Battle of Algeria to win, and the losses will be very heavy. Now, an advanced fleet is enough to get things done. Gu Heng's order has been issued to the Western Front Command. Yin Fengshu has a very important task next, which is to deploy defenses in the 7-star corridor. At the same time, it is also necessary to focus on cleaning up the Mingshu Star region that is connected to the 7-star corridor on the dark side to ensure the stability of these worlds. Immediately afterwards, the administration of the Alliance will quickly catch up and quickly carry out Alliance reforms directly in the Mingshu Star region. With heavy military suppression, this process should be relatively smooth. A large amount of investment will follow, and strive to make the Mingshu Star region a key frontline military-industrial area in order to be able to supply the 7-star corridor nearby. The ultimate goal is to make the 7-star corridor as solid as a rock. The 7 fortress worlds have the support of the Saints base camp in front, the support of the Mersefat star field, and the support of the Mingshu star field built by the Alliance in the back, which greatly improves the stability. At the same time, after the construction of the 7 stars Thunder Torch Tower is completed, Gu Heng will also devote some of his energy to maintaining this channel. Then, after completing the stabilization of the 7-star corridor, the Alliance can consider passing through this corridor and crossing the Scarlet Scar to transform the Dark Side expedition into a real recovery operation for the entire Empire and the entire territory. As for whether this part of the task will be handed over to the Western Front Expeditionary Force or a new front army will be formed to be responsible for this part, we will study it at that time. Another surprise comes from the Saints Corps itself. When the Vigilant Star campaign was basically over, the 4th Advanced Fleet provided a batch of supplies to the Saints Corps and the Crusades free of charge. When they were about to move deeper into the corridor, Raymond Weiss put forward some conditions. He hoped to sign a series of more in-depth cooperation agreements with the Alliance and the Imperial Dark Side Committee in the name of the Saints, the protector of the Mersefat star field, and the living saint of the state religion. In name, the Saints would certainly not join the Alliance. But in fact, Raymond Weiss's initial opinion was that he wanted to join the Imperial Dark Side Committee. For this reason, they were even willing to accept the administrative officials of the Alliance in the Mersefat star field and the investment of the Alliance, even if it was on the condition of sharing control. They were willing to include the Saints itself, the 12 Saints subgroups that they had called up, and the so-called Holy War troops that the state religion had established in the name of the auxiliary army of the regiment in order to break through the restrictions of the imperial law, all into the combat command system of the Alliance. Of course, there were many details in it. Raymond Weiss did not sell himself for nothing, and he also made many requests. For example, the Alliance was required to invest more in the Mersefat star region, guarantee religion, invest in the deployment of the 7-star corridor, and subsequently plan an expedition to the so-called Imperial Holy Territory on the other side of the corridor. Gu Heng had no reason to refuse these. Many of the conditions proposed by Raymond Weiss were what the Alliance had originally intended to do, and it was nothing more than increasing the efforts according to the conditions. The extra investment in exchange for the service of a star-up regiment was simply worth it. In this battle, the 7-star corridor itself was naturally the Alliance's biggest demand, and its strategic value was too high. And the Saints regiment was what Gu Heng wanted next. Before that, he was still thinking about where to make a breakthrough and coax this regiment into his hands. Unexpectedly, they came to him on their own. According to this preliminary intention, even in name, the Saints were his own people. Gu Heng was looking forward to how the system's regiment interface would determine the status of the Saints regiment. This was the first time that he had the opportunity to have a startup group recognized by the system. Chapter 895. The Saints are one of the 9 founding chapters of the Empire. This chapter is always closely related to religion. At present, the most widely circulated text in the Empire, the words of the Emperor, which is regarded as the Bible by the state religion, was recorded, created, and interpreted by the genetic father of the Saints, the Son of God. 10,000 years ago, after the Emperor ascended, in the civil war that determined the future of the Empire, the Saints were supporters of the Loyalists. They have always claimed to be the most steadfast believers in the Emperor's will. They worship the Emperor as God, follow God's will, and firmly believe that the Empire should be ruled by mortals themselves. After the Civil War, the Saints also accepted the Space Marine Code written by the Son of God Robert and split up. After the split, their scale is not as large as the Infinite chapter, but it is also the second largest chapter in the Empire. In addition to them, there is also a Punisher Legion, and the number of their subgroups is about the same as the Saints. The Golden Knights are fourth. The number of the 4 combined subgroups accounts for almost 70% of the total number of war bands in the Empire. The remaining 5 groups account for less than 30% in total. The Saints, including their subgroups, have several more notable characteristics. They are fanatical religious elements, and their relationship with the state religion is very close. Very few Space Marines are canonized as living saints by the state religion, but almost 80% of the Saints chapter leaders are. The remaining 20% have a bad relationship with the state religion, or even a bad relationship. But despite this, they will be canonized posthumously after their death. The Saints and their subgroups will always fight for the interests of the state religion, and in turn, the state religion will always provide support to the Saints and their subgroups. The Saints chapter is also one of the most friendly with mortals among all the chapters. However, their friendship is conditional. This chapter is quite obsessed with preaching. It is said that in the era of the Great Crusade, when the Empire was established, the Saints chapter was too obsessed with preaching, which led to the expedition progress not meeting expectations, and was reprimanded by the Emperor. Then, they knew shame and courage, and understood that fighting for God is the best way to spread faith, so they began to strive forward. Therefore, when facing mortals, it depends on whether the other party is a believer. If they are believers of the state religion and believe in the Emperor, then the Saints will be more friendly, and the more pious, the friendlier. But if they are not believers, then the Saints are not just cold. They believe that all humans in the Empire should be believers of the Emperor, and those who do not believe in the Emperor are regarded as heretics. However, different Saints have different attitudes towards this aspect. Taking the Saints as the baseline, they are neutral. They have requirements for the state religion, but they don't care which specific sect they believe in, as long as they don't tamper with, distort, or even abandon the heresy of the word of the Emperor. If they are latent believers, they don't care. At most they will be indifferent. They will show respect to the Mechanicus, because the god of all machines you believe in is also the Emperor, so it's not a big problem. For non-believers, they will be persuaded and preached. If they really don't listen, they will be stubborn enemies, and will be physically eliminated. Well, this is the middle level. But fortunately, there are very few people in the Empire who do not believe in the state religion or the Emperor. After all, they are indifferent to shallow believers at most. If you really encounter one, just pretend a little. The Saints are too lazy to bother with mortals. If they don't want to pretend and stick their necks, just treat them as if they don't want to die. Taking them as the standard, some subgroups are more open-minded than the Saints. They will have very few contacts with the state religion, and will be more like an ordinary war group. That is, they are particularly pious and like to preach, but they are not crazy and don't interfere with the outside world. The main thing is to be pious. There are also more crazy ones, who pursue preaching every day, or clean up heretics, and have done a lot of things that are hated by heaven and people in the Empire. There are also various additional categories, such as those who have a very good relationship with the state religion, and can almost be regarded as the state religion's running dogs. There are many subgroups of Saints, and naturally there will be all kinds of types. No matter what type they are, they always have one characteristic that they cannot escape: religious belief. Others, whether they are possessed by demons, self-cultivation, or close relationship with the state religion, are all concrete manifestations based on religion. This is even difficult to avoid for the new war group that the Alliance has expanded using the Gene C quota of the Saints. It seems that this is something that is engraved in their genes. This is the biggest difficulty for the Saints war group to integrate into the Alliance. Gu Heng thought that after signing a series of cooperation agreements, the Saints were already in his pocket. But in fact, the Saints did not appear in the battle group interface. Obviously, just signing an agreement and the Saints battle group obeying the command of the Alliance in military affairs is not enough for the system to recognize. The independence of the Saints is still very high. Politically, they have a cooperative relationship with the Alliance. In terms of economy and self-development, they are still the masters of the Mursafat star field. They are different from those miserable battle groups that were recaptured by the Alliance. The Mursafat star field was quickly recaptured by the Saints after the disaster era, and they can still provide stable resources to the battle group. Whether they need to replenish soldiers or obtain equipment, they can get it locally, and their demand for the Alliance is not that high. Their current cooperation with the Alliance is essentially based on interests. Whether it is the interests of the battle group itself, or from the interests of the Empire and the entire human race, it is the most valuable thing to work closely with the Alliance and join their expedition. But this does not mean that they have become part of the Alliance. This can also be seen from the system. They did not appear in the battle group interface, but appeared in the Alliance's ally list. Gu Heng was quite patient about this. He did not have to obtain the Saints right now. But he had a series of plans, and would move forward slowly. The core starting point was the religion, where the two sides had the biggest difference in values. The Alliance also had state religions, but they were suppressed more severely. Or, rather than using the word suppression, it would be better to say transformation. The Alliance called this set of things Protestantism. The word of the Emperor is still followed, but the main emphasis is on the many positive moral qualities in it, such as guiding people to be good, calling for unity, and dedicating contributions. Some of the ritualistic and extreme parts of religion have been weakened. The organization of religious groups has been disintegrated, and religion has been controlled only within the scope of religion, thought, and community services, weakening its influence on society. Are these heresies? But they are not heretics, and they even follow the fundamentalism of the word of the Emperor very much, excluding the various other religious scriptures written by many so-called saints or theologians, and the interpretation of the word of the Emperor. The core contradiction between the many factions of the state religion lies in the right to interpret the scriptures. Mastering the right to interpret the scriptures means further mastering the influence, thereby gaining greater divine power, and then obtaining secular power. What the Alliance did was to cut off this part of the right to interpret the scriptures. The right to interpret the scriptures only belongs to the official Alliance and the Protestantism. The official Alliance and the Protestantism only recognize the word of the Emperor. To be honest, the state religion is generally dissatisfied with this. This is asking for their political life. However, it is difficult to say it publicly. What political life do religious groups want? This is a lesson left over from the apostasy era, and the imperial law has direct provisions for this. Many of the state religion's current actions, strictly speaking, are skirting the line. This reason cannot be used to say publicly, and the only way to find fault with Protestantism is to say that Protestantism is heresy. In essence, it is still back to the struggle for the right to interpret the scriptures, and then to the struggle for influence, divine power, and secular power. This is also the strategy that the state religion is best at. But in the area controlled by the Alliance, this set of gameplay failed. It is difficult to fight against the right of Protestant interpretation, so they insist on the holy word, and there are a large number of Protestant pastors and priests trained from the Alliance's seminary to help refute. The Alliance's seminary was also exchanged by Gu Heng with gift points. It is quite similar to Jonesy College in nature, and the level of the pastors trained is not bad. What's more, Gu Heng has also used a lot of gift points to enlighten and upgrade religious talents. If you can't get a big advantage in debate, don't even think about competing in other aspects. The official laws of the Alliance are biased towards Protestantism. The military force of the Alliance is enough to suppress riots. The administrative means of the Alliance have strengthened the control of the grassroots, which is convenient for Protestant missionary work, but not for traditional state religions. Under the guidance of Gu Heng, religious issues are controllable within the Alliance. And this set of things, under the instruction of Gu Heng, was soon applied to the Mursafat star field. After the war in the Seven-Star Corridor was generally stabilized, the Western Expeditionary Force gathered 3 advanced fleets and entered Mursafat. Under the framework of the agreement signed with the Saints, the Alliance quickly took control of a large degree of administrative power in the Mursafat star region. Then, when the Alliance's army, the Saints War Group, many Saints subgroups, and the Crusades began to march outside the Mursafat star region, the Alliance also began to build the economy, politics, and religion of the Mursafat star region. Economic construction, no problem, very smooth. Investment, very welcome. But the economic system of the Alliance is different from the original Mursafat. The style of the Saints Legion shows what the situation is like in the Mursafat star region. The hundreds of worlds here are, in a sense, religious worlds. The characteristics are the unity of politics and religion, and theocracy guiding the regime. And these have to be changed. In order to adapt to economic investment, political construction must naturally keep up. At this point, many contradictions have emerged. But in fact, it is still acceptable, at least when both sides are still in the honeymoon period, it is easier to coordinate. But when the alliance Protestantism began to join in through economic and political reforms, the contradictions began to become acute. Many conflicts were heard by Raymond Weiss, who was fighting on the front line. To be honest, when he received these news, his mentality was very complicated. On the one hand, he did not want to destroy the cooperation between the Saints and the Alliance. After fighting out of his hometown, he realized that the entire empire was in danger. His previous disappointment with Holy Terra was completely right. Through this, he also further realized that he must follow the footsteps of the Alliance and the instructions of the High Lord Gu Heng, which is the right way to save the empire. But at the same time, what the Alliance Protestant Church did in Mesafat really made him feel uncomfortable. Under the contradictory psychology, all he could do was to constantly be a paperhanger and try to coordinate the relationship between the two sides. The main method was to appease the people on his side. The bishops and priests, who ruled the many worlds in the Mesafat star field, were dying slowly in their political lives. Without support from Raymond Weiss, some people began to take risks. A large-scale rebellion broke out in Mesafat. Of course, according to the rebels, they were conducting a holy war, expelling heretics, and restoring the sanctity of the Mesafat star field. The rebellion was of course suppressed in the end. But the impact of this incident was very far-reaching. Among those who participated in the rebellion, many were Raymond Weiss's own people. Many different voices began to emerge within the regiment. Raymond Weiss finally couldn't continue to be a paperhanger. The contradictions were so obvious that it was impossible to ignore them. He had to have a conversation with Gu Heng. And this conversation was exactly what Gu Heng was looking forward to. From the emergence of religious contradictions, to the intensification, to rebellion, to the change in Raymond Weiss's mentality, these were all what Gu Heng hoped to see. How to bring about real changes without bringing these things to the surface. Chapter 896. The Word of Truth is the Glory Queen worship of the Saints. In the meditation room, Raymond Weiss sat in his exclusive seat with a serious expression. The request to the Alliance leaders to talk to Gu Heng has been approved. Raymond Weiss arrived 2 hours earlier than the agreed time, and has been thinking all the time. He rubbed his fingers that had been untied from the power armor gloves, letting his knuckles bleed from the rough scripture relief. He thought for a long time, until the holographic projector hummed in the four corners of the cabin, and Gu Heng's shadow gradually took shape, and he came back to his senses. "Hello, Perk Raymond Weiss, the commander of the cabin." Gu Heng greeted him with a friendly attitude. However, after the greeting, the second sentence he said had already entered the topic. "I heard that you personally executed 3 bishops of the Star region?" They instigated a heresy accusation and manipulated the result of the accusation. The crazy believers burned down the Protestant mission station with holy oil. The shoulder armor of the living saint reflected the red light of the skull candlestick, but the voice was more erratic than the candlelight. "So, I gave them the Emperor's mercy." "Mercy? Ha!" Gu Heng sneered at this time. "Take advantage of the rally. Burnt to death 72 Protestant priests and more than 3,000 believers. The Crusades blocked the door, and those who could run out were driven back. Right in front of the Emperor's statue, the Emperor's believers were burned to death by the raging fire. It is said that the Emperor's statue, which is theoretically invulnerable to water and fire, collapsed in this tragic disaster. The Emperor was unwilling to witness that scene with his own eyes. What was the result? In the end, they even deserved a mercy. It's just an execution. After the execution, the charges will not be announced. The body can be buried in the temple and receive secret offerings and worship." Raymond Weiss was silent for a long time before he spoke with difficulty. "This is not what I meant. I will order a thorough investigation to find out who did not follow the instructions after the execution, deprive them of all their honors, and shelter the traitors." Gu Heng's projection took a half step forward, and the Alliance badge on the shoulder strap suddenly became dazzling. "Do you need to investigate? Even I know who is behind it. The cardinals of the Mercipat sect, the doctors of theology from 12,000-year-old families, and..." At the end, he will deliberately prolong his voice to force Raymond Weiss to speak it out himself. "And the warriors I brought with me." Raymond Weiss stood up suddenly, and the holy sword on his waist sprang out half an inch in the movement. "But is this an unforgivable sin? They are practicing their beliefs, Protestantism. Protestantism of the Alliance." Gritting his teeth, he still finished his words. "Even if it might anger Gu Heng, isn't the Protestantism of the Alliance a heresy that you created to seize the power of the state religion? We can tolerate the spread of Protestantism, and we have tried our best to balance it. Do you want to erase our faith in the Emperor? Gu Heng was not angry. He just shook his head slightly and said, "Don't put yourself together with those hopeless people. I want you to remember the second section of chapter 7 of the Emperor's holy words." Gu Heng's projection suddenly approached, and the illusory shadow turned into a huge scripture scroll behind him. Believers should practice what they say and prove the truth with their lives. Raymond Weiss knew exactly what Gu Heng was going to say next, and his expression did not change because of this scene. Gu Heng looked at him and stopped talking. His theological attainments. So be it. Debating with a living saint like Raymond Weiss was not his strong point. So, he turned to what happened in history. And it was recent history. On the Valley Star, the 7-star corridors have been recovered, the war has ended, and the Protestant Church has arranged for the Nurgle vaccine to be transported to the Valley Star in batches to contribute to the recovery of the planet's agricultural production areas and avoid the impact of the remaining plague. The Mersifat sect absurdly believes that this is an unclean product. Not only are they blocking the distribution and vaccination of the vaccine, they even insist on executing all civilians who have been vaccinated with the Nurgle vaccine. As a result, a large-scale outbreak of the plague, known as the Plague Apocalypse Nights. The war gang took advantage of the spread of the plague and killed 6 nest cities along the route of the confession procession. The plague caused the Valley Star to reduce production. There were also Protestant agricultural ships deployed to the Valley Star, carrying the latest ecological farm components, but they were guarded by the Saint warriors at the starport to prevent the ships from docking. Your descendants would rather watch countless people on the planet starve to death in the barren fields than allow Protestant agricultural ships to dock at the orbital port. When they used countless scriptures to crush the food transport ships, they trampled on the true meaning of the Emperor. Raymond Weiss couldn't help but speak. His voice rose, like a dying Thunderhawk gunboat making its final dive. But the Protestant pastors tore up the saint's prayer. They deleted the praise ceremony during their sermons. This is an important manifestation of the contradiction. What is the saint's prayer? It is a religious book written by a living saint commander who had a great influence on the state religion and the saints chapter 4,000 years ago. It has a great influence and can almost be regarded as the mainstream book of the empire. The so-called merciful sect insists on the saint's prayer. Every member of the saint's chapter, in addition to being a warrior, is also the most determined monk. They themselves certainly insist on this book. To put it bluntly, the merciful sect is the most direct successor and disseminator of the religious thought of the saint's chapter. The contradiction between the two sides lies in that Protestantism does not recognize all content except the Emperor's word. This is a struggle for the right to interpret the scriptures. The saint's prayer has gained such a great influence. It is not so easy to say that you don't recognize it. Faith should not be a chain. Whether it is the Mechanicus or the state religion, it is the same. Using doctrine to kidnap productivity, and using indulgences to squeeze out the last rations, the so-called faith becomes poison. Are some things done for faith, for the Emperor, for the Empire, for humanity, or because of some prejudice, stubbornness, or even conflicts of interest? I think you can see clearly. The religion of the Alliance is free, and not only Protestantism can exist. There is nothing wrong with the saint's prayer, but no book can be greater than the word of the Emperor in doctrine. There is nothing greater than the welfare of the entire human empire. The commander's fingers dug deep into the scripture relief, and blood flowed along the words, "You shall not take the name of God in vain." Gu Heng's voice made his mind ripple with things that he thought he had forgotten hundreds of years ago. That was his teenage years, when he was not even a space marine. The golden wheat waves rippled in his hometown. His mortal father was a farmer. At that time, he did not have too many thoughts, but he felt that every harvest season, the floating wheat fragrance and the smiles on the faces of his uncles were moving. Looking at the full warehouse of wheat grain and the smiling faces when the windmill turned, is it really closer to the Emperor's love than the moldy communion bread? He didn't know why he suddenly remembered these things. In his hundreds of years of life, the things before the age of 15 only accounted for 3% of his life. He originally thought that he had long forgotten those unworthy memories, but he didn't know why he suddenly remembered them at this time. What do you want us to do? Do you want the saints to betray the 10,000 years of inheritance? Like those subgroups that are like fence-sitters, let mortals shave off our traditions? His voice became more impatient. But Gu Heng felt that it was a good sign that Raymond Weiss was in this state at this time. Gu Heng said softly, "I want you to become true saints. The regiment needs to be cleansed." When Raymond Weiss raised his head, his visor was covered with frost. "But how do you want me to convince the regiment?" "Does it need to be convinced?" Gu Heng asked back. "No one needs to be convinced. The obedient, the loyal, the rebel, the traitor, that's all. Give me 72 hours. He made a major decision. Gu Heng finally smiled. If you need any help, just tell Marshal Yin Fengshu. All the strength of the Western Expeditionary Force will be your strongest backing. Some confessionals need to be thoroughly purified to make the saints truly pure. Gu Heng did not pay attention to how the saints conducted the bloody purge that lasted for 72 hours. He only cared about whether this matter could be accomplished. Raymond Weiss finally agreed to conduct a purge within the regiment. This conversation with Gu Heng played a role, which cannot be said to be nothing, but it was by no means a key factor. In essence, he chose the latter between the interests of the conservatives in the regiment and the benefits of maintaining cooperation with the alliance. This choice is absolutely correct from a rational point of view. The benefits of cooperating with the alliance do not need to be promoted or mentioned. Before the alliance came, the saints defended the 7-star corridor with all their might. After the alliance came, the 7 stars in the corridor were no longer under pressure, the equipment was fully supplied, the troops went to the front line, and participated in a greater journey. What are the disadvantages of not cooperating with the alliance? As it is now, the saints have no room for regret. The saints and their subgroups, plus the Crusade army, have fully joined the military command sequence of the alliance, and the alliance is also taking over the administration of the Mersifat Star region. At this time, saying that you don't want to do it, don't integrate, and don't cooperate, what does that mean? That's a traitor. Does the alliance seem so easy to talk to? If the alliance is so easy to talk to, why didn't all the universes, star regions, worlds, and places recovered along the way join the Dark Side expedition and accept the jurisdiction of the alliance? Gu Heng never made any threats, but Raymond Weiss couldn't be ignorant. If it really came to that, there might be no way to end it. This is still a rational way of weighing the pros and cons. But in fact, this is very superficial. If it is just about interests, it is not enough for the saints to do this. Are the saints afraid of death? If it is just about interests, a threat of life and death, then the saints and Raymond Weiss himself are not afraid to die with their lives to defend their beliefs. If you want to go deeper and study it, it is actually a test for the saints. What is their so-called faith? Creed, dogma, classics, or the empire is the most important, the human is the most important, is the emperor's faith they follow the former or the latter? Some conservatives in the saints' regiment, the people of the Merzifat sect, chose the former. They have been thinking and doing this for thousands of years, and they have never felt that the former and the latter are in conflict. But Raymond Weiss saw that in the current environment, there is a conflict between the two. Gu Heng, the Alliance and the Dark Expedition, represent the latter. When you have to choose between the two, which way should the saints go? He is different from the conservatives in the war group. He is obviously a supporter of the latter. This is what prompted him to quickly reach a cooperation with the Alliance after meeting it, and realizing the strength and code of conduct of the Alliance. It is also the reason why the war group's religious beliefs conflicted with the Alliance. No matter how painful it was in their hearts, they would rather choose to wield the knife inward and cleanse themselves to keep the cooperation with the Alliance. However, this decision is still too difficult to make. Before this conversation with Gu Heng, Raymond Weiss still had some fluke mentality, thinking whether there was any place to compromise, and there could be a better and more win-win solution. And Gu Heng's meaning was very clear, shattering his fluke and fantasy, and helping him make up his mind. After the 72 hours promised by the Saints' war captain, 2 detailed reports were delivered to Gu Heng's desk. One was from Raymond Weiss's self-report. The other was from the Union Military Intelligence Bureau's investigation report on the internal cleansing of the Saints. They also watched coldly from the side throughout the whole process, and even provided a lot of help to Raymond Weiss, so that some people who might have escaped and hid could accept their due fate. Gu Heng didn't care whether this rapid cleansing was bloody and thorough enough. According to the statistics, the number of Saint warriors, Saint subgroup warriors, senior priests of the Merzifat sect, bishops, and theological families who died is not a particularly important number. Gu Heng is not a bloodthirsty person, and does not take pleasure in this. He only cares about the effect. The most direct manifestation of the effect is that he saw the name of the saint appear in the battle group interface in the system. When he saw this, he knew that the cleansing of the saints was indeed in place. Chapter 897. As a star-up regiment, the Saints' regiment was finally taken down by Gu Heng. After the Great Purge, they have already appeared in the list. As expected by Gu Heng, the benefits brought by the star-up regiment are much greater than those of ordinary regiments. A branch page was directly opened, Legion. The first point is reflected in the number of gene seeds. 50,000. Gu Heng was a little stunned when he saw this number. No wonder it is called a Legion. If all 50,000 Space Marines are recruited, wouldn't it be a Space Marine Legion in the era of the Imperial Expedition before the implementation of the Space Marine Code? However, after a closer look, there is still a slight restriction. This 50,000 is limited to all Saint bloodlines. It means that after collecting the Saints, the Star-Up Regiment, it is no longer meaningful to collect other sub-regiments. So far, the Alliance has 100 regiments under its command. Among them, the number of Saint subgroups is the second largest, second only to the Infinite subgroup, with 18. Decades ago, when the Saints decided to take on the responsibility of guarding the 7-star corridor, they were not fighting alone, but issued a call. 10 Saint subgroups accepted the call of the Mother Group and came to Mersefat. In addition, there were originally 4 Saint subgroups in the Mersefat star field. Including the Saints themselves, there are 15 groups here. Now, once they all surrendered to Gu Hang, plus the 18 Saint subgroups that were originally conquered, the number of Saints group has directly reached 33, becoming the largest group in the entire alliance. However, all of this is meaningless. No matter how many there are, the total number of Space Marines with Saint bloodline is fixed at 50,000. The number of 50,000 actually does not reach the scale of the Saints when the country was founded. At that time, their total number should have reached more than 200,000. This made Gu Hang a little dissatisfied. Why not give me 200,000? There were so many when the Legion was at its peak, but on second thought, it was because they had a large population. Some regiments have a pitiful population. If it is a fixed quota of 50,000, it is not unacceptable. In the future, when we go to conquer the Blood Angels, Phoenixes and other regiments with excellent individual levels, but relatively small numbers, it is also good to make up for it. What's more, the current quota of 50,000 is actually strong enough. The Saints alone can bring up to 50,000, and with the other warbands totaling 88, Gu Hang can bring out 138,000 Space Marines at full strength. This is also a full Space Marine Legion during the Great Expedition of the founding of the nation. In addition to the 50,000 limit, there is another benefit to taking over the Star-Up group, after the full strength. Every time a new warrior is cultivated with the inherited gene seed, then this warrior will be counted in the total number of seed limits. This means that the 50,000 limit is not the limit, but will increase. Each Space Marine will give birth to 2 gene seeds in his lifetime. The first one, 5 years after they become Space Marines, is called the new seed. When they die, they take out the one they carry with them, which is called the inherited seed. The second one should be the gene seed that was implanted in their bodies that year and has been supporting them in battle. It even carries some fragments of the long years of this Space Marine, basically focusing on learning, knowledge, training, skills, command, and other aspects. According to general sayings, with this kind of inheritance seed, the new blood will inherit many things in the gene seed, become more talented, and learn the skills and content recorded in it more easily, and even learn without a teacher. There is a difference between the 2 types of seeds. If you successfully train a new soldier with the inheritance seed, you can add 1 quota. Then the meaning of conversion is that after the 50,000 Saints are fully staffed, every time a veteran who has served for more than 5 years dies in the future, as long as the gene seed can be successfully recovered and then successfully used to train a new warrior, then the 50,000 quota will be increased by 1. The conditions are a bit harsh. 5 years, you have to die in battle, and you have to successfully recover the seed. The ratio in the middle may be about 30 to 40% in total. And this ratio is the ratio calculated by the number of qualified people / total number of dead in battle. Although Space Marines are often called big-headed soldiers by some people in some apocalyptic wars, how many apocalyptic wars can there be? In ordinary wars, their casualty rate is very low. Moreover, even in an apocalyptic war, casualties of hundreds or thousands of Space Marines are already a big deal. In addition, Space Marines have a long lifespan and are quite survivable. This condition is still not easy to achieve, and the growth rate will be a bit slow. But it doesn't matter, it's good news after all. Under the new Legion mechanism, Gu Hang can stably have 50,000 Saint warriors fighting for him, which can be quickly replenished after casualties. Moreover, this number is still sustainable. The longer the time goes, the larger the number will be in the future. What's more, if there are really 50,000 Saints, Gu Hang will quickly exchange all the gene seeds to make up for the number of people. Their natural growth will also directly increase the total number of Saints to about 70,000 in 5 years. New warriors will give birth to new seeds in 5 years. This will make the total number of Saints exceed the limit of 50,000, resulting in Gu Hang not being able to exchange new seeds before the loss of Saint warriors falls below the limit of 50,000. But what does it matter? By then, 70,000 warriors will be enough. Moreover, new ones can be upgraded. After the scale is up, the speed of the Space Marine's explosion is actually not too slow. Of course, it has to be operated well. What use was there for the Space Marines in the Legion era? They slowly operated and developed, and they all grew to 200,000 people, or even the peak of 350,000 people in the Infinite Legion. Some legions became sparsely populated during the fighting, and Gu Hang believed that it was mainly because of problems with the legions themselves. Either their commander, the Son of God, did not value his life, but was focused on the great expedition and meritorious service, and rushed and fought fiercely, resulting in heavy casualties and difficulties in replenishing them, or the gene seed adaptability of the Legion was not high, which was directly reflected in a significant reduction in the success rate of the gene seed implantation surgery. Or the Legion only knew how to fight, and was not very good at development. Oh, it is also possible that they have all three of the above, or two of them. The Bat Legion has all of them, the Blood Angels have the last two, and the Death Angels have the first two. Anyway, they all have some problems. The Infinite Legion and the Saint Legion, which have a large population, do not have any of the three. The gene seed has a high adaptability, and the Son of God will not be crazy enough to lead the Legion to fight blood every day, and at the same time, he will also operate and develop. The Infinite Legion has managed its own 500 worlds in a lively manner, and it is still one of the richest places in the Empire. The Saints are not so good at politics and economy, but they also have some characteristics in religious construction and operation. Mesophat was able to support them with a large number of legions in the past. They can all operate. Gu Hang has such a good foundation, and a whole alliance as a backing. What can't he operate? Under this idea, the number of gene seeds exchanged provided by the system is more like a bottom-line mechanism. If by any chance, the Legion suffers a devastating blow, then Gu Hang can spend grace points in a low number, quickly explode the troops, and pull them to a basic level. The comeback will be quick. But as long as you don't play yourself to that point, and continue to operate normally, on the one hand, the lower limit of the guarantee mechanism will be raised, and at the same time, the upper limit brought by normal operation will also be very high. After reaching an agreement with Gu Hang, Raymond Weiss even accepted the new blood of the future Saints, and walked from the Alliance's Space Marine Training Center. Of course, they also made a request. The Alliance must still respect the tradition of the regiment. Gu Hang agreed to this point without hesitation. According to the regulations of the Space Marine Management Association, the chapter itself has the right to propose requirements for new recruits to the new blood training center according to its own needs. These requirements are generally not related to strength. After all, the new blood produced by the training center is very good. They are mainly about some culture and origin. They may put forward requirements, such as requiring new blood to be born in their home planet, need to be familiar with the culture and history of the chapter, need to be a farmer family/hunter family/noble family/ancestors in the army/orphans. Even the most excessive is that not only the new recruits must be born in their home planet, but the training center must also open a branch on their home planet, and the entire training process of the new blood must be carried out on their home planet. Of course, the administration is not an unconditional compromise, and it can agree to everything. It mainly depends on the negotiation. But in general, being able to allow the chapter to customize new recruits will be of great help to the Alliance in the Dark Side expedition, and to recover the chapters after encountering them in various places. And as long as they are recovered, Gu Hang will have 2,000 gene seed quotas. Let's not talk about the fact that the recovered war bands themselves occupied 1,000 places. Gu Hang directly had an extra 1,000 seed places, which was equivalent to an extra war band. This newly established war band would not have any name or requirements. Moreover, even if the recovered war bands had many names, so what? It was true that the war bands could make requirements for the new blood training center, but there was a reverse condition that was uncompromising. The training center must have a supporting Zhongxi Academy, and all new Space Marines must be trained in Zhongxi Academy. In essence, this is the process of Gu Hang spending grace points to train these space warriors into political commissars to ensure their loyalty. Over time, when the proportion of new blood trained in the Zhongxi Academy in the recovered war bands increases to a certain level, it is self-evident what the war band as a whole will become and whether it will betray. The same is true for the Saints. As expected, Raymond Weiss put forward many conditions for the Alliance to train new blood for them. To this, Gu Hang fully agreed. The new Space Warrior Training Center was built on the True Word Star. The entire training was carried out entirely on the True Word Star, open and transparent, and they were very happy to hire veterans of the Saints War Band as instructors. Most of the new blood born from this training center were selected from the believer families on the True Word Star, and most of them would be added to the Saints war band. There is also another part, which was also recruited from other places in the Mersifat star field, and was added to the Saints subgroup. Of course, none of them were full. They were not fully staffed when they came, not to mention that they had experienced decades of brutal war. After decades of fighting, although they continued to recruit new soldiers to supplement each regiment, to be honest, the speed of replenishment could not keep up with the speed of consumption. This is why, in the late stage of the 7-Star Corridor Defense War, Raymond Weiss could not bear it. That is, if the defense line is not contracted, everyone will be bled to death. But it doesn't matter. When the Space Warrior Training Center on the True Word Star is established, all these regiments will be quickly fully staffed. Gu Hang will let these Saints warriors see what the speed of the Alliance is like. They will definitely be shocked and then doubt. This is not in line with their common sense for thousands of years. But it doesn't matter. Over time, the extremely fast replenishment speed and high-quality soldier quality will be like a shot of addictive medicine. Even if you think that this thing may have hidden dangers, you can't resist the temptation of being too useful. What's more, as time goes by, they will find that there are really no hidden dangers or disadvantages. As long as they don't have any ulterior motives, and don't betray each other. Chapter 898. Gu Hang had also considered whether he had lost money after opening this Legion page. After all, if the number was 50,000, wouldn't it be enough to collect 25 original Saints? In fact, there were already 18 Saints before the Alliance, not counting the Saints bloodline that Gu Hang had established himself, and the original number was 9. Including the 15 in the Mersifat star field, the total number is 24, which has almost reached the upper limit. But in fact, it is not very realistic. Gu Hang took down the Mersifat star field in one breath, and made the Saints obey, so that they returned with 14 subgroups. In fact, these 14 subgroups, in the later stage, only had 4,000 to 5,000 Space Marines in total, and each group had an average of 300 people. If the Saints did not accept them, these 14 groups would definitely rather be destroyed than join the Alliance. Without this concentrated attack of the Saints here, the current number would not be reached. Moreover, Gu Hang suspected that the total number of individual bloodlines, since there is a startup group, the Legion page can be opened and become 50,000, so Gu Hang estimated that the simple subgroup will also have this upper limit. It's just that he has never encountered it before. In addition, Gu Hang also discovered a point. There's an alliance in the Audon universe that has taken in a Saint subgroup, called the Holy Cloth Iron Guard. The gene seed they provide in the system is not that of the Saint, but is called the Holy Cloth Iron Guard. This situation is actually not the first time Gu Hang has seen it. The blood sharks are blood shark seeds, and the phoenixes are phoenix seeds. They are not bat seeds or phoenix seeds. There is no doubt that they are indeed the daughter groups of the corresponding mother group. However, Gu Hang guessed that their gene seeds, after a long time and the unique experiences their war group had suffered, had undergone some mutations, making the gene seed somewhat different from the mother group. It can still be seen that it is very similar to the original war group, and it is also very similar when tested. But after all, it is somewhat different, leading to some new characteristics, so it was recognized as independent by the system. And such seeds are not subject to the upper limit of 50,000 in the Legion interface. Gu Hang even speculated that if the war groups developed from these independent gene seeds reach a certain level, can they also be recognized as legions? What is the reason for being recognized as a legion? For ordinary war groups, it is to subdue the startup group. So, can we think that it is enough to develop an independent seed regiment to the level of a startup regiment? And what are the conditions for developing it to the level of a startup regiment? The number of space warriors cultivated by independent seeds? The upper limit is now 2,000, so we have to rely on operations to slowly expand it to a certain scale. It is not impossible, but it will probably be very slow. But are there other conditions besides this? However, this matter itself is just Gu Hang's conjecture and may not come true. In addition to independent seeds, the seeds inherited from various legions are actually divided into 3 categories. Inferior Legion, Glory. This is also one of the benefits that Gu Hang obtained after the Legion page was opened. Among the many war groups that the Alliance has conquered before, the gene seeds rated as inferior accounted for almost half or more. These inferior seeds are probably due to improper storage, or the original qualifications of the Space Marines, who cultivated the gene seeds are not good enough, or the most direct reason is that the gene seeds have been stored in the warehouse for too long. Various problems have led to a certain degree of degradation of the gene seeds. The proportion is as high as 50%, which is actually a bit exaggerated. The Empire's management system for gene seeds, and the training system for Space Marines, have always been more defensive than training. They can't ignore the strength of Space Marines and always have to train them, but they are afraid that they are too strong and rebellion is a big problem. The overall policy is twisted. It is precisely in this environment that many gene seeds are used because the storage conditions and time are too long. The selection of materials is not good, and the seeds used by each war group are inherited as inferior seeds. Of course, generally speaking, there is no level division of the gene seeds of Space Marines in the Empire. Gene seeds are the most important wealth of each war group, and they will not be checked casually, and there are no quality levels. However, in Gu Hang's war group interface, this thing is visible at a glance. The quality of gene seeds does not directly determine the strength level of a Space Marine. Using good seeds can also produce weak players, and using inferior seeds can also produce champions. What determines the strength level of an individual is mainly the individual's own talent and effort. However, if the sample is expanded to tens of thousands of Space Marines, the quality effect of gene seeds will be much more obvious. The most direct manifestation is that the training success rate of the company champion of the inferior seed regiment is about 2% to 3%. The Legion seed, which is the seed that has never degraded, should be the most common and most abundant seed. The training success rate of the company champion fluctuates between 5% and 10%. Compared with the 5% to 15% of independent seeds, the independent seeds fluctuate more and the upper limit is higher, but the bottom line is similar. After the Legion system was opened, all the Saint seeds were exchanged for Legion seeds, and there were no secondary seeds. After the Saints chapter surrendered and the Legion page was opened, a new gene seed exchange was added. A higher level of glory seed. The total number is 1/10 of the total upper limit of the Saints gene seeds. Gu Hang has not tried the effect of this gene seed, but there is a real chapter that can be compared. The various founding chapters. The biggest halo of the founding chapter is, of course, the chapter's lofty political status, legitimacy, and influence. The second is that they are rich and well equipped. But in addition to this, the strength of the Space Marines themselves should not be underestimated. The main reason is that their gene seed inheritance has been the best for thousands of years. When the family split, only the best warriors stayed in the mother group. Among these startup groups, the proportion of company champions can reach 15% to 25%. Moreover, the probability of a battle group champion is much higher. These 5,000 glory seeds are independent of the 50,000 seed quotas. The notes written on the interface clearly state that 1/10 of the Legion quota is taken. Moreover, on the Legion interface, a new training method for space warriors is also marked, called Blessed Son. Gu Hang knows this. This was the glory guard of the Son of God of the Saint Legion in the Legion era, which was of the same nature as the ever-victorious army of the extreme warriors. Only those trained with glory seeds can be trained to become Blessed Sons. And each Blessed Son has the same strength as the company champion. More importantly, this training does not conflict with the training for veterans, sergeants, and company champions, and can be superimposed. Chapter 899, The Son of the Blessed, training items can directly use 5,000 glory seeds to create 5,000 elite warriors, whose average strength level is slightly weaker than that of the company champion. Then, add regular Space Marine training items to them one by one. As long as you can add a sergeant level, you can reach the level of the company champion. Add a sergeant level, or the so-called model level training, and you will be at the top of the company champion. Adding the training items of the company champion, you will definitely be a master among the company champions, and you may not be far from the regiment champion. And the glory level gene seeds can achieve a 20% company champion ratio. That is about 1,000 company champions, or the level of half-step regiment champions. But in addition to these, Gu Hang has two means of strengthening. Gu Hang has decided to use the technology of the Primaris Space Marines to secretly build a regiment. Then, Gu Hang planned to transform these 5,000 glory seeds and the training of the Blessed Sons with Primaris technology, and then secretly build a group. Building a new group does not have to be carried out in the training center of the Saints' Mother Star, the True Word Star. With the addition of Primaris technology, the 1,000 people who are already close to the group champion will probably be even closer, right? Even if it is still a little short, Gu Hang still has another means of strengthening: Hero Enlightenment. Enlighten it again, and raise the level a little bit. As long as it is slightly raised by 1 or 2 levels, at most 3 or 4 levels, it can be steadily promoted to the level of the group champion, right? Although the Blessed Son plan has just begun to be implemented, Gu Hang can still make some estimates according to his previous ideas. The weakest of these 5,000 Blessed Sons is close to the level of company champions. They can train more than 3,000 company champions and upper middle level warriors. 1,000 of them can reach the limit of close to the limit of the battle group champion, and 300 of them can easily train to be the battle group champions. Moreover, if some of them have a higher hero rarity, they can raise their level to LV7 or above after a longer time, and with more experience, and they may be able to break through to the level of God-chosen champions. Optimistically speaking, there may be 10 or 20 such candidates. This number is quite terrifying when compared. In the Battle of Omgilia, although it was not the entire combat power of the Alliance, it was also the essence of the Western Front Expeditionary Force. Gu Heng personally went into battle, and racked his brains to raise a lineup of 4 God-chosen, and more than 20 battle group champions to surround, and kill the Bone Crusher King. And the siege was successful. Once the Legion page is opened, the special training items of the Seed of Glory and the Sun of Blessing can produce 10 to 20 God-chosens and 300 regiment champions. The height of the cutting-edge combat power has been directly raised. Gu Heng believes that this is the biggest benefit after the Legion system page is opened. However, although the benefits are great, the cost is also quite high. The cost of conventional resources is not low. After all, it is such an elite unit, so the equipment must not be bad, right? Power armor is not only the majestic type, but also the refined version. That requires high-level Mechanicus members or engineers to rub it by hand, with low output and slow speed. The best Terminator power armor in the Alliance is the Iron Cavalry type. Should the number of equipped be more? Should it also be made into a refined version, matching mortal troops, matching warships, and vehicles? The cost of the Blessed Suns built in this way may be several times that of the same number of regular war bands. But this is still just a small part. In terms of cost, it is mainly reflected in the cost of grace points. Gu Heng estimated that if he wanted to build all these 5,000 Blessed Suns according to the highest standards he had imagined before, it would cost about 55 million grace points. On average, one Blessed Sun would cost him 11,000 points. The new blood of the Space Marines was screened from tens of thousands of mortal teenagers, from T5 soldiers to T1 level in rounds, and a single-digit number of candidates were screened out. Most of them could not be trained to T1 level, and stopped at T2. It was an inevitable loss of additional grace points. Although they could also be added to various troops as elite soldiers, they were still very welcome by various troops. Then they had to undergo implantation surgery and exchange for accelerated growth. The training path for this part of regular Space Marines is 1,000 grace points each. The exchange price of Glory Seeds is 2,000 each. I exchanged them with the training points exclusive to Space Marines all the way, from veterans, non-commissioned officers, paragons, and company champions, and 3,000 points were gone. The special training items of the Sun of Blessing are 5,000 each. A Sun of Blessing Space Marine spends 10,000 grace points. This number made Gu Heng feel a little hesitant. If it is only used to build 5 elite war bands, it is too extravagant and expensive. So many grace points can be used to cultivate talents, stabilize society, strengthen political rule, exchange factories and schools, develop the economy. But if the improvement of cutting-edge combat power is also taken into consideration, then Gu Heng will not hesitate in an instant. Build hard. When encountering a single enemy with strong strength, the Blessed Suns will be dispatched to solve the problem well. There are more than one founding group whose home planet is on the dark side of the Empire. Oh, in fact, strictly speaking, the Saints are not on the dark side of the Empire. The home planet of the Saints is actually located on the holy border of the Empire. It is only because of the 7-star corridor that they went to the dark side to fight and maintain the stability of the corridor. In the dark side of the Empire, especially in the Eastern Universe, there are actually 2 home planets of founding groups. One is the Phoenix Regiment. This is an old acquaintance. Not only is it the original regiment of the Alliance, the mother group of the Phoenix, but they also had the experience of fighting side by side with the Alliance during the Iron Armor War. Gu Heng saved the life of Su Lai, the Lord of the Phoenix, and their entire regiment. The relationship between the two sides can be said to be quite good. After Su Lai was promoted to be the representative of the Space Marines and became one of the High Lords, he has been in the Supreme Council of the Empire and has provided a lot of political support to Gu Heng. However, his regiment suffered 2 heavy losses during the Iron Armor War. Phoenix is also a regiment with a relatively large problem of replenishment. The gene seed adaptability is almost the worst, and the means of operation are also average. In other words, Phoenix has always had a more reliable leader and cherishes the lives of his soldiers, but it happened to encounter the Iron Armor War, and there were only more than 200 people left. This situation makes it quite difficult for them to replenish their members. Although the Queen of Glory warship was saved, The regular warships of the regiment were lost too much. Such a huge loss can no longer be made up by their home planet, the Divine Bird Star. Su Lai also chose to work hard to mobilize relationships and contact other regiments to win the status of a representative of the Space Marines, because he hoped to use the power of the Empire to restore the vitality of the regiment faster. Before the cataclysm, Su Lai and the main force of the regiment were stationed near Holy Terra. With the supplies he managed to get and the help of the Mechanicus, they licked their wounds and recuperated. There were only 50 Phoenix warriors left in the Divine Bird to guard the home planet. The home planet of Phoenix is located in the Ningxu universe, and it has been recovered by the Alliance. The 50 Phoenix warriors have no objection to the Alliance, but they obviously cannot represent the regiment, let alone let the system recognize anything. Gu Hang was too lazy to let these 50 warriors do anything, so just continue to guard your home planet. And in the eastern border of the Empire, there is another star-up group, and we have also encountered it. Shortly after the 7-star corridor battle, while the Alliance gradually took over the Mersifat star region, the Southern Expeditionary Force received a request for help from the Blood Angels when they reached the Hades star region in the Hexiang universe. The home planet of the Blood Angels, the birthplace of the Son of God and the Archangel, is the celestial star in the Hexiang universe, Hades star region. Named after the celestial, it seems like a religious world. In fact, it is. This planet is indeed quite popular with the Emperor, the state religion, and the former Archangel, so it is not a big problem to be considered a religious world. But the biggest feature of this planet is its harsh natural environment. Red sand is everywhere, and the toxic sunlight brings deadly radiation. People on the planet must regularly inject anti-radiation agents, and wear anti-radiation clothes to survive. The land on the planet is also extremely barren and lacks water. Various mutated wild monsters are rampant in the desert. But it is in such a harsh environment that the most noble son of God in the historical legends of the Empire, Saint Gerard, who is called the Archangel, was born. Later, it also nurtured generations of blood angels. However, a powerful hive fleet invaded the Hades galaxy and headed straight for the mother planet of the blood angels. Generally speaking, people think that the Void Zerg is very scary and has high intelligence. But their intelligence is mainly reflected in their rapid learning of prey, evolving appropriate tactics, and having a strong hive mind, but generally speaking, they are mainly driven by the instinct of eating, and they should not have too obvious strategic thinking. Just eat something. However, this hive fleet was different. After they appeared, their goal was very clear, that is, to go after the Blood Angels. Even in order to advance quickly, and take down their goals, as soon as possible, even if they conquered some planets, their plunder and devouring of the planets themselves was different from the normal situation where they would eat up everything. They just made some supplements, plundered what they could eat and digest quickly, and hurried on their way. This has a taste of revenge. The Blood Angels once had a glorious victory over the Zerg. This newly emerged group of Zerg seemed to be here for revenge. After realizing this, the Blood Angels conducted arduous blocking operations, and fought several battles with the Zerg in multiple star regions. From the overall situation, they basically lost. The scale of this Zerg nest fleet was too large. Even if the Blood Angels summoned some subgroups and integrated the local Imperial Star Army, Navy, and Planetary Defense Force, they could not resist. But they did not expect to win in one fell swoop. The main goal of the interception along the way was to slow down the speed of the Zerg nest fleet, and buy time for the rear. From this perspective, their goal was achieved. Relying on the time gained through hard work, the Blood Angels did two things. First, they created a void of Wasteland by evacuating personnel, or even directly issuing extermination orders without evacuation. When the Zerg passed through the wasteland of dozens of worlds, they could not get any supplies in the middle, and could not eat biomass. Even those planets that were originally responsible for blocking the Zerg, once the war went badly, the extermination weapons that had been sent to the surface in advance would be actively detonated by humans. If they could not stop the Zerg, they would perish together with the Zerg. By the way, all the biomass on the planet could also be burned, so that the Zerg could not eat anything. Of course, the extermination weapons were actually quite rare, and the amount collected by the Blood Angels in a hurry was not enough for every place. Therefore, they were only used in the most prosperous and populous world. This decision was very cold-blooded, but it was an inevitable move under helplessness. Of course, hundreds of millions, even billions or tens of billions of people died under the Blood Angels' extermination orders in those worlds that activated the extermination orders. But in fact, when the Zerg invasion could not be resisted, the people of these imperial worlds had no chance of survival. The difference was only whether they would be buried in the belly of the Zerg and transformed into biomass to add bricks and tiles to the Zerg army, or die more quickly and cleanly under the extermination orders. As for buying time, the second effort made by the Blood Angels was to call for reinforcements as much as possible. The most important ones came from the Blood Angels subgroups scattered all over the country. Under the natural mission of defending the Mother Planet, a large number of subgroups accepted the call of the Mother Group. Among them, there were even some who had a tense relationship with the Mother Group. Even some who had been sentenced by the Empire as traitors also accepted the call. The most famous among them was the Blood Knights. After being sentenced as traitors, they were called blood drinkers on the wanted list. This involves the major flaws contained in the gene seed of the Blood Angels. All the descendants of the Blood Angels, under the influence of the gene seed, are usually handsome in appearance and gentle and noble in character. These beautiful qualities come from their noble Son of God. But in fact, the Blood Angels are born with bloodthirst. When the battle is fierce, the rage and bloodthirstiness in their hearts will put them at risk of losing control. Only by drinking the blood of the enemy, or even their own people, can this madness be alleviated. This style made the entire Blood Angel Corps called the Vampire Corps in the past. This is not a good name. But when the Son of God appeared and led the entire Legion, he reversed the situation, led the Legion by example, learned to endure and restrain desires, and changed the name of the Legion to the name of Angels. Under his leadership, the atmosphere of the entire Legion was indeed completely changed. However, after the fall of the Son of God, the bloodthirst curse came again. Most of the descendants of the Blood Angels have been walking on this path of restraint and endurance. They also gained strength based on this. Some fighting brothers in the regiment, who have fallen into complete madness because of the uncontrollable bloodthirst curse, will be incorporated into the Death Company. Usually, they are strictly guarded. In important battles, they will be treated as disposable consumables and thrown into the most dangerous battles with the lowest survival rate in order to have a glorious ending. But there are also some Blood Angels regiments that no longer restrain themselves and walk into a darker path, indulging in bloodthirst. The Blood Knights are such a regiment. In battle after battle, despite their outstanding military exploits, they always drank the blood of mortals in battle, whether it was civilians or friendly forces. They always caused a large number of friendly casualties, and this behavior was evil and heretical no matter how you looked at it. They eventually angered Holy Terra and were declared traitors. But even if they were declared traitors, they actually did not betray. They always came uninvited to support the battles of the human empire and beat the enemies of mankind. And by the way, they would eat the blood and flesh of friendly forces after the battle. Their attitude towards this was also very calm. They believed that humans were the lambs of the Emperor, and they, the Space Marines, were the sheepdogs who worked for the Emperor and managed the lambs. Is it a sin to work hard and fight the enemies of mankind while eating some meat? As the Mother Group, the Blood Angels know the whole story of the Blood Knights as traitors. They are not on the same path. The Blood Angels have always called on all the daughter groups to adhere to the traditions of the group, adhere to the teachings of the Son of God, restrain themselves, and return to propriety. Only those who can endure the desires in their hearts are qualified angel descendants. For those groups with particularly serious genetic defects, they are always generous in giving the greatest help. However, the Blood Knights have completely gone on the path of betraying the Son of God, which is unacceptable. This is also the reason why, as the Mother Group, they also support the judgment of the Blood Knights as traitors. As the head of the group, the supreme commander of the Guardian campaign of Celestial Star, the legendary hero of the Empire, and the recorded lifespan of 1,500 years, Dante is a firm pragmatist. At this critical moment, he no longer considers the different paths, morality, and quality of different groups. The strength of one or two more groups is very important. Especially these Blood Angels, who have completely embarked on the road of madness, have more terrible combat power than ordinary Blood Angels. This is the power that needs help. Before the final battle to defend the planet of Celestial Primus began, the Blood Angels had recruited more than 30 chapters, totaling 21,000 descendants of the Blood Angels, to participate in the war. The result of the war was extremely tragic. 7 chapters were completely destroyed, 11 chapters were almost annihilated, leaving only a few kittens, and the remaining chapters were generally beaten to only 1 or 2 companies of troops. Of the 21,000 descendants of the Blood Angels, only about 5,000 survived in the end. Even the legendary hero Dante was seriously injured in the bloody battle, and fell into a coma. And the Alliance arrived at the battlefield at this time. Chapter 900. Dante's consciousness floated in the void for an unknown period of time. He dreamed that he was lying at the bottom of a pool of blood, and countless rotten hands were dragging him into the abyss. Those hands belonged to the descendants of the Blood Angels who died in battle, and also to the mortals who were countless. They poked their heads out of the sticky blood plasma, and their faces bitten by the swarm of insects roared silently, as if they were cursing him and questioning him. He knelt at the edge of the blood pool, tears streaming down his face, constantly repenting and apologizing. He suddenly opened his eyelids until a certain cool breath pierced his chest. "Great, you're awake." Dante could hear the surprise of the speaker. That was his battle brother, the pharmacist of the Blood Angels. Of course, he was very familiar with his own medical officer. However, there was another person next to the medical officer, whom he did not recognize. However, he looked familiar. He looked familiar, mainly because of his blood-red paint, which was exactly the same as the Blood Angels. If there was any difference, first of all, he was taller than the average space marine. This height was beyond the scope of individual differences. In addition, the emblem on his shoulder was different from that of the Blood Angels, which was a sickle-shaped one. Dante spoke slowly. "I never remember that the descendants of the Blood Angels had this symbol. Can this strange battle brother answer questions for an old confused man?" He called himself an old confused man, but he was not really confused. Dante could vaguely feel a kind of blood affinity from this tall space marine. This made him 80% to 90% sure that this was a blood brother, who was also the descendant of Saint Gerard. But that was just a feeling. Dante was not confused at all. He remembered every Blood Angels group in his mind. Whether their ending was destruction, disappearance, or betrayal, he remembered it. But he just couldn't remember this symbol. Moreover, its abnormal body shape also puzzled Dante. While asking gently, he quietly put his hand down, ready to pinch the weapon on his back. He had hidden a knife there all year round. But he didn't touch it. His armor had been completely removed, and he was completely naked, so it was impossible to hide any knife. Moreover, his body was also very wrong. First of all, he was extremely weak, and at the same time, the action of touching his back with his hand was particularly painful. He recalled what happened before he fell into a coma. He was surrounded by enemies, and kept fighting hard. He killed countless enemies, including units such as Hive Tyrants or Executioner Tyrants. However, he was ultimately unable to withstand the endless siege, and the wounds on his body accumulated more and more. In the end, his consciousness was completely unconscious, and he could only fight by instinct. He could not remember what happened afterwards. He originally thought he was dead. Now, it seems that he has saved his life, but the wounds on his body will not be fully recovered in a short time. But in addition to weakness, he also felt a special power pulsating in his body. This power was rapidly repairing his body, but it was so strange. "Please don't move." The strange battle brother spoke. "You still have 3 Zerd carapaces stuck in your chest, and your right lung lobe is completely carbonized. You still need to rest. After this bottle of strengthening medicine is finished, you can have another operation to be out of danger. As for your question just now, I can also answer you. I am the chief pharmacist of the Crimson Side chapter, Urin Sosa. Our chapter was founded in the 4th Dark Side founding, and its history is relatively short, only 23 years. However, we still receive continuous requests for help from the mother group, and rush to support." The Crimson Side pharmacist who called himself Sosa explained a lot of things, but Dante was less and less understood the more he listened. Crimson Side? Never heard of it. Shouldn't the mother group be notified when the subgroup is established? What is the Dark Side founding? The history is only 23 years? 23 years ago, the Empire held a founding ceremony for the Holy Blood subgroup. Didn't the Scarlet Scar tear the Empire into 2 sides? In 23 years, the Empire can have a new chapter to support the Dark Side. He had a lot of questions in his mind. "Wait until you recover, and then listen to the story," Sosa advised. "No, I need to know the truth." In the face-to-face conversation, Sosa gave in to the legendary hero of the Empire. He described the experience of the support troops in detail. They came from the 4th Dark Army, that's right. The so-called Dark Army was authorized by Gu Heng, the Dark Archon of the Empire, the High Lord of the Empire, the great leader of the Alliance, to build a space warrior regiment using the collected gene seed bank. And now, the Dark Expedition has been carried out to the Hexiangju domain where the Blood Angels are. After receiving the Blood Angels' request for help, they rushed to the battlefield as soon as possible. Even Gu Heng himself came to the battlefield in person, because he valued the Blood Angels. However, when the main force of the Alliance's Southern Expeditionary Force arrived, the war between the Blood Angels and this huge hive tentacle fleet had actually come to an end. The Blood Angels and their descendants were about to be defeated. The 21,000 Blood Angel descendants and countless mortal armies fought bravely, and with huge casualties and sacrifices, they consumed the Hive's manpower to a state of imminent collapse. However, manpower is limited, and before the manpower of the Zerg is defeated, it seems that the Blood Angels will die first. Once the Zerg Hive completes this massacre, they will immediately be able to obtain a huge amount of biomass. The quantity may be secondary, and the most terrifying thing is the extremely high quality. By then, after a short period of recovery, the size of the Zerg Hive can be restored to half or even more than half. What's more terrifying is that the top Zerg Hive creatures among them will be a step higher in both combat power and quantity than in the past, and will grow into a much more powerful enemy than when they invaded the Hades galaxy. From this perspective, the Alliance came in time. They intervened in the battle, providing the Blood Angels with a much-needed manpower, allowing them to take a breath, and also brought a large amount of supplies and equipment to replenish the Blood Angels, who were almost out of ammunition and food, and restored a certain combat effectiveness. The Alliance's advanced fleet, and the remnants of the Blood Angels survived the most dangerous period. Then, the main force of the Alliance's southern line, led by Gu Hang, landed on the battlefield. The Zerg nest, which was already on the verge of collapse, could not hold on at this time. They admitted defeat and began to evacuate, but were pursued and eventually annihilated, and the Queen was also killed. This was the greatest victory over the Void Zerg in the history of the Empire, and the way of victory was also very special. With an arduous and bloody battle, the Zerg were beaten to the point of exhaustion of manpower and death. "So we won, Captain." When Sosa said this, his eyes were full of reverence. But Dante couldn't laugh. How much did we lose? His voice was like sandpaper rubbing against metal. When his own pharmacist next to him began to report the number of casualties, he raised his hand to stop him. "Just tell me how many angels are left who can stand up." "There are 4,721 people left. Among them, no more than 3,000 can still fight now. This is the only part of the 21,000 Blood Angel descendants left." Chapter 901. Only 20% of the people survived. The gene seed inheritance of the Blood Angels is not very stable. Like the phoenix and the bat, they are all chapters with rare offspring. It is simply incomparable to the 3 large chapters of Infinity, Saints, and Punishers. Even the Golden Knights and the Angels of Death have stable inheritance. Like the Blood Angels, under normal circumstances, each chapter has to worry about the inheritance of its own chapter, fearing that there will be no successors, and that the subchambers or brother chapters will be quietly annihilated. How many Space Marines are there in the entire Empire, including all the loyal Blood Angel subchambers? This data is difficult to count because the various chapters are distributed throughout the Empire, in various places, and are always fighting and replenishing. But roughly speaking, there are about 130 registered Blood Angel subchambers that have activity records 20 years before the Cataclysm. But most of the chapters are not fully staffed. This is quite normal for Space Marines. Even for those chapters with high gene seed adaptability, they always go to war, train new soldiers, and have a success rate for surgical implantation. It takes 1 or 2 years after the implantation surgery for the superhuman organs to grow completely. In short, the speed of replenishment is limited. In this case, it is normal that the chapter is not fully staffed in most cases. After all, most chapters do not have the ability to ensure that they have a regular force of 1,000 people, and still have hundreds of reserve forces that are not in the chapter, so that they can quickly replenish them when the chapter suffers a loss of manpower. To be honest, it is hard to say whether this behavior has crossed the red line of the Space Marine Code. The relatively low gene C compatibility of the Blood Angels has led to a low success rate for the operation, and the difficult recruitment of new recruits has made things even worse for them. In general, the total strength of the 130 Blood Angels regiments, most of which were not fully staffed, was probably around 60,000 before the Cataclysm. When the Mother Regiment, the home planet of the Son of God, celestial planet, was under a major threat, almost all the Blood Angels who could hear the news were able to obey the Mother Regiment's call and rush to participate in the defense war. And now, they were almost wiped out in this battle, with only 3,000 or 4,000 people left. So many regiments were completely destroyed, so many fighting brothers fell in a pool of blood. This made Dante recall the endless dream he fell into when he was dying before. He was in unbearable pain and almost fainted. Dante regarded everything as his own responsibility. He didn't do it well. But we won. Sosa's words interrupted the grief of the Imperial hero. "You call such a tragic result a victory?" "Of course." Sosa said, "You persisted until the arrival of the Alliance and destroyed most of the Zerg's manpower. Now, the biggest threat has been eliminated. What we need to do next is to continue to clear out the local Zerg in the star field and save the worlds that can still be saved. The regiment can also return to glory after reconstruction. You are a well-deserved Imperial hero. His attitude seemed so natural. Such a look only made Dante feel that there was a clear stupidity in him. He was a little angry, the kind of annoyance of being fooled. However, the anger soon dissipated. They were just a regiment that was established only 23 years ago, which meant that this tall and unusual space marine was just a little guy who had only served for 20 years. Although he could not be called a new soldier after serving for more than 20 years, he was not a veteran. It was normal to be naive when thinking about some problems. In a sense, Sosa was not wrong. However, how difficult would it be to rebuild the worlds that were severely damaged by the Zerg invasion? How difficult would it be to rebuild the many blood angels that were essentially destroyed or on the verge of destruction, with only 1 or 2 companies left? This difficulty made Dante daunted even if it was placed in front of a hero like him. It is the young people like Sosa who are ignorant and fearless, thinking that the so-called salvation and reconstruction are just words. Dante, who did not want to talk about this topic, mentioned another thing. I feel a very strange power in my body. What's going on? He looked at his own pharmacist. This kind of thing must be answered by his own people, which Dante can trust more. However, the Blood Angel's pharmacist looked at Sosa next to him. Sosa said, "Let me tell you. Your previous injuries were so severe that there was almost no special way to prolong your life. Therefore, after obtaining the consent of many Blood Angels, we performed Primaris transformation on you. Fortunately, although the Primaris transformation operation is very dangerous, especially for seriously injured people, your condition is quite good. As long as time passes, you can recover your body as before under the new power, and you can also gain more powerful power." Hearing this, Dante interrupted Sosa's words and asked, "Primaris transformation? What is this?" "A new technology that allows space marines." "New technology? When did the Empire have this new technology?" "This is Leader Gu Hang. How dare he tamper with the sacred gene seed of space marines?" Dante was already furious. He turned his head and questioned his own pharmacist. "You just watched this heretical technology being used on me?" "Emperor, I would rather die." Before the pharmacist could speak, Sosa's attitude changed. Of course, his admiration for the heroes of the Empire was still there, and this was the head of the Gene Mother group. However, he could not accept the fact that he called the Primaris technology a heresy. Heresy technology? This is the technology that the great leader Gu Hang brought out. Under the transformation of Primaris technology, we will become stronger and purer, and be able to better serve mankind and be loyal to the Emperor. Although I respect you very much, Mr. Dante, this is not a reason for you to attack Governor Gu at will. Gu Hang, the Gu Hang of the Alliance, the ambitious Gu Hang. I correct you again. Sosa said with a straight face, under the leadership of Governor Gu, the Alliance has completed the recovery of 40% of the territory of the dark side of the Empire. At the same time, we have also opened up the communication between the dark side of the Empire and the holy territory of the Empire, and are marching towards Holy Terra. Even if there is still a certain distance from Governor Gu Hang's grand goal of saving the entire Empire, there is no doubt that we are on the right path. You should always respect such a hero, leader, High Lord of the Empire, and Archon of the dark side, who is even greater than you." At this point, Sosa added another sentence that made but Ding had no way to refute. What's more, the Alliance saved the Mother Group and the Mother Planet. If it weren't for the arrival of the Alliance, the Blood Angels would have been truly destroyed, and the entire star field would have been swallowed up and restored to its original state. Even more powerful Zerg aliens would bring greater disasters to more human worlds. If that happens, not only you will be a sinner, but the entire Blood Angels will also be sinners of the Empire. The Alliance saved us Blood Angels, both in terms of inheritance and reputation. From any perspective, you should not only respect him, but also thank him. After hearing this, Dante was silent for a long time. After a long while, he slowly said, "I want to see Gu Hang." Chapter 902. I want to see Gu Hang. Of course. Sosa said, Governor Gu said that as long as you wake up and want to see him, you can do so anytime. Dante pushed away the pharmacist's support and barely stood up. Sosa took out a wheelchair from the side, which was obviously prepared long ago. "I carry you. You are in a state where you can't move too much." Dante ignored him. How could a hero of the Empire lie in a wheelchair and be pushed in front of Gu Hang? He was going to show the uncompromising and tough attitude of the Blood Angels, not to wag his tail and beg for mercy. For this reason, he not only did not get on a stretcher or a wheelchair, but even forced to wear his full set of armor. Even though there were many large and small holes on the armor, and it had not been completely repaired in time, he insisted on wearing it. Dante's armor was not the same as the bright red color of ordinary blood angels, but golden. Behind him, there was a pair of steel wings. His helmet was a special mask made according to the face of the father of genes. He had to wear all of this before he could go to see Gu Heng. After putting on the masks, he walked slowly but firmly into the angel castle. This was his home, the center of the celestial planet, the holy land where the Son of God led the blood angels to rise 10,000 years ago. And now, it has almost become a ruin. Although most places looked familiar to him. However, he was only familiar with some fragments and some ruins. Rows of trucks and engineering vehicles were pushing countless Zerg corpses into the incinerator, and the purple smoke covered half of the sky. He noticed that the Alliance logo was branded on each tank turret. From this perspective, the Alliance saved the Blood Angels, and it was no lie. If the Blood Angels had not really fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the previous war, and had to rely on the help of friendly forces to survive, Dante believed that his fighting brothers would not have allowed the Alliance army to enter the Angel Castle so easily. When he walked by, every Alliance soldier would stop his work and salute him. Dante did not return the salute. He did not have the strength or the mood. However, when he glanced over, he still instinctively reflected the situation of these Alliance soldiers in his heart. The commander's instinct belonging to the Space Marine leader began to analyze involuntarily. From the equipment, the soldier's mental outlook, the organization of the personnel. From all aspects, he can realize that these seemingly ordinary Alliance mortal army troops are an absolutely strong army. If in the previous battle, half of all the mortal troops he had no need, 1/3 would be enough, were replaced with this level of Alliance army, then he would have the confidence to directly win the war. In addition to these mortal troops, Dante can also pay attention to some elite troops of the Alliance. Those are actually mortals, a bit like the Scitarii. The reason for thinking so is that they use a lot of equipment that the Mechanicus is generally unwilling to give to the Astra Militarum, or that the Imperial Military Affairs Department cannot afford to purchase. These elite equipment are generally reserved for their own Scitarii. However, the reason for the fight is that, in addition to the Mechanicus equipment, these soldiers also have a large number of normal Astra Militarum equipment. Their feedback power armor and exoskeleton equipment account for a large proportion. Their clothing is similar to that of the Alliance army. Their flags and organization also look like those of the Alliance army. There are also some political commissars wearing red hats among them. If they are not Scitarii, does it mean that the Alliance's ability to integrate the Forge world is very strong, and it can control many Forge worlds of the Mechanicus and build equipment specifically for them to create this kind of elite mortal army? Even more terrifying is that the Alliance does not even need any cooperation from the Mechanicus. The Alliance's own productivity is enough to accomplish this. The Alliance can create one Forge world after another. What a terrifying hard power this represents! Inexplicably, the so-called Crimson Side Sosa appeared in his mind again. When he said that the Alliance would rebuild all the worlds affected by the Zerg disaster in the Hades star region centered on Celestial Star, he looked as if it was a matter of course. Is there a possibility that it is not naivety, but trust? The heartfelt sense of it is not because he does not understand the difficulties involved. On the contrary, it is because he understands. But he also understands how strong the economic construction capabilities of the Alliance are. He has personally seen countless worlds that, under the leadership of the Alliance, quickly got back on track after similar disasters. After seeing so much, it is natural to take it for granted. This is possible. But how to make up for the loss of the war group? When he thought of this, he saw something else. There were several Kirin fighters that seemed to have just completed their missions, flying from a distance. Some Space Marines fell from these fighters. Looking at the paint, they came from different war groups. Some of them, Dante did not know, were probably new war groups created by the so-called Dark Army, like the Crimson Scythe. But there were some that he knew. They were some war groups active in other universes, and some even had dealings with the Blood Angels. And now, no matter what kind of war group, these Space Marines walked together, shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing. Alliance. Gu Heng. How many war groups did he recover for his use? What exactly was he going to do? What bargaining chips did the Blood Angels have now? And what would they get with these bargaining chips? What would the Blood Angels be in the future? Countless questions surrounded his mind. Until he met Gu Heng, his ideas had a little bit of a prototype. However, all these thoughts were shattered at the beginning of the meeting. What he saw made him unbelievable. You shouldn't refuse the wheelchair. Gu Heng's gentle voice woke him up from the shock. I heard from the medical officer that you were seriously injured. In fact, Our meeting can be postponed for a while. He turned a deaf ear to Gu Hang's concern. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed to the Existence, who was having a holographic conversation with Gu Hang. The giant sitting upright in blue armor was the Son of God, Robert, whom he had met on a pilgrimage to the Infinite Battle Group's home planet, Super Starfish. Chapter 903. This is... Hello, Dante, I'm Robert. I've read your biography, and you are worthy of being a hero of the Empire. Robert's gentle voice came from the other side of the holographic image. Gu Hang also nodded slightly in agreement. Dante's thoughts were completely confused. The only Son of God whose whereabouts are very clear in the current Empire is Robert, the genetic father of the Infinite War Corps. Everyone in the Empire knows that this figure from 10,000 years ago, a mythical existence, is sitting in the God's Air Hall of Superstar. But except for a very few crazy people with delusions, rational people would not expect the Son of God to stand up again. There is a very high-end tourist project on Superstar, which is to meet the Son of God. The God's Air Hall is not open to the public, but when some important people come to visit and ask to meet the Son of God, the Infinite Warriors are not particularly easy to refuse. Dante, as a legendary hero of the Empire, and the head of another founding chapter, is such a person who is not easy to refuse. During a visit to Super Starfish hundreds of years ago, he had met the Son of God. Now they meet again. However, the last time was through a stasis, and this time, it was a holographic image. Because of this, a guess arose in his mind. Could it be that Gu Hang was lying to him? Although he looked at it from all angles, it was a real holographic image. His brain was spinning, and he couldn't see any problem. But he still tried to remain skeptical. After all, from past rumors, the leader of the Alliance, Gu Hang, is a psychic master famous throughout the Empire. Using psychic energy to create an illusion, and deception, it should be possible for this psychic master, right? Although it is almost impossible to deceive Dante with psychic power due to his psychic resistance. But he would rather keep his suspicion. The reason is that this matter is too shocking and unbelievable. If he does not keep his suspicion, he does not know what kind of mentality he should face. However, the two people present did not pay special attention to him. As soon as they met and exchanged a few pleasantries, Gu Hang apologized. I'm sorry, I clearly said that you can come to see me anytime, but as you can see, I am discussing something else with Robert. Can I sit in? Gu Hang was stunned and turned his eyes to Robert. I have no problem. Where is the regent? There is nothing that needs to be hidden from this imperial hero. You can do whatever you want. So, Dante really leaned against the table next to him, folded his arms, and began to sit in. Gu Hang and Robert did not care about him. What they were discussing was indeed a very important matter. The war in the Infinite Star Domain has basically ended so far. Under Robert's personal leadership, the invasion of the Chaos Demon Army was thwarted, which was a matter of course. And the news of Robert's resurrection began to spread outward from the 500 worlds of the Infinite Star Domain. The Imperial people who heard the news, from civilians to dignitaries, from ordinary soldiers to space warriors, from the state religion to the Mechanicus, were all excited. The title of the Son of God was still exciting enough. People shouted that the Empire was saved, and the most excited people were definitely the space warriors. Needless to say, the Infinite Legion subgroups. The Blue Sons and Blue Grandsons have a father. And the Space Marines of other bloodlines were also shocked by this. Although Robert was not their genetic father, he was a genetic father anyway, a Son of God, representing the most glorious era of the Empire, and also representing the most glorious history of the Space Marines. Before his own Son of God was resurrected/returned from disappearance, Robert's appeal to any loyal Space Marine was unparalleled. In addition to the Space Marines, another force, with a somewhat crazy attitude, was the state religion. Although the Mechanicus also believed in the Emperor, they believed in the other side of the Emperor. In their doctrines, the Emperor was transformed into the image of the God of all machines for worship. The Son of God did not have a particularly important position in the concept of the Mechanicus. But it was completely different for the state religion. When the Emperor was purely religious and became the only supreme God, the status of the Son of God was like Jesus. It's just that the number of sons of God is slightly more. But now, one of the sons of God has really resurrected. That's like a myth coming to reality. It's a God appearing in the world. The state religion almost went completely crazy. In the surroundings of the Infinite Star Domain, those who heard that the Son of God had resurrected and had the ability to contact him, without exception, almost all rushed to him. They exerted a huge religious influence, affecting one world after another, and trade organizations, star armies, and independent warlords joined the forces of the Son of God. After Robert withstood the Chaos Demon Army's siege of the Super Starfish and opened up a channel to communicate with the outside world, reinforcements from all directions swarmed in. They were eager to fight under the leadership of the Son of God. And Robert certainly had his own grand plan. How could it be enough to just lift the siege of the Super Starfish? He wanted to save the entire empire. Robert did not act rashly. He had just woken up from a 10,000-year slumber, and to be honest, he was still quite unfamiliar with the entire empire. He spent some time to understand the 10,000-year history of the empire, as well as the current political situation, plus the current catastrophe that tore the entire empire apart and put all mankind in crisis. The Son of God's extraordinary wisdom made him realize the two key points to save the empire at the moment: Holy Terra and the Alliance. No matter how many fucked up things Holy Terra has now, it is still the center of the empire. Together with Mars, and the moon next to it, this is the most important economic center of the empire, and the productivity is amazing. In addition to the economy, its great political significance as the home planet of mankind and the capital of the empire for thousands of years is irreplaceable. Only by sitting in Holy Terra can one issue orders and unify the entire human empire. It is not possible anywhere else. The specific situation of Holy Terra is not particularly clear now, but this is a major problem. It cannot accurately transmit its information to every part of the empire, which itself means that the situation is very bad. It can no longer fulfill its dual duties as an economic center and a political center. This has been going on for a long time, and the division and chaos it has brought to the empire are even more serious than the Scarlet Scar itself. Robert was determined to gather the forces that had come over to launch an expedition to Terra after the initial stability of the Infinite Star Domain. He wanted to see what Terra was like now. He had even made preparations to personally take charge of Terra. In the past, during the Emperor's ascension and the civil war in the Empire, he was a staunch supporter of the human faction. He followed his father's wishes. He believed that the Emperor was a human, and they, the sons of God, were also human, including the Emperor's guards, the Space Marines, and other extraordinary warriors, or ordinary mortals. They were all the same, all human, but with different individual strengths. Some of his brothers, under the instigation of chaos, actually believed that the sons of God, as the heirs of the Emperor, naturally had the power to inherit the entire empire, just like the Crown Prince inherited the position of the Emperor. The Space Marines should also be superhumans, who were superior to humans, and mortals should completely obey the leadership of the Space Marines. There was a violent conflict between the two sides. After that civil war, the human empire was greatly divided. For example, Saint Gerard, the genetic father of the Blood Angels, died in that battle. He was killed by Hells, the Imperial War Master, the Blue Moon Shepherd, who called himself the new Emperor but was actually the genetic father of the Moon of Vengeance blessed by the Chaos Gods. In that final battle, it was not just one son of God who died. The Blue Moon Shepherd himself was also killed by the Emperor, who came to Earth for a short time, and the siege of Terra was lifted. However, at this stage, it can only be regarded as the climax of the Imperial Civil War. In the second half, the Imperial Loyalists, who were beaten badly, had to recover the worlds that rebelled in the Civil War. The entire Imperial Civil War actually lasted for hundreds of years, directly ending the most glorious period of Imperial history from the Founding War to the Emperor's ascension, and also directly caused the Empire to quickly slide from its heyday to a state of decline. This decline lasted for 10,000 years. That is, the foundation laid by the Emperor in the early period was strong enough, and heroes continued to emerge among humans in the middle, which helped the Empire as a whole or partially. Therefore, it slowly declined to the current level, and it has not yet been completely destroyed. Of course, there are more than two sons of God who died in the Civil War. In the early stage of the Civil War, the climax of the Civil War, and the final stage of the Civil War, both sides had sons of God fall. In the following less than 100 years, the war between the Loyalists and the traitors never stopped. The sons of God on both sides died and disappeared one after another. Including Robert himself, it was also at that stage that he was pierced through the chest by the twisted Chaos Shamanic Khan saber when fighting with the father of the genes of the Galloping, resulting in a fatal injury. That is, the father of the Galloping genes, Temujin, who inherited the name of a hero of ancient Terra, was also seriously injured by Robert. The result of the battle between the two can basically be regarded as a mutual destruction. The ascended demon's Galloping Khan was expelled back into the warp, and the remaining infinite warriors snatched back the Gene Father, and had the opportunity to use the stasis field to save the Gene Father's life. Robert can basically be regarded as the last lost son of God on the Empire side. After all his brothers left, before he entered the stasis field, he had been alone in the empire for decades. At that stage, he was the one who actually ruled the empire, and the Space Marine Code was also written at that stage. After all, we must learn the lessons of this civil war that almost destroyed the empire. At that time, both sides had a large, assembled Space Marine Legion, and the commander of one or two legions made a decision, which could bring a profound disaster. By splitting the Space Marines from a huge legion into a regiment, with a maximum of 1,000 people, the Space Marines, a force that cannot be abandoned but needs to be vigilant, becomes controllable. At that stage, the Son of God was called the Regent in the Empire. In essence, Robert's title of Regent, and the power to rule the entire empire under this title have not been cancelled. Who is qualified to cancel his power? Moreover, for the empire, the Son of God, who has been lying in the stasis field for 10,000 years, does not need to do this specifically. And he can naturally continue to lead the empire with this title and the identity of the Son of God. But the premise is that he can return to Holy Terra. This cannot be done in the infinite star field. Robert is confident that as long as he can return to Holy Terra with the army that supports him and preside over the overall situation, the current bad situation of Holy Terra can be greatly improved. As long as Holy Terra can resume its functions as the capital of the empire and the political center, and regain control of the entire human empire, the division of the empire can be greatly improved. Gu Heng fully agrees and supports this. In addition to Holy Terra, the most important thing for the overall situation of the empire is the alliance. This is something Robert did not think of at first. After all, in the era when he lived, the empire did not have a second center like the alliance, which was independent of the center of the empire, and had such strong power and influence. Once, when he was in the founding expedition, and was in charge of the 500 worlds of the infinite star field, some people called him an independent kingdom, called him an ambitious person, and a separatist in the empire. But in fact, how can the situation of the 500 worlds in the infinite star field be compared with the current size of the alliance? After Robert had a good and in-depth chat with Gu Heng's son Gu Jing, he realized that the alliance now controls 40% of the territory of the dark side of the empire, and if there are no more accidents, the power of the alliance will continue to expand and become stronger in the next period of time. Is it possible for him to regard the alliance as an enemy? Absolutely impossible. No matter what Gu Heng thinks, the empire will never regard the alliance as an enemy now. Even if Robert can return to Holy Terra and become his regent again, he can integrate the power of the empire. What can he do to the alliance? Fight another civil war in the empire. In the environment of the catastrophe, that means he really doesn't want the empire to survive. Chapter 904. Robert, the Son of God, can fully realize that his only choice now is to cooperate well with the alliance. He must recognize that the alliance is part of the empire and part of humanity, and recognize the power of Gu Heng, the High Lord and the Dark Archon of the empire. Moreover, he needs to count on the alliance, which has done a very good job in the dark side of the empire, to continue their expedition and unify the dark side. He even hopes that the alliance will provide him with support and help him to launch an expedition similar to the dark side expedition on the holy border of the empire. In the end, let the entire human empire return to peace. Of course, true peace is impossible to come. Although that is the wish of the Son of God, he also knows rationally that it is impossible for every place to be absolutely peaceful, and that is unrealistic. It would be good enough to achieve overall peace in the territory of the entire empire, or to have enough strength to unite and deal with major threats to peace. He must rely on the power of the alliance. As for if half of the empire, or even more, is covered by the alliance system, and the power of the empire is mainly in the hands of the alliance. So what? Does Robert care about power? He doesn't care. He only cares about the human empire. If the alliance represents a better human empire, then why not? He doesn't have to be the regent. It's a right, but it's more of a responsibility. After reading the empire's 10,000 years of history, and carefully studying the empire's recent situation, he is really disappointed with the current situation of the empire. Ignorance, chaos, infighting, inefficiency, corruption. These bad things can all be used to describe the empire. Whether it is the center of the empire, or various places, it is all a mess. It is not rotten now, but it has been rotten since a long, long time ago. After Robert woke up, he was dissatisfied with everything he saw. To be honest, the two forces that supported him the most, Infinite Warriors and the state religion, are the two parties he is most dissatisfied with. In his heart, the state religion represents the most ignorant party. In the glorious era he lived in, religion was already something that could not be put on the table. The empire was promoting rationality and scientific thinking. The emperor was the emperor, a great leader, and there was no so-called son of God. These brothers were the emperor's children, but they were also the commanders of the empire, expanding the territory for mankind and leading the people. For Robert, everything seemed to be yesterday. It is true that he woke up after 10,000 years, but these 10,000 years were really just a blink of an eye for him. He was seriously injured and entered a stasis state. Everything stopped. When he opened his eyes again, it was the dark and twisted era of 10,000 years later. How could he accept the ignorant appearance of the empire now? There was even a disgusting thing like the state religion, worshipping his father, him and his brothers as gods. This made him feel extremely absurd. And he actually felt this feeling in his genetic descendants. That's why his descendants followed closely and disappointed him. Reason, honor, fairness, justice. These are what he taught his descendants. But they seem to have lost the first one, and they also followed suit to worship the God Emperor and the Son of God. If the most important first one was lost, would the so-called honor, fairness, and justice that he insisted on afterwards still be the good qualities he expected? However, he couldn't even say this heavy disappointment. He slept for 10,000 years, but he didn't lose his political wisdom. In the current situation of the empire, he went everywhere and publicly said that the emperor is not a god, the emperor is just a human, I am not a god, I am just an ordinary human. How can people believe you when they see your body that is much taller than a space marine? Even if he is the son of God, he can't change the 10,000 years of faith of the people of the empire if he says these things in person. Let alone today, 10,000 years later, didn't his saint brother already believe in the emperor as a god 10,000 years ago? In the Civil War, he chose to stand on the side of mortals and handed over the empire to mortals, just to follow the will of God, but not because they thought everyone was human. Now, Robert openly talks about rationality, eliminating ignorance, and eliminating religion. The result is almost impossible to be the good direction he hopes for, but it is likely to make the fragile empire even more chaotic and divided. He has the desire to save the empire, but it is precisely because of this that he feels the current situation of the empire is difficult and even a little desperate. Even with his wisdom, it is difficult to think of a solution that can solve these problems immediately. After thinking for a long time, he could only take a long-term view. He had to do it step by step. He might need to acknowledge his identity and the existence of religion to continue to maintain the unity of the empire. Even if this made him feel a little disgusted, he had to continue to do so to ensure that these forces could continue to be used for his own benefit. Later, through his own words and deeds, through gradual religious and political reforms, he would change some things that he really didn't like. Of course, in this process, perhaps, he would be polluted by the empire, this cesspool, in turn, who can say for sure, just when he had made long-term plans and planned to use 100 years? 200 years? Or even longer time to change the empire little by little and save the empire, he suddenly read about the Alliance. Although the Alliance has appeared for more than 100 years, compared with the long history of the empire, they are still very short. However, the Infinite Warriors have a rich record of the Alliance. In the Iron Armor War, after the two sides had a preliminary friendship of fighting side by side, they subsequently launched a long-term trade. During this process, many spies from the Infinite Corps also entered the Alliance and collected intelligence everywhere. The Infinite Corps did it both secretly and openly. They said it was secretive because they were skilled and experienced. They instinctively collected information everywhere in the Empire, relying on the well-developed trade system of the Infinite Star Domain. After connecting to various places, they naturally began to collect intelligence. Only with enough information can we make correct judgments. This is one of the ancestral precepts left to them by the Son of God thousands of years ago. Speaking of being above board, their spying behavior basically does not touch particularly secret information. They rarely take the initiative to explore military secrets, political secrets, and commercial secrets. Those spies are often the most normal sailors, merchants, and immigrants. They live their own lives and do their own work. By the way, in the process, they see the public information they see, or some non-public information that is accidentally exposed to them. The purpose is to integrate a lot of knowledge and summarize it with the return of the ship to the intelligence department of the Infinite Star Domain. Then, there are analysts who integrate this information and make judgments. The Infinite War Group has a great interest in the Alliance. There are few places in the Empire that are as good at management and development as the Alliance. In the eyes of the Infinite Warriors, the most common type of local dignitaries in many empires is to enjoy themselves, or to have the ambition to climb up with the help of the Empire's system. The former's biggest demand is stable rule, and the latter's demand is promotion and wealth. They are not so concerned about local construction. It can even be said that economic construction and development are not important in their own goals. Even if some people want to develop well, they often don't have the ability. Even if they have the ability, they are always limited by various conditions and environment, and thus cannot really achieve their goals. Most of the rich places in the empire are taking advantage of the environment and resources. Either the environment of the planet itself is particularly good and suitable for development, as long as the leaders don't mess around, they can develop, or their location or political significance is significant, and higher-level government agencies have invested huge resources to accelerate their development. However, the Alliance is not like this. According to the analysis of the Infinite Warriors, they believe that the development of the Alliance relies on high efficiency, relative integrity, emphasis on development, reasonable policies, and unity. They have done many things right. Of course, there are some things they can't figure out. For example, the expansion speed of the Alliance's military power, the production efficiency of factories, the efficiency of trade, and the efficiency of talent training are all better than their highest possible estimates. This part can only be said to be the result of the Emperor's blessing. The only thing that makes people feel a little uncomfortable is that the Alliance has changed too many traditional imperial systems, and the people of the Alliance are generally not pious enough in their beliefs. The Emperor is often just a catchphrase. They respect and worship the Emperor, but there is a lack of fanaticism. Many religious rituals and religious ideas have disappeared under the so-called Protestantism. The Space Marines have some complaints about this, but these aroused the interest of Robert, who was reading these analysis reports later. He thought this was great. An empire as cesspool-like as a pit, there is actually such a piece of pure land. After reading the history of the rise of many alliances, although there are many things he can't analyze and understand, why so many soldiers suddenly burst out, why their combat effectiveness is so strong, their economic development is as fast as a cheat. However, this does not prevent him from quite appreciating the leader of the alliance, Gu Heng. So, he went to have a long exchange with Gu Jing. During this exchange, he also learned about the alliance's century-long dark expedition. There is no doubt that the alliance did what he wanted to do. The alliance has done what Holy Terra should do. At present, the situation of the dark side of the empire must be much better than that of the holy border of the empire. This is ironic. Obviously, there is Holy Terra and the most elite area of mankind here, but it is a mess, which is completely worse than the dark side of the empire that is isolated on the other side, and has much worse objective conditions. As for Gu Heng's ambition that people are concerned about, that's great. If possible, Robert doesn't mind pushing Gu Heng, the High Lord, to move up. Prime Minister of the Empire? Rule the entire empire? No problem at all. He missed his father's closest deputy in the past, the first Prime Minister of the Empire, who made great contributions in the founding expedition. Even the arrogant sons of God had to admit that the first Prime Minister, who had many conflicts and contradictions with them, had achievements that were no less than theirs. Without this Prime Minister sitting in the rear for a long time, the founding expedition would never be so smooth. He urgently wanted to have a communication with Gu Heng. Thanks to the opening of the 7-star corridor, Gu Heng found a way to stably pass the psychic signal through the Scarlet Scar. In addition, Gu Jing was right next to Robert, acting as a signal tower, so the communication became feasible and stable. The first time the two communicated, they could be said to have a good chat. The visit of Dante, the leader of the Blood Angels, was just a small episode with multiple listeners. They continued to talk in detail, and had already talked about the expedition to Holy Terra. The Alliance would use the 7-star corridor as the most important channel to transport a large amount of war resources and troops. The entire Western Front army completely turned to Holy Terra as its target, and used the built-up Mersifat star field as its base camp to carry out the next step of the war. This has gone beyond the scope of the Dark Side expedition. Gu Heng calls it the Terra expedition. The Western Front army of the Alliance is not the protagonist of the Terra expedition, but more like a supporting role. The real protagonist is Robert himself. The power he integrated from the infinite star field will go from north to south, with the goal of Holy Terra. However, he will not adopt the Alliance's Dark Side expedition model. He admitted that it was very stable, and the kingly way. With the infinite star field as the center, fight southward little by little. Liberate a place, build a place, gain a foothold, and continue to fight southward. With his identity as the Son of God, his appeal is stronger. However, he still thinks it is too slow. The Alliance Dark Side expedition has fought for 100 years, and what has it achieved? According to the same efficiency, it will take another 100 years to fight from the infinite star field to Holy Terra. Even if there is an alliance on the southwest side, and it also fights towards Holy Terra, the time for the two sides to successfully meet will not be short. Robert became anxious again in this regard. In the past 100 years, it has been seen that the Empire is on the verge of collapse. What will it be like in another 100 years? I am afraid that by then, the entire Empire, except for the Infinite Star Field and the dark side controlled by the Alliance, other places will be completely hopeless. He wants to take a faster, more violent, but somewhat risky way. He temporarily compromised with those disgusting things in order to unite greater forces and exert the appeal of religion, so that he can lead enough forces to implement his adventure plan. He wants to lead his Terra Expeditionary Force, with the guidance of the Eldar gods, to carry out primitive subspace navigation, skip all the astral tunnels in the middle, and go directly to Holy Terra. Chapter 905. Gu Heng expressed his concerns about Robert's plan. With the forces gathered from the Infinite Star Field, ignore everything and rush directly to Holy Terra. Use the warp to navigate directly, rely on aliens for navigation? Gu Heng felt it was unreliable. Robert explained his plan to Gu Heng in detail. It sounded very reliable. Robert would not take his most important troops on hand to take an unprepared adventure. But he would take a prepared adventure. The preparation of the army and the transformation of the warp engine required to travel through the warp, all of which would take a lot of time, and were extremely important preparations. Especially the transformation of warp navigation. The Empire has not carried out large-scale warp navigation for too long. In Robert's opinion, the preparations on the ships for this are completely insufficient, and there are too many areas that need to be improved. Especially the engine. The current Star Jump engine is not suitable for warp navigation. But fortunately, there is no need to dismantle them all, but there is corresponding transformation technology, which can enable them to have the ability to navigate in the subspace at a relatively low cost and method. At the same time, on the Super Starfish, on several other industrial worlds in the 500 worlds, Robert used his authority to open several secret strategic arsenals. These treasure houses are unknown to the station leaders of the Infinite Warriors. They are fully automatically maintained. At the beginning of the design, Robert ordered them to be buried 10,000 years ago for future strategic preparations in emergencies. The confidentiality level is very high, and only a very few people know about it. Before digging it out, even he himself did not have much hope. After all, 10,000 years is too long. Although the secret arsenal was prepared for long-term storage, when it was first built, it was short of using the stasis field. The fully automated maintenance facilities inside were also very complete. However, after 10,000 years, whether the things in the arsenal can still be used, have they already decayed into scrap metal? But fortunately, most of the things stored in the arsenal are still usable miraculously. The Terra Expeditionary Force saved a lot of time in preparing for subspace navigation. After all, many of these old goods from 10,000 years ago are specially prepared for subspace navigation, even including subspace engines. After all, 10,000 years ago, subspace navigation was the mainstream. The arsenal of 10,000 years ago has relevant materials and equipment, which is quite reasonable. In addition to preparing for subspace navigation, the arsenal also has a large number of ancient equipment from 10,000 years ago. For the current situation of the Empire, the older the technical equipment, the more powerful it is. In the past 10,000 years, the technology of the Empire has regressed significantly. These ancient equipment will be able to significantly increase the overall strength of the Terra Expeditionary Force. However, all these preparations are not as important as the last thing. Navigation. It has been too long since we have carried out warp navigation. If humans only lack equipment, they can still manufacture, modify, and dig antiques. But no one knows how to navigate the warp, which is a big problem. You can learn it now. There are some ancient technical materials. Robert himself knows how to navigate the warp, but he can't split himself to go to every ship. As the commander, he can't do the navigation himself. Here, we can only rely on the Eldar. The Eldar are also willing to help. In fact, Robert had placed his hopes on the so-called webway of the Eldar at first. Although that thing is an alien technology, Robert doesn't care that much. He learned from the guests, who saved him, how they came to the Super Starfish from the explosion of the Cartier Fortress world. The magic of the Eldar webway is still fresh in his memory. Of course, he is also aware of the risks. First of all, the webway may not be completely reliable, otherwise, how could they have been lost in it for decades? Secondly, the Eldar may not be reliable. Although they saved him, although they expressed goodwill, although they said they wanted to form an alliance. However, Robert still remembered this race. They are arrogant, they are capricious, and although they are one of the few alien races in this star sea that can communicate well, they are still aliens. However, After thinking it over again and again, he decided to trust those Eldar once. After all, the other side was also on the verge of extinction. However, it was the Eldar who refused to allow such a large human fleet to use the webway. If there were too many people, the webway would not be able to support it. The Eldar webway can only carry tens of thousands of people at a time, and hundreds of thousands of people at the limit. This thing is indeed very convenient and easy to use, but it really can't accommodate so many people. If hundreds of thousands of people are transported at a time, this webway from Super Starfish to the vicinity of Holy Terra will have to be repaired for decades before it can be used again. Even if it's only 20,000 or 30,000 people at a time, it will take nearly a year to repair. And how many people are there in Robert's Terra Expeditionary Force? Hundreds of millions are the numbers planned in the early stage. There are also those very large warships, and the massive amount of materials needed to maintain such a large army. The Eldar's webway simply can't bear such a large amount of transportation. Whether it's the Eldar or the Dark Eldar, they often use the webway to send small-scale elite troops. With the population size of their race, they can only afford this kind of war. And once the Eldar go crazy and want to gather their own forces to fight a head-on battle, they will have to mobilize millions or tens of millions of people, and they will have to honestly carry out regular navigation in the warp. Because of this, they are relatively skilled in navigating in the warp and can provide navigation assistance. Then do it. After listening to Robert's plan, Gu Heng stopped persuading him. On the one hand, the judgment of the Son of God on the importance of Holy Terra is reasonable. On the other hand, he already has a complete plan, which is feasible. Of course, if Gu Heng had to choose, he would still not make such a risky decision. However, there was no need to persuade him. He was a son of God. When the other party had spent a lot of time and made a complete plan, and even the entire infinite star field was acting under his will, then this matter was unstoppable. He said he wanted to discuss it with Gu Heng, but in fact it was just a notification between allies. No matter how much Gu Heng talked, the other party would not listen, and would instead make the relationship between the two sides stiff. It would be better to cooperate well. Once it succeeds, the situation of the human empire will be greatly improved. This benefit is also due to Gu Heng's support. Afterwards, the two sides discuss some specific measures for cooperation. Where will the Western Front Army go, what is the expected time, and whether it can meet the Terra Expeditionary Force that has completed the subspace voyage. And what kind of help can Gu Heng provide when the Terra Expeditionary Force is sailing in the subspace? They talked for a long time and finally decided on a series of major policies before they ended the conversation. During this process, Blood Angels chapter Captain Dante had been listening in the corner. Even though he saw Gu Heng thinking on the spot after the conversation, as if he had forgotten him, he did not feel neglectful. After the initial storm, his heart seemed to be much calmer now, but after the sedimentation and fermentation, it was even more mixed. Chapter 906. Dante certainly had reasons to feel mixed emotions. What were they talking about? They were talking about the fate of Holy Terra and the entire human empire, about how to send a huge army across half of the empire to the capital, about how two huge political entities could conduct strategic cooperation that almost spanned the entire empire. And what was he doing? He, the man known as the legendary hero, was trapped in the star field of his home planet, and a hive invasion made him feel like he was dying. The difference between the two was really huge. He was still wondering if Gu Heng had used his psychic power to trick him. It felt like he was playing a trick while others were in the sea of stars. But when he thought of this, he couldn't help but wonder if it was a scam. Seeing Gu Heng's eyes turn around, Dante said in a complicated way, "Your grand plan sounds too unreal." There was a bit of yin and yang in his tone. Gu Heng said bluntly, "Do you think all this is fake, a scam?" Dante was a little caught off guard, and then felt a little ashamed. This is a kind of shame that the darkness in his heart was unexpectedly exposed. In Dante's 1,500 years of life, such experiences are too rare. But he quickly adjusted his state and maintained a tough attitude. "I didn't come to such a conclusion, but this matter is too incredible, don't you think? Okay, I can explain it to you in 2 sentences, just 2 sentences. Gu Heng raised a finger to him. First, deception will not be carried out with such outrageous and very easy to verify things. You will soon be able to find out from various channels whether the resurrection of the Son of God is true or false." Dante remained silent about Gu Heng's first explanation. He could think of these things. However, he still felt that the surprise was a little unacceptable, but in fact, he had already believed it in his heart. And the second point that Gu Heng said next made him speechless. Gu Heng raised his second finger. "Second, the Blood Angels chapter or you, the hero of the empire, are not worth being deceived. Dante returned to his command post, a little absent-minded. The people from the Crimson Side Blade had left, and only his closest fighting brothers were here. Seeing the state of the chapter leader, everyone was a little worried. They were worried about his mentality and his body. At the same time, they were also a little uneasy. The combat effectiveness shown by the Descending Alliance was amazing. Their huge military strength and the strength of their elite forces far exceeded the imagination of the Blood Angels. When they were exhausted and about to be defeated, the Alliance arrived and destroyed the Zerg like a whirlwind. Although the Zerg had already been exhausted in the previous battle with them. However, it was still a strong army, but it was destroyed like this. On the other hand, the Blood Angels and their subgroups were about to be destroyed by the Zerg remnants, and they were even more incomparable to the Alliance. Wouldn't the gap between the current strength of the Blood Angels and the Alliance be even greater? Moreover, there is no need to be unconvinced and think that the Alliance is strong now, and that it is taking advantage of others. Even when the Blood Angels were at their peak, 21,000 Space Marines were a little less than the Alliance's Southern Front Army. Not to mention, the Southern Front Army was also ahead of them in terms of conventional army forces, naval fleet size, and logistics. If the Alliance's Southern Expeditionary Force had fought against the Hive Army that almost destroyed their home planet, the Alliance would undoubtedly have been the winner. And this was not the full strength of the Southern Expeditionary Force. They still had at least half of their forces, operating in the surrounding space domains in the form of detached fleets. This was not the full strength of the Alliance. In comparison, the Eastern Expeditionary Force was no worse than the Southern, and the Western Front was the direction the Alliance attached the most importance to. Not to mention that the Alliance's homeland still had sufficient strength. This comparison made the Blood Angels feel like they were facing the pressure of the Central Empire. Under the overwhelming strength of the Alliance, under their own weakness, when Dante was in a coma and dying, and almost beyond rescue, and only the Alliance's special technology could save their warband leader. In short, a variety of factors together led to the Blood Angels not resisting at all, and they held onto the Hades Star domain for many years, with 8 or 9 out of 10 warband bloodlines killed or injured, and then handed it over to the Alliance. This is why Gu Hang told Dante that you are not worth being deceived. That's the reason. What is so good about the Blood Angels that is worth deceiving? Dante himself couldn't think of it. The star territory he guarded has now been taken over by the Alliance in an orderly manner. The mortal soldiers who fought for the star domain have been incorporated and screened. Those with good quality and personal willingness have been reorganized into the Alliance army sequence. For the vast majority of those who are not good or do not want to serve in the army, some money and a commemorative medal for the defense of the Hades star domain will be given to allow the soldiers to retire and return to civilian life, which is enough to awaken and encourage them. When the Alliance ranks are determined after fighting, they will not be too low, and they are guaranteed according to the military rank. Not to mention, the Alliance's military medals and commemorative medals are not just honors. The honor of the Alliance is very valuable, and allowances will be paid directly according to the honor level itself. Unless the honor is deprived for crimes or other reasons, this allowance will be paid for life. These people have received money, and have the expectation of a better life in the future. Want to call them back to fight? Dream on. These soldiers were able to fight bravely before, because the Hive invaded their homes. The Blood Angels led them to hold on, and they were grateful and convinced, but the Alliance also saved them at the last moment. In addition, the Alliance further promised to rebuild their homes, and give them a better life. The Alliance also has the legitimacy of the Dark Expedition, the Imperial High Lord, and the Dark Archon. All these combined, how can the Blood Angels afford to incite mortal troops to fight against the Alliance? Impossible. Not only the mortal soldiers, but also the Blood Angels subgroups were the same. Before the Alliance came, each subgroup had already made plans to die together with the mother group and the mother planet. After the Alliance came, they were saved, and at the same time, they had fulfilled their obligations to the mother planet. The mother planet did not fall into the hands of the aliens, and was not devoured by the swarm into a dead world. Isn't that enough? The reason why the Blood Angels were able to summon so many subgroups, in addition to the appeal of the mother group, is to protect the mother planet, which is their natural duty. Now that this duty has ended, the appeal of the mother group alone is not enough to keep so many chapters together. If it continues like this, what does the mother group want to do? Rebuild the Legion? Violate the Space Marine Code? That won't work. Not to mention that some of the many daughter groups have a mediocre relationship with the mother group, or even have conflicts. Even those who have a good relationship with the mother group will grumble in their hearts. Next, each group should go back to their own home, and then slowly lick their wounds and recover themselves according to the huge losses suffered by their own chapters in this war. I don't know how long this time will take. There are even many chapters that have been beaten to only one company left, or even a company that is not fully staffed. It is very likely that the future outcome will be that they will not be able to recover at all in a long time, and will completely die. For the mother planet, it is okay to pay all this. For the mother group to inexplicably go to work with the Alliance? That's not okay. What's more, the Alliance gave them many conditions that made them extremely tempted in this process. Dante fainted, but not all the other chapter masters, or the people who were in charge of the chapter fainted. In this process, many blood angels have reached many agreements with the Alliance. The performance of the entire Dark Side expedition of the Alliance is indeed very attractive. They have pacified more than 100,000 worlds, 40% of the territory of the entire Dark Side of the Empire. This cause is already extremely glorious, but it is just the beginning. The Dark Side expedition of the Alliance will continue, with the goal of recovering the entire Dark Side of the Empire. At the same time, the Western Front Expeditionary Force of the Alliance also crossed the Scarlet Scar and went to the holy border of the Empire with the goal of supporting Holy Terra. How attractive is this to the Space Marines who crave honor and claim to be the most loyal to the Emperor and the Empire? More than anything else, if the chapters were not so badly damaged, everyone would have long been clamoring to follow the Alliance fleet, go on expeditions, grab honor, save the Empire, and dedicate their loyalty to the Emperor. What? The Alliance has a complete set of Space Marine management methods that can help the chapter quickly recover from the brink of extinction? Half of the chapters agree directly. Among the remaining half of the chapters, more than half, after careful understanding, agreed to the so-called New Blood Cultivation Center, which can recruit people from their home planet and cultivate them according to the chapter culture. As for the most worrying Primaris transformation, there is also a solution. First of all, the Primaris transformation has been first applied to their noble Imperial legendary hero, Dante, the head of the Blood Angels chapter. Secondly, the Primaris transformation has been endorsed by the Son of God. It is a technology developed by the great sage of Mars, Kal, and has been applied in the infinite star field among the infinite warriors. There are no adverse reactions, and it is a comprehensive enhancement. Finally, whether the new blood of the war group should be transformed by the Primaris transformation, although the Alliance strongly recommends that it should be carried out, if the original war group is really unwilling, it can also not transform the seeds and directly use the old version of the seeds. These 3 points can dispel the concerns of many war groups. Of course, there are still some individual war groups that are particularly distrustful or are waiting for the statement of the parent group, but it no longer affects the overall situation. Even within the Blood Angels, there is already a strong voice that believes that they should join the Alliance's Dark Side expedition. Accept the jurisdiction of the Space Marine Management Association? This is a little uncomfortable. We are a founding chapter with a high political status and have always been independent. Why do we have an additional management association now? However, when the Blood Angels heard that the Saints chapter, which is also one of the founding chapters, and is in a much better situation than them, and is not as crippled as the Blood Angels, and has a shattered home planet, has also joined the management association, their resistance has faded a bit. Of course, Dante's reputation within the Blood Angels is still grand enough. His decision is the most critical effect. As long as he says no, and says not to follow the Alliance, then the Blood Angels will stand firmly on the side of their chapter leader. Unless the Emperor or the Father of Genes is resurrected, no one can change this. However, before Dante makes a decision, everyone naturally has the right to speak freely. After Dante was forced to undergo the Primaris surgery to save his life, he dragged his body, which was still being repaired, and met with the brothers who survived the fierce battle one by one. After fully listening to their opinions, he finally made a decision. Perhaps, this decision was also his own. After he listened to the conversation between Gu Heng and Robert, he actually had a tendency. Gu Heng was not really like what he told Dante, that he had no request for the Blood Angels. He did have a request. However, Dante could not get the information of the system panel and the battle group interface. Then, no matter how smart he is, he could not make a correct guess. But it doesn't matter if there is a correct guess or not, as long as the right decision can be made. It is a correct decision for the Blood Angels to join the Alliance and become a member of the Space Marine Management Association. This is true for both the Blood Angels themselves and all mankind. And the Blood Angel Legion option appeared again on Gu Heng's Legion interface. 50,000 quotas are obtained. 5,000 quotas for the Glory Guard are also obtained. The Blood Angel's Glory Guard is called the Holy Blood Guard. Gu Heng is satisfied with this. Later, the Blood Angels will quickly recover their combat effectiveness visibly. There are a total of 21 Blood Angel subgroups that have surrendered. After Gu Heng replenishes their soldiers, and removes the Blood Angel seed quotas that have been used before, such as the Crimson Side Blade, then another 23 battle groups can be established. The number of Holy Blood Guards can also support 5 super elite battle groups. After reaching 50,000, you can still conduct regular operations on this basis and make breakthroughs in the future. However, the Saints should be easier to operate. After all, their gene seeds have a high adaptability. The Blood Angels are not so easy to operate. At the peak of the Legion era, their number was estimated to be less than 100,000, and their gene adaptability was relatively low. But with the help of Gu Heng in selecting new recruits, as long as the seeds are born quickly, it will be better than that year. In short, when the benefits brought by the Blood Angel Legion are digested by Gu Heng, the scale of Space Marines directly controlled by the Alliance will be able to reach nearly 200,000. Chapter 907. There is another problem with the Blood Angels, which is the curse in their gene seed. Gu Heng has not studied much about genetic biology, but the technology in this area is only the physical basis for Space Marines, not the decisive factor. If it is just simple genetic modification, Space Marines cannot be created. The Alliance's Biological Genetic Research Institute has not conducted relevant research, and has even created some genetic weapons. For example, the genetically modified horse was created based on the mount of the Death Legion's cavalry. This thing is still very useful. In some environments, even a transport vehicle that has been completely modified for off-road cannot enter, but this modified warhorse can enter. Their load-bearing capacity is quite good, and their digestive capacity has been specially optimized. They have low requirements for food intake and fast physical strength replenishment. They can shoulder many packhorse transportation tasks in harsh environments. And when necessary, there are also special cavalry units that can carry out desperate assaults. This requires the bravest soldiers to carry spears and ride and charge under the hail of bullets. Often, their most critical weapon is a spear with a magnetic bomb on its tip. The horse carries the charging knight at high speed, quickly approaches the high-value target, and stabs with the spear, which is essentially to launch the magnetic bomb in the fastest and most accurate way to ensure that it can hit the high-value target. And such targets are often tanks, bunkers, titans, mechas, and the like. The most important thing in cavalry tactics is the timing of the attack. Their positions must be correct, and the attack must be sudden enough, which is tactically significant. In the process of charging under the rain of bullets, the only thing they can rely on is their warhorse, in addition to their own courage and the blessing of the Emperor. The genetically modified warhorse has a very strong short-distance burst speed and incredible flexibility, and has strong vitality. Unless the leg is completely broken or the head is fatally injured, ordinary injuries cannot stop their charge. In fact, in the previous battle to reinforce the Blood Angels, in a key battle, the cavalry had played a relatively good role. Under the cover of the tank troops, they suddenly rushed out at a faster speed and destroyed the 3 most important Zerg Titans and several large Zerg Nest strategic units in the Zerg army that was trying to counterattack. Although the cavalry regiment was almost completely destroyed and no one survived, the results they achieved far exceeded their own military value and were completely acceptable. All of this is inseparable from the effect of the genetic warhorse. It can be seen that the Alliance genetic laboratory that cultivated this thing is really powerful. Not only genetic warhorses, but also other biological weapons, genetic modification, and human body modification, they have also researched some, but the Alliance still cares about some ethics and has not used them on a large scale. It is mainly used in the development of productivity, such as animal husbandry and planting. The promotion of genetic modification can clearly increase production and quality. However, the Alliance's genetic laboratory has no way to deal with the Star Warrior seeds. If it weren't for the transformation technology of Primaris, the Alliance would have no way to improve the gene seeds. Even the most basic way, it couldn't restore the effects of those inferior seeds. This situation aroused Gu Heng's interest. He participated in some research work. He didn't study much about biological genes, but he knew a lot about the subspace. With the help and disassembly of genetic engineers, Gu Heng was able to understand the core of the gene seeds from a very microscopic level. This thing actually has a trace of subspace essence. Space Marines have a close relationship with the warp. This is something that Gu Heng finds interesting. When the Emperor created Space Marines and gave birth to the Son of God, it seems that the means he used were a bit special. And the gene seeds in each war group generally carry some talents, genetic diseases, and characteristics, which all come from this. The blood angels have bloodthirst and black rage. The former makes them thirst for blood when they are passionate, and the latter makes them fall into crazy rage and completely lose their reason. But at the same time, these two symptoms also give the blood angels powerful combat power. The blood angels of the same level are almost the best berserkers. Even a war group like the Blood Sharks, which is famous for its ruthless melee assault ability, has a certain gap with the blood angels. And when the blood angels fall into rage, their combat power soars directly. Like the Phoenix, they pursue perfection and have superb swordsmanship. Like the Infinite Warriors, they are calm and rational, good at operations, and have balanced abilities. Like the Angels of Death, they are cold and comprehensive, perseverant, and good at plotting and forming cliques. Like the Saints, their strength level is not outstanding, but all of them are fanatical religious elements. And they have strong resistance to the erosion of the warp. The Punishers are good at frontal assaults and group operations. These differences all come from the slight difference in the nature of the warp inherited by their gene seeds, so that all the Space Marines implanted with the same seeds have some convergence in personality and talent. Of course, it is the convergence of large samples, and individual differences are another matter. There are also reckless people among the Infinite Warriors, and there are also wise men among the Blood Angels. Although the subspace essence contained in the gene seed of each Space Marine is extremely small, it still made Gu Heng immediately lose interest in continuing to study the gene seed of the Space Marines. After he understood its essence, he actually had the ability to interfere with the gene seed. Whether it was to strengthen the seed or to remove the genetic disease of the Blood Angels, he could do it. But it was meaningless, because that would consume his own subspace essence. Changing a few of them was not very meaningful. If he changed them all, Gu Heng would not be able to bear it. But through this wave of research, Gu Heng became more interested in the meaning behind the fact that the gene seed contained a very small amount of subspace essence. He didn't want to change the seed, but he was thinking, how did the Emperor create the Son of God back then? This thing is so interesting. According to the myth, the Emperor first used himself as a template to give birth to many sons of God. Then he used the Son of God as a template to create Space Marines based on him. That's why there are such titles as Gene Father and Gene Heir. It's a bit difficult for Gu Heng to create a son of God out of thin air. His biological son doesn't count, but he is really a son in biology and ethics. However, he can try to reverse it from the gene seed. Now that there is a seed, is it possible to try it upwards? He thought of the independent seeds in the Legion interface, such as the Phoenix seed and the Blood Shark seed, which have undergone some changes from the original seeds. This is a good topic. Chapter 908. Gu Heng is not just talking about the research on the Son of God. He is really interested and has really started this research as a secret project. If the research project on the Son of God can be completed as Gu Heng expected, the benefits will certainly be huge. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to create a Son of God for Gu Heng as the ultimate goal, with both strong individual strength and the characteristics of the Father of Genes. The importance of the two is the same. Gu Heng has fully experienced the importance of the top powerhouses in this universe. In the future, whether it is fighting against aliens or against chaos, at the level of the entire alliance, whether there are top powerhouses in charge will have a key impact on the battle. The latter can directly create a Space Warrior Legion, which is different from Gu Heng's current simple reliance on collecting the initial war group and then borrowing the system's interface function to obtain 50,000 plus 5,000 gene seeds. Whether the Legion created in this way will be recognized as a Legion by the system is an unknown number, and Gu Heng doesn't care much. With the existence of the Gene Father, we can directly obtain genetic pheromones from the Gene Father and directly cultivate gene seeds in batches. Gu Heng can actually make them in batches now, but that will cost him his subspace essence to make Space Warriors. A few are fine, but if there are too many, he will feel bad. There is no such problem when cultivating through the Gene Father. How can the Son of God cultivate Space Warriors without dividing his own subspace essence? This problem is also a very important point that needs to be overcome in the Son of God cultivation project. The research on the Son of God must be kept absolutely confidential. After all, it has a strong religious and political meaning in the Empire. To study them carefully, or even to recreate the Son of God, is a rather blasphemous idea, which is easy to be criticized. Gu Heng is not completely afraid of criticism now, especially when the Dark Side expedition has reached the current level, and it is so hard to get such a high degree of legitimacy. Gu Heng is very reluctant to lose the advantage. Legitimacy is too important. When the Alliance has a strong enough legitimacy, it is often the King's army that is there, and food and drink are provided. If there is trouble on the planet, the world will surrender after the trouble is solved. If the planet is relatively peaceful and has no problems, it will often join the alliance directly. Not only does it not require the alliance to spend effort, but it can immediately become a helper for the dark side expedition. Even if there are some ambitious people in some worlds, they have to carefully hide their intentions, and cannot be too obvious. It is even more difficult to directly deceive the people to confront the alliance, otherwise it is easy for them to be tied up and sent to the alliance by the locals themselves. They can only realize their personal wishes by doing things under the name of cooperation and against the red flag. To be honest, this greatly raises the cost of ambitious people and separatists. The dark side expedition now looks like a snowball, which is getting bigger and faster. In addition to the hard power of the alliance, the legitimacy of the victory is also very important. In other words, legitimacy is part of the snowball. The more victories the alliance has, the stronger its legitimacy is, and the easier it is to defeat the enemy without fighting. Legitimacy and strength are of course the most complementary, but it is not entirely strength. A very critical point is to make the target of the united front believe that you are one of their own. It is obviously not a one-man act to attack the Son of God. What's more, the most important strategic ally of the alliance is a Son of God. It is still not good for people to know what Gu Heng is going to do. It must be done secretly. This thing cannot be studied with too many resources. On the one hand, it is not easy to do it under confidentiality. On the other hand, although this thing has great benefits, the research time may be very long. It is not possible to accelerate the research efficiency by investing resources. Ordinary researchers can't play any role at all. Only biological gene research experts at the level of sages, in cooperation with some research-oriented and scholar-type psychic masters, and with Gu Heng's personal leadership, can this project be pushed forward slowly. However, Gu Heng cannot fully focus on research. No matter how important this project is. Gu Heng's main focus is on internal affairs. And a considerable part of this is on the system. Whether it is research or governance, Gu Heng's role is important and extraordinary. But in general, the former has a small but elite team to help him, and the latter has a huge political system of the entire alliance to implement his will. And in terms of the system, no one can help him. However, as the acquisition of gift points becomes a unit of 100 million, and as the Dark Side expedition proceeds, the alliance's territory has expanded to a considerable extent, and the number of points Gu Heng has to spend, and the places where he has to spend them are increasing. He has to think and investigate for a longer time, and strive to put these magical powers in the most effective place. Whether it is soldier card training, talent enlightenment, or building exchange, even if Gu Heng decides on an item in 1 second, he has to spend a long time to properly spend hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of points. However, compared with these micro-operations, when exchanging technology in the technology tree interface, there is no need to think too much. No need for detailed operations. Just pour in the gift points, and then see what good goods can be drawn by luck. Of course, as the alliance becomes stronger and stronger, many technologies that are actually of high value in themselves are already difficult to excite Gu Heng. Drawing out a few different types of cruisers, battleships, etc. will not bring any essential changes to the strength of the alliance. It's not unimportant. After all, a similar technology is equivalent to a new production line. Especially heavy industries such as shipbuilding can often drive the rapid development of a star region. But after all, it can't be called a subversive evolution. The last technology exchange item that made Gu Heng excited was the Primaris technology. But later Gu Heng learned that the thing was developed by Kull, and after the Son of God was revived, the two sides got in touch, and the Son of God shared this technology with the Alliance's Space Marine Management Association for free. At this time, Gu Heng was actually using it on a small scale. However, this matter is still very valuable. With the sharing of the Son of God, the most important core is that Gu Heng is equivalent to having authorization, and no longer needs to use it secretly on a small scale, but can use it openly. Considering that the failure rate of the Primaris transformation technology is relatively high, and the cost is heavy, the transformation has not been carried out on a large scale in the Alliance. However, the seeds of the new recruits are already undergoing a comprehensive Primaris transformation. The new blood added to each regiment will be stronger, larger, and more powerful Primaris Space Marines. And this time, Gu Heng has drawn another technology project that he is very interested in. Forbidden Army Cultivation Technology. Chapter 909. There is no doubt that the Imperial Guards are powerful. During those few trips to the Holy Terra Palace, Gu Heng was impressed by every Imperial Guard soldier he met. Especially the Imperial Guards Marshal Yan Xinjin, whom Gu Heng had also met. This Imperial Guards commander, the chief steward of the Imperial Palace, left a fresh memory for Gu Heng. At that time, he was actually very strong, But looking at Yan Xinjin, he still felt that the other party was extremely threatening. Looking back now, Gu Heng believes that Yan Xinjin's individual strength should exceed all the space marines he has seen, but should not reach the level of the Son of God. At this level, he currently seems to have a particularly good target. The Bone Crusher King. It takes 3 or 5 people of the level of God's chosen champion to take action, dozens of people at the level of the battle group champion as assistants, and Gu Heng has to use some tricks to be able to surround and kill the target. At this level, Yan Xinjin can tear up multiple demons with his hands and fight against the God-honored demon alone. In addition to the cutting-edge strength, the strength level of a single Imperial Guard is also very strong. Compared with the Space Marines, the company champion may not be able to beat an ordinary guardsman. And the guards can of course grow and improve themselves. When they reach the level of the so-called champion, they have already won the champion of the chapter among the Space Marines. The tribunes under the marshal of the guards are at the level of the God-chosen champions. The strength of the guards can be seen from this. From the perspective of strength, the guards are so powerful, and Gu Heng is of course very happy. If he can build a bunch of guards, especially cultivate some cutting-edge combat power, he will be more stable in the future. However, he was still quite calm. The Imperial Guards were so powerful, why during the Great Crusade, the subsequent Imperial Civil War, and the next 10,000 years, the protagonists of the entire empire were either Space Marines or trillions of mortal warriors? The reason was simple. The number of Imperial Guards was too small. Now, after Gu Heng extracted the Imperial Guard's breeding technology, he also knew why the number of these Golden Guards was so small. Their manufacturing difficulty was too high, and the cost was too high. The Imperial Guard's transformation process did not require gene seeds, and after the transformation was completed, their size was much taller than that of Space Marines. The transformation process of the Imperial Guards needs to start from infancy, and almost throughout the entire process of their growth. Many candidates go crazy or die in the middle. They do not need gene seeds to participate in the transformation, and their size is much taller than that of Space Marines. The transformation project of the Imperial Guards is not as standardized as that of Space Marines. Each Imperial Guards candidate will receive customized services to create or enhance certain characteristics based on their unique genetic potential, creating unparalleled and unique Golden Guards. In other words, the Imperial Guard's training technology is not so much a set of standardized operating procedures, as it is a set of transformation ideas and the technical capabilities required to support this set of transformation ideas. It is precisely because of their customization that they are not mass-produced products of industrial production, and their positioning is quite clear: bodyguards, messengers, commanders, but not soldiers. So far, the Imperial Guards can still be regarded as advanced genetically modified products in terms of ability, but they are not born to conquer. Whether when the Emperor was still on Earth or now, thousands of years after the Emperor ascended, their main job is to serve as the Emperor's bodyguards. Their work content and way of thinking are different from those of the Space Marines, who are the main force of the Great Crusade. Although there is no lack of friendship among the Imperial Guards, they do not regard their comrades as genetic brothers like the Space Marines do. They really have no blood relationship or genetic relationship. The Imperial Guards basically fight alone and never expect support from other Imperial Guards. It's just that although they always fight in the form of scattered soldiers, each Imperial Guard can still instinctively predict the next action of their comrades and cooperate when it is convenient. This means that when multiple or even a group of Imperial Guards cooperate together, it is still very scary, and there will be no situation where the group battle becomes worse. However, Gu Heng has always felt sorry that such a powerful warrior has a very low presence in the Empire. They stay in the Palace of Holy Terra every day and don't come out, saying that they want to defend the palace and the Golden Throne. But what is there to protect? In the history of 10,000 years after the Civil War in the Empire, the number of times the Terra Palace has been directly threatened can be counted on one's fingers. Terra's defense system is so complete that the Imperial Guards have no need to act at all. Even if something really happened in Terra, it seems that as long as it does not threaten the palace, they will just pretend not to see it. From the perspective of the Empire as a whole, they are very isolated. They have always believed that they only need to be responsible to the Emperor, and not to the entire Empire. If Gu Heng wants to build the Imperial Guards in the future, it will definitely not be this idea. Such precious warriors, as bodyguards for themselves, as messengers to convey orders, it is a waste. In addition to their excellent combat effectiveness, they have performed well in literature, art, technology and other aspects. No wonder they are called perfect humans. With the technology of cultivating the Imperial Guards, The high cost and time costs make it impossible for Gu Heng to build the Imperial Guards on a large scale, even if he is cheats. Gu Heng intends to put each customized Imperial Guard in the right position. They have to contribute their strength to the Dark Expedition and the Alliance. However, the process and method of manufacturing the Imperial Guards is one of the top secrets of the Empire. Even the High Lords of Terra have no right to ask. The entire production process is completed in the Golden Laboratory of the Palace. This is just like many highly confidential and highly sensitive technologies. There is a problem. If Gu Heng builds the Imperial Guards and lets the Golden Corns in the Holy Terra Palace know about it, what will their attitude be? Although he had a relatively friendly exchange with Marshal Yan Xinzhen, Gu Heng did not think that the Marshal would forgive his behavior of privately building the Imperial Guards. They might come to cause trouble even if they are separated by half of the Empire. As mentioned before, the Imperial Guards are not soldiers. While they are bodyguards, they also have to be proficient in assassination, sabotage, and other activities. Gu Heng does not think he will be threatened, but it will be a bit troublesome. Moreover, if the Imperial Guards can't kill him, can they kill others? Gu Heng cannot reveal this matter before thinking of a proper solution. Even if he creates the Imperial Guards, he can equip them with a kind of non-standard armor and weapons that are purely finely crafted. They will definitely not be painted in golden colors, and they will not imitate the Imperial Guards in appearance. Try to make a difference and declare it to the outside world as a Space Marine chapter. Anyway, the Primaris warriors are taller and stronger than the old version of warriors. Although they are not as good as the Imperial Guards, they can be said to be, after all, Primaris is also a new technology. Anyway, even if the number of Imperial Guards is cultivated from now on, it will take decades to produce dozens or hundreds of them, so there is no need to rush. Chapter 910. Gu Heng didn't want to have any conflicts with the Imperial Guards on Terra. The strength of the Imperial Guards is one thing, and there are many disadvantages to going against them. But the most important thing is that the political significance of the Imperial Guards is too great. Speaking of it, there are many things in the Empire that have great political significance. For others, this statement may be more like a description and an emphasis. But for the Imperial Guards, it is a reality. They are indeed very isolated and generally do not ask about the outside world. However, their status is quite high. According to the Imperial decree, when there is no Emperor, any son of God, or the first Prime Minister, then the Imperial Guards Marshal has the power to fully represent the Emperor. In the current Empire, the Emperor has ascended, and the Son of God is dead or missing. Only the word Prime Minister can be discussed, but unfortunately, in the highest decree of the Empire, it is clearly written as the first Prime Minister. This position refers specifically to the Prime Minister when the Emperor is still on Earth, not the leader of the High Lord Council, the Prime Minister of the Empire. There is a difference between the two. Of course, some of the later Prime Ministers of the Empire were actually strong and wanted to change the status quo, but no one succeeded, and some even died at the hands of the Imperial Guards. This reflects another point. Rules and laws are not inherently coercive, but need something to protect them. In the Empire, the power of the Empire is naturally what guarantees the passage of the Imperial laws. And the Imperial Guards themselves are what guarantee that the Imperial laws will not be tampered with by the high officials of the Empire. The Imperial Guards may not care about worldly affairs, but they have enough strength, the power under the water, and their allies to enforce their will. With the power and legitimacy represented by the decree, the position of the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Guard is not just empty words, but has real meaning. He can even override the High Lord's Council and issue orders. They stay in the palace and don't care about the outside world. This is their choice. But if they know that Gu Heng is outside and builds his own Imperial Guard, then I am afraid there will be another choice. Do a good job of confidentiality. Use the abnormal body shape brought by the transformation of Space Marines and Primaris as an excuse, disguise as a unique war group, perform highly confidential work, and pay attention to the recovery of every corpse. This should be able to fool for a while. As for the future, if time can be delayed until Gu Heng has cultivated thousands, or even tens of thousands of Imperial Guards, or if it is delayed until the Dark Side Expedition has taken over half of the Empire, what is there to be afraid of? Imperial law. The Imperial Guard is a violent means to ensure the implementation of the law. Sorry, the Alliance has the real violent means, and the Imperial law should be decided by the Alliance. Time has passed for more than a decade. The situation in the Empire has changed greatly. First of all, the most important event, the resurrection of the Son of God, has now spread almost all over the universe. Of course, spread is just an adjective. Those worlds that are in relatively good conditions, and can still communicate with the outside world can naturally get the news easily, and then be excited. Those worlds in the Empire that got the news are all looking forward to the salvation of the Son of God. But if there is a well-informed world, there are naturally places that are not so well-informed. These worlds certainly don't know about the resurrection of the Son of God. However, even if it is bad, it is not worse than before, and it will continue to remain the same. Among those places that have received the news, there is a particularly large and special place. That is the area covered by the Alliance's Dark Side expedition. The people of the Empire in these areas, or the people of the Alliance, are of course happy to hear that the Son of God has resurrected. Everyone often uses this as a topic of conversation, talking about history, mythology, and changes to the current status of the Empire. Talk about everything, but don't talk much about what benefits it will bring to themselves, and what changes it will bring to the world they live in. What is there to talk about? They have been liberated, and they have lived the same life as before, or even more hopeful than before, so there is no need to bother the Son of God to come again. As for the difference between the Alliance and the Empire, Gu Heng, who is called the Dark Archon, and even in some unofficial scenes, in private chats, in some bold tabloids and radio stations, Gu Heng, who is called the Dark Prince, and how the Son of God will coexist in the Empire in the future. In fact, everyone has talked a lot about this matter in private. But this belongs to the category of keyboard politics. Moreover, the population under the rule of the Alliance has now reached a very terrifying astronomical level, and it is impossible for everyone to think the same. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of things to talk about, and no matter how perverted or crazy the ideas are, they will exist. However, there is always a main trend of thought. The main trend of thought of the Alliance towards the Son of God is, it is good that you can return, it is better that you can save the Empire, and it would be best if you don't come to the Alliance. Everyone lives their own life. The Son of God is great, Gu Heng is also great, we are living a good life now, and the Dark Expedition is also going well. Everyone relies on their own abilities to save the Empire together. In this mentality, when the Alliance heard that the Son of God had completed the integration of its own power and officially launched the Terra Expedition, they supported it. In addition, the Alliance also announced that the Western Front Expeditionary Force officially began to act, cooperating with the Son of God to launch the liberation campaign of Holy Terra. The Alliance people are even more supportive of this. This is in line with the current main trend of thought. However, when the Terra Expedition was first promoted, it was quite fanciful, but after that wave of enthusiasm passed, it seemed to have passed. It is said that the Son of God led his expedition fleet, using an ancient interstellar navigation technology that was popular only 10,000 years ago, and plunged into the vast universe and headed towards Holy Terra. For almost 10 years, no news came out, and people gradually stopped paying attention. After all, although most of the human world is not a so-called information society, at least there are newspapers, radio stations, and the like. And in the Alliance, there are still many things worth reporting. In general, what people care about most is the things that are closely related to themselves. What happened in their town, neighborhood, or city? Have prices changed? Who is the new manager? Adjustments to job level treatment and welfare allowances? Announcements of job promotion? New jobs? These are the most important. And if we look further ahead, what are the major policy changes in the world where we live? Are there any new changes in the conscription policy? Has the official price of the Alliance's material procurement been adjusted? What are the main numbers of the troops formed by the soldiers recruited from our world? What direction are they fighting in? What are the results in that direction? Everyone is also very concerned about these. Although they are also some cosmic trends, after all, these trends are closely related to oneself. Maybe someone's relatives, friends, or even sons, fathers, and husbands are serving in the troops in that direction. Many news are updated in newspapers and radio stations. The Terra Expedition, which has not been heard for a long time, has gradually been forgotten by everyone. Speaking of the Dark Side Expedition itself, there are also many good news. As a founding chapter, the Blood Angels announced that they would join the Dark Side Expedition. Immediately, the Alliance announced the establishment of a new expeditionary front, named the Angel Front. Independent of the Southern Front and the Eastern Front, it is located between the two. Now, the Alliance's Dark Expedition, starting from the Spider Web universe and the Eastern universe, has basically reached the end of its journey to the west and encountered the Scarlet Scar in the west. After crossing the Scarlet Scar and being reinforced by the Saints, the Western Front Expeditionary Force began to forcefully fight towards the holy border of the Empire. So far, it is said that it has recovered half of the universe, and is also working hard to open a passage to Holy Terra. This is a strategy that combines steady progress with full-speed advance. The Western Front Expeditionary Force is responsible for steady progress. They still adopted the old strategy of the Alliance in the Dark Expedition: conquer a world and manage a world. If the latter cannot be achieved, then either the extermination order is issued, or, if it is considered that there is still hope after evaluation, the old rules are adopted. The Safe Zone Strategy. In general, it is not to be reckless. The Terra Expedition Alliance Vanguard, led by Raymond Weiss, uses 8 regiments as the core force and strives to fight towards Holy Terra. As the commander of the Saints Regiment, Raymond Weiss gladly accepted this glorious holy war mission to Holy Terra, the absolute holy land of the Empire. The Saints Regiment is naturally the core of this force. After the Alliance's reinforcement and replenishment, they are fully staffed. More than 3 companies are new recruits, who have undergone the Primaris transformation. Among them, there is also a special company, the Glory Guard of the Sons of the Blessed. 100 absolutely elite soldiers, as Raymond Weiss's guards, accompany him in the most difficult battles one after another. And among the other 7 regiments, 4 are the Saints sub-regiments. The other 3, 2 are from the Infinite Warriors, and 1 is called the Scorched Earth Envoys, which is a subgroup of the Punishers. In addition to the 8 regiments and their regiment fleets, Marshal Yin Fangxiu, the commander of the Western Front Expeditionary Force, also assigned them a very powerful expeditionary fleet, plus a large number of army troops. Their overall strength is very strong. They don't need to be responsible for the management along the way and stay behind. They just need to fight over, confirm that the place is safe, and can be used as a subsequent supply station, and then they can continue to fight forward. These worlds that were taken down formed a channel to Holy Terra on the star map. Yin Fangxi will send subsequent troops to guard this channel and expand it as appropriate. The most important goal of this passage is to ensure that the Holy War Vanguard led by Raymond Weiss can advance quickly without any worries, continuously provide them with supplies, rotate the troops that have been fighting for too long on the front line, and replenish new troops, fleets, and supplies. Raymond Weiss, who has no worries and is determined to make progress, is now in high spirits. Although it is still very difficult to fight one battle after another. However, he and his fighting brothers are happy to do it. They have lofty goals, and are fighting for them. There are no other shackles. The Alliance army represented by Yin Fangxiu is their strongest backing and almost responds to his requests. This kind of battle is very enjoyable, and Yin Fangxiu is actually very happy. Raymond Weiss just goes forward and bites off the hardest bones one by one. He follows behind and expands the passage into a surface, or even a large area as a whole. The battle is much easier and faster. All are military achievements. Compared to the Western Front Expeditionary Force, which is really fighting westward, on the dark side of the Empire, whether it is the Southern Front Army, the Eastern Front Army, or the newly established Angel Front Army, they are essentially fighting southward. However, the Southern Front Army is fighting southward along the Scarlet Scar on the westernmost side of the Alliance. Their attack area and direction basically took over the previous duties of the Western Front Expeditionary Force. They have now entered the Central Territory, another weird space domain on the dark side. The Eastern Front Army, along the easternmost side of the Alliance territory, close to the Dark Outer Domain, is fighting southward. They have now entered the Carlolia Space Domain, which is the space domain in the southeast corner of the Eastern Territory. After completing the strategy of Carlolia, they will enter the Empire's newest territory, the huge space domain Solaria named after the Sun Lord that was conquered by the Sun Expedition. The Blood Angels and their sons, who were ready to go and had basically recovered their vitality, gathered more than 30,000 Blood Angels and 10,000 Space Marines of other bloodlines. Under the command of the legendary hero Dante, they fought southward between the eastern and southern fronts. Their main target now is the Malyong Space Domain. This is the most southwestern space domain in the eastern border of the Empire. At the same time, they also have 3 detachments, led by 3 different battle groups, which have entered the Dingyuan Space Domain in the southern border of the Empire. Although it is the newest front, the descendants of the Blood Angels have shown great power after their bloody rebirth. They are now the furthest reaching one in the Dark Expedition. Chapter 911. Gu Heng finished reading the last report on the table. At this time, the pen and ink controlled by psychic power wrote comments on 24 reports at the same time and put them aside. So far, today's government work is completed. At least the clerical work is completed. But it does not mean that Gu Heng can rest. In fact, he has not been idle for a long time. He occasionally thinks of the things before coming to this universe. At that time, he would feel distressed when looking at people who work 996, and felt that he could never bear such a work intensity. What's the point of making more money if there is no time for rest and entertainment? At that time, he could never have thought that one day he would be on the 007 work system. Not a joke 007, but real. Gu Heng really hasn't rested for a long time. His body, which had long been extraordinary, would not feel tired. His brain, which was filled with infinite spiritual energy, could always maintain full power thinking without making mistakes. His mental state could always be maintained at the best state, and he would not feel bored because of hard work. This is the theory. But in reality, day after day, year after year, although he was not tired, occasionally, he would not help but think, when the emperor was here, he should have been like himself, needing to do endless work, right? He was also a person who would not get tired, right? How did he get through all these years? Is he actually like himself, occasionally feeling a little tired, and having a kind of thought of who cares, it's already this far, what's wrong with me enjoying myself? Let alone the corruption of Slaanesh. Although this point needs to be alerted, after such an idea is born, what one wants to do is not indulgence at all. Or, even if it is indulgence, there is no energy. Just want to find a place, look at the sea, look at the sunset, look at the sunrise, look at the stars, empty your mind, and do nothing, which is already a very luxurious thing. In this regard, the so-called corruption is different. However, even so, Gu Heng will still quickly throw it away after this idea comes into being. The current situation of the alliance, the current situation of the empire, and the current situation of mankind do not allow him to have a little slackness. Almost all his time is full, without any rest. Of course, he has a huge bureaucratic system, which constitutes the alliance government, to implement his will. This bureaucratic system has benefited from plugins, supervision, ideals, and systems, so that it can still guarantee a certain degree of purity. Compared with the traditional bureaucratic system of the empire, it has made great progress and can be called a group of administrative management. He also has a professional officer corps to be responsible for the war on the front line. They have professional skills and have accumulated enough experience in long-term wars. In most cases, they can do a good job. In this case, Gu Heng seems to only need to take the general direction and leave the specific work to his government and his army to execute. However, it is easy to say, but what is the general direction in reality, when the scope of a ruler's rule involves hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of worlds, and the population involved reaches hundreds of trillions? The so-called general direction and strategic thinking have become very complicated. Gu Heng couldn't help but wonder, did the emperor ever think carefully about handing over the human empire to humans? How can a mortal ruler, no matter how elite or powerful, rule such an empire on his own? This is a problem that can never be solved by taking more people to rule. Just increasing the number of rulers, according to the nature of mortals, the most likely result is not that everyone will work together, but that they will attack each other and hold each other back, which will lead to a decrease in efficiency. Just look at the High Lords on Terra. It is of course best for one person to make decisions. But the question is, how can one person rule the entire human empire? In Gu Heng's view, the political situation of the empire for thousands of years is actually a great regression in governance. In essence, the empire has almost given up centralization. The imperial power does not go down to the countryside, and the power of the empire rarely goes down to the planets, or even to the star regions. The central government of the empire can effectively rule directly, and there are not many star-level administrative agencies under its management. In people's eyes, the imperial system is very similar to the feudal system. It allows the various lords to grow stronger. The planetary governors can decide all matters on their planets with one word. They are the local emperors on the planets. The Starfield head is like a powerful lord, and the chairman of the universe is like the leader of the lords in a region. This political situation is very easy to understand. If the central government of the empire cannot effectively rule directly, then it must delegate power to the local areas. Then, it strives to win over/intimidate the leaders of the lords, and barely maintain the mess of the human empire for thousands of years. To be honest, from this perspective, the emperor has done his best. If it weren't for his ascension and his great achievements in establishing the empire, the collective spiritual community of the human empire, which eventually formed a religious belief with the deification of him as the religion, and forced the empire together. Otherwise, the empire would have been broken into pieces long ago. No matter how inefficient, dark, ignorant, or corrupt the empire's rule is, any negative words can be thrown at the empire, but no matter what, it won't work without the existence of the empire. If the human empire is broken, it may not last for 10,000 years. Will it be extinct? It's hard to say, but at least it will be completely broken. This is the value of the Empire's existence. And what Gu Heng is doing in the Alliance now is to create an upgraded version of the human Empire. Gu Heng once glimpsed a glimpse of the Empire during the Great Expedition 10,000 years ago from Robert's words and some ancient documents 10,000 years ago. People call it a glorious era, believing in reason and science, which is completely different from the current Empire. Gu Heng didn't know whether his alliance had reached the state of the Empire during the Great Expedition of the founding of the country 10,000 years ago, and he didn't know whether there were some older, so-called golden ages of mankind. However, to achieve the current situation, Gu Heng had done his best. Of course, he knew that the alliance still had some imperfections, but in any case, the Dark Side expedition was constantly advancing, the economy within the alliance was developing, and the overall living standards of the people were rising. He couldn't do better. What's more, while paying attention to economic construction, political construction, and military expeditions, Gu Heng still had a lot of other things to do. For example, the secret research he conducted more than 10 years ago has produced results. Based on the genes of the phoenix, the final transplantation experiment conducted on martens, who he recalled, was considered half successful. Gu Heng was more cautious, and did not make a big move, and failed to reversely create the real Son of God, the Father of genes. However, it also gave martens a certain specialness. Gu Heng called it a small original body. Chapter 9:12. As soon as martens woke up, he knew that he was completely different. He had never heard Gu Heng call him the Primarch, the Father of genes, or the Son of God. When he joined the Secret Transformation Project, he did so purely out of trust in Gu Heng. When Gu Heng said that he needed to join a top-secret research project, he came without hesitation. He knew the risks of this experimental surgery. Gu Heng had told him that there was a chance that he would not be able to get off the operating table. But he still agreed. First, he knew that Gu Heng would not cheat him. Second, he also hoped to gain more powerful power. Although he is now the head of the regiment, and is considered the initial share of the alliance, he came very early, so his status in the alliance is very high. Especially in the alliance's very powerful Space Marine Management Association, his status is quite high, and he has a huge influence on the current group of Space Marines in the entire alliance, which has exceeded 250,000. As a big boss in the Management Association, Martin's status has surpassed that of an ordinary Space Marine regiment leader. He is the one who can really decide the fate of an ordinary war band with a single word. The training and supply of new blood, the supply of the war band, the combat coordination of multiple war bands, the loyalty review. These are all part of his work. Of course, his biggest responsibility is to lead his own war band and fight on the front line. For the management of the Space Marine Management Association, he mainly performs his duties through voting seats and remote meetings. In any case, he is considered to be a high-ranking official. In this case, why should he take the risk? But in fact, he still took the risk. He took the Primaris surgery, despite the high mortality rate. He had to set an example. Otherwise, if even he, the original shareholder, the largest representative of the Alliance Space Marines, and the boss of the Management Association, did not support the Primaris surgery, how could the Primaris Space Marines be fully promoted? Of course, this was not mandatory. No one asked Martins to do this. It was just that he had enough political sensitivity to recognize this and take action for it. He survived the danger of the Primaris surgery. This thing is said to have an overall mortality rate of up to 30%, but in fact, it is not fair to everyone, close to 1/3. The stronger and more determined the Space Marines are, the easier it is to survive the transformation surgery. On the contrary, the mortality rate will be higher. Compared with the benefits brought by political significance, the power increase brought by Primaris transformation itself is also not small. His combat power level has increased by at least 10%. Based on Martin's original foundation, it is already very difficult to improve a little bit. The effect of his own training and exercise was not obvious, and the accumulated combat experience was not significant enough. It was a pleasant surprise that the Primaris had increased so much in one go. Moreover, there was a special organ called the Furnace of Call, which could almost bring people back to life. And this time, when Gu Heng asked him in person if he was interested in participating in such an experimental operation, he agreed without hesitation. He had experienced the battle with the Bone Crusher King. Even though they were the victors in the end, the sense of oppression brought by the top individual combat power, and the influence on the overall strategic situation still made him remember it vividly and shocked him. What if he encounters such an enemy again in the future? Can he always assemble a lineup like the last time he surrounded and killed the Bone Crusher King so smoothly? If he had the power of Primaris at that time, would the situation be better at that time? Some of the battle group champions who can definitely be regarded as the pillars of each battle group, could they have sacrificed fewer people? He didn't know. In order to make more contributions to the Alliance, to mankind, and to the Empire, he was willing to take the risk and do this operation. And after the operation, he really felt that everything was different. In his original cognition, he thought this was another operation similar to Primaris. However, when he woke up, he realized that the two were definitely not on the same level. If the improvement brought by the Primaris surgery was 10%, it was still just in the category of improvement, then the change brought by the surgery was a revolutionary change. He now felt that he could easily kill his past self. It was not that he was not modest, but the fact was that before the surgery, he was already one of the strongest among the 250,000 space marines in the entire Alliance. The only ones who could beat him or be as good as him were the living saint of the saints, Raymond Weiss, the legendary hero, Dante, and the Blood Shark King Ewing. And now he can be sure that none of these three is his opponent. Is this something that ordinary technology can do? He was surprised by the power, and the remaining 9 points were all worry and hesitation. Martins has long realized that power is definitely not without price. The original casting transformation takes the risk of death if the operation fails. The cost is not small, but it only brings a 10% improvement. Now, the improvement is more than doubled. Triple, 5, 10 times are not enough to describe it. It is a leap in the essence of life. For this power, what is the price he paid? He did not regret participating in this operation, nor did he think that Gu Heng, who invited him, would harm him. He was just worried. Did Mr. Gu know what the price was? He didn't worry for long. The first person who walked in after opening the door of the operating room was Gu Heng. Gu Heng looked Martins up and down and nodded with satisfaction. His gentle voice somewhat alleviated Martins's worries. It seems that you are in good condition, and there is nothing wrong with your physical indicators. Everything is as expected. I feel very different. Yes, you are completely different from the past. So what is the price? What is the price? Martins said bluntly. Gu Heng just smiled. He knew what Martins was worried about. He thought about the wording for a while, and said in a way that the other party could understand, the price may be that you will never betray me. Martins also smiled. This is not a price. After a pause, he said, this is grace. Gu Heng said, that's nothing. The other prices are paid by me. What you have to pay is eternal loyalty to humanity, the Empire, and me, that's all. Chapter 913. Gu Heng didn't say a word to fool Martins. Martins really had no way to betray him in the future, and was destined to offer eternal loyalty with his eternal life. This was the only price Martins paid. Of course, power is not without price. Loyalty alone cannot exchange for such powerful strength. The price Gu Heng paid for the power Martins obtained was in-depth research over the past decade and a large piece of the warp essence. At this level, the source of power can only be the warp essence. Furthermore, Gu Heng also believed that the Son of God created by the Emperor also has the essence of the warp. From this perspective, is the Son of God a bit like the great demon of the four gods? Or is it the demon prince, who was promoted to a demon? No, there is a big difference. Except that they both have the essence of the warp, there is nothing else like them. Gu Heng didn't know how the Emperor created the real Son of God 10,000 years ago. He could only draw some experience from his own research. First of all, the Chosen One must be strong enough, which is a bit like the requirement of ascending to a demon. If the Chosen One is not strong enough, the ascending to a demon will definitely fail, and he will become a piece of rotten meat without consciousness, and can only move by instinct until he dies. That thing is the source of Chaos Egg. Most of the ascended demons have this end. And in Gu Heng's experiment with the small Primarch, if the Chosen One is not strong enough, the end is death. But the difference is that ascending to a demon is actually very simple. For the four gods, or even Gu Heng, it is to bless a mortal who trusts him with his own power, or even the essence of the subspace, so that his strength can be improved. In this process, the most important thing is that the power of the Chosen One is completely controlled, and the gods can stop blessing at any time, or maliciously make the ascending to a demon fail. Of course, even if you want to succeed, it is not that easy. But the cost is very low, almost no price. Chaos gods don't mind mass production at all. What if it fails? Do you expect the four gods to have mercy or heartache? Impossible. Creating a bunch of chaos eggs also has its uses. But obviously Gu Heng will not do this. The subspace essence he took out is not a blessing, but a piece of something that really represents his essential power. In Martin's body, the role played by this subspace essence is not dominant. On the contrary, it is an auxiliary role. The biggest subject is Martins himself. The subspace essence is continuously transforming and supporting his body and soul. Only in this way can the achievement be considered a small pre-march. Otherwise, even if Martins accommodates this subspace essence, if this thing is the master, then the route will be more like ascending to magic. Even if the demon is successfully upgraded and becomes the Thunder Angel under Gu Heng, it cannot be called the pre-march, and it cannot even exist for a long time in the real universe. This requires very delicate operations, as well as long-term research and experiments. It is not easy to achieve this success. And the price is not just more than 10 years of research. If that is all, then this pre-march is too simple. For Gu Heng, he really paid a whole piece of the essence of the subspace. This thing is a non-replicable one, which was accumulated by Gu Heng with great effort. Either it was obtained by eating big demons and insects, or it was accumulated bit by the trust of hundreds of millions of people in the Alliance. In Gu Heng's current body, the former is far less important than the latter. And the subspace essence needed to create a pre-march is not something that can be obtained by eating a few big demons and the queen of insects. It is not on the same level at all. In order to create Martins, will Gu Heng's own strength be damaged? There is no doubt that it will. However, he doesn't care so much. It doesn't matter. With this piece of subspace essence, Gu Heng cannot have the ability to challenge the four evil gods. Without this piece, it will not prevent him from crushing the next level of God-honored demon. Without much hesitation, Gu Heng directly divided the power. The first characteristic of the created Martins is that he has strong individual strength. After his life essence has been leapt up, just in terms of combat power, he has reached or even exceeded the strongest individual Gu Heng has ever encountered in the real universe. The level of the Bone Crusher King. If Martins fights the Bone Crusher King alone now, the winning rate should be 82. Moreover, Martins' limit has been opened. As time goes by, his individual strength, which had long been stagnant, will be further increased with his self-training and experience accumulation. The enhancement brought by the original body is not only reflected in the individual combat power. Thanks to the enhancement of the soul and brain, Martins' already outstanding command ability will be enhanced to an epic level. There is no doubt that he will become the most outstanding commander of the Alliance. Gu Heng intends to appoint him as the commander of the Southern Front Army, and may even unify the Southern, Eastern, and Angel Front Army led by Dante to be responsible for the Dark Expedition as a whole. In the past, no one took on this responsibility. Each of the various armies was doing their own thing, and the only one who could really unite them was the Dark Side Expedition headquarters. This headquarters was a fictitious one, and there was no commander-in-chief in charge. Its main body was a huge staff department that reported directly to Gu Heng. To put it bluntly, Gu Heng was in charge. There was nothing he could do about it. No one could take on this responsibility. But now, Martins has this ability. At least the potential. Alliance War Master? No, this word is a little unlucky. Dark Side Expedition Commander-in-Chief will do. Gu Heng will not completely let go in the future, but someone can share part of the overall command. Especially this Commander-in-Chief can be deployed to the front line, which will have a better integration effect on the entire Dark Side Expedition. And the energy that Gu Heng frees up can be further put into the internal affairs and economic construction of the Alliance. This is the foundation of the Alliance's strength. At the same time, he himself must pay attention to control. 10,000 years ago, the Empire was also glorious, but in the end it fell into civil war, corruption, and degeneration. His most important job is to prevent the Alliance from following the old path of the Empire. In addition to the value directly brought by the pre-march, another added value is that genetic pheromones can now be collected from Martins to cultivate genetic seeds in batches. That is the genetic seed of the Phoenix. Chapter 914. According to Gu Heng's estimation, the genetic pheromones that can be taken from Martins can cultivate 1,000 Phoenix gene seeds every year. According to the speed at which Gu Heng uses the gift points to screen and cultivate space warriors, this means that a new Phoenix bloodline regiment can be cultivated every year. Of course, this does not mean that Martins has to stay in the laboratory all the time to cooperate in taking pheromones. He will return to the front line and take over the Southern Front Army in the next 1 or 2 years, and then take over the entire Dark Expedition in 10 to 15 years. This is his biggest responsibility. As for taking genetic pheromones, there will be a special medical team to follow Martins. There are more than 20 young Yulin warriors in this medical team. Their main responsibility is to provide medical support for Martins, and keep an eye on the health of this precious Primarch, the commander-in-chief of the Dark Expedition that Gu Heng has been paving the way for. As for the 20 Yulin soldiers, they are responsible for Martin's safety. Speaking of the Yulin regiment, they are a very mysterious force. The confidentiality level is very high. In the Space Marine Management Association, many senior officials do not know the existence of this regiment. Martins knew about this regiment, but only knew it. As for how many people they have, what tasks they are carrying out, and what their equipment and supplies look like, even Martins does not know these things. He only knows that this regiment is only responsible to Governor Gu. In the past, he put away his curiosity very well, and did not pay too much attention to the Yulin regiment. However, when these 20 Yulin soldiers appeared beside him, he did not take the initiative to explore, but he could not help but passively see that they seemed to be different from ordinary space marines. They are taller, even taller than the Primaris, and just smaller than Martins at the moment. With this body size, it is acceptable to call them Primaris space marines. But in Martins' eyes, they are very different. However, just like in the past, he did not explore some secrets that he should not know, because he was very different now. Even though he vaguely knew that Gu Heng hoped that he would take over the Dark Side expedition in the future, and his status in the Alliance would be very high, he would never be arrogant because of this. Instead, he would be more cautious in his words and deeds, be more careful in dealing with various things, and must devote himself to the Alliance wholeheartedly. He ignored the special features of the Yulin army, and called them his guards, and assistants to the outside world. These 20 Yulin army soldiers, together with the same number of Phoenix Glory guards, constitute Martins' close guards and personal assistants. In fact, the team directly sent from Gu Heng to Martins had some other additional tasks. The Yulin army is responsible for assisting Martins in strategic command, which is to give full play to their strategic command ideas that are better than those of the Space Marines, to help them grow better, and provide support to Martins. At the same time, these Yulin army must also collect intelligence on the frontline battles, compile what they see, hear, and handle every day, make analysis reports, and then send them back to the Alliance headquarters through their own secret channels. This is also a kind of surveillance. The other medical team is responsible for collecting Martins' genetic pheromones. The pheromones taken will also be returned to the Alliance headquarters with the highest security and confidentiality level, along with the supply fleet that has completed the Dark Side expedition mission, the Wrathful Owl Star. Every year, a new Phoenix Bloodline regiment is established, and a brand new Space Marine Corps has taken shape. The most direct manifestation is that the words Phoenix Corps can already be seen in Gu Heng's system. However, the upper limit of its gene seeds is currently 3,000. The number of Special Glory seeds and the Glory Guards, Great Nirvana Guards, that can be trained is only 300. This should be because the total number of gene seeds of the Phoenix bloodline is currently 3,000. There were originally 1,000 Phoenixes. Using the Phoenix genes, 1,000 gene seeds were exchanged through the system, and a Yellow Spring Gull regiment was created with another 1,000. The first batch of gene pheromones collected from Martins were blended and cultivated to create 1,000 gene seeds, and a new regiment was created. There are only 3,000, and the system recognizes only these 3,000. But it doesn't matter. This means that as long as Martins produces new gene seed pheromones every year, and new Phoenix subgroups appear every year, in addition to adding 1,000 warriors every year, the upper limit of Phoenix gene seeds in Gu Heng's system can be increased by 1,000. At that time, if there is a major loss to the Phoenix subgroup, resulting in a large number of casualties in the entire bloodline group, and Martins' 1,000 pheromones secreted every year are not enough to replenish the members, then Gu Heng can use the gene seeds that have fallen below the upper limit to exchange for quotas, and quickly exchange for new gene seeds. Of course, if there is no such major loss, then the growth of the number of Phoenix subgroups can only rely on Martins' secretion of pheromones, and the Phoenix warriors themselves normally produce one every 5 years, or recover gene seeds when they die, to achieve regular growth. Optimistically speaking, within 10 years, the total number of Phoenixes will likely reach about 13,000. If there is 100 years of growth, even if the loss of troops in the expedition is taken into account, the total number of Phoenixes may exceed 150,000, reaching the scale of a true Space Marine Legion. In time, the Phoenix bloodline will become the largest Space Marine in the Alliance. This is the value of the pre-march beyond its individual. Creating a new Space Marine Legion. Chapter 915. After arriving at the Southern Front Army, Martins did not stop for a moment, and immediately threw himself into a battle. At this time, it was less than 3 hours since he completed the handover with the original Southern Front commander. In fact, he did not need a battle to establish his prestige. His original reputation was already quite grand. The Alliance army was not the old-fashioned army, and there was almost no warlord style. It was more or less difficult to avoid factionalism, but it was not to the extent that the old troops would have resistance to sending a new commander-in-chief from above, and the handover work was still quite smooth. The original commander handed over the baton very smoothly. He will stay in the Southern Front Command, by Martin's side, assist him for more than a year, and help him take over the entire army better. After a year, he will return to the Angry Owl Star to report on his work and wait for the next appointment. But Martin still went up. Two considerations. On the one hand, it was his new strength, which was quite powerful despite the trial in the training ground. However, the trial is only a trial after all, and it is not the same as actual combat. Although he is already a mature and stable person, the new power keeps surging in his body, and even he can't help but feel like releasing it. Especially releasing this power unscrupulously on the enemy of mankind, it is particularly refreshing. On the other hand, there is a real need for him to go down and fight. This world called Populil has a very serious outbreak of chaos corrosion, and it is a world under key monitoring. After the initial orbital bombardment and the intervention of ground forces, but no solution to the problem, the Southern Front Command launched an assessment of the safe zone strategy. Unfortunately, this world did not pass the safe zone assessment and was considered unworthy of establishing a safe zone. At the same time, since this world did not have particularly precious materials and did not have particularly significant strategic value, it was sentenced to extinction. After half a month of evacuating as many residents as possible, the extinction order began to be implemented. However, it was not successfully implemented. The release of the extinction order was intercepted. This is not something that has never happened before. The command then launched the plan and dispatched ground forces to start the attack. It is expected that under the cover of the orbital fleet's firepower, those areas that may intercept the release of the extinction order weapons will be dismantled and destroyed. After destroying it, the troops will withdraw and bomb it again. If it is intercepted again, it means that the ground cleaning is not enough. On the one hand, the Alliance military will increase its efforts to clean up. On the other hand, some people may have to bear the responsibility. Whether the intelligence department did not figure it out, or the army's reconnaissance efforts were not enough, or the target was missed, it should be dealt with as it should be. However, at this time, a chaos fleet of considerable size suddenly rushed into the battlefield. This is an old rival. Since more than 20 years ago, the Alliance has begun to encounter these enemies more frequently on all fronts. They are different from the enemies that rushed out of the Scarlet Scar, and the difference is quite large. First of all, the composition of the troops is different. The enemies that rushed out of the Scarlet Scar are mainly surreal demon armies. There are some cultists and Chaos Space Marines, but not many, and they are not the main force. The leaders, if weak, will be some Chaos Army vanguards, and the stronger ones will be big demons, or demon princes. But these enemies are basically Chaos believers, with a large number of Chaos Space Marines. There are not many real warp demons, and most of them are summoned by some Chaos Warlocks. Moreover, among them, there are a large number of demon engines and dark mechanical creations. In the fleet, they are not the kind of corrupted flesh and blood ships. The image of their ships will be more conventional, at least they look more like human ships, which are steel creations. However, there are also some distortions. Its flagship is very large, and from the appearance, it looks like a thing formed by countless space hulks spliced together. The shapes are different, but the combat power is not bad. It not only has very powerful firepower, but its fighting method is more like an aircraft carrier, which will release a large number of fighters, small and medium-sized, and even large warships. This thing is quite terrible, and the Alliance has suffered a lot. In addition to the composition structure of the army, another huge difference is the fighting method. Compared to the demons rushing out of the Scarlet Scar, or because the chaos corrosion is too serious, a large number of subspace cracks appear directly, so that the entire planet slowly separates from the real universe and is in a semi-subspace state, and endless demons can rush out. This group of chaotic enemies does not seem to need to start from anywhere, nor does it need any place to be chaotically corrupted to attract them. They are wandering in the universe, like a human fleet. Moreover, they should have mastered very mature subspace navigation technology, so that they can travel at superluminal speed without passing through the astral tunnel. This also makes their actions quite ghostly and unpredictable for human troops. What is even more confusing to the human side is that their action goals are also quite bizarre. They are often not limited to conquering and corrupting a planet. In other words, this kind of action is more like an additional action beyond their own goals. If they can corrupt, conquer, and plunder, that would be the best, but if they can't, they don't seem to care much. It's even more said that after conquering and corrupting a world, they will soon leave without mercy. It's like a natural disaster, coming suddenly without any signs, and then suddenly leaving the world full of debris. It is precisely because of their characteristics that the Alliance calls them the Disaster Fleet. There is more than one Disaster Fleet, and the specific number is unknown. As for their real goal, according to the Alliance General Staff, the General Staff believes that the Disaster Fleet seems to be looking for something, according to the logic of the Disaster Fleets encountered on various fronts of the Expeditionary Force, and even in the more hinterland areas. The staff is trying hard to analyze what they are looking for, and where they will appear next time. There are some clues now, but to go further, more information and intelligence are needed. All fronts of the Dark Side expedition have received instructions. If they encounter a Disaster Fleet, try to capture the high-level figures in it. This is very important for the next judgment. And at the moment, Martins encountered such a Disaster Fleet. Chapter 916. The arrival of the Disaster Fleet made the situation in the world of Popolo worse. This world had already encountered a terrible crisis, so that the safe zone strategy could not be implemented, and the only option was to issue an extermination order. And then the extermination order was intercepted. Now, the Disaster Fleet intervened again. The situation was already very urgent. The Alliance fleet, which was suddenly attacked, even had to temporarily avoid the attack. In order to avoid being hit, it urgently avoided its position, allowing the Disaster Fleet to smoothly obtain half of Papalo's orbit, and the Alliance fleet gave way to the back of the planet. The fleets of both sides began to fight along the planet's orbit. But to be honest, the fight was not particularly fierce. The Alliance troops here are indeed the headquarters of the Southern Front Army, but not all the main forces are here. When the Front Army is fighting, each unit is dispersed into many detachments. The Front Army will formulate a general combat goal for multiple star fields, and each detachment fleet will do its job during this period according to the general goal and the strategic details given by the Front Army headquarters. This is to improve efficiency. Unless they encounter a particularly difficult situation that requires multiple detachments, or even the entire Front Army to fight collectively, they will gather together. Otherwise, they are normally dispersed. Popolo said the situation was critical, but in fact, before the Disaster Fleet appeared, it was just a problem in one world, and it was not to the extent that other detachments needed to be recalled to strengthen the force. With the strength of the commander's fleet, it was more than enough to solve the problem. Everything changed until the arrival of the Disaster Fleet. The size of the human fleet was only about 100 warships. In this star region, there were more than 500 ships belonging to the commander fleet. They had received the news and were rushing to it at full speed. Before they arrived, it was difficult to fight a fleet-decisive battle with the Disaster Fleet with 100 warships on hand. The number of the other side was far greater than their own. Correspondingly, the Chaos enemy on the opposite side did not have to chase the Alliance ships and annihilate them just because they were larger and stronger. On the contrary, after they occupied the orbital space of half of the planet Popolo, the first thing they did was to deploy troops to the ground. Their target area was quite obvious. It was a church occupied by the Alliance army in the middle area of a hive city. Its original function was to serve as a ground base, and as a temporary settlement point for the Alliance to evacuate the surface residents to the sky before the first extinction order was launched. Civilians will be checked here for a period of time to confirm that they do not carry any virus, and will be safely transferred to the rear after Chaos corruption. Later, after the failure of the extermination order, the human forces returned to the surface, and this place was reoccupied. Its responsibilities are still to identify the people, and further try to evacuate more civilians. In addition, it also plays another role, as a forward military base to attack the Chaos Rebels' air defense positions 70 kilometers away. This place is important. It has some strategic value. For this reason, the Alliance troops stationed a full-strength skeleton division here and nearby, plus a company of Space Marines from the Banyan Lizard Regiment. The Banyan Lizards are a subgroup of the Dragon Legion. Their brown and dark green two-color paint makes them look like an old banyan tree. They have a history of 1,600 years, and have been understaffed for a long time. It was not until they joined the Alliance's Dark Side expedition that the Banyan Lizards were reborn. Now, in addition to less than 300 veterans, the remaining more than 700 newly added warriors are all Primaris recruits. The Banyan Lizards' 8th Company here is a Primaris company. Their original duty was not to guard the church, but to assemble here as the main force to attack the air defense position next. And now, their most core task, with the ground invasion of the Disaster Fleet, has naturally turned into on-site defense. In fact, they did not intend to defend it at first. The value of this church is as a gathering place for attacking the enemy's air defense position. And now, The Alliance obviously does not have the strength to continue the attack, and the entire battle situation has undergone a major change. Being targeted by the troops deployed on the ground by the disaster fleet, the enemy's forces were significantly stronger than theirs. The church, which no longer had the value of being a springboard for attack, could be abandoned. It was a more correct choice to maintain their own manpower and accumulate strength for the subsequent arrival of external reinforcements to launch a counterattack. However, just when the troops were about to evacuate, an order from the headquarters stopped them. They were required to defend on the spot and hold on to the end, even if it meant fighting to the last man. This order was issued by Martins himself. He is quite familiar with the disaster fleet. In other words, among all the military units of the Alliance, the Space Marine Management Association is one of the most concerned about the disaster fleet. The reason is simple. The disaster fleet is the force with the highest concentration of Chaos Space Marines among all the enemies that the Alliance is currently facing. The commander of the disaster fleet is often the leader of a Chaos War band. If there is any enemy in this universe that the Space Marines want to eliminate the most, it is undoubtedly the traitors, who are of the same bloodline as them. Traitors of the same bloodline are the biggest enemies, and the goal is to cleanse the shame, and other traitors of non-same bloodline are second. As the boss of the Management Association, Martins has read many analyses of the disaster fleet by the general staff, and he knows that the disaster fleet seems to be looking for something in the universe. So far, the Alliance still doesn't know what the so-called thing is. However, seeing that they have such a clear goal, which is to attack the church, is there a possibility that the thing that the disaster fleet is looking for is in that church? They must be stopped. Martins even judged that the traitors would probably not wait until the Alliance troops gathered the fleet scattered around to fight a head-on battle with the Alliance. After they took down the church and took what they wanted, they might evacuate immediately. Once they ran away, it would be difficult to catch them. Martins was determined to stop them. It was definitely not enough to rely on just a company of banyan lizards on the ground and a division of the Alliance army. But as long as they held on long enough to wait for reinforcements to arrive, that would be enough. And the reinforcements would be led by Martins himself. Chapter 917. The Chaos Flame exploded on the church spire, signaling the climax of this desperate stand. Tulsa, commander of the 8th Company of the Banyan Lizard, was fighting on the spire. He needed to command the battle from a high place, but at the same time, he was also fighting. He was an excellent marksman, and he had already fired the 3rd magazine of bullets after setting up a sniper bolter here. Under his sniper, more than 9 Chaos Space Marines and many Chaos Believers had already been killed. Of course, the enemy would not just passively take a beating. They had long discovered the threat of the church spire as a high point, and had launched various countermeasures, but they were all dealt with by Tulsa and his men. However, no matter what, the battle situation was still getting worse step by step. The twisted metal tide 3 kilometers away was flooding the defense line of the 4th Armored Battalion. The Lion King tanks that originally belonged to the Empire now had bloody abscesses growing on their turrets, and their tracks were rolling over the remains of humans. These corrupted tanks have no advantage in the battle with the human armored army. However, they still rolled over the human defense line with an unstoppable trend, just like tracks rolling over weeds. The reason is simple. There are too many enemies. How many troops are there defending the church here? In addition to Rongshi's Primaris Company, there is only one Alliance division. And what about the enemy? Just at the moment, there are 10 times more than them, whether it is the number of those Chaos traitors, the armored troops, or the number of Chaos Space Marines, it is the same. On the position of the 4th Armored Battalion, they had been under ruthless fire for a long time before they were ruthlessly rolled over. In fact, the troops could no longer hold on. The battalion commander made a report and requested it from his superiors. The divisional headquarters agreed with tears and reluctance and reported it to Tulsa. Then, the armored battalion launched a desperate counterattack. They were helpless to make such a decision. According to the battalion commander, they could not watch the armored vehicles and tanks they relied on for combat being shot down by the long-range firepower of the Chaos traitors without firing a single shot. Even though they knew that the end of the attack was that they would never come back, they were determined to let those Chaos enemies feel their endless anger. The battalion commander led the team in person in the command vehicle. In the end, they finally rushed into the enemy after 30% of their troops were sacrificed under the artillery fire during the charge. However, what they encountered head-on was the counterattack of the Chaos Army's armored forces. Facing an enemy with a large number of superiority, their resistance was certainly very resolute, and they also eliminated some enemies. But the final result was still a complete annihilation without any miracle. This was the last part of the armored division that assisted in the defense of the church. On the position of the 4th Armored Battalion, there were only a few left without tanks or armored vehicles. When the tanks of the Chaos Cult came, they had no means to fight. The few remaining soldiers tried to use some individual anti-armor weapons, or even tied explosives to their bodies, ambushed in trenches and tunnels, and directly detonated them when the enemy passed by. Very heroic, but it was useless. These heroic actions played a negligible role in the overall situation. They were just a few waves in the steel waves of the enemy's advance, which was not critical at all. However, the human side was not without resistance. In the previous artillery bombardment with the enemy, the artillery battalions that were suppressed and could not raise their heads, and even dared not to fire casually and expose their positions, finally did not hide. In 2 minutes, a few quick rounds of rapid fire, 1,500 artillery rounds were smashed into the enemy's attacking forces. The effect was still very obvious. A large number of rebel tanks and soldiers were blown up in the 2 minutes of intensive carpet fire bombing and suffered a heavy blow. Even with the abundant manpower of the Chaos Rebels, they had to retreat and reorganize a wave before launching the next attack. This undoubtedly bought some time again. And the price of buying time was that the artillery position was discovered and Chaos counterattack arrived. Chaos artillery completely covered the artillery battalion position that had no time to move. The Chaos fighter planes, which were galloping in, dropped bombs recklessly, and completed the bombing while completely controlling the air. Under the enemy's counterattack, only 1 in 10 self-propelled artillery pieces of this artillery battalion could be withdrawn. It was tragic, difficult, and unbearable to watch. But in fact, all of this was within Tulsa's expectations. Before the battle began, after receiving the order to hold the ground, he and the Union Brigadier General Division Commander had foreseen the current situation when they discussed how to hold the ground. They also decided to use similar means to block the enemy layer by layer. They would bleed the enemy little by little. But at the same time, they were undoubtedly losing blood. They were in such a defensive posture, using their lives to resist the enemy's attack in a limited space and delay time. They knew that they could not defend it by themselves. Their goal was to use their lives to delay time until the support arrived. Come on, attack, and continue to fight in the same way as before. The Skeleton Division of the Union Army still has 40% of its troops available, and the 8th Company of the Banyan Lizard still has 60 soldiers who can fight. They still have space to fill with their lives, block, and slow down the enemy step by step. Until they bleed to death, they will unswervingly continue to hold on to the goal of the battle. However, the enemy is not willing to let them hold on like this. Tulsa suddenly felt that the foundation of the entire church was shaking. He thought that it was the enemy's artillery that was bombarding again. Before this, the enemy had also tried to directly attack the church body as a high point and base camp. Long-range artillery and fighter bombing have been going on all the time. However, their attacks are not that useful. The fighter planes flying over will be attacked fiercely by the anti-aircraft firepower deployed in the building complex. Anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft missiles can kill them. There is no good countermeasure for the bombing of long-range artillery, but the solidity of the church complex is still quite reliable. What's more, before the war, it had undergone emergency special reinforcement. Even if some auxiliary buildings were blown down, so what? The collapsed building complex is still a very useful combat shelter. As long as people are not buried in the building when it collapses, it is not a big deal. On the contrary, it is safer to deploy artillery, anti-aircraft, and wounded soldiers camps in the ruins. Let it tremble, anyway, after being covered and hit by fierce firepower before, the main building of this church has always been able to hold up. However, Tulsa soon realized that this was not an enemy fire bombing. The Chaos Rebels had no fighter planes coming over, and he did not see the trajectory of Chaos artillery across the sky. Soon, reports from his battle brothers let him know what happened. 3 Chaos dreadnoughts wearing heavy armor broke through the alloy wall on the east side and rushed in. Chapter 9:18. Led by 3 corrupted dreadnoughts that had completed directional blasting, a whole group of Chaos Space Marines painted in black and gold rushed into the church. They came quite suddenly, and no one noticed their advance before they blew up the wall. As a result, only 2 teams of guards, who were closest to them, rushed over. There was almost no blocking effect. The power claws with corrupted mucus tore open the chests of the soldiers, and the guards were quickly slaughtered. Then, before anyone could react, they quickly broke into a closed entrance, blew it open, and then went underground to the church. At this time, Tulsa arrived here with his people, and was blocked by the Chaos Space Marines who stayed behind. On the one hand, he commanded the troops to start fighting with these Chaos Space Marines. On the other hand, He was also puzzled by the enemy's strange actions. What were they doing here? When he first said that these Chaos Traders broke into the church, he was quite nervous. He didn't know how many Chaos Traders there were, nor did he know what they would do next. Once the church was lost, the rear center would be lost, and the already precarious human defense line would become unstable. Let's not talk about that for now. Their core goal is to guard the church. If the church is lost, even if the other defense lines are still there, what does it matter? It's still a failure. However, why did these Chaos Space Marines run directly underground? Tulsa had been guarding the church for quite a while, and of course he knew about the structure of the church. He knew that this underground passage led to a tomb. It makes sense that there are tombs under the church. However, in this nest world, many lower middle-class poor people normally live in coffin-sized places, so they have no chance to be buried in such places. Those who can be buried in the tombs under the church, even if they are not rich and powerful, are at least from the middle class or above. They had come down to carefully check the tombs under the church before. On the one hand, this is a defense requirement. At least we have to avoid omissions. What if there is a passage in the tomb that can lead to the outside world and become a loophole in the defense line? Wouldn't it be troublesome? After the inspection, it was found that there was indeed a passage, and they were completely sealed in advance. On the other hand, the order from the commander's headquarters required them to defend the church to the death, and also told them that the goal of the Chaos enemy seemed to be to find something. Seeing that they went straight to the church after landing from the orbit, it is very likely that this thing is in the church. For this reason, they also have to look for it carefully. However, the so-called thing is too broad. After searching the entire church, they did not find anything that was worth the disaster fleet to come to a world to search for. Of course, this is actually normal. If that thing was so conspicuous, the Alliance would not have been confused about what they were looking for after dealing with the disaster fleet for so long. However, according to the current information, it is basically possible to guess with a high probability that the thing is in the church. This is also the meaning of defending the church. Combined with the actions of these Chaos Traders rushing directly into the catacombs, can we roughly determine that the thing is in the catacombs? It's just that they had no way to explore and discover it before. Thinking of this, Tulsa made a decision. The enemy cannot succeed. He summoned all the Space Marines that could be mobilized at hand, and 28 Banyan Lizards, under his personal leadership, launched a desperate assault on the enemy under the cover of a company of mortal soldiers. The mortal soldiers operated heavy grenade guns, small plasma cannons, and direct-fire rocket launchers to launch fierce attacks on the bunker defense line, where the enemy was hiding. It is not necessary to cause clear casualties, but at least temporarily use firepower to temporarily suppress those Chaos Space Marines who are blocking. The purpose is to cover the advance of the warriors led by Tulsa. They succeeded. Tulsa's roar exploded with the smell of incense. He was once a veteran chaplain in the Banyan Lizard chapter. After being seriously injured, he chose the latter between lying in the dreadnought iron coffin and accepting the Primaris transformation to gain a glimmer of life. He was lucky to survive the Primaris transformation. After returning to the chapter, he did not continue to be a chaplain of the chapter, but became a commander to teach many Primaris recruits sent to the chapter. However, although he no longer does the work of a chaplain, some of his fighting styles are still inevitably affected by his long career as a chaplain. The scattered incense is one of them. In daily prayers, the incense that absorbs the power of faith will indeed weaken the traitors, and at the same time bring more excited spirit bonuses to the warriors of his own side. The first Chaos Traitor he saw, Tulsa could even see the buds growing in the gaps of his armor, which had shrunk a little because of the burning incense. This was obviously painful, and his movement slowed down for a moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tulsa swung the power scepter inlaid with atonement prayers and smashed the traitor into the load-bearing column. The fire of judgment on the top of the scepter ignited the buds growing in the gaps of the Terminator's armor, and it was terminated with just one blow. Tulsa's combat power was still very fierce, especially after the Primaris transformation. His proactive attack successfully attracted the attention of many Chaos Space Marines. They aimed their bolt pistols at Tulsa, and some raised their chainsaw swords and rushed towards him. Tulsa was not afraid, and he fired on the spot, using the scepter to fight the close enemy. The Iron Cavalry Terminator armor on his body took a lot of damage, so he was only slightly injured. At this time, his fighting brothers also took advantage of his charge and joined the battlefield. There were a total of 9 Chaos Warriors responsible for blocking the enemy here. They were extraordinary, and were all veterans, who had survived in the cruel environment. However, when facing the Banyan Lizard Warriors, who were 3 times their number and all primal, they still had no way to turn the tables, and were eventually wiped out in a close-range bloody battle. The Banyan Lizard paid the price of 5 casualties. 2 of them had an accident at the last moment. When the last Chaos Space Marine felt that he could not stop it at all, he frantically opened a metal box, which gave off an unnatural reflection. 3 evil mines that tracked thermal energy signals were ejected and exploded at close range. While killing himself, he also took the lives of 2 Wrong Lizard warriors. After losing 5 warriors, Tulsa, who only had 23 people left, did not waver at all. He firmly commanded the troops to continue going down. However, determination and caution are not contradictory. The catacombs are an unfamiliar environment. Although they had explored there before, they soon stopped paying attention to it after sealing the other entrances to the catacombs. There was no defense. At most, some wounded soldiers or supplies were temporarily stored in the catacombs. And now, the enemy has occupied there. The fate of the wounded soldiers and medical soldiers who were originally in the catacombs is self-evident. And after the entire catacombs area was occupied by them, they would definitely deploy full defense. The entire catacombs area is not small in overall scale, and the most notable feature is that the passages inside are relatively narrow. There are many forks, paths, and corners. In such an environment, if the attacker rushes in, he will be easily ambushed and suffer a heavy loss. Tulsa's troops are very scarce, with only 23 Space Marines and a company of infantry. With such a configuration, Tulsa can't afford any failure. At a corner, a hidden mine and several casualties are already something Tulsa can't bear. Not to mention, after being ambushed by heavy troops, it is very likely that the whole army will be annihilated and defeated. In this case, he must be careful enough. Fortunately, he really has some means. The technical sergeant of the company received his order, came forward, and released several very special drones. At the same time, Tulsa fumbled to pull the data crystal from his belt and inserted it into the tactical terminal. Then, as the drone that was released earlier began to work everywhere, the holographic projection deep in the tomb suddenly lit up. The places swept by the drone, at least initially, can be considered to have no major problems. This drone is a new embodiment of the Alliance's technology. If you want to say which war group is particularly good at building, then the warriors of the Dragon Bloodline are a very special one. And the Banyan Lizard War Group, as one of the Dragon Bloodlines, they also have a similar tradition. The holographic battlefield construction technology represented by this drone is something they have also participated in researching. In the current environment, this technology has begun to play a special role. The drone has not encountered any major problems halfway, and the holographic scene construction of the underground tomb on Tulsa's tactical panel has become clearer and clearer. Tulsa was a little surprised. He didn't intend to rely on this drone to build such a detailed and rich tactical map. He thought that the drone would be attacked halfway and would end its work early. Tulsa was already prepared for this. The drone would do as much as it could, at least it would let them know where to go. However, the drone gave too much information. He judged that this was probably because the invading Chaos Space Marines themselves did not have enough troops on hand. After dividing their troops to defend the underground entrance, the remaining troops in their hands were not enough to set up layers of defense in the underground tombs. If so, that's great news. Of course, Tulsa can't do anything extravagant. The drone is still exploring the way forward, but this does not prevent Tulsa from commanding the troops to officially enter the underground tomb space. Although they walk through the areas scanned by the drone along the way. But in order to avoid the enemy having any special evil methods and hiding some traps that were not scanned, they still walked very carefully, constantly checking every corner and every path halfway. But until they walked a long way, they didn't encounter any trouble. This proves that the places scanned by the drone are relatively reliable. But at this time, Tulsa suddenly heard the scream of the technical sergeant from the other side. He stopped the entire army in time and asked, "What's wrong?" "Captain, look." The technical sergeant handed over the tactical panel. The holographic projection showed the ancient equipment that the staff had never mentioned. Countless bronze columns with quantum circuits wrapped around the coffin-shaped container, and dark red energy was leaking from the cracks in the coffin. "What? What is this?" Tulsa frowned and asked. "I don't know." Tulsa didn't get an answer, but he didn't expect to get a clear answer. No one knew what it was, but combined with the intelligence and clues obtained before, the so-called thing was probably this thing, right? Thinking of this, the holographic display suddenly went black, and a red exclamation mark warning sign appeared. Apparently, their drone was finally discovered and cleared with one shot. He gritted his teeth and said, "Speed up, we have to go faster." All of them began to speed up, and the inspection of the surrounding situation was not as careful as at the beginning. and this also punished them. Not far from their target, they were attacked from the side. The enemy was not strong, not even a Chaos Space Marine was there, just some Chaos believers. But when they charged with a crazy mentality and detonated the bomb, Tulsa's troops still suffered considerable damage. A Banyan Lizard warrior and an infantry squad fell. However, Tulsa had no time to take care of other things, and could only command the troops to continue moving forward. According to the information just seen, they may not have much time left. The Chaos Wizards around the bronze coffin-like container seemed to be close to completing their work. Chapter 919. When the sound of gunfire rang through the tomb, Tulsa could already see the coffin with his naked eyes. Seeing it with his own eyes was even more uncomfortable than seeing it through a holographic image. All the humans present felt a hatred that seemed to come from genetic instinct, driving them to rush towards the coffin. Before Talma commanded the troops to attack, a communication signal came in. It was from Commander-in-Chief Martins. "I have received your latest report. Be sure to keep an eye on that thing, and don't let the traitors get it." "Yes, sir," Tulsa answered very firmly. Is he really sure? No, he is not. He can already see the enemy's lineup. The number of the Chaos traitors, as he had expected before, is actually quite stretched. The human army's defense line is certainly under tremendous pressure, and it is only a matter of time before it collapses. But with the tenacious will of the Alliance soldiers, the Army Division, with the help of less than 30 Space Marines, withstood the fierce attack of Chaos Rebels and Chaos Space Marines, which were 10 times their number, despite being at a disadvantage in all aspects. Even if their end is bound to collapse, at least they haven't collapsed yet. They won't let too many enemies in. Those Chaos traitors, who were engaged in special operations, only sent in a special team. However, this special team is still very strong. Tulsa alone saw more than 30 Chaos Space Marines wearing traitor power armor. Among them, the most terrifying are the 3 Chaos Dreadnoughts. It was them who blew up the wall of the church, and now they are also the biggest obstacle in the battle. I don't know how much it will cost to kill these 3 Dreadnoughts. Fortunately, among the enemies, there were a dozen or so Chaos Wizards, who were quite scary, but they seemed to be unable to spare any effort. They were surrounding the coffin, doing some unknown but bad actions. As for the small number of armed Chaos believers, Tulsa ignored them. Just the lineup of 30 Chaos Space Marines and 3 corrupted Dreadnoughts was not something they could easily deal with. Objectively speaking, the winning rate of both sides was about 28, with only 2 on his side, no more. But he was still very determined to answer the Commander-in-Chief, not because he had a chance of winning, but because he had already made plans to put life and death aside. He had decided to complete the mission even if he had to send himself and all his fighting brothers to death. And if even that could not accomplish the mission, it at least meant that he and his brothers had done their best and could have a clear conscience. With this mentality, he ordered the attack. However, he was not stupid, and would not rush in and kill all his brothers, and then feel honored. He still remembered his mission, which was to prevent the enemy from obtaining the target items, not to annihilate the enemy. He decided to try to pull at the edge first. There were more than half of the remaining infantry companies, and they set up their weapons. Although they were just some mortal soldiers, Tulsa had to make good use of every bit of power at hand. After they were ready, the Space Marines went out. They appeared from the corner and from behind the bunker, and started shooting inward with bolters and plasma guns. The targets were all placed on those Chaos Wizards. Tulsa could see that the behavior of those Chaos Wizards was the key to their obtaining the thing in the coffin. Attacking them, not to mention causing direct casualties, at least could interfere with the opponent's efficiency. This was indeed the case. Although the psychic shield appeared and blocked many of their attacks, there was still a plasma beam that penetrated the psychic shield and killed a Chaos Wizard. The dark red chain connecting it to the coffin suddenly broke, and the coffin suddenly cracked open a gap, from which a translucent palm stretched out, with its 5 fingers wrapped around a purple-blue data stream. Those Chaos Wizards were obviously nervous, and they increased the intensity of their chanting. Tulsa could even see veins popping out on their foreheads. It worked. Tulsa was about to order an increase in intensity, but the enemy would not let them go on like this. The firepower of the Chaos enemy also covered them. Some of the Banyan Lizard warriors were injured, and some were suppressed and unable to show their heads. The only pressure that could be put on the Chaos Wizards was the first round of volleys. But the Chaos enemies did not want to continue to take risks and give them opportunities. 3 Dreadnoughts moved, and a dozen Chaos Space Marines accompanied them, pressing towards the position where Salta and others were. The remaining 20 or so Chaos Space Marines raised their guns and continued to suppress the fire. This raid was very successful. The Chaos Rebels did suppress the Banyan Lizard Warriors, and the 3 dreadnoughts were quite resistant. The explosive bombs and plasma beams occasionally fired by Tulsa and others could not pose an effective threat to them, and it was difficult to pass them and effectively strike the Chaos Space Marines accompanying the attack. Even if a single soldier missile cannon fired out caused a huge shock wave in the narrow space, when the smoke and dust dissipated, the 3 dreadnoughts swept away the half-collapsed passage and continued to stride forward with only a little smoke and dust on their bodies. A string of super-heavy bombs fired from the dreadnoughts. They could even be considered artillery shells. Shattered the bunker at the corner and smashed a Banyan Lizard Warrior who was unable to move in time into pieces. Tulsa sighed. This scene was exactly what he expected, but when the 3 corrupted dreadnoughts really rushed over with an unstoppable momentum, they still felt difficult. The scene of a single soldier anti-armor missile blasting the dreadnoughts did not appear, so Tulsa could only continue to follow the original plan honestly. The 3 dreadnoughts, with Chaos Space Marines, were already close. As soon as they showed their heads from the corner, the mortal soldiers ambushed on both sides opened fire fiercely. Of course, the mortal troops also have weapons that can hurt Space Marines and even dreadnoughts. The heavy bolters, plasma cannons, and even the melt-a-bombs in the hands of the soldiers are all very deadly weapons. These things, no matter who holds them, as long as they can be successfully fired and hit, the damage caused is the same. But the premise is to be able to hit. This is a big problem. This kind of weapon can be carried with the Space Marines, but in the hands of mortal soldiers, it is a weapon that is extremely difficult to operate, and for mortal soldiers, whether it is a bolt gun or a plasma pistol, the killing power is excessive. After all, they usually fight against opponents of the same strength as themselves, so there is no need to use such weapons. Forcibly using them will cause more harm to themselves than to the enemy. And if you want to use them safely and effectively, it is best to set up these powerful weapons in a fixed position and shoot at a fixed angle. In this way, even Space Marines would have difficulty in getting through the frontal fire blockade area. Well, it's just difficult. The problem of mortal soldiers having difficulty hitting when facing elite opponents, like Space Marines, is also reflected in another aspect. Mortals' nerve reaction speed, aiming, mentality. All kinds of qualities are far inferior to those of supermen like Space Marines. The process of soldiers pulling the trigger looks like slow motion in the eyes of Space Marines. They are fully capable of taking advantage of that time to dodge and make the shooting ineffective. And the counterattack of Space Marines against mortal soldiers is often a fatal shot. The difference between the two sides is indeed very large, which is reflected on the battlefield. When mortal troops face Space Marines without special means, even if they have reliable weapons, they usually have no power to fight back. However, the current environment is different. Those dreadnoughts and Space Marines did see the ambushed mortals, and noticed their intention to fire in advance. However, it is not so easy to dodge. Those Chaos Space Marines were fine, but the dreadnoughts really had no way to dodge in such a narrow range. Of course, the dreadnoughts also had their own characteristics. It was unrealistic to expect them to dodge flexibly with such a large size, but their lack of flexibility was exchanged for thick enough armor. When 3 heavy bolter guns were firing crazily, and 2 plasma cannons were firing, a dreadnought stood in front of the other Chaos units. But this is exactly what the human soldiers intended to do. They ignored other targets and kept firing at it. The counterattack from the dreadnoughts followed. The heavy weapons in the hands of the human soldiers only survived for less than 8 seconds before they were all destroyed. But is 8 seconds of close-range shooting enough to destroy a dreadnought? Facts have proved that it is not. Although it was riddled with holes, it still stood up tremblingly. But what if the Banyan Lizard Warriors attacked? Tulsa, who had just led his troops to hide, rushed out again at this moment. The mortal soldiers sacrificed their lives, and the opportunity created for them should not be wasted. The Roaring Dragon descendants fired fiercely. Tulsa rushed the fastest, and 4 fighting brothers followed him, holding melee weapons and reaching the face position. The Battle Brothers were responsible for temporarily resisting the enemy, while Tulsa himself raised the gravity scepter high, and the tip of the scepter, with thunder bursting like a shout, smashed hard on the supporting legs of the dreadnought. Even the powerful dreadnought was bent at the knees by this blow. Then, he smashed 3 more hammers, completely smashing the fallen dreadnought into silence. At this time, only 2 of the 4 Battle Brothers who followed him were left. Under the cover of the brothers, who were shooting from a distance, they hurriedly evacuated. At this time, Tulsa was the rear guard again, smashing the heads of 2 Chaos Space Marines. And in the end, under the bursting shooting of the other 2 dreadnoughts, he, wearing the Terminator armor, still showed incredible agility, dodging the deadly shells one by one, and retreating to the bunker in a flash. The Chaos Traders, shouting obscenities, began to pursue, and the two sides started a tug-of-war in the narrow space of the underground tomb full of forks. Although they cursed fiercely, the Chaos Traders actually became more conservative in their actions. The loss of a dreadnought made them very alert. They didn't want to be ambushed by heavy firepower from human soldiers when they turned a corner again. The combat effectiveness shown by Tulsa also made them have to pay attention. And the enemy's caution was exactly what Tulsa wanted. Slowly pulling and delaying, even when the opponent had a tendency to return, they would attack in return and must hold the enemy. And in the end, what he wanted to see finally happened. He heard the sound of gunfire and violent explosions not far away, in the direction of the coffin. This was exactly what he planned. Attack, interfere with the Chaos Wizard, attract the enemy's pursuit, destroy a dreadnought at a certain cost, and then use the environment to pull the enemy. The more core goal is to serve another group of 7 Primaris veterans, carrying high explosive weapons, using the complex passages of the underground tombs, and go around to the location of the coffin from another direction, taking advantage of the enemy's large forces being diverted away from the mountain, and launch an attack. But at the same time, he became extremely nervous. This is his last resort. Can he get what he wants? The enemy still has troops left behind. Can his brothers complete the task? He heard more violent explosions, which are all good news. The more intense the fight over there, the more interference those Chaos Traders have suffered. The main force of the Chaos Traders, who were chasing them, wanted to return, but were entangled by Tulsa's team. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse afterwards. In the information disclosed by Tulsa's tactical eyepiece, the vital signs of the 7 specially marked battle brothers, who shouldered the heavy responsibility, quickly disappeared one by one in the following time. They all died in the battle. And it was obvious that those Chaos Wizards were disturbed to a certain extent, but it was obviously not stopped. In his disappointment, he also realized that he was in big trouble. In order to entangle the enemy in front of them, and prevent them from returning to support, they were too close to the enemy. Now, it is not so easy to open up the distance again. Those Chaos Traders were not in a hurry to go back. In turn, they almost surrounded the Banyan Lizard warriors, who were outnumbered and had only more than 10 people, and they seemed to want to destroy them all here. He sighed and shouted to the remaining battle brothers, "If this is our final fate, let us take a few more traitors to hell together." Chapter 920. Tulsa has already accepted that he and his brothers will die, and he just wants to take down a few people before he dies. However, the situation will not always be so bad. The tenacious will always get the rewards they deserve. In Tulsa's communication signal, there is a surprise message from the brothers who stayed in the church. "Our support is coming." It's the commander-in-chief. He suddenly became excited. He shared this good news with every brother. They fought back to back, with the help of formations and the environment, and fought desperately. Martin's record can be regarded as known to everyone in the Alliance's Space Marine group. Whether it was the battle that destroyed the Iron Armor Rebellion, his outstanding performance in the Dark Expedition, or the earth-shattering battle with the Bone Crusher King, they are all amazing and even admirable records. He believed that after Martin's arrived in person, the battle situation would be greatly reversed. Now, his goal was to save as many brothers as possible. While Tulsa was anxiously waiting, the brothers around him fell one by one. Even he himself was seriously injured because of his several times of covering his fighting brothers. The most serious one, which was also the last one, was when he was resisting a heavy slash from the dreadnought. Of course, Tulsa, wearing the Iron Cavalry Terminator armor, was very tall, and the gravity scepter in his hand was also a power weapon. He himself was also a top power fighter. However, compared with the dreadnought armor, in terms of size, structure, and strength, the Terminator armor is still just armor after all, and it is fundamentally different from the dreadnought. With this body, if he resisted a heavy blow from a Fearless, the end was predictable. His arm was broken. He was going to die. As long as that Fearless, or any other Chaos enemy, hit him, he would die. After he died, the battle brother that he had to defend with this heavy blow would probably not survive. But he was still willing to pay such a price. Even if he died, he felt that he could rest in peace. It was he who led his brothers into the catacombs, and fought until now. He could be hard-hearted, and let any of his battle brothers die for the sake of his goal. But in this situation, he was absolutely unwilling to be the last one to survive. If the 8th Company of the Banyan Lizard Regiment was destined to perish here, then he was absolutely unwilling to be the last one to die in battle. If the Emperor blessed them, and one of them could survive, he would never want it to be him. But today, perhaps there was really a blessing from the gods. None of them would die. Just when Tulsa's life was about to end, he saw a blue blade of light, cutting the dreadnought in front of him horizontally. Behind the fallen dreadnought, a brave warrior appeared. He was wearing a set of power armor, which looked a bit like the majestic power armor, but in fact there were many differences in the details. His figure was taller than that of the Primaris warriors. Behind the white and gold power armor, he was wearing a full blue cloak. On the cloak, shoulder armor, and chest armor, the Alliance logo was painted. The hammer, sickle, sword under the shield logo, and the Imperial wings spread out on the edge of the shield. On the top of his flying eagle visor helmet, unlike the vertical or horizontal crowns commonly seen on Space Marines, they were two long blue feathers, standing high and hanging back, looking extraordinary and heroic. And there were more than 10 such warriors. When Tulsa glanced over, they looked like a certain war band, but Tulsa could feel that they were completely different from the Space Marines. Even the veterans among the Primaris could not match the fighting power of this group of people. Their number was slightly less than that of the enemy, but they almost easily swept the enemy. Especially the scene that happened right in front of him. The lightning guando slashed across and actually cut a dreadnought in half with one stroke. What kind of tremendous power is needed to be able to do this? Can a power-type warband champion do it? That's probably impossible. What is this? A monster? He had never seen this warband, and felt that the other side was quite different from the Space Marines. However, looking at the Alliance logo on them, and the way they quickly slaughtered the enemy, there was no doubt that they were friendly forces. The warrior who killed the dreadnought stretched out his hand to him. Tulsa stretched out his intact arm, and stood up with the help of the opponent. The warrior who got him up did not join the battle, as if he had 100% confidence that his companions could solve the battle without any doubt. He asked Tulsa, "Can you still move?" Tulsa gritted his teeth, "Yes." "Lead the way." Martins himself was on a dragon elephant fighter at the moment. Through the images shared by the Yulin army, he saw the situation in the underground tomb, which had been controlled. The Yulin army, led by the surviving roan lizard, had entered the tomb where the coffin was. The surviving Chaos traders were obviously aware of the threat posed by these new guys. The prepared psychic traps were activated the moment they stepped into the tomb. This was not mentioned in the previous intelligence of the Banyan lizard warriors. It was also normal. They did not step into the coffin tomb at all. They just fired guns at a distance recently. They did not know that there were psychic traps inside. But what was more surprising was that this vicious psychic trap was ignored by the Yulin army. As the surging psychic energy continued to reverberate, they walked in leisurely, raised their knives, and killed the remaining Chaos Space Marines and Chaos Wizards one by one like chickens. No Chaos opponent was a match for them. Even the little leader of the Chaos War Gang, who seemed to have the strength beyond the champion of the General Company, only survived one move in the hands of the captain of the Yulin army. And his head was chopped off in the second move. However, Martins was not surprised by the combat strength of the Yulin army. This was all within his expectations. He knew exactly how strong these special warriors were, and now he had only witnessed it with his own eyes. But he still made a discovery that he had never made before. The Yulin army was immune to psychic energy. It might be a bit exaggerated to say that they were completely immune. If there was really an alpha-level psychic, they would still not be able to stop it. However, in the conventional sense, they would not be harmed by psychic energy, or in other words, they would not be harmed by the power of the warp. The special power armor on them. That thing was obviously not the power armor of the Space Marines. Gave them extraordinary psychic resistance. But the greater resistance probably came from themselves. All these characteristics made Martins think of a term involuntarily: prohibition. No, I can't think about it anymore. He suppressed the instinctive speculation that was about to come out, and turned his attention back to the current battlefield. The number of troops he brought was actually not large. Looking at the numerous fighter planes in the sky, in fact, this is definitely not as many as directly dropping them on the ground with large landing ships. But it doesn't matter. If the quantity is insufficient, the quality will make up for it. He brought all the elites. What's more, he is in charge. Chapter 921. There are objective reasons why Martins could not bring enough troops. The scale of the disaster fleet is huge, and a large number of human warships are still on the way to support. It will take at least several days for them to arrive one after another. Before that, the strength of the human fleet is not enough to compete with the disaster fleet for the remaining part of the planet's orbital area. And the location of the church is naturally below the orbital space controlled by the disaster fleet, belonging to the other side of the human fleet. It's too normal. If their goal is the coffin in the tomb under the church, then when they occupy the populal orbital space, they will naturally choose to occupy a specific space. However, before this, humans did not know their goal and did not fight for it, and now there is no chance to fight. It will be very convenient for the Chaos Army to replenish troops on the ground, and they can just airdrop directly. And Martins had a hard time coming down this time. He could not lead his troops to airdrop directly to the combat area, so he could only land on the other side of the planet. Then, take a fighter plane or a transport plane, fly across almost half of the planet, and fly here. It takes a long time in between. Moreover, large landing transport ships are not easy to use. This thing has average penetration capability, not to mention long-distance flight in the planet's atmosphere. It is very easy to be shot down by the anti-aircraft firepower of the Chaos Rebels, who have occupied more than 85% of the planet's surface. At the same time, because the target is too large, it will also be directly threatened by the Chaos warships in orbit. If a ship is lost, at least a division will be gone, which is a huge loss. At most, they can only use some large transport planes. It can fit a light infantry battalion. And more are conventional Fengshan, Qilin, and Longxiang fighters. Under the premise of ensuring basic combat effectiveness, the load of these fighters is about 6, 20, and 60 people respectively. A tank can be stuffed into the Longxiang fighter, but basically after putting the tank crew in, it can't fit more. This still requires removing some weapons and equipment, reducing ammunition, and not carrying missiles, which seriously affects the combat capability of the fighter. Under such conditions, the number of soldiers who can follow Martins to support the battlefield is destined to be not too many. And if you want to strive to have an effect that affects the situation of the war, then naturally you have to be elite enough. In addition to an airborne brigade, there were also a full 1,000 Space Marines, 5 Phoenix companies, and the other 5 companies came from several other different war bands. Among them were 2 companies of Roan Lizard, and 20 Yulin soldiers, who served as his bodyguards. Thousands of Space Marines are the core combat power. And that airborne brigade is not a weak hand. Almost all of them are elites in the army, well-equipped and well-trained. At the same time, in order to fight against Chaos enemies, they are also equipped with a special psychic force. The Lawbreaker Corps. This is a corps established under the Psychic Order. Speaking of the Psychic Order, after Gu Hang took on the role of the Grand Master of the Psychic Order, a vigorous reform began. The current Psychic Order, at least the Psychic Order within the Alliance, is no longer like a roadside street as before. In addition to the registration and management of psychics undertaken by the Order itself, the psychic colleges established in various places are basically planned under the management of the Psychic Order. At the same time, the Psychic Order also recruited psychic experts from all walks of life to send them to work. Whether psychic power is used for military or civilian purposes, they can record and manage it. This greatly alleviated the situation of the Psychic Order in the past, which was not valued and had no real power. Although the Psychic Order will not be able to manage all psychic affairs, like their original rules and regulations, the exact jurisdiction left after the unrealistic things are thrown away is more important. Psychic registration, management, and research. In terms of civilian use, for example, cooperating with the authorities to contact experts to conduct psychic crime investigations, and some industrial operations that require psychic power to help improve efficiency are also in this category. In terms of military use, it directly participated in the construction of 2 psychic forces. Needless to say, the Storm Mage Corps did not need to be established by the Psychic Order, and it was established long ago by Gu Hang. Moreover, rather than saying that the Psionic Order is now managing the Storm Mage Corps, it is better to say that the Storm Mage Corps has been reincarnated into the Psionic Order. At present, many positions in the Psionic Order at all levels of the Alliance are held by the Archmages of the Storm Mage Corps. Many qualified Psychers of the old Psionic Order have also been absorbed into the Storm Mage Corps, or sent to teach at the Psionic Academy, or hired by Civil Affairs, and then registered with the Psionic Order. As for the other force, it is the Lawbreaker Corps that is following Martins. As the name suggests, this is a military unit that specializes in countering Psychers and countering the subspace. They have actually been established for many years. The history can be traced back to at least nearly 100 years ago. That was before the Dark Side expedition began, and even the Scarlet Scar had not appeared. However, the construction of this unit is still quite difficult, and it has always been in the state of an experimental unit. Anti-psychic and anti-subspace units require finding a special kind of talent. If the essence of psychics is that they are talented people who can more sensitively contact the subspace, and put the power of the subspace into the real universe through their own funnel, and control it to form psychic energy. Then, there are also people who are completely leak-proof. This kind of non-leakage is completely insulated from the subspace. Not only will they not be affected by psychic energy themselves, they will even spread this insulation outward to achieve the effect of suppressing the subspace connection of an entire area. What does this mean? As long as they are within their influence range, psychics will not be able to cast spells, and subspace demons will even be directly expelled from the real universe. This is a very powerful unit. But unfortunately, their number is even less than that of psychics with top talents. So far, the Alliance has found a total of less than 1,000 non-leakage. If it really doesn't work, you can only choose the second choice. They are not at the level of no leakage, but at least they are insensitive people who are quite insensitive to psychic energy, and they can be used barely. After these people have undergone professional military training and anti-psychic technology training, they together form the Lawbreaker Corps. And now, the Lawbreaker Corps, composed of 10 no-leakage people and 600 insensitive people brought by Martins, is his other killer move. Chapter 922. The human army began to carry out a large-scale airborne landing. Martins was the one who led the charge. He was tall, and his heavy feet landed on the ground with a bang, as if there was a small earthquake. After him, the great Nirvana guards, who were his honor guards, also landed one after another. These elites among the Phoenixes quickly moved forward to protect their warband leaders. They seemed quite fanatical. In the past, the great Nirvana guards would of course protect their warband leaders well, which was their duty. However, the situation is different now. In the past, it was a reverence for the most respectable battle brother, the guard brother, and the guard leader. But since Martins was recruited by General Gu and returned, it was different. Martins always exudes a kind of blood closeness that makes them feel close. This feeling can be felt even from several star regions away. In fact, before Martins came back, at some point, all the warriors of the Phoenix and Huangquangle had this feeling. They were a little panicked for a while. Although this feeling was not uncomfortable, it was too special, something they had never felt before, and they thought something big had happened. Of course, in fact, something big did happen. Their warband leader was promoted to father. However, it was hard to say, and it was impossible to tell every member of the warband. Gu Heng just sent a special order to explain to the two warbands to appease them. Then, when Martins returned, at least the warriors of the Phoenix warband knew the source of their special feeling. After hearing what his battle brothers claimed about the throbbing of blood in him, Martins didn't say much, just saying that he participated in a transformation experiment similar to the Primaris by General Gu, which strengthened the power of the gene seed. He knew it was not the case, but he acquiesced to this statement. And his brothers in the warband did not reject it much. Although the natural closeness and obedience in genes can be overcome, why should we overcome it? Martins was originally their warband leader, a legendary warrior of the Alliance, and an important member of the founding team of the Alliance. In the history of the warband, he led the 7 surviving Phoenixes, and pulled the warband from the brink of extinction to the current status of the first warband of the Alliance. Of the 7 Phoenixes back then, only 3 are left now. Except for the warband leader Martins, the chief priest Rizzo, and the first captain Carduso, all the Phoenix warriors today joined the warband after the establishment of the Alliance. Although there are many veterans among them with more than 100 years of combat experience, they are the first batch of space warriors trained by the Alliance. But there is no doubt that they are all descendants of Martins, and it was Martins who brought them up. Obeying Martins, the head of the war group, is a natural duty. Now with an inexplicable genetic closeness, basically no one rejects it. Unless Martins wants to rebel one day. At that time, the Phoenix warriors may still be entangled between the Alliance and the head of the war group. But no one of them has considered this issue now. How could Martins rebel? Martins really couldn't fight back. This battle was his first battle after his resurrection. The great Nirvana guards he led were hit hard the moment they landed. The airborne landing of the Alliance troops must have been discovered. The Chaos troops also reacted very quickly. They mobilized heavy troops and rushed over to encircle and suppress the landing site of the human troops. This was obviously intended to cause as much casualties as possible when they had just landed and were still unstable, and even to wipe them out in one wave when they were the most stable. The Chaos side also knew that their raid on the churches underground had failed. This failure was harmless to them. It was just an attempt. If they didn't steal it, they didn't steal it. On the front battlefield, their troops were still far greater than the human side. It was only a matter of time to take down the church. The incident of the sneak attack was nothing more than a slight delay of this time, which was not critical. In contrast, it is more serious to knock down the airborne reinforcements of the human forces. Although the hovering human fighters, while fighting with the Chaos aircraft and the Abyss Fire Dragon in the air, also tried to divide some energy to block the enemies coming from the ground. But a simple airstrike can only cause certain casualties at most, and cannot form a completely effective block. There are still a large number of Chaos troops arriving. Among them, the number of Chaos Space Marines is not small. At this moment, there is at least a Chaos War gang of 100 people, eyeing Martins and others who have just landed. Their number is 5 times that of Martins and his Glory Guard. After all, even Martins could only parachute from a Dragon Elephant fighter. It was already good to stuff 20 Great Nirvana Guards into the Dragon Elephant fighter, and there was really no way to have more troops. Although these Great Nirvana Guards looked well equipped, half of them were Terminators, and half of them were precision-made power armor, and they looked very heroic. But so what? The Chaos Warriors did not believe that they could resist 5 times their number. Not to mention, in addition to the Space Marines, they also had a large number of Chaos Wizards and Chaos Believer soldiers to accompany them in the battle. This small group of pseudo-emperor lackeys who had just landed were just appetizers. After they captured these 20 people, they would continue to maintain the current scale and continue to look for other prey in this landing field and eliminate them. In their view, these pseudo-emperor lackeys rashly parachuted at such a close distance, which was to die. In this case, they would never be stingy in accepting all these heads and transforming them into the grace of the evil god they believed in. However, after the battle began, they all acted as if they had seen a ghost. These 20 Phoenix Regiment warriors were a bit too strong. Almost every one of them had a strength level above the company champion. In the long-range shooting, they were obviously much smaller in number, but they did not suffer much. The long-range firepower of the Great Nirvana Guards could always accurately hit the core units of the Chaos Force. On the contrary, the Chaos attack was very likely to be avoided. Even if they failed to avoid it, there were 10 Terminators carrying micro-energy shields to help their comrades block the damage. If the opponent was strong during the long-range firepower confrontation, the gap would be even bigger when these Phoenix Warriors launched a unified and swift charge and broke into the Chaos formation. The two sides started a close-range fight. In the Chaos War Gang's 100-man team, only a few people could resist a large Nirvana Guard in a single fight. The rest needed at least 3 or 5 people to besiege together to barely resist. And one person died from time to time. The most eye-catching one was the one protected by the 20 Phoenix Elites. He was taller than any Space Marine. This difference in size was no longer easy to explain by individual differences, but more like racial differences. At first, he was protected in the middle, and didn't show anything. The Chaos side could sense that he was an important unit, and there were many explosive bombs and Chaos evil spells that hit his head, but they were all blocked by the Phoenix Terminators. However, when the melee began, and he was not so well protected, many Chaos Warriors, who were eager to make contributions, set their sights on him, and deliberately found a gap to attack him. Then, they saw what real terror was. Under the Holy Sword in his hand, no Chaos Space Warrior who dared to get close was his opponent. No matter if you were a 1,000-man killer, a 10,000-man enemy, or a 10,000-year veteran, a Chaos champion, you were all killed by a sword that you couldn't even see clearly, and ended your life in various different forms. And the climax of the war fell on the leader of this Chaos War gang. He was a real Chaos champion. In the previous battle, he had killed 2 Great Nirvana Guards with his own hands. But it could not stop his war band from collapsing. He even suspected that as long as 2 or 3 Phoenix Elites were targeting him at the same time, he would be entangled even if he didn't die, and then he could only watch the remaining 10 people continue to slaughter their group of combat power. If he wanted to turn the situation around, he could only go to the tall guy who looked a little scary, but had to face him head-on. And Martins was also striding towards the champion of the war band. In Martins's opinion, this guy's strength level was about the peak of the company champion, and he was only a hair's breadth away from the level of the war band champion. If he let him continue to fight, maybe he could kill 1 or 2 more of his guards. He would not allow this to happen. The two walked towards each other, and the Chaos champion shouted and raised his knife. Under Martins's pressure, he felt that the blood of Chaos in his body was boiling, and his condition was extremely good. The next slash would be the best in his life. He even had a vague feeling of breaking through on the battlefield. That feeling of enlightenment made him feel very good. Then next, clang slash 3 sounds were heard almost instantly. The first clang was when Martin's sword touched the blade of the Chaos champion. In a flash, the Holy Sword accurately grasped the weak side of the Chaos blade and pressed it down. The second slash was when the Holy Sword followed the force of the pressure, not only blocking the slash of the Chaos blade, but also cutting down and deep into the Chaos champion's chest, cutting open his solid breastplate blessed by the evil magic of the subspace like tofu. The third sound, was the last groan in this world from the Chaos champion's half-chest, neck and head, which fell to the ground. His still moving lips made this last groan in this world. This was the 13th Chaos Space Marine killed by Martins on the battlefield. He had no emotion at all. Even though this guy was actually quite strong, it was not worth mentioning to him now. In fact, it was good enough for him to put 10% of his energy on the sword in his hand. He did not need to pay more attention to the enemies in front of him. The casual swing of the sword and the instinctive dodging allowed him to enter and exit the no man's land and kill the Chaos Warriors one by one. His remaining energy was put into commanding the battle. He was constantly collecting the situation of the entire battlefield and issuing instructions to each airborne combat team one by one. This was the biggest change after he was reborn. If Martins, as a chosen champion, could kill 5 times as many enemies with 20 great Nirvana guards in the past, he could also quickly kill an opponent who was not even at the level of a regiment champion. However, he would never be able to do it so easily, let alone analyze every bit of battlefield information in his brain like he is now, and then make the best judgment in a split second. For the entire army under his command, he can give specific commands to each company in the mortal army, and he can give specific instructions to each squad of thousands of space warriors. There is no need to question whether his command of machine gun 5 meters to the left is reasonable. The information received by his brain and the analysis and judgment made are the best situation. This ability to observe all the details that were not noticed in the past, and to analyze and issue orders at lightning speed is something that he could never do in the past. Martins used to think that he was also an excellent combat commander, but he could never reach this level. Not to mention doing this while fighting. Even if he was sitting in the center and commanding wholeheartedly, it would be impossible. This should not be something that a human can do. Even a Superman like a space warrior can't do it. Unless he has completely separated from the concept of a human. No, I can't think about it anymore. He is a human, of course he is a person. Mr. Gu thinks he is an ordinary person, the Emperor thinks he is an ordinary person. So I am an ordinary person too. Why doesn't he think so? Under the personal battle of Martins, who was born as a human, the most important vanguard of the Chaos Army sent to encircle and suppress the landing site of the human army was slaughtered. Under his command, the human troops that landed, according to his command, either defended on the spot or moved quickly, and quickly gathered together to form a battle array. Then, they not only defeated the enemy in front of them, but also quickly killed the main force of the Chaos Army under the command of Martins. Under their fierce attack, those Chaos enemies had almost no ability to fight back. Chapter 923. The troops led by Martins were much smaller than the main force of the Chaos Army. In terms of numbers alone, the original Church Defenders had at least one Army Skeleton Division, which had more than 40,000 troops. The manpower brought by Martins this time was about 9,000 people from the Airborne Brigade, and including other troops, the total number certainly did not exceed 13,000. As for the Church Defenders, although there were still nearly 20,000 living people, they were wounded everywhere, and there were not many heavy equipment left. They could basically be regarded as being destroyed and could be ignored. And their enemy, the Chaos Army, had a force of more than 400,000 troops here, even if some were lost due to a failed landing site encirclement and suppression battle. But it was useless. The troops led by Martins himself still pierced through them, like a hot knife cutting butter. The Chaos Army could not stop them at all. The main difference was that the elite level of the Alliance troops was too high. Led by Martins, the Space Marines, mainly Phoenix, rushed forward. Although there were nearly 1,000 Space Marines in the Chaos Legion, which was almost the same number as that brought by Martins, the strength of individual soldiers was far inferior, and they could not be stopped at all when they were rushed to the face. Among them, Martins, as the top combat force, could play an unscrupulous role. In the Chaos Legion, no one could compete with Martins. There were also Chaos Champions, who did not believe in evil, and tried to stop and challenge Martins. However, their fate was no different from the one who was cut by Martins before. So far, Martins has not met anyone who can withstand his second sword. Even if the opponent gathered several masters and besieged Martins at the same time to try to stop his advance, the result was the same. It was nothing more than that Martins had to spend some time looking for the second sword after killing one person with one sword, but now he could immediately connect with the next sword and kill the next one. This wave of interception organized by the Chaos Legion accelerated their collapse. When all the Chaos troops who dared to intercept the human army's attack were ruthlessly crushed, although the entire Chaos Legion with a scale of more than 400,000 may have only killed about 50,000 or 60,000, in fact, the most core force had been wiped out. As the backbone of the Chaos Legion, more than 1,000 Chaos Space Marines were slaughtered. 80% of the Chaos Wizards in the Chaos Legion wanted to gather together and launch a counterattack, but it was exactly what the human side wanted and was targeted by the lawbreakers. The insensitives, led by 10 Unleashed, rushed to the front under the cover of hundreds of space marines. The subspace storm just made a little noise, but it was suppressed in an instant. Those chaos wizards, the milder reactions were just nausea and vomiting blood, and the more serious ones had their heads exploded and died on the spot. Then, the command center of the Chaos Army was also destroyed. So far, they have been essentially finished. It was also at this time that Martin stopped and led the troops back to the church area. Even if the enemy still had more than 300,000 people, it was no big deal. The whole team was scattered and had lost its offensive ability. If he had to catch and kill all the Chaos soldiers and Chaos believers, it would be too much effort, so he didn't do it. The troops on hand were still a little insufficient. He led his troops back to the defense line of the church. Entering the crypt of the church, Martins nodded to the 20 Yulin soldiers. As expected, their fighting power did not disappoint Martins, and they killed all the enemies in the crypt without any casualties. He also met the captain of the Banyan Lizard named Tulsa. For this loyal warrior, Martins did not hesitate to praise. Your glorious deeds will make the entire Banyan Lizard regiment proud. You and your fighting brothers will be printed in the history of the Alliance with the name of Banyan Lizard. Tulsa was very excited. Although he still felt sad that his brothers in the regiment had lost 80% of their lives in the battle, he felt that all the sacrifices were worth it now. They completed the mission, they held on until the arrival of reinforcements, and did not let the Chaos enemy take away the mission target before that. They also won glory for their heroic actions. The regiment will be proud of them, and the Alliance will be proud of them. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? After gently asking Tulsa to rest, Martins and his researchers began to look at the things in front of them. Can this coffin be opened? A ruling bishop from the Mechanicus, who kept tapping something on the data panel, said in a muffled voice, "It is not recommended to do this. We know nothing about it. If we act rashly, it may not only cause danger, but also destroy this thing." His voice sounded like a very ordinary electronic synthesized sound, but Martins could still hear a sense of fanaticism from it. It was also easy to understand. Perhaps for the ruling bishop, this thing was his chance to be promoted to a sage. Martin said in a deep voice, "Can it be transferred?" On the other side, a scholar from the psychic order said, "It is not recommended to do so. Based on the previous actions of the Chaos traders, we can roughly analyze that it is useless to transfer this thing by physical means. Otherwise, they would have carried the coffin away long ago." Now, it was Martin's turn to feel a little tricky. It was true that they had won the current battle, and the Chaos army on the ground was indeed defeated. However, their real main force was the disaster fleet in the sky, which still existed. This thing seemed quite important, and the disaster fleet would probably not give up. The area where they were currently located, the orbit above, was controlled by the disaster fleet. It will be very convenient for them to replenish their troops and reconstruct the command system of the ground forces. It is estimated that they will launch the attack again in less than 2 days. And their fleet is still in orbit on the other side of the planet. It will obviously be much more difficult to replenish troops and support than the opponent. What's more, Martins has to worry about the enemy's orbital bombing. Although they did not suffer similar troubles in the previous battle. But they did not bomb the church area, most likely because they did not want to affect this thing, rather than being soft-hearted. But if it comes to the point where it is difficult to take it down, it is hard to say whether they will let go of their scruples. Thinking of this, Martins gave an order: "Study what this is and find out how to take it away. I will buy you as much time as possible, but you must speed up the progress." Understood. Chapter 924. Zacharias sat on his throne, not feeling very happy. As a Chaos Lord, he was the master of this disaster fleet. There were many disaster fleets of the Chaos Army. They were established by the eternal God chosen, Chaos War Master Alkadon, against the backdrop of the victory of the Battle of Cartier and the Scarlet Scar tearing the universe. The established disaster fleet had 2 major goals. The relatively minor one was to act in various parts of the universe, bring down disasters, and spread chaos corruption. This was consistent with most chaos troops, chaos cults, and demonic forces. In addition to this routine task, another core task of the disaster fleet was to cooperate with a mission given by a being who had reached some kind of cooperation with the Chaos War Master, and to search for something all over the universe. In fact, these intelligence information were very rare. Even a Chaos Lord like him, the master of an entire disaster fleet, did not know many core things. The Chaos War Master never told him who the so-called partner was, or even if there was one, let alone what the so-called thing was. Many Chaos Lords were very dissatisfied with this, and Zakaria was one of them. He believed that this was a sign that the Chaos War Master did not trust them. Of course, this was also normal. The Chaos Army gathered under Archaton was huge in scale, and almost gathered the descendants of all the Space Marine legions that failed in the Civil War, and even the 10,000-year-old veterans who survived from the Civil War 10,000 years ago. In addition, there were a large number of Chaos Believers, servants, and the Dark Mechanicus. It was almost a replica of the Dark Chaos version of the Empire. But unlike the situation in the Empire, the Chaos War bands that gathered around him, organizations similar to the Space Marines, have too many little tricks in their minds. They gathered around the War Master with various different goals and motives. If they could barely unify the command, then the Chaos War Master would already have great prestige, not to mention wanting to completely bring everyone back to their hearts. The internal struggles between the Chaos forces are far more brutal than those of the human empire. In the eyes of Zakaria, who was born in the Wolf Pack Legion, the Chaos War Master is an object not worthy of loyalty, and he is the most qualified Alpha Wolf. However, now that Alcaton is powerful, he, the King of the White Wolf, has to bow his head temporarily. Even the identity of the Master of the Disaster Fleet was obtained after a lot of open and secret struggles. And he has to work for Alcaton. He doesn't feel happy at all. But the reason why he is unhappy and wants to fight for the position of the Master of the Disaster Fleet is because there are real benefits. After becoming the Master of the Disaster Fleet, many war bands were stuffed in, and they also got a whole fleet for free. This scale is much stronger than his old team, the White Wolf War Band. Of course, many of them are losers in the competition for the Master of the Disaster. Although it is true that they are defeated by his men, they may not be convinced in their hearts. The entire Disaster Fleet, when it just gathered, but it doesn't matter, Zakaria is very resourceful and ruthless enough. After mastering the position of the Master, he quickly killed the opponents through means such as exclusion, assassination, threat, and deliberately sending death missions. And through coercion, bribery, and winning over the rest, he spent a certain amount of time and basically managed the entire Disaster Fleet into his own territory and digested it into his own strength. With the help of the Disaster Fleet, he tried hard to gather many other Wolf Pack descendants. Now, in the current environment, half of the war bands composed of Wolf Pack descendants with relatively more active records have gathered under his command from all sides and joined his Disaster Fleet. In Zakaria's ambition, his next goal is to compete for the position of Wolf King of the Wolf Pack Legion. He is not willing to be limited to being a White Wolf King, he wants to be the Lord of the Wolf Pack. Even so, that is not his limit. When he becomes the Lord of the Wolf Pack, he will use the strength of this once founding legion to compete for the position of Chaos War Master. Of course, this alone is not enough. The strength of the Wolf Pack Legion is still a certain distance away from Alcadon's diehards, the former Songyue Guards, and the current Dark Legion. The gap in prestige is even greater. It is difficult to compete. Then you have to think of other ways. Now that he has become the master of a disaster fleet, and he is in charge of one of the largest disaster fleets, the solution must naturally be to think about the disaster fleet itself. When assigning tasks to the disaster fleet, Alcaton never said what they were looking for, nor did he say what he was cooperating with. He just gave the action target, and told them to do the work. Many masters of disaster fleets are actually quite perfunctory about their tasks. It is difficult to say whether the Chaos War Master separated these disaster fleets as a way to exclude dissidents. Just see which fleet is disobedient, and to what extent, and then see how to deal with it. In each fleet, there are the War Master's confidants and monitors. In addition, the War Master also has enough means to seize power and purge when the master of the disaster fleet goes too far. At that point, it is easy to tell who is truly loyal, who is rebellious, who is a centrist who can be won over, and who is a waverer who must be attacked to establish authority. Using such means, Alcadon has cleaned up several disaster fleets, eliminated the troublemakers, and eliminated the dissidents who had ill intentions, and exchanged for several loyal disaster fleets that truly obeyed his command. In the swift and resolute actions, he fully demonstrated his skills as a war master and the supreme leader of the Chaos Army. However, these means have never been used on Zakaria. The Chaos War Master knows that this White Wolf is not one of his own, and he is double-minded and ambitious. However, the disaster fleet led by Zakaria has always been quite obedient. As long as they are assigned a task, they will do it very actively, and they often do it quickly and well, and they can always bring back what they want to collect. This also makes the Chaos War Master unable to find an excuse to attack Zakaria. For Zakaria, being obedient, following the rules, and completing the task quickly and well is not only to prevent Alcadon from getting rid of him, But more importantly, he found out one thing. The things collected are not what Alkadon wants. He further found out that Alkadon had reached a cooperation with a great being, perhaps second only to the four in the subspace. The formation of so many disaster fleets, even including the technology to form the disaster fleets, were all obtained from that being. From this point of view, Zakaria naturally had a little idea. You Alkadon can trade with that great being, why can't I, the king of the White Wolf, trade with him? What they want is something, and they don't mind who gives it to them. Rather than letting you, the Chaos War Master, get in the way, I'd rather sell the things for a good price. Of course, the premise is that Zakaria must also find a way to contact the great being he doesn't know. However, he is not worried about this. On the one hand, he also has spies and intelligence sources around Alkadon, and can find a way to find out how to contact the great being. On the other hand, he can wait for the other party to find him. As long as his fleet performs best in finding things, as long as the being really values these things, then there is no need to worry that the other party will not contact him. Sure enough, his idea was right. Do you expect a being in the subspace to be a very trustworthy and best ally? No one should have such a foolish hope. Since that being wanted to stir up trouble in the real universe, it would naturally hope to have power in the real universe that it could control personally. And when it came to Zakaria, a traitor who wanted to surrender and bypass Alkadon, the two sides hit it off and ran in both directions. In the first contact, that being was quite frank. He confessed his power, and to be honest, that made Zakaria feel fear from the bottom of his heart, and then derive fanaticism. Zakaria was indeed thrown into the arms of chaos, but he was different from those Chaos Space Marines who specifically accepted the blessing of a certain evil god. He just threw himself into chaos, and did not specifically turn to any evil god. There are actually many Chaos Space Marines like him. Even the Chaos War Master Archidon is the same. Archidon is called the Eternal Chosen. The essential concept is that he has received the blessings of the four gods at the same time, but he does not completely obey any single evil god. He represents a deeper power of the essence of chaos. Archidon believes that it is his own will. Zakaria also thinks so, but if there is someone who is really willing to offer a very high price, he is not unwilling to accept it. And this great existence that shows terrible power is a good target. It is indeed not as powerful as the four real chaos evil gods, but it doesn't matter. On the contrary, it is a good thing. First of all, the degree of control will not be so high. To be honest, Zakaria sometimes feels disgusted when he sees the group of guys in the Pale Death Regiment, who almost completely surrendered to the loving father, covered with pus and smelling extremely bad. He is also terrified when he sees the crazy appearance of the Secret Guard Legion after they completely believe in Slaanesh. Cinch and Korn were slightly better, but not much better. He didn't really want to become like that. And with this new existence, although it was not as powerful as the four gods, the relationship between the two sides also changed from subordinates and servants to more equal partners. This was what Zakaria was quite satisfied with. Another point was that this existence, who called himself Basser, was a potential stock. In addition to being honest about the power he possessed, he also frankly explained his purpose. He wants to become the fifth evil god of the warp, if the human false emperor is not counted. Of course, if the false emperor must be counted, he has no objection to being the sixth. Anyway, he wants to become a new god. Not a secondary god of the warp. He is already one now, and can almost be regarded as the most powerful among the secondary gods of the warp, and can even be described as one of them. But Basser is obviously not satisfied with this, and he intends to go further. The conventional road is almost impossible, and the road to becoming a god is blocked to a large extent. Without the full support of someone in the current seat, it is impossible to succeed. He can only find another way. And what he is eyeing is an ancient creation. Basser calls himself the creator, and one of the major powers he possesses is in technology, intelligence, and manufacturing. And what he is pursuing is the creation technology left behind by an ancient cosmic overlord race. After mastering it, he was sure that he could complete his promotion ceremony and become an existence in the entire subspace, sitting on the same level as the four gods and the false emperor. Zakaria believed this kind of Qin Shi Wang, send money statement. He was not a person who was so easily credulous, but the most important thing was that Basol had shown him power, which was really exaggerated, making him believe that the other party had the potential to do it, and it was really just one step away. In addition, Basol also clearly gave him many benefits before he started working. A large number of demon engines and doom arcs were needed and created by Basol with his boundless divine power, and given to Zakaria. This greatly strengthened the strength of the disaster fleet he controlled. Basser said that this was to give him powerful strength so that he could better complete his mission. Since the other party was able to pay the reward in advance, what could not be done? After that, Zakaria worked harder to collect for Bassa. That dark ancient technology had been broken into countless fragments and drifted all over the universe. What he had to do was to do his best to find those things back. He and his fleet became one of the most active in completing tasks among all the disaster fleets. Not the most active, obviously Basser also won over some other disaster fleets. Among the tasks that Zakaria completed, in addition to the mission targets sent from Alcaton, he would also directly obtain new mission targets from Basser and then actively complete them. In this way, he could get supplies from both the Chaos Army of the War Master and the Creator at the same time. The current mission in Popolil was sent by the Creator. He thought it was similar to the previous missions. After all, he and the Alliance had run into each other before. But he didn't expect to run into a hard nail. Chapter 925. Zakaria felt very annoyed. For him, this operation must be won, and the things must be obtained. But at the same time, he also understood that this so-called alliance was strong. In the past experience of collecting things everywhere, he had dealt with the alliance and fought. Generally speaking, the human side has not yet fully realized the goal of the disaster fleet, and before the disaster fleet takes the initiative to attack, they don't know how to discover the so-called things. This also allows the sea disaster fleets to often have a particularly large first-hand advantage. Sudden arrival, sudden action, grabbing things and running away, leaving a mess. This is their mode of action. And it has been tried and tested. In the case of not knowing exactly what the disaster fleet is going to do, the Alliance really has no way to deal with it during the Dark Expedition. This is also the key factor that allows the disaster fleet to always succeed frequently. Despite this, the few times he went deep into the heart of the Alliance and visited the worlds that had been controlled by the Alliance, he had a deep impression of the Alliance's military strength and will to fight. What was even more different was the Alliance's attitude. In other Imperial worlds, the disaster fleet fired a shot and then ran away, leaving behind a mess. But the first reaction of ordinary human empire rulers was often to be thankful. After all, the enemy was gone, even if the world was devastated, and it would take a long time to slowly recover, but at least the enemy was gone, so there was no need to worry. But the Alliance was different. Behind a strong desire for revenge, they hated the behavior of the disaster fleet that destroyed their own construction achievements. If there was really no other way, they would definitely pursue and try to eliminate the enemy who dared to invade as long as there was an Alliance fleet near the disaster-stricken planet. Even if it was a small-scale Alliance fleet, they would often choose to follow and harass it, especially when the disaster fleet tried to jump into the subspace to leave. They would often come up and try their best to stop it. The purpose was to buy time for the large fleet on the way to support. The disaster fleet, which was entangled and could not bear it, could only turn around and fight. But the small-scale human fleet that chased it was slippery like a loach, not giving it a chance, and running around everywhere. Although it was finally caught, it was only done by the disaster fleet with far more numbers and far stronger ship performance than the opponent. After defeating the opponent, before the Alliance's large fleet arrived, the disaster fleet completed the jump to the subspace, avoiding confrontation with the Alliance's main force. After several similar confrontations, it is hard not to be impressed by the Alliance. Although the Chaos Army still retains verbal disdain for human armed forces. Even for the Alliance. However, it is one thing to say it, but if you really don't take the Alliance seriously in your heart, it would be stupid. In Popolil, when Zakaria received the task and said that there was something here, he really didn't want to act rashly. This place is too close to the main fleet of the Alliance. If there is a choice, he prefers to wait quietly on the side until the main force of the Alliance leaves. After all, the human side does not know what the so-called thing is, and is not worried that they will get there first. However, the development of the situation is difficult for Zakaria to grasp. The chaos corruption inside the planet Popolil is too serious. A changed sect from Cinch has instigated a serious rebellion in this world, to the point where it cannot be handled by normal means. The Alliance army has decided to execute the extermination order. At this point, Zakaria is helpless. He can't just sit and watch the extermination order being launched, otherwise, what if the thing is also destroyed? At this moment, he hates the changed sect. Why don't you work so hard normally? At this critical moment, you have caused me so much trouble. Although the changed sect that is making trouble on Popolil is also a chaotic force, it is a changed sect that is completely subordinate to the Cinch faction, and it is not the same as them. Although they belong to the same chaos, the conflict between them may be even greater than the conflict between chaos and humans. If his disaster fleet had arrived earlier, he would have even sent troops to help the native humans on Popalil to kill all those Tzeentch villains of the transmutation sect. Thinking of this, he was suddenly shocked again. Could this be a conspiracy of the Tzeentch sect? At this critical moment, the situation in Popalil was pushed to the current situation, so that he had to show up in advance? No wonder he was suspicious. If it was Tzeentch, it would be quite reasonable for them to do such a thing. Many times, the followers of Tzeentch and the demons of Tzeentch come up with some conspiracies, not even necessarily for their own profit. They are a group of guys who can really create conspiracies for the sake of conspiracies. This is their nature. They enjoy creating chaos through conspiracies, and even draw strength from them. If you look at it from this perspective, the Tzeentch demon who pushed all this behind the scenes did succeed. No matter what direction the situation will eventually develop in, at least, Zakaria can't think of quietly waiting for the main force of the Alliance to leave and calmly get what he wants. The human side can't think of completing the recovery of a planet step by step. Both sides are bound to start a war in Popalil because of the thing that surfaced. Zakaria has no time to think about the possible existence of Tzeentch in the middle. If you want to do that, you have to settle it afterwards. At the moment, he must increase his efforts. When he was forced to take action, he could only seize half of the planet's orbit as quickly as possible, while only a part of the Alliance's forces were in Popalil, and then try his best to deploy troops in the shortest time to try to capture the target by force. Taking advantage of the time difference, when the main force of the Alliance only had 100 warships here, and the other fleets had to come from other planets in the star zone to assist, it was the right thing to directly capture the target and then leave quickly. But because the defenders of the church defended with all their strength and Martin supported too quickly, Zakaria's first goal failed. Zakaria even fell into deep regret. He regretted his arrogance. Why didn't he really devote all his strength in the first wave? Why didn't he go down to fight in person? If he and his White Wolf guards had joined the fierce attack on the church at the first time, then they should have been able to win the battle long ago, right? In fact, it's not his fault. The Chaos forces have always been like this. Not only him, but other Chaos lords and the masters of the Disaster Fleet have always done this. Preserve the strength of their own lineage and send others to die. From the leaders of small war gangs to the Chaos War Master Alkadon himself, they all do this. After all, in the Chaos factions, strength is the most important thing. If you complete the task, but use up your own strength, then no one will remember it well, and there will only be the next ambitious person who has preserved his strength and will hurry up to replace him. He just made a mistake that all Chaos Lords will make. And he has realized it, and is determined to end this mistake himself. He stood up from his throne, and he was already dressed. Beside him, the White Wolf guards wearing Terminator power armor were ready to go behind him. These warriors have almost all experienced at least 1,000 battles. The most notable feature of them, in addition to the gray and white paint mixed with some black spots of the White Wolf lineage, is that they have a real White Wolf skin with a head hanging on their chest, which looks like a scarf, but in fact it provides them with some powerful power from the depths of the warp. This blessing, or curse, makes the White Wolf guards much stronger than normal. When necessary, the wolf soul hidden in the White Wolf cloak can completely replace the soul of the Space Marine himself, making them completely wolf-like. The Space Marines who have completely turned into werewolves, of course, have all their personalities and memories annihilated, and in a sense, they can even be considered dead. However, the power gained at this price is real. They will completely turn into werewolves, and they will be werewolves wearing the most elite Terminator power armor and blessed by the warp, and their strength is close to that of a top demon. There are 700 such White Wolf guards around Zakaria. This is his core hardcore combat force, and with more than 2,000 warriors from the White Wolf Warband, they constitute the main force to rule the entire Disaster Fleet. In addition to these 2,000 or 3,000 core combat forces, there are about 4,000 Chaos warriors from hundreds of different warbands, as well as a large number of Chaos servants, who have been recruited and enslaved, as well as the support forces of the Dark Mechanica sent by the Chaos War Master, and the army composed of demon engines from Basser. Among the thousands of Chaos Space Marines sent to fight, there were only more than 100 White Wolf cubs from Zakaria, and the rest were all Chaos warriors from other warbands. As a result, there were almost no Chaos Space Marines left. And since he was going to go down himself, he would not save any strength. Even if the delivery capacity was limited, he would bring all the most elite troops down as soon as possible. This was not only to devote all strength to the mission and ensure that the mission was foolproof, but more importantly, he had to bring all the unsafe factors with him. To put it bluntly, even if he died down there, he would make sure that everyone who should die would die with him. He would never leave a person on the ship who could take over the entire fleet after he got into trouble down there. This church on Popolo was not too well known in the past. This world itself is not a well-known world, and this church is not well known in the whole world, let alone in the outside world. However, from today onwards, the name of the Cathedral of Savannah will leave a very strong and colorful mark in many human history books. A battle that has a huge impact on the situation in the universe has begun here, with almost no preparation. When Zakaria led more than 6,000 Chaos Space Marines with different clothes and backgrounds, accompanied by a large number of dark mechanical creations and demon engines, formed a terrible military formation and launched an attack on the Cathedral of Savannah, even Martins was a little trembling when he saw it. The number of enemies is really too many. At this moment, there are only 1,000 Space Marines around Martins, not to mention the gap in conventional troops. This kind of large-scale frontal war can also be over by just looking at the Space Marines. Those dark mechanical creations, those corrupted night mechs, corrupted titans among the enemies are all terrible things. How many Space Marines will it take to kill a corrupted titan? That's really hard to say, but it can be estimated that if such a corrupted titan is left alone, it will not be a problem for it to kill several Space Marines with one shot. No matter if you are a company champion or a great Nirvana guard, you will be shattered to death if you are hit by a Titan main gun, and even the Furnace of Call can't save you. Even if you observe it in advance, it is difficult to dodge. The bombardment range of the Titan main gun is too large. The Night Mech is slightly worse, but not much. The same is true for those weird demon engines. The shape of the demon bull, the shape of the dragon, or other indistinguishable images, it is not something that an ordinary Space Marine can easily fight against. Martins took a deep breath, and the disgusting smell of the chaotic enemy drifted into his nose from afar. When he opened his eyes again, he had made up his mind and thought of a plan. Chapter 926. As Martins expected, when the Chaos Army launched the attack, even though his troops were ready for defense, they were still immediately caught in a bitter battle. After the last wave of battles, the human army had almost no time to rest. Although as a biological attribute of human beings, individuals must inevitably need to rest, but at the level of the army, rest is not necessarily necessary, at least it can be rotated. In the past 10 hours, the human army has adopted a rotation method, taking advantage of the rest of those who need to rest, and those who can hold on will repair the defense line as soon as possible to deal with the next wave of attacks. Many soldiers were sent to the positions they should go to by the driver, when they were taking a nap in the military vehicle. In a tight schedule, the human side reused and arranged the army defense line located in the outer area of Savannah Cathedral, which was almost destroyed before. Even from some captured and destroyed artillery positions, some surviving heavy artillery that had not been destroyed in time was picked up. At the same time, after the number of Space Marines became more abundant, Martins also ordered to directly fill the important areas of the outer defense line with many Space Marines. Although the troops on hand were limited, the space in the Savannah church was even more limited. It was an unwise choice to put all the troops on hand into the church. The flexible space on the periphery was the lifeline. If all the surrounding positions were lost, there would only be one church area left, and the battle would be impossible to fight. If you just stay inside and passively take the beating, you will be beaten down sooner or later. And filling the front line with space warriors can significantly strengthen the defense of the front line. In general, the Alliance has done its best to strengthen the defense line during the preparation period. But after the battle started, red alarms were transmitted to the command post from all lines. This is the 0104 Highland on the northwest line. We have been strongly bombarded. Request counterattack. This is the 0332 position on the north line. The corrupted Titan appeared in front of us and destroyed it, but we lost 17 Phoenix warriors. The troops are in urgent need of reinforcements. This is the 0746 position on the northeast line. The number of enemies attacking our unit is far beyond expectations. We can only hold out for 20 minutes at most. Everywhere is under pressure, everywhere is calling for reinforcements, and everywhere is reporting that they can't hold out for too long. In theory, the person who should listen to the report, as the Supreme Commander Martins, is no longer in the command center at this moment. He, who is already dressed neatly, and the commando he led, have boarded the fighter plane and set off. The Alliance's huge fleet of fighter planes set off together. If there is anything that the Alliance can barely tie with its opponent at this moment, it is air power. When the last wave of Alliance used airborne operations near the church, a large number of fighter planes mobilized did not return. From the Wind Falcon to the Dragon Elephant, and various modified versions, they basically have the means of vertical takeoff and landing, and the requirements for the takeoff environment are very low. The temporary airport can fully meet their needs. Martins had expected the current situation. Not long ago, A new batch of transport planes arrived under the protection of another wave of fighter planes. Not only did they bring an elite Army Guards Division. The official name of the Alliance Army is the S-Class Division. This is more powerful than the A-Class Division. It was reorganized from the past Glory Guards, and was included in the Army sequence. The S-Class Division not only has powerful artillery, armor, and Titan units, but also all infantry members are equipped with feedback power armor. The standard for the establishment of the Guards Division is to use the strength of a regiment to benchmark a Space Marine regiment. The strength of a Guards regiment is about 3,000, including 4 infantry battalions and 2 armored battalions. These are 6 frontline combat units, totaling about 2,000 people. The remaining 1,000 people belong to the support force, including 5 self-propelled artillery support companies, as well as the regiment's logistics, reconnaissance, field medical brigade, staff, guard battalion, etc., a series of various units. It is said to be benchmarked against the Space Marine Regiment, but in fact, if you really meet it, you may still be unable to beat it. After all, although the number is 3 times that of an ordinary regiment, can 3 elite Army soldiers in feedback power armor beat a Space Marine? It's difficult. If possible, Martins would certainly like to use the precious transportation capacity to send another 3,000 Space Marines. But unfortunately, he doesn't have that much on hand. In the southern front where he is, there are a total of 43 regiments, and the total number of Space Marines should theoretically reach more than 40,000. However, such a powerful force will certainly not be together all the time. In fact, in most cases, the Space Marines will be dispersed to various places where the front is advancing, with a total of 22 detachments of the southern front, active in thousands of worlds in 1 or 2 universes, and fight according to strategic goals. Of course, the biggest force will naturally be in the main fleet of the front, that is, here in Martins. There are 5 regiments in total. This force, that is, the reserve controlled by the front headquarters, will fight with the main fleet on the one hand, and will also attack at any time when other detachments need it on the other hand. But even if they belong to the same main fleet, the 5,000 space warriors will not gather together. In fact, there are a total of 13 worlds in the multi-star zone where Popolil is located, all of which are the targets of this wave of offensive. The other 4,000 warriors are now in various places in the multi-star zone, together with other ships of the main fleet. They have received the news and rushed here with all their strength, but it will take at least 3 to 4 days to complete the assembly. In other words, the space warriors that Martins can call on hand are all on the surface. If he wants to continue to increase the bet, the highest level of combat power he can call on is only the S-Class Division, that is, the Army Guards Division. A Guards Regiment cannot be a Space Marine Regiment, but if they really meet, they will not be able to fight back, at least they can fight. This Guards Regiment was also assigned to the frontline positions to fight. And with this Guards Regiment came a large number of aviation energy crystals to supplement the energy of the fighters. This supports the full attack of the current Alliance fighters. The fighters that cover the sky and the sun, facing the Chaos Army's defense firepower, bombarded the Chaos Air Force that also took off. Not to mention completely controlling the air power, but at least some strategic actions in the air can be completed. For example, bombing, such as sending Martins and his commando to where he wants to go. Chapter 927. The actions of the human air force were quite fruitful. They had 3 tasks this time, and they were all completed quite well. The first was to fight for air supremacy, which was not completely won. After all, it was a bit too much to ask for the interception and attack of the enemy's ground anti-aircraft firepower to make those Abyss Dragons and Demon engine-powered aircraft unable to even take off. However, it was enough to have enough air supremacy. The core goal was to be able to complete the following 2 tasks after controlling the sky to a certain extent. The second task was bombing, which was to reduce the pressure on the human defenders on the ground through ground attacks. This task was also completed well. However, the air force of the Alliance did not directly bomb the Chaos troops that were attacking the human defense line. To be honest, those Chaos troops were not actually the ones that put the most pressure on the Alliance's defense line. The biggest pressure actually came from these continuous attacks, and the Chaos artillery fire that kept bombarding from the rear. The Air Force focuses on attacking these 2 items. The former represents the starting point of the Chaos Force's offensive position at the rear. In war, troops will never be thrown to the front line all at once. If the offensive width is not enough and the troops are too dense, not only will the offensive efficiency be limited, but they will also become very vulnerable. After one shot, it is a range attack. If there are a few people standing inside, they will die. If they are too dense, there will be no benefit. However, The offensive intensity must be maintained at all times to put enough pressure on the human troops. This requires the reserve team to immediately take over after the troops in the front have finished fighting and withdrawn. In this way, the troops that have consumed more ammunition and suffered heavy personnel losses can take turns to rest and reorganize. At the same time, the pressure on the front line will not be relaxed at all because of the new, full-strength troops taking over. The human side with fewer troops cannot have the same opportunity to take turns to rest, and the pressure will only increase until the balance is completely broken, and they can't bear the pressure, so they collapse and the defense line is lost. When such positions are destroyed one by one, the entire defense line will collapse. And the Air Force is currently attacking these reserve forces. When a reserve force of chaos was preparing to go up to support and replace, the bombing came. Machine guns are still one aspect. Although the threat is quite large, if a large caliber machine gun hits, even the power armor of the Space Marines will be penetrated. If an ordinary person is hit, there will be no bones left. Even if it is a tank, it will be swept back and forth by the machine gun twice. The dense bullet holes on it will make the tank unable to drive. And the greater power comes from the ground-to-ground missiles launched from large fighters, such as Chelan and even Dragon Elephant. A scalpel missile is enough to destroy a Titan if it hits the target. A sky-splitting axe missile will destroy an armored company if it gets too close and does not deploy an evacuation formation. And if it is a Dongfengfen. Only a very small number of Dragon Elephant fighters carry this thing. The Dongfengfen missile is too big. After carrying the Dongfengfen, even the largest Dragon Elephant fighter that can move in the atmosphere will not be able to carry anything else, and its own combat power will be basically emptied. But it is worth it. A Dongfengfen will destroy an entire Chaos starting position. At present, only one Dongfengfen has been thrown at the Chaos Army's offensive position, which directly saved 5 positions that were originally in danger, destroyed 3 Titans, killed more than 70 Chaos Space Marines, and countless other Chaos troops. The other 2 Dongfengfen were fired at another target that posed a great threat to the Alliance Army's defense line, the Chaos Artillery position. Artillery is the king of war, and this statement still holds true today. To put it bluntly, war is a means of effectively killing and smashing the enemy's head. If it is possible to use naval guns for orbital bombing, it would definitely be the best. In the absence of such conditions, artillery is still irreplaceable if it comes to ground forces alone. Artillery is the most common, cheapest, most scalable, and most sustainable means. The most difficult point for the human defenders is that their heads are bombed all the time. Although the human side also has artillery, the number is too small compared to the enemy, making it difficult to counter, and the support provided to the front line is not enough. Even so, being able to call in a round of artillery to cover the attacking enemy is enough to give people a breath of relief. And now, 2 Dongfengfen almost destroyed the 2 most important Chaos artillery positions. The Chaos firepower suddenly dropped sharply. Almost all artillery positions stopped firing. Not all of them were bombed. The destroyed artillery accounted for less than half of the Chaos artillery. After all, the Chaos would not be stupid enough to gather all the artillery together for convenience. However, they would also be terrified whether the Alliance fighters had not yet launched the Dongfengfen. Even if it was not the Dongfengfen, a few more sky-splitting axes would be terrifying. The various artillery positions began to evacuate urgently, and they had to rebuild more dispersed, and smaller positions to reduce the losses after the air strikes. Zakaria was quite angry. "You forced me to do this." The angry White Wolf King sent an order to his fleet. Originally, he was still worried that the orbital bombardment of the ground by the naval guns would affect the thing under the church, but now that the human side has done so, he will not be soft-hearted. He still dared not bomb the church directly, and the core area near the church. If it was really blown up, it would be a disaster. But if the calculation is clear, it is feasible to bomb the surrounding outer positions with a relatively small equivalent. However, for these outer positions, the defensive forces invested by the human side are not particularly heavy. It is often a small position, a small high ground, and a company of ordinary soldiers for defense. The naval guns can certainly help the Chaos warriors to quickly capture the position, but the help in completely destroying the human defense line is relatively limited. Zakaria had to admit that if he wanted to end the battle, he had to rely on the ground troops to bite it hard. He took a deep breath and warned himself to be patient. The current situation is still under control. They are gradually eroding the human defense line. Those pseudo-emperor minions will not hold out for long. Just thinking this, he suddenly heard the sound of gunfire not far away. Walking out of the command room, he saw several human fighters swirling down from the sky. They were shot down. And there are the same number of human fighters circling and firing continuously downwards. They seem to be covering some targets. Squinting his eyes, Zakaria realized that someone had come to him. Chapter 928. Zakaria felt a little absurd. The decapitation tactic actually played on me. Of course, he had obtained the information of the previous ground battle. But to be honest, he didn't care much. Of course, he knew that a powerful space marine hacked his own Chaos Warriors on the ground, which was the biggest contributor to the victory of mankind in the previous airborne operation. However, there are some subtle information errors here. There was no specific image of Martins hacking people in the previous battle. The Chaos troops suffered a great defeat. Among the thousands of Chaos Space Marines fighting on the ground at that time, there were not many survivors. No image means that Zakaria did not see with his own eyes how Martins hacked his soldiers. There were almost no surviving masters, which means that there was no authoritative person to report to Zakaria how powerful Martins was. Of course, it is not true that there is no living person who has seen Martins hacking people. At least some Chaos soldiers who watched from afar are still alive today. I was lucky enough to survive the war, but I was not able to report the news myself. I only heard about how terrible Martins was, how tall and heroic he was, and how he treated Chaos Space Marines like pigs, killing them one by one. How could Zakaria believe this easily? What's wrong? If so, did a son of God come to Popalil? It's really funny. Of course, Zakaria did not underestimate his opponent. Although he thought that the exaggerated statements of the survivors were quite exaggerated, even if the exaggerated statements were squeezed out, the Pseudo-Emperor's minion should have good strength. The top warrior among the war group champions? Or, to the level of the God-chosen champion, but no matter what it is, he has the confidence to deal with it. The White Wolf King is the most powerful one in the wolf pack, and he has always believed so. If he does not have enough strength, then in the Chaos forces where strength is respected and the struggle is extremely fierce, how dare he covet the position of the War Master? He is one of the top warriors in Chaos and has the strength of the God-chosen champion. Not to mention, after cooperating with Basser, he worked very hard to complete the task. Among the many disaster fleets, the one he dominated was the most active one, and the efficiency was indeed very high. He found a lot of things. In addition to completing the tasks assigned by Alcaton, he also completed many more tasks. For these extra tasks and more things found, Basser gave rewards generously. These rewards include powerful holy weapons, extremely low-cost blessings, special abilities that can save lives or allow extreme attacks. He already has very strong personal strength, and with these many bonuses, he is invincible. Maybe he can be said to be arrogant, but he really feels that unless he encounters an opponent like the Son of God or the Chaos War Master Archaton, he is invincible. In addition, he also fanatically believes that he still has a lot of room for growth and will be able to grow to a higher level in the future. A random champion suddenly appeared and wanted to use a decapitation tactic, and it was cut off on his head? It's ridiculous. These Pseudo-Emperor minions really have no other choice, so they came up with this way to die? Let me help him. Zakaria grinned, holding his battle axe, and walked out of the battlefield command post with his White Wolf guard. He was targeted by the decapitation tactic, but he did not retreat, but took the initiative to meet it, which is the embodiment of his absolute confidence. However, when he really saw Martins with his own eyes, both of his hearts suddenly skipped a beat. His majestic body looked even a little taller than the Chaos War Master. And compared to Zakaria himself, it was a lot bigger. Is this really an opponent at the level of the God-chosen champion? He began to doubt his judgment. If it was just a difference in appearance, it would be fine. Although it is rare, it is not impossible to persuade himself that it is just an individual difference. However, Martins is now slashing his soldiers one by one, which he saw with his own eyes. Are they just rotten fish and shrimp? Of course not. The troops that were carrying out the aerial assault and decapitation operation attracted the attention of the White Wolf cubs under Zakaria as soon as they landed. Besides Zakaria, of course, were his most trusted direct troops. The warriors of the White Wolf War Gang. These White Wolves, the core of the core, led by the White Wolf guards, who were Zakaria's personal guards, met the enemy. When they saw that the number of the enemy was only less than 100, they thought that this battle was just a desperate suicide attack by the enemy leader, who was here to kill. But when the fight really started, they found that it was not the case at all. The elite White Wolf guards were chopped down. From the outbreak of the battle to Zakaria's arrival at the battlefield, it took less than 7 minutes, and nearly 100 White Wolf guards had been killed. This is almost the most significant loss of the White Wolf guards in the past 100 years. What is the combat power of the White Wolf guards? If they are used to fight against ordinary Imperial Space Marines, Often 300 people can fight a whole regiment. 600 years ago, they once created a record of leading more than 400 ordinary wolf cubs with 170 people to wipe out a full regiment, and now, these most elite white wolf guards in Zakaria's hands are being slaughtered crazily. The loss of 100 is not only the biggest loss suffered by the white wolf guards in the past 100 years, but this is just the beginning, caused in just 7 minutes. And these gods of death that fell from the sky are still expanding this number. The nearly 100 human space marines who landed are clearly divided into 3 levels. The largest number of them is a group of warriors with the fire emblem and the Phoenix Regiment emblem. This is the honor guard of the Phoenix chapter, the elite of the Great Nirvana Guard. Each of them has the strength of a company champion, and there are at least 10 of them who are chapter champions. No matter how powerful the ordinary white wolf guards are, they can't reach this level. If they encounter them, they will basically be chopped and chopped. And there are 15 more, wearing platinum power armor, blue cloaks, 2 azure phoenix wings standing up from the helmets, and the patterns on the armor are quite classical, which makes them look completely different from ordinary space warriors. They hold long-handled swords and halberds, and they fight mightily. Their strength is better than that of the honor guards, as if each of them has reached the level of a chapter champion. If those great Nirvana guards could be killed in battles, when they were besieged by many enemies, or met with masters of the White Wolf Guards, then these 15 unknown war groups were like killing gods. Even if the White Wolf Guards were masters, they could not hold out for a few rounds, and would be killed by the sword. 3 or 5 ordinary sieges could not hurt the opponent at all. But all of them were not as good as the most majestic one. If the White Wolf Guards felt that it was difficult to fight the Yulin army, and felt that the opponent was like a god of war, they could still fight. If they could not fight for a few moves, they could still fight. If they really couldn't, there were also Chaos Champions in the White Wolf Guards. When they went up, they could also bring a few brothers, and barely fight against a Yulin army. However, in front of the most majestic person, everything was like rotten fish and shrimp, and was sent away with one sword. 1/3 of the nearly 100 White Wolf Guards, who died in these 7 minutes died in his hands. And they were the strongest 1/3. After being chopped down like this, even the White Wolf Guards began to feel fear, and then had the mentality of retreating, and vaguely felt that they were defeated. Chaos Space Marines are also Space Marines. Of course, they are not as afraid of death as mortals, and their morale is so easily broken. However, Space Marines are not mechanical units that lock morale. Sometimes they are defeated, not necessarily because they are afraid of death, but because they feel that even if they fight to the death, there is no meaning, and they will just die in vain. Just like now, when facing this group of human commandos who landed, they have this feeling. What's the point of so many people dying so quickly? No. Except for killing a few great Nirvana guards, the enemy's pace of attacking forward has not stopped at all, but the casualties of our side are still increasing. At this efficiency, I'm afraid that in less than an hour, the entire glorious White Wolf Guard will die here. And according to the exchange ratio, it's nothing more than killing 30 or 40 great Nirvana guards. Is it worth fighting for? Fighting the entire White Wolf Guard just to exchange the lives of 30 or 40 enemies? Zakaria himself thought so. Not wanting to fight the entire White Wolf Guard is one thing, and he doesn't want to go up and fight himself. What kind of God-chosen champion is this? There really is a son of God. He himself is a God-chosen champion, and he doesn't think he can play such a mighty performance. If he rushed up, it would probably not be a problem to beat those 15 special space warriors, but he might not be the opponent of that majestic warrior. He didn't want to gamble his life. He still has infinite ambitions. He is the master of the fleet. He cannot die here. He does not want to take risks even if there is only a 1 in 10 chance of failure, not to mention that he will most likely fail if he rushes up now. Retreat. Even if this mission fails, he cannot die here. Zakaria turned around and left without any regrets. But Martins was unwilling to let him go. The moment Zakaria appeared, Martins realized that it was his target. He roared and immediately strode after him. Following his steps, his team quickly followed. The White Wolf Guards were still very loyal. Even though their boss was going to run away, and there was a suspicion that he was leaving them behind to block the attack. However, they did not hesitate, and under Zakaria's order, they tried their best to block the advance of the human commandos. However, their blocking was not very effective. Martins did not hold back, using himself as the spearhead, and any enemy in front of him was solved with one knife. In his eyes, even the Chaos Champion seemed to be moving in slow motion. He had enough time and reaction to see clearly what his opponent was going to do, and his strong analytical ability also allowed him to perfectly predict what these opponents wanted to do next. And his skills were much faster than his opponents, and his unmatched power, plus the indestructible Holy Relic Nirvana blade at hand, wouldn't he kill anyone with one knife? And when Martins killed the strongest opponents in front of him, the Yulin army and the great Nirvana guards, who followed behind him naturally had no obstacles, and by the way, they tore the gap in the enemy's formation bigger and more broken. Even if there are some enemies in the distance, it is meaningless to bombard them with long-range firepower. They can all dodge. Even if they can't dodge, the armor that Martins wears, which Gu Heng personally participated in making, can completely withstand the attack of ordinary weapons. Not to mention Martins, even the Yulin army behind him will not be easily knocked down by long-range firepower. That is to say, the threat to the great Nirvana guards is a little greater. But they also have long-range weapons in their hands. When Martins is killing pigs and chickens, he can still take the time to raise his hand. The extinction hand cannon under his left hand can also do one shot at a time, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge. The Chaos side also tried to use the evil magic of the warp to deal with him. However, behind Martins, there were two unleaked, with a team of lawbreakers, who created a warp black hole. Whether it was psychic energy or evil magic, it could not even stir up a ripple in this area and was calmed down. Even the Chaos wizards they targeted, even Chaos warrior wizards, would suddenly feel that their connection with the warp was directly cut off. This caused their mutated bodies and souls to lose the maintenance of the evil magic of the warp and immediately be unable to continue to exist. The stronger ones vomited blood and fell to the ground, and the weaker ones had their heads exploded into pieces. In this way, Martins led the team and quickly chased to a place not far from Zakaria. Zakaria looked back and immediately realized that he could not get away. If he continued to run away, he would be caught up by Martins and then killed with a knife. He gritted his teeth, turned around, drew his weapon, and decided to fight to the death. When Martins approached, the cunning Chaos Lord made a desperate charge. But before charging, the multiple blessed magic weapons on his body were activated, and he cast vicious spells at Martins. The Unleashed One had no way to completely block the artifacts bestowed by Bassa. The weakened evil magic artifact turned into a raging fire, covering Martins and the three Yulin soldiers closest to him. But in the flames, the Yulin soldiers were burned and fell to the ground, unable to move for a while. However, Martins faced the evil fire and strode to Zakaria. The Nirvana blade was raised high and slashed down with a swift blow. Chapter 929. Zakaria did not die. But he did not live well either. He had one arm cut off, two legs broken, and was dragged away from his guards, thrown into a fighter plane, and brought to the church. He was captured. This was outrageous, even more outrageous than if he had been killed. In the final battle, after Zakaria realized that he could not escape, he turned around and used the evil magic weapon given to him by Basser. These divine magic weapons were indeed powerful enough. Even if there were two non-leakages to suppress them in person, they could not completely suppress the release of the evil magic of the warp. The three Yulin soldiers, who had immunity to psychic energy and the power of the warp, were also severely burned on the spot when they were covered by the evil magic flames and could not be saved. From this, it can be seen that Bassa was indeed not fooling people, and the reward he gave was indeed strong enough. The power of the attack even exceeded the full force of an average alpha-class psychic, which was able to penetrate the subspace black hole of the Unleashed One and still have the power to burn the Yulin army to death. But that was the end. Martins, who was on fire, was also injured to a certain extent, but it basically did not affect his combat effectiveness. He rushed towards the enemy and slashed with a swift blow, making Zakaria sweat profusely. He certainly caught the knife, but the pressure was too great. Martins's sword slashed too fast, and he reacted very reluctantly. After he reacted, Martins changed his moves, and the blade had a subtle change in trajectory. Zakaria reacted again and caught the sword. However, the force made his power armor creak and wail. The physical blessing given by the evil god still made him far from having the strength, agility, reaction, and speed to compete with Martins. The power armor given by the evil god is very powerful, both in terms of power and protection effect. It is top-notch, and the battle axe named Frost White Bite is also an extraordinary product. But so what? The full set of equipment on Martins was made by Gu Heng, which is no worse than the one given by Basser. Or even better. This does not mean that Gu Heng's ability to make equipment and tools is stronger than Basser. However, Gu Heng also has many Mechanica sages who assist him. The most important thing is, what is Zakaria to Basser? At best, he is a good thug, while Gu Heng treats Martins as his own son. Whatever good things he can get, he will try his best to give him, for fear that he will suffer. The degree of care has widened the gap in equipment between the two sides. What chances does he have of winning, relying on his basic strength as the champion of God's choice, plus a series of blessings from Basar? Zechariah is finally no longer in a situation where he will be killed in one blow. But that's all. His true strength is not even at the level of the Bone Crusher King. So how can he fight against a son of God, who is armed to the teeth? He just held on for a little longer in Martin's hands. He broke his arm after failing to hold out once. The Nirvana blade in Martin's hand is also an excellent holy object made by Gu Hang with all his heart. It contains a part of the subspace essence from the kingdom of Storm God. Combined with the power in Martin's hands, it is no problem to cut off the power armor. After his arm was cut off, Zechariah had no chance to fight. Martins deliberately left him alive, cut off his legs, and had someone drag him away. Then, he led the team to break through the siege. In fact, it was much easier than when he broke in. The White Wolf guards, who had already been frightened by the fight, could only persist in fighting because of Zechariah's orders. Now Zechariah, as the strongest among them, and the leader of the war gang who had oppressed them for thousands of years, was dragged away like a dead dog. So what else could they do? Rising their own lives, knowing that they would definitely not win, they went up and tried their best to save their fleet master? Don't be funny. They were very generous to be able to persist in fighting until the current situation. It is better to think of a way to see how the White Wolves can compete for a leader among themselves after Zechariah was captured. The White Wolf suffered a heavy blow. How to maintain their position in the entire disaster fleet, and whether they can continue to have a White Wolf as the leader of the fleet instead of being stolen by other war bands or other ambitious people, are also crucial. Well, until now, they have not thought about what to do if their disaster fleet is also finished. When Martins captured Zechariah, the leader of the disaster fleet, the king of the White Wolf, the battle was essentially over. The Chaos Legion no longer had the ability to organize an attack again. Their command center was beheaded and fell into chaos. Even if we don't talk about the internal fighting between them after losing their authoritative leader, just the problem of how to reorganize the command center after losing unified command is enough to make them anxious for a while. When the enemy no longer actively attacks, the enemy leader is captured, and the most critical thing is still safe and sound under the control of the Alliance, then the Alliance has no need to take the initiative to provoke trouble. Waiting, another wave of air reinforcements arrived. The troops at Martins's disposal are gradually becoming sufficient. More importantly, the ships from other star regions that originally belonged to the main fleet of the Southern Front also returned to support. In the Popolo Galaxy, the number of the Alliance fleet, which did not dare to confront the disaster fleet head-on at the beginning, gradually changed. But Martins was very patient. He did not let the fleets that flew over rush into the battle. The situation is not critical, so keep a hand. When the number of warships returning to support reached thousands, Martins thought that the time had come. The main fleet, which had been hiding behind the planet Popolil and not confronting the disaster fleet head-on, immediately attacked, and the Queen of Glory warships of the Southern Front showed off their might. Not far away, thousands of Alliance reinforcement warships that had assembled canceled their silence and moved out at full speed, surrounding the entire disaster fleet from behind. Didn't the disaster fleet discover the large-scale gathering and reinforcement of the human fleet? They did. However, the fleet was led by the Space Marines, and most of their main forces were still on the ground. Their command center was still in chaos, and the chaos had not been resolved for several days. There were also struggles within them. These reasons hindered the disaster fleet from making decisions. And now, they don't have to make any decisions. Chapter 930. When the disaster fleet was completely surrounded, their fate was already doomed. To be honest, the disaster fleet was still powerful. Their overall number was not much less than that of the Alliance warships. Among the more than 800 Chaos warships, they were not just for the sake of numbers. There were many giant ships such as battleships, aircraft carriers, and heavy cruisers, and the number and combat power of the supporting frigates and cruiser-level warships were also sufficient. Not to mention, there was also the existence of the Omen Ark among them. This thing was even bigger than the Queen of Glory-class battleship. Its shape was also very strange and twisted. The whole thing looked like a lot of giant ships that were roughly spliced together. A bunch of steel creations, blended together, actually had a bit of a distorted feeling of flesh and blood. In fact, it was indeed made this way. Under the power of Basar, some abandoned ships that had been lost in the subspace for thousands of years were dragged out, combined with twisted technology, and driven by demon engines to form the current Omen Ark. Because of this, each Omen Ark is very unique and different. but they are all very powerful. However, in this universe, warships are not necessarily better if they are big. The Omen Ark is very large and fast, but its flexibility is a bit poor, which is inevitable, but it is completely acceptable. Sacrificing such flexibility in exchange for a huge size, hard protection, powerful firepower, and the strategic role of a super mothership is completely worth it. Generally speaking, in addition to being the command flagship of the entire disaster fleet, the Omen Ark mainly plays the role of a core fortress and hub in specific battles. Its huge size means that it can serve as a huge space mothership. Countless flying vehicles, various ships, and demon engines can swarm out of the Omen Ark and be sent to the enemy's face to launch a direct attack. It can also transport a huge chaos army, with abundant troops as if there is an entire chaos world in its belly. And if the enemy wants to attack such an Omen Ark, it will be very difficult. Apart from the fleet guarding it, the Omen Ark itself has a very strong structural strength. Blast a few parts and a few wrecks that make it up, it is not enough to destroy it. The powerful void shield it carries is a natural barrier in front of the opponent. Not only is the protection strong, but the firepower it possesses is also very powerful. Abandoning other weapons, come to 3 or 5 battleships, and just use naval guns to bombard it, that is not its opponent. And wanting to jump into battle is a bit unrealistic. The Omen Ark, which is composed of many space wrecks, has a very complex internal structure. Even the owner of the Ark, those Chaos Navy, may not understand the structure inside. If you don't walk in a place you are familiar with, you will get lost, let alone the attacker. From the perspective of combat power, it is at the same level as the Queen of Glory class battleship, but they are good at different things. The Queen of Glory is strong in flexibility, firepower, and protection, but the hull strength is a little worse. In terms of offensive means, the two are very different. After all, the core combat means of the Omen Ark is still as a space mothership, which is to send aircraft and warships out to fight. Although its combat capability is not bad, it is mainly for self-defense, and its offensive means are insufficient. The Queen of Glory is a pure sword, of course. If there is only such a difference, it can only be said that the two have different combat methods, and it is hard to say who has the advantage and who has the disadvantage. In terms of the comparison between the entire disaster fleet and the main fleet of the Southern Front, from the number to the quality of the fleet to the flagship combat power, they are almost the same. If a fight really breaks out, it can be called a space battle. The two sides must fight a shocking decisive battle to determine the winner. Moreover, even if one side wins, it is probably difficult to escape the result of a miserable victory. But what is the reality? The two sides that fought are almost one-sided. The human fleet has an absolute advantage. In the current battle situation, the biggest gap between the two sides lies in command, tactics, and strategy. The master of the disaster fleet was captured, and many other people who can take charge are on the surface. In order to prevent rebellion, Zakaria did not allow anyone who could replace him to stay on the flagship when he left. This certainly prevented the occurrence of rebellion, but when he was captured and the person in charge could not come back, the command of the entire fleet was completely disabled. The entire disaster fleet was not functioning smoothly, and each ship was almost fighting on its own, and the coordination between them was very chaotic. In terms of the overall situation, it was also very unfavorable for them. Although the number of human ships attacking from both sides of the orbit of the planet Popolo was small, only about 200 or 300, the Queen of Glory class battleships, as the sharpest sword, still brought them tremendous pressure. Even if they wanted to open up space and fight in a maneuverable manner, they were blocked from retreating by more than 700 human warships coming from behind, and they could not escape. The disaster fleet, which was completely at a disadvantage, suffered heavy losses at the beginning of the battle. Their morale was low, and it was difficult to escape. Some ships even decided to break out on their own. In such a situation, the human fleet would often choose to let some ships go. Those frigates with low value were let go, especially those that would cause greater damage to the already riddled formation of the disaster fleet. They would be eager to leave. But if some high-value ships wanted to escape, there was no way. They were often allowed to leave the formation by human ships first, and then they were surrounded and annihilated after they were left alone. Even if a large number of the reduced disaster fleets realized later that they would be doomed if they continued like this, and tried to put aside their differences internally and urgently elected a person in charge, it was already too late. Their quantity and quality had been reduced to a very poor level, and it was difficult to reverse the situation even if they fought desperately. The final charge was carried out by the main force led by the Queen of Glory. They forcefully thrust their gun barrels into the face of the Ark of Omen, which was already lacking the protection of other ships, and destroyed it. After the Ark of Omen was destroyed, The great naval battle over Popplewell ended with the victory of mankind. Chapter 931. Gu Hang flipped through the war reports. Every day, in the entire universe, in the Dark Expedition, and in the part that the Terra Expedition Alliance is responsible for, there are countless wars going on. He will also receive countless reports. Among these many wars, the Battle of Popplewell is the most important. In other words, in the past 10 years, the Battle of Popplewell is also the largest battle the Alliance has fought. Although it did not last long, from the time the disaster fleet appeared, it was only more than half a month and less than a month. But the intensity was not low at all, and the enemy's strength was also very strong. Because of this, after the final victory was won, the results were also quite brilliant. This was the first time that the Alliance had eliminated a disaster fleet in an organized manner, and it was also known from the captives that this disaster fleet, among all the fleets, was one of the largest, even if it was not the largest. After it was destroyed, it was a heavy blow to the entire Chaos Force. The main fleet of the Alliance also suffered some losses during this process. Although the enemy lost its center, the command was chaotic, and they were surrounded and attacked. The quality of the enemy's fleet was there after all. When they were desperate, they could still achieve certain results. The overall loss of the Alliance fleet was about 300 ships, and the Queen of Glory battleship also needed a relatively large repair and maintenance before it could restore its combat effectiveness. A total of 6 battleships and aircraft carriers were lost, and 6 battlecruisers were also lost. This is also a relatively large loss for the Southern Front Army. However, generally speaking, the impact on the expeditionary operations of the Southern Front Army is limited. They can still continue to carry out their missions, but they cannot be too unrestrained. If they really encounter some key and difficult troubles, they will have to think twice when the Queen of Glory is under repair and the main fleet has no time to replenish. It will not take too long for the Southern Front Army to restore its overall combat power. The Queen of Glory has a year or 2 of maintenance, so there should be no problem. After the flagship is repaired, the new batch of warships of the Alliance should be able to be sent to the Southern Front Army. By then, the scale of the main fleet will be restored to the level before the Battle of Popplewell. Another point that Gu Hang is very concerned about this battle is that this is the first battle that Martins participated in after completing the transformation. Gu Hang still wants to see what kind of performance this Son of God created by himself can have, and whether it is worthy of his energy investment and a considerable investment in the essence of the subspace. Facts have proved that it is worthy of it. From 2 aspects, the outstanding battle command ability and individual combat strength demonstrated by Martins are quite outstanding. It is even strong enough to make Gu Hang feel a little surprised. He originally called Martins's achievements as small original bodies. The lowest bottom line is to be able to reach the level of combat power of the Bone Crusher King, which can be barely considered qualified. But the actual effect still exceeds the qualified line and reaches the level of excellence. Martins's individual combat power must have surpassed King Bonebreaker. As for whether he can reach the level of a true Son of God, Gu Hang thinks it may still be a little short. After all, he has really seen the strength of a true Son of God. That is naturally Robert. For the Empire, even for the Infinite Star Domain, Robert's awakening place and home nest, Robert has been silent since he summoned a Terra Expeditionary Force and led them into the warp. Only occasionally, every few months, the astropaths on the Superstar can receive a few words from the Expeditionary Force through the warp. Only this little evidence can prove that the Expeditionary Force that entered the warp is still alive, and still trying to go to Holy Terra. But this time has been 14 years. If the star tunnel is used, and there is no obstruction in the middle, it will take a year and a half, or at most 2 years, to go from the Infinite Star Domain to Holy Terra. But the army led by Robert has been sailing in the warp for 14 years. It can be seen from this that the time efficiency of warp navigation alone is much worse than that of sailing in the astral tunnel, not to mention the safety and instability of warp navigation. Of course, if it is a normal warp navigation, it will not take so many years. Robert himself has a say in this. Before he entered the stasis field when he was dying, he didn't know how many times he had sailed from Superstar to Holy Terra in the era when the Empire was still using warp navigation technology. The time spent in the middle was generally between 2 and 4 years, and it was not as long as 14 years. The reason why it took so long was obviously because his voyage was not smooth. Others could not see it, but Gu Hang could see it clearly through his real son, who was on the ship. In the 100 years after the cataclysm, the subspace has been turbulent, which has brought greater difficulty and danger to the subspace navigation. What's more, the appearance of the only living Son of God in the human empire has attracted countless eyes. Countless subspace demons are eager to find the door. If you can kill this son of God and offer a great gift to the evil god you belong to, you will be able to greatly please the gods and be promoted to God. However, it is not easy to find a ship sailing in the subspace. The subspace is too vast, even for the indigenous demons in the subspace. The ancient technology from 10,000 years ago is working. When the human fleet is sailing, the whereabouts are secretive. It takes time for the demons to find it, and they often find the wrong one. Moreover, can you win by just coming? Under the Emperor's sword held by the Son of God, any demon who dares to come will die. And it is real death. This is too terrifying for the demons. Generally speaking, the reason why demons can stir up trouble in the real universe or in the warp is that they are actually immortal. They have the essence of the warp, and their essence is indestructible. Even if they are killed, they will just return from the warp after a period of time. There are very few things that can really destroy them. But the Emperor's sword is such a thing. It is really the sword of the Emperor that the Emperor once held personally. Chapter 932. When the demons are killed by the Emperor's sword, their warp essence will be destroyed together. That means true extinction. After realizing this, the number of demons who dared to come to the door to cause trouble suddenly decreased. Of course, there are still those who are not afraid of death who will come to the door, or they will be instructed by higher-level demon lords or even evil gods to find the location of the expeditionary force and come to stop it. The arrival of the demons will not only trigger a battle, but also make the waves of the warp more malicious, so that the fleet will be lost. If it weren't for someone blessing them, they would have been completely lost long ago. Who is the protector? That is naturally the Emperor. However, Gu Heng also provided some small help. Logically speaking, with help, the expeditionary force cleared the waves of demons that came to the door. In most cases, the route is secret and will not be discovered, so they should have reached Holy Terra long ago. Even if it is later than the 2 to 4 years of subspace travel, it will arrive in 6 to 8 years. As for why it has been delayed for so long, I can only say that if it is normal, it is true. However, there is another force that broke out at this stage. That is the Dark Eldar. This group of disgusting things suddenly took action. The Eldar, whether white or black, will not enter the subspace easily. For them, it is a huge risk. If they are not careful, they will be sucked away. And what can make them take the risk to make trouble must be a very important matter for them. In fact, Gu Heng certainly knew why. The prophecy known to all the Eldar forces, about a prophetic child who would completely determine the future of the entire Eldar race, the most important interpretation, is all in this fleet. If the youngest evil god refers to Gu Heng, then it is Gu Jing. If it refers to the Emperor of God, then it is Robert. What is even more precious is that for a long time in the past, Robert was in a stasis field, located in the God's Air Hall of Superstar, and was closely protected by the Infinite Warband, one of the most powerful warbands. And Gu Jing is also in a powerful alliance, under the eyes of Gu Heng. It is quite difficult to move any of these two. And now, it is really a godsend. They are trapped in a desperate voyage in the subspace together. No one can protect them, not to mention that they themselves are constantly threatened by demons and the subspace voyage itself. Dark Eldar still have some powerful and mysterious means left over from the glorious era of the Eldar Empire, and their individual strength is also very outstanding. However, the problem of sparse population and the race always being on the verge of extinction has never been solved. As pirates, they can appear and disappear in the entire universe through the Eldar webway, and they have the support of the curtain city of Comoros, which is located between the real universe and the subspace, so they can attack and defend. In addition, their strong individual strength and superb technology make them take advantage of some small-scale operations, making them the most terrifying pirates. But that's the upper limit. Why do you want to be a pirate? Why don't you dominate the universe? Don't you like it? That's obviously not the case. Strength is the key. In any human world, look up at the starry sky, and every star you see is human territory. The Ark Eldar only have their so-called world Ark as their home, and the Dark Eldar only have their Comoros, which is said to be infinitely large, as their home. How can they compare with the human empire that truly owns the entire starry sky? Not to mention comparing with humans, there is no comparison with the endless and extremely aggressive green skins, and the void Zerg that intends to devour the entire universe. The Eldar only have a glorious past. Looking to the future, all you can see is darkness. This is a race without a future. In the overall situation of the vast universe as a chessboard, the Eldar have never been a major force that can stand up to the table. They are just scraps. At least, they are scraps in terms of overall strength. Compared with the main players, humans, Chaos Rebels, For God's followers, Green Orcs, and Void Zerg, they can't beat anyone and can't afford a direct battle. But the Eldar themselves don't think so. Although they can't fight a direct battle, they can exert key influence in some key places, and key events to guide the universe to develop in the direction they expect. They don't need strong overall strength, or a full-scale war. They only need a particularly elite force, and some particularly key technologies, and means to achieve their goals. The best example is the team led by the envoy Mevniel, who saved Robert, the Son of God. This is obviously an event that has a huge impact on the entire universe. And now, the Dark Eldar are going to do something similar. They got the same prophecy, but their interpretations of the prophecy are different. Help the prophet, and then expect the prophet to make a decision that is beneficial to themselves in a future matter that determines the fate of the Eldar? That's too passive. The fate of the entire race is entrusted to the thoughts of others? It's ridiculous. Never accept it. On the contrary, the Dark Eldar prefer to take the initiative in their own hands. Now there is a chance to invite the two to Comoros as guests at the same time. So why not do it? Comoros has long been prepared to welcome them. However, even if the opponent is not the entire human empire, but just an expeditionary force assembled by Robert, strictly speaking, it is only the power of the infinite star domain. However, the Dark Elves still had no assurance of victory in a direct battle with the expeditionary force. If it were in the real universe, they might still have a chance. But in the warp? Forget it. The warp is very dangerous for human fleets, and even more dangerous for the Eldar. They were waiting patiently. They were making preparations. A Dark Elves army was going to enter the warp to fight. In order not to be targeted by their archenemy Slaanesh, they had to make a lot of preparations. While making preparations, they were also waiting for the expeditionary force or those warp demons that were in the way to show signs of fatigue and flaws, so that they could strike a fatal blow. There would always be opportunities, and they did wait for them. No one realized that the Dark Elves would strike at such a fatal moment. They even succeeded in one fell swoop. Chapter 933. A large army of Dark Elves appeared in the warp. Although this army was not as large as the Terran expeditionary force that Robert had assembled, it was almost the same for the Dark Eldar, even if it was not the full strength of the clan. In terms of quantity, it was definitely far from going out in full force. They couldn't do it either. When the Dark Eldar came to the warp to fight, they needed to use their special technology, consume huge amounts of energy, and shield the souls of all Eldar members in order to hide from Slaanesh. The energy consumption was very huge. The Dark Eldar took out their best treasures, and countless compressed energy crystals were used to power this shielding system, but the number of people that could be shielded was still limited. This meant that although they could mobilize a lot of people overall, they could not afford to waste any of them, let alone bring a lot of cannon fodder. The moment they appeared on the warp battlefield was when a demon army raided the Terran expeditionary force. The Dark Eldars were not in a hurry to charge into the battlefield. Their entire fleet spread out in all directions, and surrounded the entire battlefield in a special formation. Front and back, left and right, up and down. In this three-dimensional space, the Dark Eldar fleet's encirclement was destined to be impossible to be comprehensive. Even if the blockade was completed, this blockade line was very weak. As long as the demons and humans on the battlefield could decide the winner. It seemed that the Terra Expeditionary Force should be the winner. If they wanted to break out, then the encirclement formed by the Dark Elves would be meaningless, and would be broken by a single charge. The Dark Elves, who suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield, were of course discovered by the human fleet. However, through his insight into their strange movements, Robert could see that the enemy's blockade was actually meaningless, and could not seal them off. However, he also knew that these Dark Elves, who took great risks to enter the subspace, were definitely not here for tourism. He was wary of these Dark Elves, but since their behavior would not affect the human fleet for the time being, he would ignore them for now. The higher priority was to deal with the demons, who were currently entangled with them. In the subspace, the demons did not even need warships. They swarmed in, transformed from invisible to visible, and attacked every ship wantonly. The giant cannon could not play a big role in such a battle, unless it locked a powerful demon and hit it hard with the cannon. But generally speaking, for a large number of demons, single-shot powerful cannons, whether macro cannons or light spears, were not very useful. On the contrary, missile weapons would be more effective. However, during the long subspace voyage, they experienced many battles, and consumed a lot of ammunition. Even though there were mechanical arcs and small engineering ships of the Mechanicus in the fleet, and various mechanical workshops had the ability to reproduce, raw materials were still a problem. Even if there were a lot of transport ships carrying materials, they could only rely on cleaning up the battlefield after the battle to recycle metal waste for reuse. Such a means of replenishment was too limited. The overall reserves of various materials are at a very dangerous level. They had to try their best to let the enemy in, put it inside the ship, and then rely on the space warriors and mortal soldiers inside the ship to fight these demons in a brutal battle inside the ship with flesh and blood. But this also caused damage. The ammunition used by the soldiers was also lost, and the casualties of the soldiers were also lost. The battle took place inside the ship, and the damage to the ship required repairs, which also consumed resources. To be honest, if it weren't for Robert, the Son of God, the human expeditionary force would have been finished long ago. Among the many sons of God 10,000 years ago, Robert was not famous for his military power, or even for his military command ability. He was a civilian, and his greatest fame came from his strategic level and political and economic management ability. But even so, compared with the small pre-March Martins created by Gu Hang, the combat power of the two may be similar. 64-6. Robert 6. The level of battle commander, 82-8, Robert 8. In terms of strategic level and political and economic leadership, 100-0, Robert 10. Robert is superior in all aspects. He is better than Martins in his disadvantaged projects, not to mention his advantage projects. It's a pity that Robert's most outstanding political and economic leadership skills cannot be used here, but his management ability can still be put to use. If he hadn't been an excellent leader, how could he not only maintain the existence of the fleet and not disintegrate, but also keep the soldiers, warriors, and sailors in high morale during the miserable and dark decades of subspace voyage expedition? His above-average battle command ability among all the sons of God also enables him to minimize his own losses in almost every battle while winning, and to maintain the long-term operation of the entire fleet as much as possible. The same is true for this battle. It is not difficult to defeat the invading demons, but the difficulty lies in how to minimize losses. This requires Robert to operate meticulously. What is different this time is that he cannot really ignore the Dark Elves, who are doing something inexplicably beside him. Robert, who instinctively feels a little uneasy, has divided a part of his power and stared at them from the side. He also decided to spend a little more power this time to speed up the cleaning of the demon enemies in front of him. Otherwise, it is hard to say what will happen next. And soon, someone came to report to him what the Dark Elves were doing. That was Gu Jing, the son of the leader of the Alliance, a psychic master, and the chief think tank curator of the United Infinite War Corps, Terrio, came to him together. Those Dark Elves are using a special power to cut this entire subspace. They are trying to pull us to a place closer to the real universe. Are they going to expel us from the subspace? Let us get lost? Robert asked. Gu Jing said with a serious face, I'm afraid it's more than that. They want to cut us into the curtain between the subspace and the real universe. That's where their nest, Comoros, is located. Between the curtains, the efficiency of the subspace engine and the conventional engine will be greatly reduced. They want to invite us to be their guests, and once we go, it will be difficult to get out. Chapter 934. The Dark Elves' methods are somewhat strange. They spread out and completely surrounded the battlefield. It was not for military considerations at all, and they did not think of doing anything behind the scenes. They just wanted to take advantage of the time when the human expeditionary force was concentrating on dealing with the invading demon army to deploy the magic circle. In the entire encirclement, each Dark Elf ship is a node on the magic circle. When they fully deploy the entire magic circle, the entire area in their encirclement will be cut out, separated from the subspace, and pulled into the curtain of reality. That is the gap between the subspace and the real universe, and it is the location of the Dark Elves' nest, Comoros. In the subspace, it is difficult for the Dark Elves to gather enough strength to defeat the human expeditionary force head-on. But if it is said that in their nest, it is different. They have many ways. Maybe the population of the Dark Elves is not enough, but they have been engaged in the pirate industry for many years, and the countless slaves they have plundered from other races are the best candidates for cannon fodder. With those slaves, even the Dark Eldar can afford to use the human wave tactics. The premise is that the battlefield is in Comoros. They are doing it now. Robert, with a tired face, has a firm look in his eyes. He no longer worries about the reliability of the intelligence. During the entire Terra expedition, the two psychic masters, Terrio and Gu Jing, provided a lot of advice and helped the expedition team overcome many difficulties. Robert trusted them very much. During the entire expedition, he was of course the absolute core, but he could not ignore the help of the two psychic masters. He issued one order after another in an orderly manner. The entire fleet began to speed up. The Infinite Regiment and many of its sub-regiments changed their previous relatively conservative, low-cost fighting style and began to become fierce. The Grey Knights were dispatched to kill the important units of the demons. At the same time, a considerable number of fleet forces quickly prepared and changed course, and in the blink of an eye, they were divided into several vanguard arrows. The seemingly slow, old, and exhausted human fleet in the long expedition became sharp in the blink of an eye. It seemed like an engine that had been sealed for a long time, but in fact it was still intact inside. As long as it was oiled and given instructions, the roar of the explosion was still deafening. When the human army dealt with the demons, it could still divide multiple forces, aiming directly at several important nodes of the space-cutting array formed by the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves' fleet was too scattered, and the troops at each node were actually not sufficient. As for the human side, although they still had to deal with demons, and were also operating in separate forces, they were still too concentrated compared to the Dark Elves, who had to maintain the entire large-scale magic array. However, Gu Jing and Terrio were still worried. They raised a question worthy of attention to the Son of God. The Dark Elves' space-cutting magic array does not have to keep every node to be effective. In a limited time, a certain number of nodes must be destroyed, otherwise the final result will not change, and the formation will still take effect. The Son of God nodded to indicate that he understood, but the order remained unchanged. He also patiently gave an explanation and reason. After the Dark Elves' fleet appeared, he had been observing and analyzing these uninvited guests. The deployment of the Dark Elves' forces was very clear in his mind. At the same time, he was even more aware of his own forces. Before the battle, he had already determined that if he launched a full-scale attack, dividing the fleet into pieces like the Dark Elves and attacking each node at the same time, it would not be impossible, and the losses could be ignored, but the time consumed would not be short. Because the pressure on the Dark Elves at each node would be greatly reduced, and when they were defending, the speed at which the nodes were destroyed would also be greatly increased. The human side would have to fight for a long time before all the nodes could be destroyed. Robert calculated that if the battle was carried out in that way, they estimated that it would take 39 hours to destroy all the nodes. But the contradiction came. According to the analysis of Gu Jing and Terrio, the Dark Elves could complete their magic circle within 8 hours. The difference of almost 5 times the time in the middle could not be made up in any way. But fortunately, it is not necessary to destroy all the nodes of the array, which is equivalent to annihilating all the Dark Elves' troops, to be considered successful. As long as enough array nodes are destroyed in these 8 hours, the entire Dark Elf array can be collapsed. But the problem is that even Gu Jing and Terrio cannot analyze where the critical point of the collapse of the Dark Elves array is. What could Robert do? He could only adopt a tactical plan that could destroy enough nodes within 8 hours. This is it now. The human fleet, twisted into a dozen fists, destroyed more than a dozen nodes with overwhelming force. Then, they immediately divided their forces and attacked the surrounding areas with the nodes they captured as the center. Every attack target was calculated by Robert. As long as it could be taken within the scheduled time, the troops could be quickly divided elsewhere to achieve the highest efficiency in destroying those Dark Elf nodes. Since we don't know how many nodes we have to destroy, we just have to follow the upper limit of 8 hours and attack as many as possible. However, the final result was not good. In the 7th hour, the human fleet had destroyed 61 nodes, accounting for about 1/6 of all the Dark Elf array nodes. However, the array was successfully launched, and it was still an hour earlier than Gu Jing and Terrio estimated. Robert, wearing the armor of fate and holding the sword of the Emperor, saw this scene when he pulled the blade out of the chest of a Dark Elf Archon. It seemed that nothing would move this Son of God, who was known for his rationality, and this scene did not move him. He saw the process of a whole piece of subspace being cut from the observation window of the enemy ship he had landed on. It seemed that there was a huge film that covered the battlefield where humans and demons were before, as well as these Dark Elf node areas, including those destroyed nodes. Then, the film expanded violently to both sides, and the area they were in was cut apart. This was just a tiny area for the subspace that was as vast as the universe, but it was enough to wrap up the entire human expeditionary force, including the elite army of the Dark Elves. The cut area collapsed inward quickly, and Robert saw the bizarre scene outside the window changing rapidly, and the entire ship was shaking. By the time people were able to stand again, the scenery outside had completely changed. It was no longer the ominous, colorful appearance of the warp, but a peaceful black and blue. In the dim light, a magnificent building complex full of various towers could be seen in the distance. That should be the home of the Dark Eldar, the city of Vale, Camorra. Chapter 935. Gu Heng has always been able to pay attention to the situation of the expeditionary army. He has indeed been paying attention. In his opinion, The Alliance is certainly the core of saving the entire human empire, and he does not believe that anyone else can do as much as he does. However, if there is one more powerful ally, it would be a good thing. Gu Heng thinks highly of Robert, and has great hopes for him. Of course, if Gu Heng's idea is followed, Robert would be better off staying in the Infinite Star Domain, with the Infinite War Corps' hometown as the center, launching a military operation like the Alliance's Dark Side expedition with the Spider-Web universe and the Eastern universe as the center, and expanding the territory in the Holy Territory of the Empire. Instead of rushing to Holy Terra, it is better to manage the worlds in front of you step by step. By then, even if Holy Terra is really finished and destroyed, and the human empire no longer exists, the Alliance has saved half of the Dark Side Empire, and then see how much territory Robert can keep in the Holy Territory of the Empire. At worst, we can join forces and fight towards Holy Terra step by step to take back the human home planet. Of course, the loss of Holy Terra would be of great significance and could lead to a more serious crisis, which Gu Heng also agreed with. Therefore, when Robert decided to launch this risky Terra expedition, he did not object too seriously in the end. And since the expedition has been launched, it not only carries Gu Heng's hope for the improvement of the situation in the holy border of the Empire, but also his own son is really in it, so he will naturally not ignore it at all. The reason why the expeditionary army that set out from the Infinite Star Domain has not been lost in the subspace is that in addition to the Emperor's blessing, there is also a little help from Gu Heng. But in general, Gu Heng can't help much. At least, it is difficult for him to directly dispatch troops or send supplies to the expeditionary ship. The cost is too high. Even Gu Heng is unwilling to do so. However, there are some other help that can be provided to the expeditionary army through Gu Jing, especially some information content. Robert has an extremely smart brain, but he needs a lot of information as a basis for decision-making. And Gu Heng can provide a lot of clues and knowledge about the subspace, about evil gods, about demons, about psychic energy. As long as something happens, Gu Heng can see it through Gu Jing's perspective and generally know what's going on. Gu Jing himself understands it, and he told Robert himself. But Gu Jing doesn't understand many things, even though he has gone through so many years of study and practice. But after all, the ceiling of power is here, and he doesn't understand it until he reaches a certain level. Gu Heng would often tell him the information, and then he would tell Robert. The information provided by Gu Heng helped Robert avoid many pitfalls, and indirectly saved the entire expeditionary force many times. The same is true for the Dark Elves this time. However, even Gu Heng was a little bit wrong this time. Only one thing. After all, the Eldar, the Foundation is still very scary. After all, they are the overlords of the universe, who have fought for tens of thousands of years. After their destruction, they can still survive under the pursuit of Slaanesh until now. That is really impossible without a trump card. Gu Heng did not realize what the Dark Eldar were going to do when they just showed up. It was only after the formation was deployed that he spent some time analyzing what the formation was for. He predicted that the formation would take effect in 8 hours, but in fact, it took effect in 7 hours. The 7 hours were delayed because a large number of formation nodes were destroyed. However, there was one thing that Gu Heng had analyzed a long time ago, but he just didn't tell Gu Jing and Robert. To destroy the Dark Eldar subspace cutting formation, the critical number of nodes that need to be destroyed is half. The reason why he didn't tell the two was that after Gu Heng analyzed it, he saw the situation on the scene, and knew that the human expeditionary force would never be able to achieve this goal. In other words, it was a foregone conclusion that they were pulled into the curtain. There was no way they could destroy half of the nodes within 8 hours. It also meant that it was a foregone conclusion that the entire expeditionary force was dragged into the curtain. What else is there to say? Did I say that I would discourage the expeditionary army? It would be better to let them maintain high morale and work hard to break those nodes. Every time a node is destroyed, it means that an Eldar army and Eldar ships are destroyed. While they have to defend the nodes and delay the destruction of the nodes, they cannot use the Eldar's most excellent flexibility and elusive means of action, so it would be better to kill more Eldar. After killing the Eldar, although the soul will return to Comoros and be reborn. However, it will also take time to cultivate the body again, and the reborn Eldar will have a long period of weakness, and it will take a lot of time and effort to regain their former peak. For the Eldar, whose population is relatively small, the loss must be huge. As for the Eldar's great plan to complete such a huge loss, in Gu Heng's opinion, it is not really unsolvable. After realizing that Robert and his expedition fleet were pulled into the Veil, Gu Heng's thoughts had changed from how to prevent this from happening to how to take advantage of it. The Alliance has dealt with the Dark Eldar before. Before the Cataclysm, the Dark Eldar pirates often roamed in several areas in the south of the Eastern Universe, which was almost a chronic disease in that area for a long time. In addition, the trade routes between the Alliance and the Infinite Star region were often invaded by Eldar pirates. Gu Heng learned that the so-called prophecy obtained by the Eldar was obtained from the captives of the Dark Eldar pirates. Even, by taking advantage of this, the Alliance took the opportunity to fire several rounds into the gate when a group of Dark Eldar pirates escaped and opened their special veil gate that could escape from Comoros to the real universe. Those rounds should have landed inside Comoros, causing damage to a certain area. Of course, it was not critical if it was just those rounds. The main thing was that Gu Heng took this opportunity to stuff some private goods into Comoros. His heroic spirit legion. Not many people slipped in, and many were quickly caught, eliminated, and died back in Gu Heng's kingdom of Storm God. However, Gu Heng hoped that, after sending the heroic spirits representing part of his power into Comoros, even if they did not exist for a long time, as long as they existed, Gu Heng could use the heroic spirits as navigation to find the exact location of Comoros. Isn't the reason why the Dark Eldars are so powerful that no one can break into their nest, and they can only take the initiative to attack and harass others if we can find their nest, or even find an opportunity to take the initiative to attack, capture or destroy Comoros, then humans will have the opportunity to completely destroy this annoying, fly-like dark alien. Gu Heng is not like some human rulers, who have absolute hatred for all non-human races. But it would be great if the Dark Eldars, who are the definite enemy of mankind, could be completely destroyed in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they do have a foundation. Gu Heng can feel that his heroes still exist, and can even command their actions. However, Gu Heng cannot invest more power, nor can he locate Comoros through these heroes. This is a bit magical. Gu Heng doesn't even know how these Dark Eldars did it. But it's not worth making a fuss about. If the Dark Eldar's lair could be found so easily, and if Gu Heng could unscrupulously release his psychic power to Comoros through a few coordinates, then they would never be able to escape Slaanish's pursuit in the long years. Gu Heng didn't think that he was stronger than Slaanish. It was normal that Gu Heng couldn't do what Slaanish hadn't done yet. However, Gu Heng still didn't give up his interest in Comoros. After the Cataclysm, during the Dark Side expedition, although the main enemy of mankind was chaos, the threat of the aliens had never decreased. As for the aliens, the threats are mainly green skins and void Zerg. But occasionally, the Dark Side expedition will encounter the Dark Elves, who are stirring up trouble. Comoros itself does not produce resources. Even if there are some rare greenhouse plantings, they are not very useful, not to mention that it needs a large amount of minerals, metals, energy. These things must be obtained from the real universe. Either you build a colony of the Dark Elves in the real universe, and use slaves to produce. Or you can set up a pirate raiding team to rob. The Dark Elves can do both. Colonization and plundering are the way of survival for the Dark Elves. The catastrophe also gave them an opportunity. The human empire has become unprecedentedly weak and divided. Their actions of plundering some planets, gaining population, and building colonies have become smoother. This will inevitably encounter the Dark Side expedition. And the Alliance here, based on past experience in dealing with the Dark Elves, also has a special action manual for fighting this kind of alien enemy. When dealing with the Dark Eldar, it is of utmost importance to find the Veil Gate that connects the real universe and Gamora. And every time the Veil Gate is found and destroyed, Gu Heng's will always come, and he will stuff some heroes into it. After entering, the heroes are quite low-key, and do not take the initiative to cause trouble. They even hide their human appearance. This is very simple. They are the embodiment of Gu Heng's power, and the embodiment of the storm. The memory of the human beings in their previous lives, and the human appearance are secondary, which is given by Gu Heng. When necessary, it is also convenient not to maintain the human appearance. That is the appearance of an elemental creature with the appearance of pure storm energy aggregation. Elemental creatures, or energy creatures, are rare in this universe, but they are not non-existent, and some have even established civilizations. Among the many slaves and mercenaries enslaved or hired by the Dark Eldar, there are such elemental creatures. Gu Heng's storm heroes are lurking in Comoros in this appearance. The overall number is not large, but Gu Heng does not expect that these just over 100,000 storm heroes disguised as elemental creatures can play too important a role in the military. Their most important job is to collect intelligence after entering the social system and system of the Dark Eldar, so that he can better understand the Dark Eldar's curtain city. There are many results. Gu Heng's understanding of the Dark Eldar is now much richer than in the past. And there is an even more unexpected gain. Elemental creatures seem to have special uses for a certain family. As mercenaries, half of Gu Hang's Storm Heroes have entered a medium-sized family called Dark Source. During this period, the Storm Heroes, who pretended to be thinking differently from ordinary carbon-based creatures, gathered information that the biggest supporter behind the Dark Source family seemed to be an important force among the Dark Eldars, the Witch Spirit Cult. As one of the 3 pillars of the Dark Eldars, it was quite normal for the Witch Spirit Cult to support a family and make it serve them. Gu Hang also took this opportunity to let his Storm Heroes, through the Dark Source family, have more contact with the Witch Spirit Cult behind them, in order to obtain higher level and more core intelligence. The whole process went more smoothly than expected. The witches who used supernatural powers liked elemental creatures, which were precious mercenaries. The leader of the storm element, General Feng, was even unexpectedly received by the leader of the witch cult, who was called the Old Woman. This is a real big shot. If the big shots in Comoros were to be ranked according to their status, the Old Woman would be in the top 3. It was also through her and the entire witch cult that the status of the storm creatures quickly rose, and they were exposed to a lot of information that was originally difficult to access. And now, this information can be used. Robert is still very capable. Under such a huge change, he still quickly appeased the entire fleet, and did not let the fleet be in a panic for too long, so that the Black Skins who were sent to their hometown together wanted to take this opportunity to attack the human fleet to gain a firm foothold, but they ended up suffering a loss. It was normal. Although these Black-Skin expeditionary forces were elite, they were not numerous, and had suffered heavy losses when maintaining the magic circle before. They saw that they could not succeed, and could not gain any advantage, so they did not stay any longer and evacuated quickly. Anyway, in their opinion, the human fleet that entered the curtain was already trapped in a jar, and could be dealt with sooner or later. Now that they could not deal with it for the time being, they could just withdraw first, and then regroup the large forces, mobilize the cannon fodder that should be mobilized, and the forces of the major families, and then continue to fight. Here, they have a constant supply, and the human warriors are one less one after one death, and one less bullet after one bullet. And taking advantage of this time, Robert reunited the scattered fleet, and found a new target in the chaos in time. That was the exact location of the curtain port in Comoros that Gu Jing told him. That was the common departure point of the Dark Elf pirate fleet, and the place where the curtain spirit gate opened and closed. The Dark Eldar pirates use this place to open the Veil Spirit Gate that leads to various places in the real universe, and conveniently travel between the real universe and the Veil. As long as they can capture that place, humans can use this most important technology of the Dark Eldar. Chapter 936. No one has ever seen this kind of scene. After the human ships were directed, they headed towards the expected target. And outside the observation window of each human ship, a huge and magnificent city could be seen. For many people, the biggest understanding of the concept of city is nothing more than Hive City. Such a huge three-dimensional city that can often accommodate more than 1 billion people, standing far away and looking at it, is enough to make people feel excited and shocked. And a few people who have been lucky enough to go to Holy Terra have seen the Holy Terra Hive City group, which is also the largest in the entire human empire, and almost covers the surface environment of the entire human mother planet. However, it is still difficult to compare with the current one. After all, the human mother planet is also built on a planet. Looking at the planet from the starry sky, everyone has seen too much. However, a Hive City group comparable to the size of Holy Terra, standing in the void, standing in front of the entire fleet, the scene is still very different. The entire fleet seems so small in front of such a large, Dark Eldar-style void city. Even Robert, who was well informed, saw such a city for the first time. Comoros, it lived up to its reputation. But there was no appreciation in his eyes. Under his command, the human fleet moved forward quickly, with a clear goal. It was a curtain port. There was more than one curtain port in Comoros, but this one was carefully selected by Gu Hang according to the intelligence provided by the storm spirits. A series of factors such as scale, defense level, enemy support speed, etc. were combined to find a place that was relatively easy to attack and would bring greater benefits. Its name is Queen Rose Harbor. At this moment, the guards here have already noticed that the human target is directly targeting them. The guards are ready to fight in an emergency. However, to be honest, they have a plan for being attacked. In order to keep the operation secret, the Black Witch King Victor, who personally planned this operation, did not announce the operation to a large number of people at the beginning. After the operation began, the information was announced, requiring all parties to be prepared to deal with a human army that is about to visit Comoros. But to be honest, most of the plans are focused on active attacks. After all, according to the Black Skins' ideas, The guests pulled into the curtain are lambs to be slaughtered. The reason why they are not slaughtered outside is that it is not convenient for the great Eldar to invest their power outside of Comoros, and it is actually not convenient to fight in the subspace. But pulling the main battlefield of the battle back to Comoros is different. The power of the Eldar can be fully exerted, and the enemy will be in a panic. In the end, all of them will become new slaves in Comoros. It is said that among the slaves this time, there are also many human space warriors. This is a rare species. It is worth collecting and playing with. As for Comoros being attacked by these prey in return, that's ridiculous. It's impossible. However, this situation is really happening in front of their eyes. Their first step was to quickly entangle the human fleet with the existing troops after completing the pulling of the human fleet into Comoros, and then immediately there will be a steady stream of support forces from Comoros, rushing to the battlefield to completely destroy the resistance of these humans. Unexpectedly, things went wrong from the first step. During the construction of the warp array, there was one place that was beyond expectations. The number of nodes destroyed was a bit too much. Although their plan was successful in the end, and the human fleet was indeed pulled in. However, every node that was missing in the previous battle was the essence of the Dark Eldar troops. Their loss of troops exceeded expectations. This led to a chain reaction. When the human fleet was just pulled into the vicinity of Comoros, the remaining troops were not enough to perform the task of completely entangle the human fleet and wait for follow-up support. They were forced to evacuate here and had to return to Comoros first to prepare for the next wave of offenses. This gave humans an opportunity to let the human fleet come to the door. The Black Witch King Victor had to be quite amazed at the so-called Son of God, the person who decided the fate of the Eldar. Ordinary people would have been panicked and confused when they encountered such a huge change. However, Robert was able to reorganize the fleet in the first place, calm down the morale, and then launch an attack. This is not easy. What is even more difficult is that his judgment is so accurate that he can find the Queen Rose port. It is the best target to hit. Why? Victor used a small part of his energy to think about this matter while deploying troops. He finally dialed the signal of his personal guard nightmare group. Focus on investigating the old woman. Gu Jing fired a psychic cannon at a defensive turret. The powerful psychic power destroyed the turret in an instant. The black-skinned soldier operating the turret was naturally drowned without blood and flesh, and the sharp corners of the turret were bent, which was the generator of the Eldar artillery. Then, with his supreme power, he grabbed a fast assault boat that had shot and killed several space warriors. It could not run immediately, as if it was grabbed by an invisible big hand, and then it was smashed into the bunker position of a squadron of alien mercenaries. Then, the human soldiers who were attacking the position bravely launched a charge, occupied the place, and used it as a new stronghold to continue attacking forward. Behind him, the shadow of the great demon with a bird's head, golden feathers, and blue flame spread its wings unscrupulously to assist Gu Jing in exerting his psychic power. Its most core function is to strengthen the power of any psychic spell Gu Jing casts, and at the same time, he can also be the initiator of another psychic spell and perform double casting. From the wings of the great demon shadow, the blue spiritual fire clusters drew elusive arcs in the air, staring at one enemy after another and blowing them up. Gu Jing's great power has a very obvious impact on the situation on the battlefield. In the past, although many high-ranking officials in the Expeditionary Army knew how powerful Gu Jing was, and that he could command a purified demon, Gu Jing still rarely used this power to his full potential. On the one hand, it was tiring and dangerous. On the battlefield, swords and guns were blind, and even the strongest could fall. It would be safer to save some energy, and there was no need to rush too hard. Another more important reason was that this power was more or less taboo. Because of his special status, many people had to hold their noses and endure it, but if it was not necessary, there was no need to dance in front of others. But today is different. This battle is too important. Even though Gu Jing is the advisor and guest of the Expeditionary Army, he cannot hold back. Not only him, but all the masters of the entire Expeditionary Army are fighting hard on the front line at this moment. Nero, the commander of the Infinite Corps, is leading the guards to fight in the most difficult places. Teliot is surging with his most advanced S-class psychic power to assist the Corps in advancing. The masters of the Infinite Corps, who responded to the call of the Father of Genes, are also fighting bravely. And all this comes from his Father of Genes, the real Son of God, Robert himself, who is holding the Emperor's sword and fighting on the front line of the battlefield. And not too far away, the fleet of the human Expeditionary Army is pouring out firepower crazily, bombarding the Queen Rose port and its surrounding areas. While destroying the enemy's core defensive capabilities, it is blocking the support of reinforcements. Of course, such close support from the fleet also comes at a price. Although Comoros has never been attacked by enemies of this scale in the past long years, the Dark Eldar have never relaxed their defense construction of their home base. This race, which is always in danger of extinction, is far from dying in peace. Their resistance is resolute and tough. Even if only a part of the firepower built in Comoros can be effective due to the limited angle and the attack area of the human fleet, it is still a terrible threat. One after another, human warships were blown into scrap metal. The assault boats, fighter planes, and warships from other ports in Comoros also continuously came to the battlefield for support. An important task of the human fleet is to intercept these enemies. The Queen of Glory class battleship inherited from the Infinite Regiment 10,000 years ago, as the flagship and mainstay of the entire fleet, does this. There are already many scars on this Queen of Glory. Its powerful void shield has been destroyed and restarted twice. But even in such a dangerous situation, such a precious warship did not retreat half a step, just because their leader, their son of God, gave an order, so they stood firmly on the front line, using their own majestic bodies and extremely sharp artillery fire to resist the front line of the human fleet. However, Gu Jing was still worried. He could see that although this wave of human attack came suddenly and fiercely, it suppressed the Dark Elves fighting at home. However, this was just a flash in the pan, the last madness. The human expeditionary force, which has no backup forces, personnel, or supplies, only has this wave of the most turbulent offensive capabilities. If it is not taken down, then the climax of the battle, and the destruction of the entire fleet will only take a moment. Retract your mind, worrying about these things is useless. At present, only war is selected. He continued to mobilize the spiritual power, and this time the target of the attack was very obvious. The curtain reception building of the Queen Rose port. This building is the most core strategic target mentioned in the information that Gu Jing got from his father's whisper. Only by using the Eldar technology in this building can the curtain door connecting to the real universe be opened. This place has been conquered. The enemy is launching a crazy counterattack, and Gu Jing's psychic power is a key force to suppress the enemy's counterattack. He is not at ease with his full firepower. There are some very powerful high-level units among the enemies, whether they are the Great Witch spirits, those hateful flesh and blood creatures, or those super-strong individual units among the alien races hired by the Dark Elves. They are all very difficult to kill. Letting them go will cause great pressure on the defense line of the human army. He has to use a lot of effort to clear them one by one. And in this process, his conspicuous fighting style will naturally become the target of the enemy's key attack. The continuous artillery fire, the fierce attack of the heavy armored units, and the swift attack from the assault boats all forced him to spend effort to deal with them. Even he gradually felt powerless at this time, so that he could not help but feel a little anxious. Hurry up. In the reception building that has been captured by human troops, the sages of the Mechanicum and the scholars of the Psionic Order, led by the Grand Sage Call, worked together to try to crack the Eldar technology. The Inquisitors tried to obtain as much information as possible from the prisoners captured on the battlefield to help the Grand Sages speed up the cracking. However, humans still encountered many difficulties in cracking the highest level technology of the Dark Eldar, the Veil Spirit Gate. Even with the presence of the Eldar god Mefnir, it was not very effective. The Ark Eldar had a certain understanding of the technology of their dark kin, but the technical routes of both sides were not exactly the same. At best, they could only provide some help, but could not directly solve the problem. The Great Sage kept saying that he needed more time and more information, and asked all the troops to work hard for him. Robert also calmly issued one order after another, allowing the troops to stand firm in the Dark Elves' turbulent counterattack. However, the situation was still getting worse. Up to now, some troops have even reported that they have used up their last bullets and are ready to wait for the enemy to arrive and fight to the death with bayonets. In less than 2 minutes, this unit had no information to send back. In this situation, Gu Jing suddenly saw a special enemy approaching. It was a group of energy creatures with electric discharges all over their bodies. They seemed to be driven by a group of Dark Elves to launch another attack on the Jiang building. From these energy creatures, Gu Jing felt a familiar force. Could it be that? His mind turned, and the spiritual power whistled away. Blue fireballs the size of a human head exploded in the enemy formation, but deliberately bypassed the positions of those energy creatures. Just when the Eldar vanguards, who were driving them, were blown unconscious, these energy creatures with electric discharges all over their bodies suddenly turned against them, and attacked the Eldar allies around them. Chapter 937. Gu Jing recognized the storm elemental creatures that turned against him. They were the heroes from his father, the Kingdom of Storm God. He didn't know how these heroes appeared in Comoros, but this was definitely a good thing. The combat capabilities of these storm heroes were not weak. However, their number was not large, and there were only a few thousand of them on the field. No matter how powerful they were far from being space warriors. A few thousand was not enough to change the situation on the battlefield. However, their greatest value was definitely not military value. When Gu Jing saw that they mixed with the Dark Eldar at first and then turned against them, he realized that this group of storm heroes had probably been in Comoros for quite some time. There must be a deep meaning behind their appearance here. Even more, combined with his father's quick grasp of the information in Comoros, and pointing out the Queen Rose port as the attack target, he could make a bold guess. These storm heroes may have very important information in their hands. Gu Jing found a way to put these storm heroes into the Jiang building and informed the great sage Call. To be honest, Call had some doubts about this. What if this was a conspiracy by those cunning black skins? A group of energy creatures were put into the Jiang building. It would be quite dangerous, right? However, when the time came, they didn't have much room for choice. Time was too tight, and they were at a loss for the opening of the curtain spirit door, or at least the progress was slow. Under such great pressure from the outside world, Call had to consider taking more risks in order to make rapid progress in cracking. The effect is remarkable. The energy creatures that entered the reception building changed their forms in front of the human defenders, from the original pure energy aggregation form without any individual characteristics, to the appearance of humans with completely different appearances. At best, their bodies were slightly translucent, and there were arcs all over their bodies, which looked quite special. Of course, this was still a glance to see their difference. Logically, in this case, they must fight first and then talk. However, the troops defending the building had received orders from Call, and did not attack these energy creatures. Instead, they blocked the firepower of the black skins chasing them. The storm heroes who successfully entered the building did not forget to give a standard Sky Eagle salute to the human soldiers stationed. Although they felt very strange in their hearts, these human soldiers instinctively returned the salute. The storm heroes were quite organized. One of them, a hero wearing an Alliance uniform, came forward to communicate. He claimed to be a colonel of the Alliance Army and the Imperial Astra Military, saying that he had a very important mission to perform, and asked to meet the person in charge of the technology to crack the Veil Spirit Gate. A heroic spirit claimed to be an officer. But his meticulous uniform, the clear rank on it, and his serious demeanor, which looked like a soldier, made people subconsciously accept him. They were originally the targets to be welcomed in the order, and the human soldiers, who had been prepared, had separated a team and led them up. Call, who was waiting here, saw them. Although these people may have come with the hope of cracking the Veil Spirit Gate, after all, they cannot pin all their hopes on it. He is still working hard to lead his cracking team to work, and he never stops when meeting with the heroic spirits. However, when the few heroes stood in front of him, he was a little surprised after seeing who was coming. He saw an old acquaintance. Teacher Call, long time no see. Call's electronic eyes flickered for a moment, and the information in the memory storage chip was quickly mobilized, completely recalling the bits and pieces of his past with the person in front of him. Yu Che. It's indeed been a long time since we last met. It seems to have been 1,100 years. Are you dead? Yes, but I am alive again under the power of the leader, and can serve the god of all machines again. The hero who spoke looked like a senior member of the Mechanicus. At least, that was the case when he was alive. The man named Yu Che was a sage of the former Alfonso sect, and now the Aramitous sect. In the Iron Armor War, he joined the Alliance and became one of the core figures when the Aramitous sect was established from the corpse of the Alfonso sect. As a Mechanicus sage, he had lived for more than 1,400 years, which was relatively long, but not particularly outrageous. At least not as outrageous as the teacher in front of him when he was studying on Mars, who lived for 10,000 years. However, his lifespan has indeed come to an end. He died in a battle when he followed the Dark Side Expedition fleet to fight against a planet occupied by the Dark Mechanicus corruption. His special identity made Gu Hang look at him differently. He took some effort to retrieve his soul. He did not let him return to the Golden Throne to rest forever, but made him a heroic spirit in the realm of the Storm Kingdom, and was in charge of the Alliance's major secrets in the Storm Kingdom. The Black Box Factory. Although after becoming a heroic spirit, in fact, there is no possibility of further progress, all thoughts will be solidified in the state before death, and will not change. In essence, there is actually no concept of life. It is a projection constructed by extracting soul imprints, and using the power of the Kingdom of Storms. However, It is precisely because of the influence of his memories and thoughts before his death that he instinctively felt extremely excited when he saw so many black boxes. He was very satisfied with the new job arranged by General Gu and thought that life after death was quite happy. And when a new mission came, he would not refuse, even though the heroic spirit had no room to refuse. He was one of the several times that Gu Heng sent heroic spirits to Comoros. Gu Heng hoped to use this former Mechanica sage to see if he could master and analyze some of the technologies owned by the Dark Eldar in advance, so as to make plans for the future. Among them, the technology of the Curtain Spirit Gate is the top priority of the analysis. It was not very smooth at the beginning. Yu Che came into contact with very few technologies, and none of them were very important. After the storm energy creatures became the guests of honor of the Wuling sect, the situation changed greatly, and they could access more secrets. This included the information about the Curtain Spirit sect. In Yu Che's mind, a large amount of information about the Curtain Spirit sect's technology had already been stored and analyzed. Chapter 938. The technical data of the Curtain Spirit Gate is indeed the core technology of the Eldar, and the confidentiality is quite high. However, unlike other secrets, the Curtain Spirit Gate must be used all the time. In the past few decades of experience as mercenaries in Comoros, these heroes, who have transformed into storm elemental creatures, have often taken the Curtain Spirit Gate to cross into the real universe to do things. Sometimes, their target of attack is even the territory of the Alliance, fighting against the Alliance troops. Although they are very reluctant, the heroes still play the role of traitors, working diligently while bleeding in their hearts and taking heavy actions. To a certain extent, the Storm heroes gain trust and higher status, not only from the appreciation and love of the Wuling sect. The strength and reliability they have shown in their actions again and again cannot be ignored. And when they use the Curtain Spirit Gate to shuttle again and again, they have personally experienced and operated it. Even, there is a set of components of the Curtain Spirit Gate, which is simply in their own hands. Although they can't use it whenever they want, at least they can secretly study it at ordinary times. What's more, they also found an opportunity to steal a technical document. And all these things are in Yu Che's mind. The data and technical analysis of the Curtain Spirit Gate have been completed. At least many key parts have been solved. But there is also a problem. The thinking of the heroes will only stay in their lifetime, and can't learn anything new. For new technologies, the most they can do is to analyze this step, that is, to use their own memories, knowledge and thinking patterns to analyze the technology. Obviously, at this step, if they deduce a little bit, they can master the technology, but because of the limitations of the heroes, they can't do it. However, at this moment, these technical data and analysis came in handy. The greetings between the master and the apprentice were just a few words after they met. Both of them knew that time was running out, and the task was heavy. Yu Che relaxed his mind, and a blue energy thread, carrying technical data and analysis information, passed forward. Call stretched out a mechanical hand, on which a data interface had been opened and connected to the energy line. The information transmission between the two bodies was completed in this wonderful way. After receiving the information, Call's eyes flashed red quickly, and he frantically received, absorbed and analyzed the technical information sent to him by Yu Che. It took only 3 to 5 minutes to complete everything. The great sage Call, who had recovered from his shock, could not make any expression on his face, but he actually looked at his former student with a complicated mood. According to the information Yu Che passed to him, everything was actually complete. In the process of receiving information, Call didn't even need to think too much, and almost naturally completed the last step. Learning. And this is exactly what he was emotional about. Yu Che's current appearance seems to be no different from when he was alive, or even better. At least, he doesn't have to waste any time on some basic physiological needs and unnecessary emotions, and can focus on research wholeheartedly. However, the missing last step. Real thinking makes everything different. Call felt a little sad, but this emotion was only fleeting. After possessing the technology of the Curtain Spirit Gate, what he had to do next was to race against time. Earlier, he had obtained several coordinates from Gu Jing. These coordinates were from the real universe, and were defined by human standards, which were not consistent with the technology of the Curtain Spirit Gate. But now, he was able to complete the translation of the coordinate information. With the function of the reception building, several Curtain Spirit Gates suddenly opened at the Queen Rose port. One after another, human warships passed through the different Curtain Spirit Gates of different sizes, and came to the battlefield here. Their arrival suddenly changed the situation on the battlefield. The expeditionary fleet, which had been fighting hard, suddenly received reinforcements and supplies, which not only provided them with great help in the battle, but also brought great encouragement to all the expeditionary soldiers in spirit. They succeeded. They are no longer fighting alone. Ji Hao is the commander of the Dawn Messenger Corps. His corps was not established for a long time. It was a new corps built after the parent corps Saint Corps joined the alliance and used the seeds of the saints. The entire regiment is full of newcomers. But that doesn't mean they are weak in combat. The Dawnbringers are a group with a strong sense of self-honor, for no other reason than strong. Each of their new recruits performed the best when they were trained at the Space Marine New Blood Cultivation Center. They were implanted with excellent seeds, they performed well, and they went through very special training. According to the information copied from the Mother Regiment's Holy Book, they are all blessed sons. This was an elite force that existed as the personal guard of the Son of God in the past Legion era. Even in the regiment era, it was only the personal guard of the Saints commander, representing the most elite force of the entire Saints. Because of this, although they will not ignore other war groups, at least it is not a bad thing to have their own pride. As the war group leader, Ji Hao is very eager to lead his warriors to join the Dark Expedition this morning, show their pride in front of all mankind, and prove to Governor Gu and the Emperor that their pride is not just arrogance, but that they really have the capital to be proud, and they will be able to obtain the fruits of pride in the future, however, for a long time. Their most core task has been to guard the homeland of the Alliance. Although guarding the homeland of the Alliance is also a very important task, it is always too comfortable. And now, they finally have the opportunity to prove themselves. This is their first official action mission. According to the order of General Gu, Ji Hao led his war group and a unit of the Alliance Army, with the cooperation of the Navy, to attack a Dark Eldar stronghold in the southern part of the Eastern Star region. This stronghold is a place where the Alliance's intelligence department has long mastered the exact information, but has not taken action. The order he received was to annihilate all enemies in the stronghold, and in the process, ensure that their Curtain Spirit Gate was occupied and not allowed to be destroyed. Then, he continued to stand by, waiting for the Curtain Spirit Gate to open, and then the fleet came to support. Ji Hao and his warriors successfully completed the task. After crossing the Spirit Gate, they came to the nest of the Dark Elves, Comoros. Chapter 939. Like Ji Hao, there are several other groups of people who carry out similar missions. Among the various crises faced by the Alliance, the Dark Eldar are definitely not an important opponent. Although they often attack human planets and human fleets, their scale is indeed not large, and the losses are just that. At least not comparable to other aliens and chaos enemies. They are like annoying mosquitoes, they bite people and suck blood, and they make big lumps and so on, which is also annoying, but to be honest, they are not the most deadly things, and they are not on the same level as the threats brought by those jackals, tigers, and leopards. However, even if they are mosquitoes, they are annoying if there are too many of them. Especially in the heartland of the Alliance. The Alliance's army specifically attacked this aspect. Many Dark Eldar strongholds were found by the Alliance and then destroyed. However, some were left behind, and according to Gu Hang, they were still useful. As a result, they were used in this place. Before the battle began, the Alliance's army had already controlled those Curtain Spirit Gates. Moreover, the combat forces deployed by the Alliance were much stronger than the Dark Eldar guarding those Veiled Spirit Gates. Not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. For example, the Dawn Messenger Regiment led by Ji Hao, all members used the Glory Seeds under the Saints' Legion. All of them had undergone the training of the Blessed Sons, and their strength level was quite brave. The effect of such a fully staffed regiment's attack was powerful. Before the defenders of those Veiled Spirit Gates could react, they were all wiped out. And it is not just these elite troops that are being mobilized this time. There is also the Central Front Army. The Alliance now has 5 front armies on the expedition. There are 4 in the Dark Side expedition. The Northern Front Army is mainly responsible for defense, holding up the entire Scarlet Scar's defense line, and preventing the Chaos Army emerging from the Scar from threatening the Alliance's hinterland. The Southern Front Army, the Eastern Front Army, and the Angel Front Army, in 3 directions, basically recovered the entire eastern front of the Empire by going south. The next step is to go to the southern front of the Empire. The Western Front Army, after conquering the 2 empires in the central territory of the Empire on the dark side, crossed the Scarlet Scar from the 7-star corridor, and went to the holy frontier of the Empire, to Holy Terra. Their actions are no longer in the dark side of the Empire, so they are not part of the Dark Side expedition, but part of the Terra expedition. The last Front Army is the Alliance's Central Front Army. This force does not seem to be involved in external war matters, but their responsibilities are not light at all. Their main job is to guard the heartland of the Alliance, as well as a large number of occupied and developing areas. Although these places are already the territories of the Alliance, the recovery work has been completed, and the most important battles have been fought. However, in the Dark Universe, despite the light of the Thunder Torch Tower, the influence of chaos and the corruption of aliens have always been there. Before the catastrophe, disasters in various places have never stopped, let alone after the catastrophe. The Central Front Army is responsible for this work. The occupation of the Alliance has never been completed after the occupation. Since the Alliance is pursuing long-term stability, in addition to political stability, economic construction, and the military defense of the planet itself, it still needs a strong military force to suppress everything. If you really count, the Central Front Army is almost the strongest among the 5 major front armies. Of course, it does not mean that the Alliance has left its strongest military force at home. In fact, as the scale of the territory occupied by the Dark Side expedition becomes larger and larger, the Central Front Army will naturally have to guard more and more parts, and the pressure is already very high. Moreover, the Alliance is also adopting a rotation mechanism. The frontline troops that are tired of fighting must also come back to rotate and rest. Before going to the front again, they will naturally be deployed in the Central Front Army. And the organized troops of the Central Front Army will also be rotated to other front armies at this stage as a new force supplement. In general, the entire Central Front Army has always maintained the strongest overall scale among all the front armies. To put it bluntly, the Alliance does need a strong enough army to sit in the center. If they are all put in the Expeditionary Army, what if something goes wrong? There must be enough troops to control everything. When necessary, they can also carry out large-scale military missions. For example, now, all-out attack on Comoros. The scale of the 7 Veil Gates is not large. Although all of them can accommodate battleships, only one can enter at a time. If there were only Veil Gates, then there would be no battle. The Dark Eldar on the other side blocked the gate, and there was no need to destroy or close the Veil Gate. They only needed to block the gate, and destroy one human fleet that came in, and that would be it. But the good thing is that Queen Rose Harbor is still under human control. This gives the Alliance fleet the opportunity to accumulate troops step by step, and the Dark Eldar can only interfere. After all, they haven't even dealt with the expeditionary fleet yet. The Glory Queen of the Infinite Regiment squats here and becomes the backbone, and it's not over yet. After humans mastered the Veil Spirit Gate and the port, were they satisfied with using these 7 small water pipes to deploy troops? That's definitely not the case. It is imperative to expand the scale of the existing Veil Spirit Gate and even build new, larger-scale Veil Spirit Gates. The Dawn Messenger Regiment led by Ji Hao shoulders this responsibility. The fully staffed Dawn Messengers, thousands of blessed suns, were quickly deployed to the ground battlefield under the cover of orbital firepower through hundreds of fighters and transport planes. At this time, the Alliance troops entering Comoros have been connected to the Expeditionary Command System led by Robert. Gu Heng actually doesn't mind handing over the Alliance troops to Robert for command, but the command systems of both sides are not compatible, and it is not good to rashly coordinate tactics without rehearsal, otherwise it will easily cause problems. The Alliance's army should still carry out its tasks according to its original plan. At most, it will report relevant information to the Terra Expeditionary Force when it is in action. This is the case with the current Dawn Messenger. And Robert is so powerful that he can even take into account the command of coordinated operations in this case. The current goal of the Dawn Messenger is to capture a warehouse that has been discovered in previous intelligence. How many Dark Eldar troops are stationed there is an unknown number, not necessarily a lot, but the most difficult part of the mission is that the enemy may destroy the warehouse, if it cannot defend it. And in this warehouse, there are materials for building the Curtain Spirit Gate, which are necessary for the subsequent human forces to expand the Curtain Spirit Gate. This stuff cannot be produced by humans themselves, and must be seized from the Black Skins. After Robert learned about the mission of the Dawn Messengers, he quickly cooperated. Under the fanatical shouts and calls of the state church priests, a pure armored division formed from a certain religious world launched a heroic charge, opened a passage for the Dawn Messengers in advance, and attracted a wave of enemy attention. When the Dawn Messengers led by Ji Hao arrived not far from the warehouse, orbital fire support from an expeditionary cruiser arrived quickly. The explosive orbital firepower set a good start for the ground forces. The enemies in the surrounding area of the warehouse coordinates were bombed. In order to avoid affecting the warehouse, the firepower standard used was not high, but the effect was still quite good. A company of Space Marines from an Infinite Warrior subgroup launched an attack first, in order to conduct a wave of firepower reconnaissance on the enemies inside the warehouse, to see how strong the enemies inside are. Nearly 100 Space Marines are actually a considerable force. If the enemies inside the warehouse are not strong, They may even be able to capture the warehouse directly, and then the Dawn messengers will not have to bother. Even if they can't, at least they can go one step further to clear the enemies for the Dawn messengers. In general, under Robert's command, after a set of combined punches, the Dawn messengers don't have to worry about anything. They can just go to the target location and take the things away. Ji Hao was quite emotional about this. It was indeed comfortable to fight under the command of the Son of God. However, he was somewhat uncomfortable, or did not like it very much. The Dawn Messenger was established not long ago, and had always been in the central front of the alliance. He had fought some small battles, and had not had the opportunity to rotate to other fronts. As the head of the war band, he was very confident in the strength of his own war band, and most of the war bands were definitely not their opponents. It was precisely because of his confidence and strength that he wanted to lead his own war band to achieve a glorious enough record, so that people would give a thumbs up when mentioning the Dawn Messenger, and as the first generation of the war band leader, he wanted to leave a glorious enough history for the war band. A key battle, a key performance, is what he cares about. As a result, Robert paved the way forward very smoothly, and Ji Hao was more or less depressed. Of course, this would not prevent him from adjusting his mentality and performing his mission well. However, the space for performance soon came. That company suffered unexpected losses and had to ask for help. According to them, there was a very powerful Dark Eldar elite among the enemy, whose individual strength even exceeded that of the Space Marines, and they could not complete the scheduled task of clearing the outer enemies. Ji Hao attached great importance to this. It was definitely not good to be happy when the friendly army was hit hard, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. However, he was still rational. He did not act rashly. The large force he led still advanced according to the original plan, but sent the second company to support and help the friendly army regiment escape. Nightmare Executioner, Bilson knew this kind of enemy. As a senior captain of the Infinite subgroup, the Holy Infant Archon chapter, he had encountered this kind of enemy before the Cataclysm. That was when he and his company were defending the trade route from the Alliance to the Infinite Star region. In the defense and counterattack against various attacks by the Dark Eldar, he encountered an opponent that impressed him very much. These super warriors among the Eldar, who are dressed in black heavy armor, and whose movements are as unpredictable as phantoms, are even more powerful than ordinary Space Marines. They are not equipped with any long-range weapons, but they can come to the front of the Space Marines in a swift and unstoppable way. They even use a method similar to short-distance teleportation and flash. Their dark bodies can really transform into a shadow-like appearance, disappearing on the spot, and then appearing at the target location. Then, the decapitation scimitars with extremely strong armor-piercing ability in their hands can bring great threats to the Space Marines in close combat. Bilson had many fighting brothers who died under the scimitars of Nightmare Executioners in the battles before the Cataclysm. But in the past, the number of Nightmare Executioners was always small. He had never encountered a Nightmare squad of more than 10 people. And this time, the Nightmare squad he foresaw was as many as 50 people. In just one teleportation assault, Bilson's company lost 20 Space Marines. Their offensive was immediately terminated, and they could only fight and retreat, and immediately sent a message for help to the Dawn Messenger. The enemy's counterattack was quite fierce, and the warriors of the Holy Infant Archon were not unable to fight back, but they had to be wary of the Nightmare Executioner's raids. The previous Nightmare squad retreated under the cover of other black-skinned troops after a round of raids. They obviously did not want to fight the Space Marines head-on after showing up, but retreated and looked for the opportunity for the next assault. Bilson's company had to form a very tight formation, even though it was almost impossible to counterattack, and it would be very easy to suffer heavy casualties when bombarded by artillery fire. They had to do it. Otherwise, once the formation was dispersed, the Nightmare Executioner would teleport and attack again, and suddenly there would be no sound or movement behind them. With one knife, I am afraid that dozens of fighting brothers would be beheaded in the first time. Fortunately, the Dawn Messengers provided support. However, when Bilson saw that there were only 100 Dawn Messengers coming, his expression changed again. Why is there only one company? Bilson's voice was a little panic. In his opinion, it was meaningless to have another company, as they would still be quickly teleported by the Nightmares, beheaded and evacuated. If this happened a few more times, the new Dawn Messengers would end up in the same situation as them. There must be a large number of Space Marines coming to crush the enemy in one go, so that the Nightmares cannot use the cover of their own troops and are exposed, and the two sides can engage in a head-on battle. Although the Dark Eldar Nightmares are also very capable in frontal combat, they certainly cannot withstand the impact of several or even dozens of times the number of Space Marines. However, what can a company do? Chapter 940. Bilson's doubts were answered by the Dawn messengers. Please believe us, we are enough. Bilson felt that the words of the Dawn messengers were absurd. What do you mean by enough? Why do you believe it? Have you ever encountered such enemies? We have faced the enemy, suffered losses, and fought face to face. We told you that the enemy is very difficult and needs strong support, but you just don't take it seriously? No, what's going on? He almost got angry. However, what happened next directly changed his view dramatically. The Dawn messengers who arrived, after only informing them, quickly launched an attack on the enemy. There was no special preparation, just a more conventional tactical method. At best, everyone put away their long-range weapons, and mainly rushed forward with melee weapons and a melee-friendly method. There was no problem dealing with ordinary enemies. Most of the long-range firepower from the Dark Eldar troops could not hit, and even if a small part of it hit, it could be blocked by the protective effect of the power armor. In fact, most of the firepower that could hit was judged to be able to hit without much problem. The Dawn messengers did not mean to be hit on purpose, but they would choose to dodge and take some enemy firepower that was not a big deal to be hit, so as to avoid those attacks that could cause fatal damage. Seeing this scene, Bilson did not think it was strange. Although the Dawn messengers seemed to be charging faster and appeared to be very skillful in dodging firepower, so what? The threat brought by the Nightmare Executioners is the biggest, and this threat has not been resolved. Bilson was a little anxious, but what else could he do? Before the Dawn messengers came, he had already told the Dawn messengers about the characteristics and threats of the Nightmare Executioners. What could the Dawn messengers do if they didn't take it seriously? He never had the idea of watching the Dawn messengers suffer a setback and then smugly saying to them, "Who told you not to listen to me?" Although he was angry, he was fighting for humanity, and he didn't want to see so many people in the neighboring regiment die at once, which would obviously make the situation worse. Angry and helpless, he could only order the troops to maintain a tight formation and a defensive posture that was not easy to be teleported in and killed, and to raise weapons such as bolt guns and plasma guns to provide long-range fire support for the Dawn messengers. However, this obviously made the dozens of soldiers of the Holy Infant Archon have little influence on the battle situation. Long-range firepower is not useless, but at least it is not particularly helpful. In the final analysis, it depends on how well the Dawn messengers fight. When the Dawn messengers' second company collided with the enemy, the blades faced each other, and the battle broke out. The scene that Bilson least wanted to see happened. Those Nightmare Executioners hidden in the black leather troops appeared behind many Dawn messengers, like smoke and fog, silently, colorless and tasteless. The Nightmare Executioner held a beheading scimitar full of the artistic flavor of the Dark Eldar, and it fell suddenly. However, what happened next stunned Bilson. What he had originally thought, and what had happened to his soldiers, the heads that were cut off, did not happen. When they were attacked, only 2 Dawn messengers were unable to react, or the attackers were so strong that they had no way to resist, and their helmets and heads fell to the ground together, suffering fatal injuries. But the rest of the people all reacted, and many people quickly launched a counterattack. This was completely different from what happened to the Holy Infant Archon. Among Bilson and his soldiers, some people reacted, and he even launched a counterattack and killed the Nightmare Executioner who attacked him. However, half of the people could barely react, and it was good to save their lives, and they might even be seriously injured. Another half, that is, nearly 20 fighting brothers, were killed instantly. The proportion of Dawn messengers was completely different. Was it because the Dawn messengers had prepared in advance and accepted his reminder? Yes, but it was definitely not just that. Otherwise, Bilson wouldn't be so afraid of those Nightmare Executioners. Even with advanced preparation, those Nightmare Executioners came too quickly and too suddenly. They were also extremely powerful warriors, and they would never lose in a head-on battle, and were even stronger than the Space Marine veterans. Only 2 Dawn messengers died. In fact, they directly caused the deaths of more than 20 Nightmare Executioners in the subsequent counterattacks. The rest did not even dare to continue fighting with the Dawn messengers, but hurriedly activated the short-distance transmission method and ran away. The Dawn messengers were not panicked. They continued to slaughter other Dark Eldar troops according to the established plan. Even the Nightmare Executioners were no match for the Dawn messengers, let alone these ordinary Dark Eldar troops. When the number of Dark Eldar troops was rapidly reduced, the Nightmare Executioners could no longer hide in the crowd. The short-distance teleportation means they could not be used continuously, otherwise their strength would be far more than the current level. Short-distance teleportation can be used as a means of attack like smoke and fog, but it is difficult to use it as a way for them to escape over long distances. In the end, there were less than 10 Nightmare Executioners, who were able to escape by various means. The rest were all killed. After killing the 50-man Nightmare Executioner team and eliminating all the defenders who were drawn from the target warehouse to cooperate with them, the Dawn Messengers only paid the price of 11 lives in total. The help of the Holy Infant Archons cannot be completely ignored. The intelligence they had provided in advance, and the pursuit after the threat of the Nightmare Squad was lifted, also played a role. But only a little. Captain Bilson himself knew that the victory was entirely due to the outstanding strength of the Dawn Messengers. Now, he has seen it clearly. The Dawn Messengers can have such a high survival rate and even a counterkill rate under the attack of the Nightmare Executioner, not because they have any special methods, or have special methods, but purely because of their personal strength, which is strong enough. If it is just that wave of Nightmare Executioner's attack, it is still unclear, or it can be self-deceiving. Is there a special way to deal with it? However, after several waves of confrontations, and seeing the Dawn Messengers in close combat, cutting melons and vegetables to kill those Dark Eldar, it is clear that this is really a difference in strength. They are all Space Marines. Why is the gap so big? Bilson fell into deep doubt. Especially during the conversation after the battle, he learned that the Dawnbringers had been established for less than 20 years, and that the Battle of Comoros was the first major war they participated in. His self-doubt became even stronger. We have fought for so many years. How come we are not as good as a group of fledgling new war groups? Chapter 941. Bilson's question is not difficult to answer at all. The gap between Space Marines, if you really want to talk about it, may be even greater than the gap between Space Marines and ordinary mortals. The Holy Infant Archon is nothing more than the most ordinary infinite subgroup. There is nothing special about it. Maybe according to Gu Hang standards, the gene seeds next year will be the most ordinary inferior seeds. And what are the Dawn Messengers? All members are honor level 1 seeds, all members have undergone the training of the Blessed Sun, and all are in Gu Hang Space Marine Training Panel. Everyone's training level is raised as much as possible, and the proportion of company champions is close to 20%. Then use the hero interface to inspire the heroes in the regiment, and the number of regiment champions is directly raised to about 1% of the whole regiment. To put it bluntly, if it is put in that kind of arena, the Colosseum, in a fair group battle, any company of the Dawn Messenger can destroy the entire Holy Infant Archon, and its own casualties will not exceed 40%. This is an extremely huge gap. While the Dawn Messenger's second company resolved the threat from the side, the Dawn Messenger's main force headed for the target warehouse at the fastest speed. The vanguard was the Dawn Messenger's 7th company. They drove the extremely fast hover bikes and rushed forward at super speed, reaching the predetermined target the fastest. The hover bikes were fast, but they were indeed difficult to carry particularly heavy firepower equipment. However, the combat strength of the Dawn Messengers alone was already quite good. Their combat level was quite strong, and more importantly, speed also had its value. Without the speeding of the assault motorcycles, the defenders in the warehouse might have destroyed the important equipment in the warehouse. After the Nightmare Squad, which they had high hopes for on the flank, was destroyed, they gave up their fantasy and prepared to evacuate. Before evacuating, they must destroy the things in the warehouse, and not leave them to the opponent. But the motorcycle company of the Dawn Messenger was too fast. In addition to being fast, they were also very brave. They simply ignored the enemies blocking the periphery, blew a hole in the wall of the warehouse, and rushed directly inside. If it were someone else, this would be reckless. Is the outer defense line of the Dark Eldar so easy to ignore? When an ordinary person forcibly breaks through, he will probably be intercepted by the full firepower of the enemy and suffer serious losses. However, when it comes to the fast assault company of the Dawn Messenger, it is a matter of skill and courage. During the assault, not only did they not suffer too much loss, they even disrupted the opponent's defense line. After entering the warehouse and eliminating the enemies who intended to destroy the goods, the entire company began to defend the warehouse. The enemy's counterattack was stronger and stronger. They even tried to place a giant bomb to blow up the entire warehouse and the people inside, but it was finally destroyed by a tactical team of the Dawn Messenger. When Jihao arrived with his large force, the enemy's counterattack was directly suppressed. The precious materials for building the Curtain Spirit Gate were transported out of the warehouse. The entire regiment protected these materials, and quickly evacuated to the Queen Rose port. During this process, the Dark Skin seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. They sent a very powerful force to try to recapture or destroy these important materials, and equipment controlled by humans. This force directly has a nightmare team of thousands of people. Although they are not units with short-distance teleportation like the Executioner, the strength of regular Nightmare Warriors in frontal combat is also stronger than the Special Executioner. What's more, there are also Executioners among them. There are also a large number of dimensional spider warriors. This is the masterpiece of the blood orcs. The most outstanding genetic engineers among these dark elves sewed together some creatures, even the warriors of the dark elves, with a native creature between the curtains, the dimensional spider, which has short-distance teleportation means, to form a being with a spider lower body and a human upper body. It is more powerful than the Nightmare Executioner because their teleportation means are more flexible and changeable, and their size is larger than the Terminator, and slightly smaller than the Dreadnought Mecha. And the Screaming Banshees? This is a super flexible Dark Eldar aerial elite unit that can carry heavy firepower, and can perform hovering strikes in the air, as well as diving strikes. In short, all kinds of Dark Eldar elite units began to appear in large numbers. Bilson, the captain of the Holy Infant Archon Company, who was acting with the Dawn Messengers, was almost numb watching from the side. He had seen these elite units, or at least heard of them. However, this was the first time he had seen such a large-scale concentrated appearance. Looking at the combat effectiveness of these black-skinned units, he refreshed his concept of this race that had experienced the apocalyptic disaster and survived to this day, and had been like flies every day, but had not been wiped out. They must have a strong foundation. There is no doubt that if it were their regiment, even if all the members were in place during their heyday, they would not be able to carry out the current mission. They would definitely be overwhelmed by so many powerful units of the Dark Eldar, and be completely wiped out. But the individual strength of these golden and white Dawn Messengers is really too strong. It is so strong that it is shocking. This made him wonder when the descendants of the Saints could reach this level. Speaking of which, the Infinite Legion and the Saints Legion had hatred and grudges in the Legion era 10,000 years ago. Although everyone later became loyal members of the Empire, due to historical issues, the relationship has always been not very good, and they would not cooperate if they could not get together. If they had to fight together due to circumstances, they would often be independent of each other, and not subordinate to each other. And to be more specific, the descendants of the Saints generally view the Infinite Legion as an enemy. After all, the rift that almost led to the two families fighting each other was because the Infinite Legion accepted the Emperor's mission to punish the Saints as the executioner, destroying their once most glorious and proud perfect world. The descendants of the Infinite Warriors generally look down on the Saints, thinking that they are too fanatical and irrational, and not reliable enough. But today, Bilson, the Infinite Descendant, has been greatly refreshed. The descendants of the Saints are so fierce. They seem to be all the most elite ever victorious army in the parent group. But the problem is that even in the parent group Infinite War Corps, the ever victorious army is only a company. That is, in the Legion era, only a large company could be produced, equivalent to the ever victorious army of a war corps now. This war corps that has been established for less than 20 years has such a level. Bilson is completely numb. But in general, it is definitely a good thing to have such a comrade. At least, this very important task has finally been completed. Chapter 942. The information from the front lines surprised the Commander-in-Chief, Robert, the Son of God, who was also fighting on the front line. He also agreed that the results and performance of the Dawn Messenger were at the level of the absolute elite of the Infinite Legion that he had led personally 10,000 years ago. The ever-victorious army. From the perspective of their Saints Legion, only the guards of the brother, who had been at odds with him, the Sons of Blessing, might have similar strength. No, the Sons of Blessing should not be as strong as the Dawn Messenger. He couldn't help but sigh. From the intelligence he got from all sides, it was shown that Gu Heng had special experience in training space warriors. Now, this has been further verified. What secrets did Gu Heng have that allowed him to do this? He was very curious. However, he could put aside his curiosity. At least for now, Robert would only be happy that the Dawn Messenger showed strong combat capabilities. Their performance was of great strategic value. There are some particularly critical battles in the future, and even some plans that were originally in Robert's conception, but shall due to the lack of a strong enough team to execute them, which can be taken out and used again. Of course, the Dawn Messenger is not a unit directly under his command, but a member of the Alliance. However, he has great trust in Gu Heng. Judging from Gu Heng's various behavior since his rise, he may not be a loyal subject of Holy Terra, but a hero of the human empire. He believes that Gu Heng can make the most correct choice, even if his choice is different from his own ideas. It is only because of different ideas, not different positions. Even without talking about the follow-up, the mission that the Dawn Messenger has completed at the moment is already of extraordinary value. The materials that were successfully escorted out were immediately taken over by someone, and a special ship carrying these precious materials left the continuously open curtain spirit gate and headed for the real universe. On the other side, the technical masters of the Alliance were already in place. Technical information had already been distributed to them. After Yuche conveyed the information to the Great Sage Call and opened the curtain spirit gate, he disappeared as a heroic spirit and returned to Gu Hang's Kingdom of Storms. Naturally, the information also arrived in the Kingdom of Storms, and was quickly compiled, and the intelligence information could be released to the Mechanica Sages of the Alliance. Of course, they are far behind Call in level. After all, the highest technical level in the Alliance has not reached the level of the Great Sage. Maybe Wu Jiarong can barely reach this level under the feeding of countless black boxes. But Call was called the Great Sage because this title was the highest level in the Mechanicus faction, and there was no higher one. And many sages, great sages, and the like had received Call's teachings. He was a mentor to the sages. But when analyzing the technology of the Veil Spirit Gate, the time spent by the sages of the Alliance and Call was not much different. The main factor was that Yuche had already analyzed the technical information about the Veil Spirit Gate, and only the last step of thinking, transformation and learning was left. In other words, Yuche had already completed the most time-consuming and difficult part. The last step left was also the simplest step, which was not difficult for Call, nor for the sages of the Alliance. After getting the materials and the Eldar equipment, the sages who were in place quickly began to command the best group of Alliance engineers and technicians gathered around them to quickly build a new curtain gate. This gate can be said to be built at all costs. The level of the Alliance's temporary learning is definitely different from that of the Dark Eldar themselves in terms of practical operation. It is not as fine as others, and it is not in line with the Eldar's traditional sense of cherishing materials, being stingy, and trying to achieve the best effect with the least amount of materials. That kind of super high efficiency beauty. However, human technology also has its own characteristics. Large quantity is enough. No matter what you do, as long as it can be used, reliable, and stable. As for the huge energy consumption and huge construction costs, they are not cared about at all under the huge economic scale of mankind. As long as the goal can be achieved, the cost is acceptable. This is exactly the pride of the current universe overlord compared to the previous overlord. The Eldar can never do this kind of situation of overwhelming others with quantity. This new curtain gate built by humans was put into use at the end of the second month after the construction started. This means that the war has lasted for more than 2 months on the other side of the curtain gate, in Comoros. The Queen Rose port has calmed down. At least, no artillery fire has been fired in this port in Comoros. But it is not particularly calm to say it is calm. After all, it is still very busy here. 7 small or medium-sized curtain gates are in operation day and night. One after another, human ships arrived in Comoros. Among these ships are warships, which will join the battle against the Dark Eldar Navy. When all the warships of the Terra expedition led by Robert were pulled into Comoros, there were less than 2,000 warships left. In the past 2 months, the number of Alliance warships that have poured into Comoros has reached 1,500. This directly doubled the number of human navy in Comoros, and also destroyed the Dark Eldar's attempt to quickly destroy the human invaders. The human fleet was able to tenaciously maintain its existence. Not to mention actively attacking other areas, at least it was able to protect Queen Rose Port and prevent the Dark Eldar Navy from attacking from the void area outside. And this is by no means the upper limit of the Alliance fleet. At this moment, in the real universe, there are more than 1,500 human warships queuing to enter through the door. It's really that the 7 doors are too small. On average, it takes more than an hour for a battleship to pass through the curtain spirit gate. The warship entered from the real universe, and then seemed to have arrived in a void space, slowly rising. During this process, at the other end of the curtain spirit gate, in the void of Comoros, the shape of the warship slowly emerged until it was completely solidified. This process is also the most dangerous stage. The warship that is squeezing from the curtain spirit gate to Comoros is quite fragile. The firepower from both sides of the spirit gate can hit it, but it cannot fight back, and the void shield cannot be opened, so it can only use the armor and hull strength to bear it. The Eldar warships will not have such a hard time passing through the curtain spirit gate. On the one hand, it is because their warships have some technology and equipment that are suitable for shuttling through the curtain spirit gate, which can speed up the process. In addition, there is a more critical point that the size of the curtain spirit gate they will build depends on the size of the ship they want. The 7 small and medium-sized spirit gates that human warships have been using before are not meant for big guys like battleships to pass through. If you have to squeeze in, those medium-sized spirit gates can barely squeeze in, but you have to bear a much longer shuttle time. Fortunately, at the beginning, the other side had the Terra Expeditionary Fleet to protect it, and the Eldar were a little caught off guard when their own spirit gate was opened and used, and the time for counterattack was a little late, so the first batch of Alliance ships passed smoothly. When several battleships came in, the human defense against the curtain spirit gate suddenly strengthened a lot. And the Alliance warships that came in later also turned into some small warships. Then it won't be too slow, and one ship can often come in a few minutes or more than 10 minutes. More warships came in, which greatly enhanced the defense of the curtain spirit gate and the entire Queen Rose port. Later, some transport ships could come in. Batches of Alliance troops arrived in Comoros on ships. Ji Hao and his Dawn Messenger Corps were the first batch. Ship after ship of supplies were also delivered. The Terra Expeditionary Force, which had been cut off from supplies, received a lot of supplies and quickly became full of energy. In the naval battle, because the number of ships was still not enough, and they had to guard the Queen Rose port and prevent the enemy from destroying the curtain spirit gate, they did not dare to attack too recklessly. But the army was relatively abundant. They were no longer satisfied with defending the Queen Rose port, and began to attack other places in Comoros through land. There were still many problems. The human mechanical armored forces and artillery were not easy to use. Street fighting was like this, not to mention that in Comoros, it could be called a super street fighting. There were too many paths, and there were always enemies hiding in them. But the Dark Eldars were a race that was quite good at sneaky special operations. Often heavy armored divisions and Titans opened up a whole area, and the artillery finally found a good space to provide fire support. The defense line of the Dark Eldars was often like a piece of paper at this stage, which was broken by a poke and was fragile. But in fact, the Dark Eldars did not lose too much manpower. They would retreat to various places, like running away, but in fact they just ran to various blocks and alleys in pieces. With various conspiracy groups, families, associations, and other organizations as the grassroots structure, dozens or even hundreds of people can maintain the organization, and then fight guerrilla warfare, launching attacks on certain places from time to time. The only difference from ordinary guerrilla warfare is that this is a racial struggle, and in the eyes of humans, there are no civilians for the Dark Eldar, and all living things can be killed. This means that there are no Dark Eldar hiding among civilians, making people afraid to act rashly, and worrying about international appearances. There is no such thing. When you see them, kill them. The sneak attacks and guerrilla warfare of the Dark Eldar can only rely on their familiarity with complex terrain to launch sudden attacks and sudden withdrawals. This is really suitable for them. When it comes to ordinary human soldiers and ordinary Dark Eldar soldiers, the disadvantage of the Dark Eldar is that they are very few in number, but the quality of individual soldiers is indeed much better. Even the most ordinary Dark Eldar soldiers can reach the T3 level among human soldiers. There are really not many human troops that can reach this level. As the human troops fight further and further out, they occupy more and more areas, and the number of Dark Eldar units hiding in their occupied areas naturally increases. Both sides are trapped in this kind of sweep and countersweep operations in complex street fighting areas, one room at a time, one floor at a time, and even one room at a time. In this kind of battle, tanks and artillery are not very useful, and both sides are light infantry fighting each other. In fact, compared with the losses, the human troops are greater. This forced the human side to weaken the offensive and even shrink the occupied area. Until they find some good solutions, they can no longer expand the occupied area. According to the current scale of the entire Comoros, the area occupied by humans is not even 1%. The military input of the Alliance is not even 1%. Faced with the question of the Son of God, the commander of the Alliance, Admiral Xiong Lei, gave such an answer. The Son of God grinned. What he just meant was that he was going to stop. The confrontation with the Dark Eldar was not in Robert's plan. The two sides fought purely because the Dark Eldar took the initiative to attack and pulled them to Comoros. This was of course an unexpected disaster for the Terra Expeditionary Force. In the brutal battle, many people died and many ships were lost. But there were also gains. After all, they got in touch with the Alliance and replenished a large number of supplies. In terms of manpower, Robert was also trying to see if the Alliance could send some war groups, Star Army Corps, and naval warships to join his expeditionary force. However, these words have not been said for the time being. The first step is to stop the war with the Dark Eldar. During the 2 months of fighting between the two sides, the Dark Eldar sent messengers more than once to convey the meaning of truce after realizing that they could not capture Robert and Gu Jing. Robert certainly hated these hateful aliens, but in his rational judgment, it was reasonable to stop. Do they really have enough troops to conquer the entire Comoros? It's a bit difficult. The key is that Holy Terra has not been saved yet. Even if the aliens are to be annihilated, the priorities must be distinguished. The priority of destroying the Dark Eldar is definitely far lower than saving Holy Terra. But the Alliance has different opinions on this. Admiral Xiong Lei, as the highest commander of the Alliance on the Comoros battlefield, disagrees with Robert's view. For the Son of God, this is still a very novel experience. Whether it was 10,000 years ago, or 10,000 years later, he had never seen a mortal commander confront and refute his proposal in person. Is this your opinion or Gu Hang's? He asked this question. Chapter 943. Such a major strategic decision is certainly not my decision, but Mr. Gu's. Then let me talk to Gu Hang in person. Of course. Xiong Lei could not set any obstacles for Robert. He had even anticipated that the communication equipment was ready, and Robert could easily connect the psychic communication with Gu Hang to his ship. Robert did not exchange many pleasantries. He directly put forward his views again. He thought that it was time to have a good talk with the envoy of the Dark Eldar about the truce. And naturally, Gu Hang did not agree. As Xiong Lei said, such a big thing would definitely not be his own decision, it must be Gu Hang's opinion. Robert was not in a hurry. He asked calmly, "Why?" "I want to know the reason." He knew that Gu Hang had his own considerations, and he could even guess some of them. But he still trusted Gu Hang, and would not think that Gu Hang's ideas were worthless, and not worth mentioning like ordinary people. Therefore, he certainly needs to listen carefully to what Gu Hang has in mind that he has not thought of, or what he can convince him of. Gu Hang is also very direct. It is not easy to enter Comoros once. Gu Hang's voice is quite emotional. Dark Eldar, it is difficult to catch their traces, let alone have the opportunity to conquer Comoros. Robert said, "It is not worth such a big investment to eliminate an alien, especially an alien that is not so threatening to humans and the Empire." Yes, you are right. However, the most valuable thing here is not to destroy an ancient race. If it is just a Dark Eldar, then they are indeed not worth our effort. However, the greatest value here is not this race, or to eliminate an alien. The technology of the Veil Spirit Gate? Haven't we mastered this technology? We can just continue to occupy this port, and we don't have to attack the entire Comoros. It's not that simple. Gu Hang shook his head. He found that Robert's knowledge of psychic power and supernatural power was very not profound. He patiently explained some of it. Only Robert deserved such an explanation. How important is the technology of the Veil Spirit Gate itself? Actually, it is not. It is essentially just a technology to open the door, and the most important thing is the value of the city of Comoros itself. This city, which was left over from countless tens of thousands of years ago, and is located between the curtains, can almost be regarded as the last ray of afterglow of the Eldar Empire that dominated the universe back then. Although the Eldar have been passed down for countless tens of thousands of years, and survive to this day, even if they are given tens of thousands of years more time, they will not be able to build a new Comoros again. Its existence is unique in this universe. With the help of Comoros, the human fleet can shuttle freely, and quickly like the Dark Eldar fleet. The efficiency of interstellar travel using large curtain spirit gates is far higher than the risky subspace travel and astral tunnel travel. The only problem is the size. The number of curtain spirit gates that can be opened is limited, and the scale that can be opened is limited. It takes 2 months to operate 1,500 warships with 7 gates. But this is because there are relatively few 7 gates, and they are not large in scale. The new, large curtain spirit gate that has just been completed is expected to be able to replace the previous 7. However, new problems have also emerged. With the continuous opening of the door, the entire port has reached its limit. To open the Veil Spirit door, the port needs to continuously output a huge amount of energy. Energy is easy to say, it is quite precious for the Dark Eldar. Comoros does not produce resources, and the space between the veils cannot be said to be barren, but completely empty. All materials, substances, and energy need to be obtained from the real universe, and then transported in. To maintain such a large city, the Dark Eldar naturally have to plunder constantly. However, for the Alliance, this pressure is not great. Just bring in resources and materials with transport ships one by one. The Alliance has built mini-star energy plants on mini-star systems that have no colonial value. The most exaggerated one has almost surrounded the entire star, which is similar to the concept of a Dyson sphere. Of course, at this point, it can no longer be considered a star energy plant. Although, in essence, Dyson sphere technology is the combination of countless stellar energy plants. When the order of magnitude reaches the level that can cover an entire star, the number is too much. Even the simplest system, when the order of magnitude of splicing reaches this level, the technical difficulty will soar to a terrifying level. That is a brand new technology, an epic technology that came out when Gu Hang made 10 consecutive draws of the billion level. The construction of a Dyson sphere, although it makes other areas outside a galaxy completely worthless, the huge amount of energy output itself has greatly alleviated the energy pressure of the Alliance. Now, there are multiple Dyson spheres being built. And before the construction is completed, those individual energy plants can be considered to be put into operation. In short, the Alliance has enough energy to maintain the operation of Comoros, not to mention the current situation, to maintain the full operation of a Queen Rose port. However, although the energy is sufficient, the number of curtain spirit gates that can be opened by this port itself is also limited, which is the problem of port capacity. The Dark Eldar have 11 medium-sized ports of similar specifications in Comoros, 3 large ports larger than the Queen Rose port, and more than 40 small ports. So, only by controlling all these ports, or controlling a large part of them, can we meet the strategic maneuvers. Robert fell into deep thought. He was also aware of the problem. It is not enough to control only one Queen Rose port. Even if the new Veil gates are built, the throughput of the entire port will double compared to the previous 7 gates, but it will only take 1 month to send a fleet of 1,500 warships. Time is not a big deal. This is a relatively easy problem to solve. After all, if it is a normal voyage, it may take a month for a fleet to cross a star field. This star field must be smaller, otherwise it will not be able to run through. But the problem is that if the Veil gates are used for such transportation, only one ship can pass through each gate, unlike subspace navigation or star tunnel navigation, where a whole fleet arrives after completing the jump. There is still a big difference between them. A fleet takes a month to complete. If the enemy knows about it, they will mobilize heavy troops to block the gate and kill them, and then they will be finished. For the Dark Eldar, they have never worried about this problem. After all, their military operations are relatively small. They are all pirates, guerrilla warfare, and petty theft. What 1,500 warships act together, and if they can get 15 ships out, it is already a big job. This is very fast. But it does not satisfy the most important human action of large-scale mobile deployment of troops. According to estimates, for example, if a legion needs to be delivered within 1 day, it will require a throughput equivalent to 30 times that of the Queen Rose port. Doesn't it mean that all the ports in the entire Comoros have to be occupied? Robert wondered for a while. Could he not be so greedy? But on the other hand, the huge temptation made it difficult for him to give up. Although, even if the entire Comoros is occupied, the Curtain Spirit Gate cannot actually replace the current conventional navigation. So what if the throughput is increased by 30 times? A human Navy corps needs to be deployed in 1 day. However, the largest scale of human space travel is not military operations, but the transport ships that are far more numerous than warships, sailing among countless planets. The Curtain Spirit Gate cannot do this. It is not only a matter of order of magnitude, but also the cost. The giant belly transport ship can send a ship of food or basic or raw materials on the road slowly. The time requirement is relatively not that high, but it is more sensitive to the cost of transportation. But once the Curtain Spirit Gate is opened, it will consume too much energy to send such a fully loaded transport ship to the destination, which is not cost-effective. However, sometimes the key is the rapid deployment of military forces. Under the premise of the current construction of the Curtain Spirit Gate, dozens of ports on Comoros will work together, and a huge expeditionary force of 1,500 warships can be deployed to any location in the universe within 1 day, and the strategic value will be unprecedented. 3,000 ships in 2 days, and 15,000 ships can be sent in 10 days. No matter what major events happen anywhere, humans will be able to respond and deal with them at a very fast speed. This expedition to Terra launched from the Infinite Star Domain made Robert suffer enough, and was deeply impressed. But what if Comoros is in the hands of humans? The expedition ceremony was just completed in the morning, and the army could reach Holy Terra in the evening. But soon, Robert pulled himself out of his fantasy. He shook his head and said, "This scene is indeed very tempting, but how many years will it take for us to conquer Comoros?" He didn't need to introduce the battle situation to Gu Hang. He believed that Gu Hang knew everything. Now, the human army has only occupied less than 1% of Comoros, and it already feels stuck in a quagmire. It is not so easy to occupy all of it. What's more, the Dark Eldar have been forced to the brink of life and death. Does this former universe overlord, who has survived for countless tens of thousands of years, still have any powerful trump cards that he has not used? If he is forced into a corner, no one knows how much pressure will be in the future. What's more, Robert also raised a new question. I agree that if Comoros can be captured, then no matter how much it costs and how long it takes, it is worth it. However, if the time is too long, what will happen to Holy Terra? No one knows how long Holy Terra can last after experiencing 100 years of darkness. Alas! Gu Hang sighed. I do know the general situation on Holy Terra now, not so detailed, but overall, it's not ideal. This is another gain of the Alliance's Western Front Expeditionary Force after entering the holy territory of the Empire. In the past, when the Scarlet Scar was the most ferocious, it was difficult for Gu Hang to cross this natural phenomenon that was also terrifying in the subspace to explore the situation on the other side. But as the Alliance army has conquered half of the universe on the other side, Gu Hang's connectivity with that side has become much better. He can even contact the Alliance embassy on Holy Terra. But the result is not very good. After the catastrophe, there was also great turmoil on Holy Terra. The living consumption required by 1 trillion people is quite huge, and water, food, consumer goods, many of them need to be traded with the outside world. After the contact was cut off, even if the Holy Terra authorities took more active actions to go out, the overall situation was still quite tense. Famine, water shortage, energy shortage, and consumer goods shortage are all erupting everywhere on the planet. This crowded world with 1 trillion people, as the center of the human empire, is a place that the external evil gods are always watching and coveting. The cults and unrest that have grown on Holy Terra are quite frequent and numerous. Not only are they affected by external enemies, but Holy Terra has lost control of the entire empire due to the severance of external contacts, which has led to a huge political disaster. On Holy Terra, the political factions of all parties, and some local factions in the Central Territory that have already established contact with the outside world are fighting fiercely. This is the sad part. The more urgent it is, the more imminent death is, the more united humans will not necessarily be. There is also a high probability that they will fight each other madly under the pressure of extinction. The Alliance Embassy was declared illegal decades ago. Many staff members, and their subordinates sent by the Alliance to Holy Terra have been severely persecuted. Now, only a few people insist on hiding in various places, but 100 years is too long, and it has been several generations, and few people remember their father's responsibilities to the Alliance. Even if they remember, they may not care. Gu Hang now only knows that with Holy Terra as the center, there are rebels everywhere in the surrounding universe, and there are also rebel actions inside Holy Terra. The cult members are corrupting faster, and even in the bottom of the nest city of Holy Terra, there are real subspace demons active. This is a huge explosive barrel, which may be blown to pieces at any time because of a fuse event. There is indeed an urgent need for a person like Robert to take charge there. Holy Terra may not wait until we conquer Comoros. When saying this, Robert was a little anxious and a little sad. Chapter 944. What Robert said and what Gu Hang said, they could understand each other, and they could recognize that what the other said was right and valuable. Whether it was the importance of Comoros or the importance of Holy Terra, there was no doubt about it. However, the two of them soon exchanged some new directions with each other. Holy Terra and Comoros, these two strategic directions were not mutually exclusive. The core was still what Admiral Xianglei said to Robert before. The Alliance's troops were less than 1%. This sentence represented everything. In fact, to conquer the entire Comoros, did Robert's Terra Expeditionary Force have to be needed? No. How strong was the Terra Expeditionary Force? The scale of 2,000 warships. Compared with the Alliance, how strong was it? The 5 major fronts of the Alliance, taking the smallest northern front as an example, had more than 5,000 warships, distributed in the iron wall south of the Scarlet Scar for defense. The 2,000 warships of the Terra Expeditionary Force, when placed on the largest Southern Expeditionary Force, may be equivalent to the size of the main fleet, or even slightly smaller. On the Southern Front Army, although the main fleet is the largest, in fact, for the sake of expedition efficiency, there are at least more than 10 detachments, each with a minimum of 50 to 60, and a maximum of 500 to 600 warships. The total number of fleets on the Southern Front Army may exceed 10,000 warships. The total number of warships in the Alliance may reach more than 40,000. And this number is still growing rapidly. Maybe in a few years or 10 years, a fleet of the size of the Terra Expeditionary Force will appear again. The Navy fleet that needs time to be built one by one can already reach this scale, not to mention the Army, that is built relatively quickly. The biggest limitation restricting the Alliance from sending troops to Comoros is the delivery capability. If the Alliance cannot conquer Comoros, or it takes a long time, then the presence or absence of Robert's Terra Expeditionary Force will not affect the result too much. But, Gu Hang also said, The Terra Expeditionary Force will still have to stick here for a while. Robert knew what Gu Hang meant by this. The Alliance's troops must be sent to Comoros little by little. Even after the latest large curtain spirit gate is built, the delivery capability will double, but it will take a relatively long time. Before that, humans must at least maintain control of the Rose Queen port. If the Terra Expeditionary Force leaves now, the remaining Alliance troops may not be able to hold on to the counterattack of the Dark Eldar. Robert can accept this. He can lead his troops to fight in Comoros for a while, for humanity. Moreover, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. This brings us to the second topic. The attack on Holy Terra. The Veil Gate can be opened to any place in the real universe, which is correct in theory. However, there is a premise. There must be a door at the location in the real universe. For example, the 7 gates that are currently being opened in the Queen Rose port correspond to the locations in the real universe, which are all the strongholds of the Dark Eldar in the Alliance-controlled area, which were captured by the human army. The large gate that is about to be built can only be used after the materials are transported to the real universe through the Veil Gate, and then a convenient landing site is selected to build a new gate. For the Dark Eldar, if they want to set foot in an unfamiliar star field, they have to drive a ship, go through the nearest Veil Gate, and then use conventional navigation methods, whether it is through the astral tunnel or the subspace navigation, to reach the target area, and then find a place to build a gate, so that they can shuttle conveniently in the future. To put it bluntly, even if you can teleport at will, you must have a teleportation point. And if you want to quickly send the Terra Expeditionary Force to Holy Terra, you must build a Veil Gate in Holy Terra. That means that at least a few ships must arrive at Holy Terra with the materials for building the Veil Gate. Or, there must be a ready-made Veil Gate, which is also fine. Regarding how the Expeditionary Force can reach Terra, Gu Hang and Robert discussed these two directions at the same time and decided to take a two-pronged approach. For the former, they need to conquer and grab some equipment and materials for the construction of the Curtain Spirit Gate. Call has led the team to conquer the relevant technology, but it is unknown how long it will take for them to complete the technical conquest and reach the point where they can produce it on their own. After getting the things, they need to send them to the real universe, and then rush to send them to the Western Expeditionary Force. The Western Expeditionary Force will organize a vanguard fleet to take the things and venture across the distance between the two universes. The places in between are not taken down, which means there is no protection from the Thunder Torch Tower. They can only rely on themselves to bring the equipment of the Curtain Spirit Gate as close to Holy Terra as possible, and then complete the construction of the Curtain Spirit Gate. However, the difficulty may not be that high. If they can't hold on in the middle, then as long as the entire fleet and equipment are not lost in the voyage, just find a place to build a spiritual gate, and then you can get supplies directly from Comoros. Not only logistics, but also the replenishment of troops and ships. After the supply is completed, dismantle the Curtain Spiritual Gate and set off again. The feasibility is still good, but there is only one problem. It will take a long time. I don't know when I can grab a new set of Curtain Spiritual Gate equipment. This is a problem. After solving this problem, the things will be sent from the Curtain Spiritual Gate controlled by the Alliance to the hands of the Western Front Army. The sailing time in the middle may take more than a year. The Western Front Army formed a vanguard fleet to go to Holy Terra, putting aside the danger first, and the time alone is completely unpredictable. Before the Cataclysm era, this voyage might take more than half a year. Now, with the war going on, and without the protection of the Thunder Torch Tower, they may get lost in the repeated jumps. Even if they are not completely lost, a mistake may cause the entire fleet to wander in the astral tunnel for half a year before they can get out. All these are uncontrollable risks. When exactly can we reach Holy Terra? Only the Emperor knows how long it will take. The whole process will take at least 2 or 3 years, and at most, it is unknown how many years, before the Terra Expeditionary Force can set out again. This is obviously something Robert is not willing to accept. But at least, this is a road that can be controlled independently, and everything is in the hands of humans. With this road, the initiative is there. Relatively speaking, finding a ready-made Curtain Spirit Gate, the initiative is not in the hands of humans. This is one of the peace talks proposed by the Dark Eldar. Chapter 945. During the long years in the past, the Dark Eldar have built countless Veil Gates in various places in the universe. They are indispensable everywhere, even near Holy Terra. Perhaps, they dare not send looting teams to operate directly near Holy Terra. Even when the human empire has fallen into decline, Holy Terra, as the core of the empire, has always been powerful. Every bit of the Dark Eldar's power is very precious, and they dare not waste it casually. They all have to consider the ratio of benefits and risks. Looting near Holy Terra will not only make the prey's defenses very strong and difficult to succeed, but also as soon as it shows up, it is easy to suffer a strong attack from the human empire, which is not cost-effective. But this place is very important. Holy Terra is the core area of the human empire, and there is too much information that can be obtained here. When they heard that a transport team was operating outside the core area of the human empire, they could pass the news back, and then organize a looting team to rob the large cargo in a relatively safe place. They always have people lurking in Holy Terra, carrying out quiet, low-key and silent activities. And in order to support their activities in Holy Terra, there is naturally a not-so-big curtain spirit gate built in the solar system. It would be too arrogant if it was not on the planet Holy Terra. However, it is okay in the solar system. At the edge of the galaxy, on the asteroid belt, the curtain spirit gate of the Dark Eldar is built here. It is not big, but very secretive. Although it takes a while to reach Holy Terra after arriving in the solar system by conventional navigation, at least it is already close. But the problem is that this veil gate is completely under the control of the Dark Eldar, and the coordinates and the key to open it are unknown. There is no way to open it now. Unless humans capture the Comoros port where the coordinates are stored, or pry open the mouth of a Dark Eldar captive who knows the coordinates to obtain the specific coordinates and keys. But even so, it is actually difficult. Because the Dark Eldar can destroy the veil gate of the solar system as soon as the Dark Eldar get the news, and then everything will be over. It is precisely because of this thing that the peace talks of the Dark Eldar will make Robert really attractive. As long as they agree, they can almost reach the solar system immediately and complete the most important step of the expedition that Robert expects, and arrive at Holy Terra with a large army to see if the capital of the human empire is still loyal enough. But at this point, Gu Hang didn't care whether you were the son of God or not, and seriously criticized Robert's opportunistic fluke mentality. Listening to Gu Hang's criticism, Robert was both amused and confused. Of course, he was not as irrational as Gu Hang said. Since he wanted to negotiate, he naturally thought of a series of negotiation conditions, and supporting action measures to ensure that the Dark Eldar could fulfill their promises. Of course, he knew that, as Gu Hang said, this was a race without any integrity. In fact, the idea of talking about integrity across races was also ridiculous. But in general, it is a fact that the Dark Eldar have a bad reputation. They are cruel and cunning by nature. There are endless conspiracies and struggles among them, not to mention cooperation with the outside world. Robert will not trust the other party easily, and can even say that he does not believe a word. He will only take action when he has the mandatory binding force to ensure that the other party will fulfill the contract. In this process, the power of the Alliance is indispensable. He must have the Alliance watching on the Comoros side before he dares to drive his troops into the curtain spirit gate open to them by the Dark Eldar. Otherwise, even if there is only a 1% chance that the other party is cheating him, it will become 100% for the Dark Eldar. In other words, if Gu Hang does not agree to peace talks, he cannot negotiate without the power of the Alliance. He also understands that Gu Hang uses the so-called opportunism, lucky thinking, and the Dark Eldar's promises are unreliable to prevaricate him. In essence, he still has to insist on attacking Comoros, and does not want to let the Terra Expeditionary Force go. Let's talk about this matter openly, Mr. Gu Hang. There is no need to use these unnecessary statements. I believe you are a smart person. Robert said so. Gu Hang just thought it was a little ridiculous. I am talking openly now, Your Highness Robert. You may think that I am talking to you about this to stop you. However, my admiral told you before, and I have also told you, and now I emphasize it to you again. Conquering Comoros is my goal, but in this process, the Alliance does not need your expeditionary force. We are fully capable of completing this task independently. I can fully understand why you misunderstood me. You think you will be fully prepared, and as long as I agree and the Alliance's forces cooperate, no matter what secret plots the Dark Eldar have, they will not be able to stop you from completing your plan. But to me, you are too arrogant, Your Highness Robert. You believe in your brain, the wisdom and rationality given to you by the Emperor, and believe that as long as your perfect plan is carried out step by step, there will be no mistakes. Even if there are mistakes, you are confident that you have sufficient backup to make up for them. But what are you facing? Don't underestimate the Dark Eldar. They are now weak, corrupt, and rare in number, but I still want to solemnly inform you that they were once a race that dominated the universe, and no one knows what kind of power is hidden under their foundation. Your perfect plan is likely to fail, and will lead the expedition into the abyss. Hearing this, Robert was still laughing. He even felt that Gu Hang was not that smart. He thought Gu Hang was a high-level fellow, a very smart person, who could guess what his perfect plan was without him telling him. As long as he knew his plan, he would be able to believe that everything would go smoothly. Unfortunately. But who let Gu Hang control the powerful alliance? He decided to spend some time to talk to Gu Hang, be patient, and convince the ruler of the alliance. But he still felt a little disappointed. If Gu Hang was the kind of person with absolute wisdom he thought before, he would even think about handing over the empire to him. He had a period of time when he was the regent of the empire. He was in charge of the military and political affairs of the entire empire. He knew very well how hard it was. He was willing to hand over this responsibility, or to share this responsibility with Gu Hang. But it seems that Gu Hang is not such an absolutely wise man. It's a pity, but at least Gu Hang should be able to serve as his deputy and help him share some of the pressure. However, before he opened his mouth to talk about his perfect plan, Gu Hang's next sentence made his smile completely restrained. I believe that when you led the reinforcements of the Infinite Star Domain as the most important and largest force to support Holy Terra in the Imperial Civil War 10,000 years ago, you must have made a perfect plan. But you and your troops came late after the war, which must not be in your perfect plan, right? Robert's frozen expression was brewing with anger. How dare you? That was one of the most painful wounds in his life, and he spent countless nights in self-blame. As a very smart man, he certainly knew that many people would think so in their hearts, but no one dared to reveal this matter to his face. Although he was the son of God known for his rationality, he was also angry. In the final analysis, doesn't Robert have an impulsive and angry side to his character? No, not only is there, but it is also very strong, even no less than some of his brothers, who are known for their recklessness. Seeing that Robert stopped laughing, Gu Hang laughed instead. I believe that you have reflected on that history countless times and countless nights. So don't repeat the same mistakes, okay? After Gu Hang said this, Robert fell into a long silence. Gu Hang waited for a while, and began to speak to himself. Of course, I don't completely disagree with peace talks. But peace talks are just a means. We want to promote talks by fighting, and we want to gain complete dominance, which means that we will not accept any conditions proposed by the Dark Eldar. We only accept one point. They must completely, and unconditionally accept all our conditions. Time is on our side. The autonomous plan can be implemented starting today. We can dismantle the current Curtain Spirit Gate, recycle it into equipment and materials, and then hand it over to the Vanguard fleet to start heading towards Holy Terra. We can continue to search for new Curtain Spirit Gate manufacturing equipment and materials in Comoros, and we will also try to conquer other ports. After a few years, our Vanguard fleet will arrive in 1 or 2 star systems next to Holy Terra, and then we can set up a small Spirit Gate. Presumably, by then, we should have obtained more Spirit Gate equipment and more ports. By then, we can transport the equipment from the small Spirit Gate and build a large Spirit Gate, and the expeditionary force can still pass through. Time will not be as bad as the worst case we thought before. What's more, we can also do this in our cooperation with the Dark Spirit. When the tribes negotiate, the cards are on the table. With every passing minute, the bargaining chips they hold in their hands will become weaker. Multi-pronged approach, parallel progress. Your Highness Robert, you can change your somewhat stingy plan. My alliance has enough resources to execute many ambitious goals at the same time. You don't have to always think about having a perfect, minimally consuming, and most likely to succeed plan. No, we can do everything, and we can afford to lose. Hearing this, Robert couldn't help but say, what if we lose Holy Terra? We can afford to lose. Gu Hang said, does the Alliance's Dark Expedition have anything to do with Holy Terra? We have also taken down a quarter of the Empire, and it is visible to the naked eye. As long as we are given time, we can take down the entire dark side of the Empire, and then recover the other side of the Empire's holy territory. At this point, Gu Hang's voice became a little cold. To put it bluntly, even if Holy Terra is completely destroyed, so what? Build another world, regenerate 1 trillion people, create another Imperial Guard, create multiple garrisoned war groups, and dig out the secrets and treasures buried under Holy Terra and make a copy. That's all. Perhaps, such a new Terra is more cost-effective than saving the old Terra. Robert pressed further and asked, what about the Emperor? The Emperor's body is still sitting on the golden throne deep in the palace. Gu Hang's smile became a little elusive, as if it was a little teasing, and Robert didn't know if he had seen it wrong. He only heard him say, the Emperor should not care anymore. What does the Ascended Emperor need a body for? You old man, don't get up. Was Robert finally convinced? No. It's just that he has no way. The Alliance is the party with the most powerful force. All his plans require the full cooperation of the Alliance. If Gu Heng disagrees, no matter how perfect his plan is, it will be in vain. He can only carry out Gu Heng's plan. He even has to make some revisions to the rough plan that Gu Heng has brought out from the so-called Alliance military general staff. In this regard, Gu Heng completely believes in his wisdom. As long as the general direction is right, Robert can change the specific implementation plan as he wants. He is an absolute wise man, he will not be wrong, and he will not be stupid because of anger. Well, it shouldn't be. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. As Gu Heng said, the current alliance can afford to lose, and it can afford to lose many times. After the new large curtain spirit gate was put into operation, the throughput capacity of the Queen Rose port doubled. 2 months later, 1/3 of the main force of the Alliance Central Front had entered Comoros. That was 3,000 warships, and there was a glorious Queen of the Alliance in charge. At the same time, there are more than 30 Space Marine regiments on the Alliance side that have been put into battle. Together with the descendants of the Infinite Legion of Robert's expeditionary force, a total of more than 50,000 Space Marines are fighting in Comoros. After obtaining Robert's consent, and the consent of the various Infinite subgroups from the Infinite Star Field, the Alliance's new Blood Cultivation Center will recruit Primaris recruits to supplement those Infinite Warrior subgroups. Although there are some issues with the acceptance of veterans in the middle, in wartime, you don't care so much. Just slowly run in on the battlefield. And with the abundance of troops, humans once again set off an offensive frenzy in Comoros. Chapter 946. Victor's withered fingers unconsciously rubbed the worn steel throne, and the cold touch could not suppress the smoldering anger. The night meeting room was filled with fear and rotten incense, and the air was stagnant. The torture stakes hanging upside down under the dome were like swaying ghosts with the lights. 3 more outer node ports were captured by those apes. The herald's metal scraping sound cut through the silence, his hunched body wrapped in a dark cloak. The tamer team of the Dusk Fong family was completely annihilated before it lasted 2 days. The average casualty ratio: 97-1. The last number was like a drop of concentrated acid falling into a frying pan. 97-1? A sharp roar pierced the silence, and the Archon of the Shadow Eater family, Malachi, stood up suddenly. Comoros has never suffered such humiliation. The Dusk Fangs, those trash, should be fed to low-level demons. Victor, how long do you want us to hide like frightened reptiles in a hole? Let them in. Use the maze to drown them. Use the sea of people to tear them apart. The rats I raise are happy to take on this task. Let them in. A colder sneer came from the other side. The Archon of the Dusk Fong family, Isara, who was scolded as should be fed to low-level demons, sneered and said, Malachi, your fear has overwhelmed your pathetic reason, which is already limited. Have you become so stupid because you have been with your rats for too long? Look at the data. The number of monkey armies is still growing exponentially. Delaying with your maze? Your rats are fragile and incompetent, and will only waste resources in vain and hand over precious land to others in vain. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Isara's pale and slender fingers passed through the void, and called out a scarlet mark that was shrinking. Our outposts in the real universe are being systematically removed. The offensive of those primitive creatures is not only in Comoros. Every outpost that disappears means that one of our precious plundering routes is broken, which means that the pain and souls we can bring back to Comoros in the future will be reduced. If we continue to bleed in this quagmire, we are not fighting, but slowly committing collective suicide. The Archons of the 2 families quarreled fiercely, and the other Archons of dozens of conspiracy families in the conference room, who were considered to be well-known in Comoros, were silent and watched them quarrel. These 2 families have been old enemies for the past 300 years. They quarreled as soon as they had a meeting. As long as they could find the other party's fault, they would start to spray fiercely, and would not miss any opportunity to cause trouble for the other party. It used to be okay to quarrel. At the moment, for thousands of years, Comoros has never encountered such a big crisis, and it came from the current universe overlord, a direct invasion of Comoros. How did this happen? The direct reason was the brilliant plan of His Excellency the Black Witch King, who invited Robert in. He had to come. The Alliance also came. Then the overall situation became uncontrollable, and evolved into what it is now. Indeed, to be honest, Victor's plan was discussed and approved among the high-level officials in a small range. It was not his arbitrary decision, but a collective decision. However, collective decision-making, to put it nicely, is collective wisdom and strength, but when the plan fails, especially when it is a huge failure like the current one, can we expect everyone to take responsibility together? That's too idealistic. Blaming each other is more in line with human nature. The Dark Eldar are not human, but they are better at this kind of thing than humans. It was Victor who proposed the plan, it was Victor who organized the meeting, and it was Victor who mobilized the forces to execute it. This Black Witch King has power beyond all families, associations, business groups, and organizations in Comoros. He is the recognized leader and king of Comoros. He relies on the fear brought by force and the prestige that can bring benefits to everyone. Now, both of these points have been greatly challenged by the current disaster. According to human time, half a year has passed, and the crisis of invasion in Comoros has not only not been resolved, but has become more and more serious. What was originally to be resolved was a prophecy. Although the Eldar from top to bottom have basically reached a consensus that the prophecy about the future of the Eldar is true, it's just that the interpretation is different. But after all, if you don't care, even if the doomsday really comes, it should be a long time later. Now, after taking care of the prophecy, the end of the world is imminent. Because of this, Victor neither solved the problem of the prophecy nor suppressed the human invasion with force, causing almost all forces in Comoros to suffer losses, and his prestige fell to the bottom. In this case, can the Black Witch King, who is not blood-related, not elected, and whose legitimacy comes entirely from personal prestige, suppress the ambitious and different forces? The two enemies, as if they had made an appointment, once again began to quarrel deliberately in the meeting, even quarreling over major issues, as if it was some kind of test. The other Archons who were watching coldly were trying to figure out what the Dark Witch King who sat on the Iron Throne was thinking, to see if this ruler had enough strength to suppress everything. And the facts proved that the Dark Witch King still had some prestige. Without him saying anything, the old and strange voice of Zaras, the representative of the Homunculus Association, rang out, "Malachi and Ishera, your argument is meaningless and cannot solve the current difficulties we are facing." At this point, his cloudy eyes turned to the throne and bowed and said, "Sir Victor, please allow the Association to send out the Reaper Squad. Let others delay the battle. We need fresh research materials. They call them Space Marines. And the Psychers who control the Blue Flames. Research materials?" Malachi's anger turned instantly. He didn't know if he was angry that someone dared to come out to share the pressure at this time. He cursed, "Zaras! Comoros is burning. The artillery fire of those apes is bombarding our city every day. Are you still thinking about your perverted organs?" Zaras' old and strange voice didn't sound like it was made by a living creature, and there was no emotion. "My research is our hope for victory. There have been some studies on special species among humans, but the past materials are not rich enough. Now, if we give them some fresh materials, we may be able to come up with some means to target them, which can greatly relieve the pressure." Isara did not confront Malachi at this time, but also put her firepower on Zareth. The new fleets of humans are endless, and they even set up larger curtain gates directly on the ruins. They are not fighting, they are here to occupy, cleanse. They don't need slaves, don't want the art of pain, they just want to completely wipe us out. How can they wait for you to slowly do some genetic research? When it comes to life and death, there are no precious hunters to distract you and attract the enemy's attention. Anyway, our Duskfang family does not do such worthless things. The sound of quarreling rang out again, like a flock of crows bombing their nests, and sharp accusations and insults echoed under the dome. The armrest of Victor's Iron Throne groaned slightly in his palm, almost crushed. His eyes, burning with cold anger, swept over the group of Archons, who only cared about their own interests and quarreled endlessly at the critical moment of life and death. Enough. Just 2 words. The voice was not loud, but it was wrapped in the vacuum storm of the deep cold void of Comoros, instantly freezing all the sounds. It was not just a subjective feeling. This wind with deep cold and freezing also blew in the conference hall from a factual and objective point of view. The Archons seemed to be strangled by the throat, and even the most manic Malachi froze in place, facing the bottomless black eyes in fear. The Black Witch King was still the Black Witch King. They had no doubt that if the Black Witch King wanted, then the cold wind that froze the sound now could also become the cold wind that froze their hearts. Victor slowly stood up from the throne, his figure like an oppressive shadow. Malachi the Shadow Eater. His eyes first fixed on the angry Archon. "Since you are eager to fight, then the Blood Rose Labyrinth node is yours. There are 7 backup channels for fast transmission. Mobilize all the hunters, mercenaries, and your so-called endless rats you can mobilize to defend this place. If you fail, don't come back to see me. The punishment of soul peeling will make you taste it." Malachi's lips trembled silently, and finally, under Victor's deathly gaze, his face was ashen, and he performed a stiff and twisted obedience. Isara of the Duskfang. Turning his gaze to the pale and arrogant female Archon, I will assign you multiple ports and the Veil gates to the real universe and the Alliance territory, and you will be in control. Find the real source coordinates of these human fleets, and find the nest in the real universe that continuously supplies these apes with troops, supplies, and warships. Find one and destroy one. Inflict 10 or 100 times the suffering suffered by our homes on the homes of these apes, and start a war to spread fear in the real universe. If you can't do it, you can go to the meat grinder at the bottom of the Eternal Arena and train our stitched beasts. Isara's face was as white as new snow. She bowed slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she didn't have the courage to refute. Zareth. Victor's eyes finally fell on the representative of the Hamalex. The samples you want will soon be fought on the flank of the Spire of Pain defense node. My Undertaker and Nightmare team will create chaos and hunt down targets. The Association will also send out the Reaper troops to participate in the assault. No matter how much you pay, I will let you bring back at least 200 complete Space Marines and Psyker bodies. The Dark Witch King tapped his fingers lightly on the throne, silently, but it made Zaretha's wriggling tentacles suddenly stiffen and solidify. I will also open the Association's priority reading rights in the Eternal Pain Library. Your research progress must give me time to guarantee. At least there must be phased results. If I find that your research is just a useless waste, then the significance of the existence of the Hamalex Association is worth considering. The air was dead silent. Victor's cold command was more important than any roar. Victor's command was not only given to the 3 people who spoke in the previous quarrel. The other Archons, without exception, all had tasks and work arranged. And they could only choose to accept. Perhaps, if everyone present immediately united to resist the Black Witch King, they might succeed. However, the first 10 people who came forward would surely die. And if things went wrong, after these 10 people died, the remaining people would be more servile to the Black Witch King, and then drink the blood of the dead in front of them in grief, share their power, and then work for the Black Witch King. No one wanted to be that kind of fool. No one dared to make any sound, and the quarrel just now seemed to have never happened. Go and execute. Victor's voice was calm, but it was like heavy shackles on everyone's soul. The Archons left the oppressive dome hall silently and quickly, as if they had been pardoned or were on their way to the execution ground. The heavy carved door closed behind them, isolating the inside and outside into 2 completely different worlds. The turbulent fear outside the door, the dead silence of the trial field inside the door. When the last trace of footsteps completely disappeared, Victor sat back on his throne. Old woman. His voice was filled with deep fatigue, not as majestic as when he faced many Archons just now. As Victor called, a strange slender figure silently slid out of the deep shadow cast by the huge stone pillars in the meeting hall. The leader of the witch spirit cult, the old woman. She did not wear the dark gold bone battle skirt and thorn crown that symbolized authority in the past, but only wrapped herself in a slim robe as dark as crow feathers, with an expressionless silver-white mask covering her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as deep as an ancient well. She was like a ghost crawling out of the deepest darkness of Comoros, quietly stopping at the bottom of Victor's throne steps, bowing slightly, with a respectful attitude. Facing her, Victor sighed deeply. He said, "When I walked from the bottom of Comoros to my current position step by step, I told myself every step that no one is worthy of trust and no one cannot be betrayed. But only you, the wise old woman, the daughter of the Mincha blood god, I believe that everything you do is for the revival of our great race. I recognize the prophecy you declared and respond positively. But how do you repay me?" His dry finger lightly stroked in the air. A 3-dimensional projection instantly unfolded in front of the throne. The background of the picture was the interior of the Queen Rose Harbor reception building, which was full of wreckage. The flames and figures of the explosion flickered. However, the focus was extremely clear. Several groups of pure energy life forms moving at high speed, constantly changing their shapes, and jumping with fine blue arcs. They shuttled between the ruins, accurately avoiding the artillery fire, and even intentionally or unintentionally created a cover passage for the charging human soldiers. The picture suddenly zoomed in and froze. The shell of a storm energy creature fluctuated and twisted like the surface of the water. When it stabilized, it turned out to be a human male with a resolute face wearing the uniform of the colonel of the Alliance Army and the Imperial Astra Militarum. He was saluting humans, and the standard and stereotyped Sky Eagle salute was so dazzling. The old woman's expression did not change. "I can explain." Victor crossed his hands in front of him. "Okay, I can listen to your explanation."